Global Investment Center Tower, 21st floor, 8:30 in the morning. Bao Yu had already arrived for work as usual. Sitting in the boss's chair spinning idly, he glanced at Zhao Xiuzhen and said, "Inform Xi Ming to come see me." Zhao Xiuzhen rose and went out to notify Chao Xi Ming. After waiting for 5 minutes, Chao Xi Ming walked in. "Boss, yesterday on my way home I passed along Connaught Road Central and saw an extremely long line outside the Canadian Consulate General in Xiangjiang and Haojiang. Do you know what those people were doing there? A long queue outside the Canadian Consulate. Boss, could it be that they were applying for immigration documents to Canada?" That is exactly what it was, Xi Ming. Our earlier plan is now ready to be set in motion. The plan was about to be launched. That vast scheme had been finalized internally long ago. Now the emergence of this wave of immigration further confirmed the feasibility of the grand plan that Bao Yu had anticipated in advance. Yes, boss. Once the plan was activated, the related matters would naturally be handled by the relevant people. Chao Xi Ming left the boss's office, returned to his own, and immediately began making phone calls. At once people were dispatched to the Canadian, American, British, Australian, and other consulates in Xiangjiang to check how many people had recently been seeking to emigrate overseas. Such figures could still be clearly ascertained. In truth, Chao Xi Ming understood that compared to the total population of Xiangjiang, the proportion of immigrants might not be large in the short term. However, what was truly significant was that these Xiangjiang residents who intended to emigrate were mostly not ordinary folk, but members of the middle class. They held stable high-income positions in Xiangjiang and possessed their own property, shop units, and private cars. This group preparing to move overseas would inevitably liquidate the properties and shop units they held, converting as much of their wealth as possible into foreign currency to take abroad. In fact, in Bao Yu's previous life, one of the major reasons the Hong Kong dollar suffered sharp depreciation during those years was closely related to this phenomenon. After all, when large numbers of middle-class residents converted Hong Kong dollars into US dollars, pounds, Canadian dollars, Australian dollars, and other foreign currencies, the exchange rate between the Hong Kong dollar and those currencies was bound to be affected. By this time, Chao Xi Ming had already assigned people to take charge of these tasks. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, he returned to Bao Yu's office. The investigation results were truly startling. Since last month, the Western consulates in Xiangjiang had already begun to see a continual rise in Xiangjiang residents applying to emigrate overseas that might even have triggered a wave of followers. Of course, Bao Yu felt that there must be deliberate forces pushing from behind. Most likely, they were the very Western countries themselves willing to accept these high-quality middle-class immigrants from Xiangjiang. These immigrants possessed considerable wealth and solid skills. Their departure would carry capital away from Xiangjiang while simultaneously filling labor needs in their new host countries. Most importantly, these few years were a special period. Whether in Britain or other Western countries, the authorities were unwilling to see the central government easily reclaim Xiangjiang. Under such circumstances, it was entirely possible that many problems were being deliberately manufactured. Moreover, many among this group likely did not trust the central authorities or believe that the information they received differed from what ordinary Xiangjiang citizens were being told. Ordinary citizens had no means to leave and could only remain in Xiangjiang, whereas for these middle-class residents seeking to emigrate, departure was far easier. Boss, following your reminder, I sent people this afternoon to investigate at the Western consulates in Xiangjiang. We discovered that beginning last month, the number of immigrants has indeed been rising without pause. Not only that, I have learned that these immigrants either personally handle the sale of their property, shop units, private cars, and even companies in advance, or convert their bank deposits into foreign currency and take everything away. The property market may not yet show dramatic changes, but I have a strong sense that if tens of thousands of middle-class families suddenly put tens of thousands of Xiangjiang properties up for sale, the market will inevitably suffer a steep decline. During boom years in Xiangjiang's housing market, a single flat was nearly impossible to obtain. Yet once a large number of middle-class residents rushed to sell the properties they held, housing prices were certain to plunge. Situations like this had already occurred many times in Xiangjiang. It was only that some learned about them early while others realized the truth far too late. Some middle-class residents have even booked in advance to convert all their Hong Kong dollars into foreign currency and transfer them overseas, Chao Xi Ming added. Bao Yu was genuinely taken aback. Only now did he more fully understand why in his previous life the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar had suddenly experienced such drastic depreciation. Clearly, this was closely tied to the phenomenon at hand. When tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 Xiangjiang middle-class residents followed the trend to exchange foreign currency. Even with Xiangjiang's substantial foreign reserves, the pressure could not be borne all at once. Of course, this was also deeply connected to the widespread lack of confidence among Xiangjiang citizens regarding the city's future. Ordinary people had no clear idea which path Xiangjiang was destined to take. As soon as newspapers and television began reporting that large numbers of residents were converting into foreign currency, the Hong Kong dollar was bound to undergo sharp depreciation. Xi Ming, as I've said, Xiangjiang is a city of immigrants. Those who decide to leave cannot be stopped. Naturally, once they depart, the effects will be like a domino chain, triggering reactions everywhere else. Everything will proceed according to plan. Yes, boss. Chao Xi Ming left. Zhao Xiuzhen still had no real sense of the gravity hidden within all this. In reality, Bao Yu understood that those Xiangjiang residents able to emigrate overseas were essentially middle class, or even wealthy elites. From his study of history, beginning with the first wave in the early 1980s and continuing through the surge in 1997, more than 500,000 people ultimately emigrated overseas. 500,000 people was a truly frightening figure. Although not equal to 500,000 families on average, it still represented more than 100,000 households. The majority of the wealth these people had accumulated in Xiangjiang was in essence transferred almost entirely overseas. And of course it was not only Bao Yu who did this. Figures such as Li Jiaqing, Zhang Yutong Guodasheng, and Li Zhaoji, though they did not publicly emigrate, had previously held few assets abroad. In reality, they transferred the bulk of their Xiangjiang holdings overseas. Furthermore, in Bao Yu's previous life, among his 4 brothers-in-law aside from the second one who remained in Xiangjiang, the other 3, whether the eldest, the third, or the fourth, had essentially moved all the assets Bao Yu had granted them to the countries where they resided. For instance, the third brother-in-law, Du Shun Yilong, invested the wealth he had obtained primarily into property in Toyo just before its real estate bubble crisis. When the bubble finally burst, almost nothing remained. This was likely one reason why, despite Xiangjiang's immense prosperity during the 1980s and even before the Asian financial crisis, it seemed to become strangely mediocre after 1997. After all, when most of a place's wealth has been relocated elsewhere, how much can truly remain in the place it once called home? Moreover, Bao Yu knew it was not only Xiangjiang's middle class and tycoons, even the British capital entrenched in Xiangjiang had largely acted in a similar fashion. Thus, Xiangjiang before and after 1997 were in essence 2 entirely different cities. The Spring Festival was drawing ever closer. At the same time, the inaugural Hong Kong Fashion Week was about to commence. Over these 2 months, promotional posters and advertisements for Hong Kong Fashion Week had appeared not only at Kai Tak International Airport, but across numerous public areas in Xiangjiang, even including the 2 major bus companies under Bao Yu's control. It was January 31st, 1981, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, a Saturday. Bao Yu was staying quietly at home. After breakfast with his grandfather and his parents, Bao Yu was reading the newspaper in the study when he received a call from Sheng Jiwen. Jiwen, as for the opening ceremony of Hong Kong Fashion Week, I won't be attending in person. There were simply too many matters that required his involvement. It was impossible for him to personally oversee everything. He delegated as much as he could to the executives around him, and if an executive proved unable to handle a task, he would simply replace them. To him, his role was to grasp the overall direction. True day-to-day management had to be carried out by the executives below. Otherwise, the workload could quite literally exhaust him. Beyond that, Bao Yu did not wish to appear too frequently in public, nor did he want more people to realize that many major projects in Xiangjiang were tied to the Bao family. In truth, since Sheng Jiwen was in charge of Hong Kong Fashion Week, those in the know had already guessed that Bao Yu was behind it. Jiwen over at Lan Kwai Fong, the most critical issue is safety, he reminded. From the very moment Bao Yu proposed establishing Lan Kwai Fong's safety had been his foremost concern, above all preventing disasters such as fire or stampedes. He also sought to avoid any threats to personal safety, ensuring that gang members or hooligans would not be able to cause trouble there. Apart from these 2 major issues, other matters were relatively manageable. Lan Kwai Fong was already one of Xiangjiang's most popular entertainment districts, beloved by local citizens and even by Westerners. With the first Hong Kong Fashion Week being held there, it would inevitably draw even more residents and tourists. Therefore, safety was of paramount importance. Should an accident truly occur, money alone would never be enough to resolve the consequences. After Sheng Jiwen carefully noted everything down, Bao Yu ended the call. He knew that the opening ceremony of Hong Kong Fashion Week, proposed by him and executed by Sheng Jiwen and the others, would officially raise its curtain at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. The entire event would be broadcast live by global television, and several invited media outlets would also participate. Most importantly, this was an opportunity to cultivate his own fashion magazines. A dedicated Hong Kong Fashion Week magazine had already been established. Beyond that single publication, a constellation of related fashion magazines was expected to emerge in the near future. As for the specific details, Bao Yu had not yet examined them and was not entirely clear. However, from Sheng Jiwen, he had learned that a preliminary rehearsal had already been conducted. Overall, the results were quite promising, especially the filming aspect, which involved several highly experienced program directors from global television. By a little after 5 in the afternoon, newspapers from various major Xiangjiang outlets were delivered one after another. When Bao Yu came down from upstairs, he saw his grandfather and father sitting on the sofa reading. Bao Yu was preparing to head to the Deepwater Bay golf course with his father. Bob, these papers are all full of news about Hong Kong Fashion Week, laughed Bao Yu Gong beside him. He could easily guess that it was Bao Yu who had initiated the creation of Hong Kong Fashion Week. In truth, he himself did not fully understand all of it. What he did know clearly was that his third daughter, Bao Yu's third elder sister, Bao Pei, had a passion for art and design and for exhibitions. He simply did not know whether his daughter's creations would ever have the chance to appear on such a stage. In fact, In Bao Yu's previous life, this third sister had once held her own art exhibition overseas. At the time, Bao Yugong did not attend personally. He only sent representatives, and the other sisters, all living apart, merely offered their congratulations from a distance. What Bao Yugong had never expected was that his third daughter, through her love of art, would come to know her future husband Du Xinalong. Even more unexpected was that his son would directly organize Hong Kong Fashion Week in Xinjiang. And this was achieved largely through Bao Yu's own efforts. In cities like Paris, Milan, New York, and London, such events were orchestrated by vast associations and networks of members working together. Dad, Xinjiang does not lack talent, nor does it lack quality products, he said. But if Xinjiang's products wish to break through and move upward, we must have our own fashion week and stage. Otherwise, we will spend a lifetime merely doing contract manufacturing for others. Whether Italian luxury brands or those from France, the reason their goods command such high prices worldwide undoubtedly has much to do with the brand value cultivated over years of their fashion weeks. Bao Yugong nodded. Your third sister also loves art. I wonder if she might become one of them someday. At the mention of his third sister Bao Pei, Bao Yu nearly laughed. In truth, whether in his past life or now, Bao Yu knew he could grant Bao Pei many opportunities and stages. Yet she was far too willful and unable to persevere. No matter how many stages she was given, if her artworks failed to gain recognition in the market, it would ultimately mean little. In Bao Yu's view, his third sister simply liked art in a pure casual way, but was unlikely to devote herself to it long-term, especially since she did not need to rely on it for a living as others did. At present, the money provided to her by Bao Yugong and his wife, along with Bao Yu himself, was already more than she could ever spend. Dad, third sister simply likes it, and she won't truly pursue this path. And the same goes for third brother-in-law. Although he studied architecture and holds a doctorate in architectural design, he too has not developed a real career in that field. Ultimately, when one has wealth, there is no pressing need to turn one's interests or academic training into a job. It was Sunday, February 1st, the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, 3 days before New Year's Eve. After breakfast, Bao Yu took a car to visit Guan Jiahui's home. At the mid-levels villa where she lived, the car pulled up, and Chun Jihao pressed the doorbell at the gate. After a short while, a maid came out to open the door. Young Master Bao, is Miss Guan back? Miss Guan is upstairs, the maid replied. Usually Guan Jiahui returned here on Saturdays and Sundays, then went back to school on Sunday evenings. She knew only that Bao Yu had gone to Europe for a lengthy market survey, and had now returned, but she did not know exactly when he would come back. Bao Yu was genuinely taken aback. Only now did he more fully understand why in his previous life the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar had suddenly experienced such drastic depreciation. She felt as though she had not seen him for a very long time. When the two of them sat together on the balcony, Guan Jiahui chattered away about her recent life. By age, Guan Jiahui was already 19 this year. However, she would only officially graduate from Form 7 after sitting the advanced level examination later this year. In other words, starting around March or April, she, like the other girls in her class, would be taking the advanced level examination. She was quite clear about her own academic performance. In Bao Yu's previous life, considering her family's situation and the fact that her father Guanshan could no longer afford to support her studies, she had stepped into the workforce instead. Relying on her striking looks and her parents' connections in Xinjiang's film and television circles, she joined Li's Television and began filming her first drama. She rose to fame in Xinjiang's entertainment industry almost in tandem with Zhong Chuhong's dazzling ascent. Through her father's connections, she actually had even more opportunities than Zhong Chuhong at the time. Looking at the Guan Jiahui before him now, Bao Yu was determined not to let her enter that entertainment world again. Sir, next month, I'll be sitting the advanced level examination. You don't need to worry about the exam, Bao Yu said gently. Once you finish before university starts this year, I'll choose a suitable school for you so you can complete 4 years of study before stepping into society. Bao Yu had already sent Lan Jiaying to Shuyan College, and he could naturally arrange for Guan Jiahui to attend another institution. The key was what kind of subjects she herself truly liked. In the afternoon, after they had taken a nap and then strolled around the villa grounds, it was a little after 5. According to her usual routine, once she finished dinner, the maid would drive Guan Jiahui back to the Marinol convent school. But with Bao Yu still there, she did not want to return so soon. Sir, I'd like to go back to school a bit later, she said. By 7 o'clock that evening, the first Hong Kong Fashion Week would officially lift its curtain in the main hall of Lan Kwai Fong, with more than 3,000 people watching the show on site. In addition, Global Television's main channel would be broadcasting the event live. Now citizens in Xinjiang could simply turn on the main channel to watch. Previously, international fashion shows of this kind had required paid access. With the main channel no longer charging and allowing direct viewing, it naturally drew considerable attention from Xinjiang's residents. Guan Jiahui had followed news of Hong Kong Fashion Week, though she did not care about it as much as Zhong Chuang did. Seeing the time, Bao Yu knew it would be late if he delayed sending her back. He did not linger any longer, got into the car, and first drove Guan Jiahui back to school. The villa at Deepwater Bay. Bao Yu sent Guan Jiahui back to the vicinity of the school, and as he took the car back, it was already past 11 at night. At this time, the first live broadcast of the Hong Kong Fashion Week had already concluded. After a night of rest, the next morning arrived. Bao Yu came down from upstairs and saw his father and grandfather reading the newspaper. He sat down between them and picked up the morning's publication, noticing from it that the viewership ratings for the first live broadcast of Hong Kong Fashion Week were indeed quite high. "Bob, it seems your Fashion Week is a success," Bao Yu remarked. "Father, it's still early. This takes time to accumulate." The high viewership ratings were clearly due to the fact that this Hong Kong Fashion Week was broadcast for free, while overseas viewers had to pay to watch. However, Bao Yu knew that this was originally a copyright issue. While it was free in Hong Kong, selling the broadcasting rights to overseas television stations would indeed bring in revenue. After breakfast, Bao Yu took a car back to the Global Investment Center building. As he just arrived at the office, he saw Zhao Xiuzhen already waiting. "Boss, General Manager Huang just came over and is waiting for you in the conference room. Huang Shizhao has arrived. You go and call him over." After a while, Huang Shizhao, dressed in a white suit, knocked and entered. "Boss, Shizhao, have a seat." As Huang Shizhao sat down, he spoke directly. "Boss, I have several important matters to discuss with you." "Go ahead." "The first matter is that the live fashion show we are collaborating on with the Hong Kong Fashion Week Company has had quite impressive viewership ratings since last night. Before this, the three major television stations in Hong Kong, including the now-defunct GI Television, could only boast of the Hong Kong Miss Pageant as their standout fashion show and variety program. Basically, every year the Hong Kong Miss Pageant can attract a large number of citizens' attention with viewership ratings that are never low. GI Television also held the GI Miss competition before its closure, but the ratings were mediocre. Likewise, Lee's Television held a beach beauty contest, but it still could not match the viewership ratings of the Hong Kong. When Bao Yu acquired Lee's Television and renamed it Global Television, he could not use the name Miss Universe as it was already trademarked, and ultimately Huang Shizhao had to use the name Asian Miss for the new pageant. However, the ratings still could not compare to those of the Hong Kong Miss Pageant. In Bao Yu's view, the scope of the Hong Kong Miss Pageant could be large or small. In addition, many viewers had a preconceived notion that since it was the Hong Kong Miss Pageant, it must be selecting the most beautiful women in Hong Kong. In reality, this was not the case, though many of the top three in previous years were quite average-looking, leading to little audience affinity even after signing contracts with TVB for dramas. There was also a saying among many ordinary citizens of Hong Kong that the Miss Hong Kong pageant was merely an opportunity for the wealthy and famous in Hong Kong to select their concubines. After all, those talented and skilled Miss Hong Kongs were not individuals that ordinary people could court. Of course, many ordinary women from Hong Kong, as well as mixed race or Chinese women from overseas, used the opportunity of participating in the Miss Hong Kong pageant to attract the attention of the wealthy and famous in Hong Kong. In fact, it was indeed the case that several beauties who came from the Miss Hong Kong pageant were actually selected by some wealthy individuals. What Huang Shizhao did not expect was that the Hong Kong Fashion Week Company, registered by Sheng Juwen at Bao Yu's behest, actually made the program a hit. This was something Huang Shizhao had not anticipated. Shizhao, the success of the Hong Kong Fashion Week show last night is also related to preconceived notions. After all, there are other fashion weeks around the world, but for the ordinary people in Hong Kong who want to see related runway shows, they would need to fly to the venue, which requires a considerable amount of ticket money, and even the television rights are costly. Nowadays, the free live broadcast can attract a lot of viewers. However, in my opinion, it is only a matter of time before this copyright will have to be charged to ensure a healthy cycle of development. Models need to be financed, and other aspects also require funding. Currently, Bao Yu is pouring money into the Hong Kong Fashion Week Company, but it cannot continue indefinitely without generating revenue and profit. Huang Shizhao nodded. "The second matter is that I heard TVB is about to go public." TVB going public. This is inevitable. Originally, in Bao Yu's previous life, Mr. Lee had just passed away last year, and Mr. Xiao immediately took over his position, successfully going public in 1984. However, now, due to Bao Yu's emergence, Chiu Degan from the Far East Group invested in TVB, competing with Mr. Xiao for control over TVB. After more than half a year, Mr. Chiu ultimately lost to Mr. Xiao. In this regard, Mr. Xiao's capabilities are indeed much stronger than those of Mr. Chiu. Now, Mr. Xiao has become the new chairman of TVB, but his shareholding in TVB is the least. If he wants to fully control TVB, he must dilute the shares of other shareholders through public listing naturally, including Mr. Chiu's shares in TVB, which will also be diluted at that time. Additionally, the original shareholders of TVB might have already grown impatient and need TVB to go public quickly, possibly selling their shares while the stock price is high. Most importantly, now global television's viewership ratings, revenue, and profits have long surpassed those of TVB, which is the reason for Mr. Xiao and the TVB shareholders' anxiety. Shizhao, this is within our expectations. Boss, the third matter is whether the Journey to the West can be aired. This Journey to the West, which cost a fortune to produce, is superficially capitalized by Zhu Lin, but in reality Bao Yu is behind it. Of course, the filming funds were provided by Bao Yu to Zhu Lin to establish a production company directed by Yang Jia. From 1979-1980 to now 1981, it has already been over 2 years. In Huang Zizha's view, this time spent is quite considerable. Even the most meticulously produced dramas in Hong Kong cannot take that long. In fact, Huang Shijiao believes that the longer the time taken, the greater the potential loss. I need to ask Julin about this. However, I think it should be about finished. Bao Yu felt that in his previous life Yang Jie's slow filming was not intentional. Ultimately, it was due to CCTV lacking sufficient funds and could only intermittently provide filming expenses to Yang Jie, leading to several years of delays. In fact, if there had been sufficient funds at that time, it should have been completed much earlier. Bao Yu had provided two substantial amounts of funding, and he knew Yang Jie should have enough funding for filming. Now global television's viewership ratings in prime time are crushing TVBs, but that Mr. Xiao is trying to save costs wherever possible, squeezing the budgets of directors, actors, and even props. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to guarantee profitability. In this regard, global television, without squeezing actors like TVB, is still able to make considerable profits, mainly due to high viewership ratings, substantial advertising revenue, and the dismissal of many incapable television staff, especially the previous batch of white employees from Lease, which naturally saved a significant amount in salaries. February 4, 1981. Wednesday, New Year's Eve. Today is the most important festival for the Chinese people, a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. A few days ago, Bao Yu and his parents had already decided to invite all the relatives of the Bao family to celebrate New Year's Eve together this year. The main reason is that Bao Yu does not know if his appearance will change his grandfather's condition. If it cannot happen, this may be the last New Year's Eve spent together for him. Since childhood, Bao Yu knew that although his grandfather had 3 sons and 3 daughters, many grandchildren had been born from these sons and daughters. However, throughout Bao Xiaolong's life, he basically concentrated his affection for his grandchildren on Bao Yu and his 4 sisters. Especially for Bao Yu, it can be said that among so many grandsons and granddaughters, he was the most favored. Today is New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Bao Yu is still in a dream. Hearing the sound of firecrackers, Bao Yu knew that his grandfather and parents might have already begun to pay respects to their ancestors. When Bao Yu got up and opened the curtains, he found it was indeed so. After washing up and coming down from upstairs, Bao Yu discovered that many people had arrived, including his uncle, third uncle, aunts, uncles, and several cousins. There was also his second brother-in-law Wu Guangjing and his family. His eldest brother-in-law Su Haifan and third brother-in-law Du Shinichiro were overseas. He had not yet seen his fourth brother-in-law Zheng Weijian and his wife. Bao Yu knew that his parents had converted to Christianity, while his grandfather still believed in the old traditions. After Bao Yu came to this world, the Bao family once again began to pay attention to the Spring Festival and traditional Chinese holidays. Bob, you came just in time. Let's pay respects to our ancestors first. In previous years, the Bao family could not return home to Yongqing, and although Bao Xiaolong believed he could only entrust the villagers back home to help with the rituals. Now on the side of Xianjiang, they could personally pay their respects. Bao Xiaolong was quite satisfied with this. After all, the younger generation, for various reasons, might not believe. But when it came to his grandchildren's generation, which included Bao Yu, being able to believe and restore the traditions made it different. According to custom, Bao Yu personally faced the distance, paying respects to his ancestors, asking for their blessings for a smooth and prosperous year. After the rituals, Bao Yu had breakfast with his family. He did not stay in the living room, but waited for his cousins and sisters to chat with his grandfather. Bao Yu went upstairs to read the newspaper. Around 9 in the morning, Wu Guangjing knocked on the door. Bob, second brother-in-law. With Bao Yu's support, Wu Guangjing was now in the political arena of Xianjiang, and he even had a chance to soon become a member of the Legislative Council, which was an official member, not a non-official one. Currently, the Bao family had several members in the Legislative Council and the Administrative Bureau of Xianjiang, including Liang Shi, who was now a non-official member of the Legislative Council. Bao Fuda was an official member of the Legislative Council. Moreover, based on Bao Fuda's situation, Bao Yu hoped that he could replace Bai Lieji and become the next financial secretary of Xianjiang. At present, the financial secretary of Xianjiang is Xia Dingji. However, the financial secretary of Xianjiang will soon be replaced. Historically, this new financial secretary came from the original chairman of Swire Bai Lieji. Second brother-in-law, how is the political scene in Xianjiang? Bao Yu asked. Bob, it's very complicated. In fact, the political scene in Xianjiang is a subsidiary of the Y Country Colony and Zhangjiang's business community. It can be said that the status of politicians in Xianjiang is not comparable to that of the major tycoons in Xianjiang, especially those influential and wealthy individuals. In this situation, how many years has it lasted? It is likely that in 20 or 30 years, it will still be the same. On the surface, these people seem high and mighty, but in reality, they are manipulated by the capital of Xianjiang. Of course, now, like the members of the Legislative Council and the Administrative Bureau of Xianjiang, some are supported by the governor's office, while others are backed by capital. In the past, it was mainly supported by the 4 major trading houses of Xianjiang, including Jardine Matheson, Hutchison, Whampoa Wheelock, and Swire. However, after Jardine Matheson and Hutchison Whampoa were absorbed by Bao Yu, those members mainly have Swire left to support them. Second brother-in-law, accumulate experience in politics. One day you will not regret it. According to Wu Guangzhang's original idea, he wanted to be a businessman and work for the Bao family. Unfortunately, due to Bao Ye's emergence, he was not allowed to continue mingling in the business world of Xinjiang. Of course, Wu Guangjing knew very well that as the second brother-in-law of the Bao family, his greatest advantage was relying on the Bao family. If he were to distance himself from the Bao family, he dared not imagine the consequences. Of course, although he knew that becoming a wealthy tycoon in Xinjiang was no longer possible, he was not worried about money. Now, if he could truly make a name for himself in the political scene of Xinjiang, it would not be a bad future, otherwise others would only know him as the second son-in-law of the Bao family, a man living off his wife. Bao Yu talked with Wu Guangjing for an hour. Wu Guangjing went downstairs. At this moment, Zheng Weijian and his wife also arrived. Now Zheng Weijian also had a son. Because of Bao Yu, Zheng Weijian entered the Faculty of Medicine at Xianjiang University as a professor and was also responsible for cooperating with Hutchison in the research and development of new medicines. Among them, the drug for treating depression, which had been under development for many years, had entered the clinical stage. If it passes the clinical phase and obtains the relevant market entry certifications from Xinjiang and other countries, then this depression treatment drug will be launched globally. At that time, it will be able to treat many patients related to mental illnesses. Zheng Weijian came over and first greeted Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yugong, and others. Upon learning that Bao Yu was upstairs, he came up. Zheng Weijian is a wealthy scion and has a doctorate in medicine, and he looks quite good in all aspects, but he is much older than Bao Ye's fourth sister. Bao, fourth brother-in-law, you are here. After knocking, Zheng Weijian said, I just arrived with your fourth sister. Zheng Weijian sat down. Bao Yu asked him about his situation at Xianjiang University and the research on medicines. In fact, not only was he developing depression medication, but there were also many other drugs, including blood sugar lowering and uric acid lowering medications. Over the years, Zheng Weijian had recruited many overseas researchers for Heji Pharmaceutical Company. Of course, according to Zheng Weijian's original idea, he wanted to develop cancer treatment drugs, but the requirements in that area might be even higher. Bao Yu also supported him in the research to prepare for his father in case such situations truly arise. Fourth brother-in-law, have you been back to Singapore? He is the second young master of the Zheng family in Singapore, but after marrying Bao family's fourth young lady, the Zheng family no longer sees him as closely related. I have been back. Now, the main industries of the Zheng family are in the hands of his elder brother and younger brother, and of course, he did not say much. How is the development in Xinjiapu? Although Bao Yu has some businesses in Singapore, it has never been his focus. For a long time, Bao Yu felt that Xianjiang and Xinjiapu were rivals, especially in the financial sector, with many similarities. In other words, when Xianjiang thrives, Xinjiapu naturally suffers, and when Xinjiapu thrives, Xianjiang naturally suffers. Moreover, both Xinjiapu and Xianjiang are among the four Asian tigers. Although Xianjiang is still ahead in various aspects, Xinjiapu has always been chasing after it. On the other hand, Bao Yu knew that if Xianjiang was the first stop for immigrants, then Xinjiapu might very well be the second stop. Of course, it could also happen that Xinjiapu becomes the first stop. In his past life, starting from the 1980s, the four major families of Xinjiang, especially Li Jiaqing and others, actually invested in Xinjiapu, and the scale of investment was not small. However, the uniqueness of Xinjiapu made it difficult for investors like Li Jiaqing to profit there. The investment methods commonly used by people like Li Jiaqing in Xianjiang involve land hoarding, waiting for land value to increase before gradually developing it. But this does not work in Xinjiapu. Land hoarding is fundamentally not allowed. On the contrary, if investors acquire land through auctions, they must develop it within a specified time frame. If they fail to do so within the stipulated time and are discovered or reported, they face fines, and the penalties are quite severe. In addition, overseas investors in Xinjiapu are required to pay an additional fee based on their profits. In other words, investing in Xinjiapu can yield profits, but it is slow, which does not compare favorably to the returns on investment in Xianjiang. Under such circumstances, many investors from Xinjiapu often turn to Xianjiang or invest elsewhere. Aside from the assets or subsidiaries he had previously acquired, such as Hutchison Whampoa Wharf Holdings, Jardine Matheson, and Xianjiang Land, Bao Yu indeed did not focus on Xinjiapu. In his view, Xinjiapu was indeed Li family, but not only controlling most of the industries in Xinjiapu through Temasek, but also through proxies like Huang Xiao, to control other companies, including the assets of Hu Wen, his brother's company, Hubao International, which were fundamentally controlled through Huang Xiao. Fourth brother-in-law Zheng Weijian spoke about the situation in Xinjiapu. Back then, his father also saw the fierce competition in Xianjiang and went to develop in Xinjiapu, but he did not expect that the capital in Xinjiapu would turn out to be limited. Job development in Xinjiapu is not so easy with restrictions everywhere. The Yongtai real estate, controlled by my elder brother and younger brother, seems to have undergone no changes over the years. If it were in Xianjiang, it would definitely be different. In Zheng Weijian's view, Chen Songqing and his Jining group are very typical. Chen Songqing came from Xinjiapu to develop in Xianjiang, but within a few years he had expanded to a large group with a market value of tens of billions. However, his father's Yongtai group, involved in various industries including real estate and apparel, even claiming to be the king of fashion, seems to have shown no growth over the past decade. If the Zheng family had stayed in Xiangjiang, it would have been completely different in Zheng Weijian's view. Based on your perspective, should our Bao family invest in Xinjiapa? Bob, I don't know. Zheng Weijian was indeed unclear, and he did not know what Bao Yu was thinking. However, judging from Bao Ye's series of arrangements, he had lost clarity long ago. Including in Xiangjiang, while other Chinese-funded enterprises are continuously expanding apart from acquiring Jardine Matheson, in Xiangjiang land the Bao family has actually started to slow down its pace in real estate development. Bao Yu knew that Zheng Weijian understood only this much, and the other party did not dare to say more. After talking with Zheng Weijian went downstairs first. At 6 o'clock in the evening at the Bao family villa in Deepwater Bay, it was joyous. Nearly 10 tables were set inside, each occupied by people. When Bao Yugan and his wife Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yuxing, Bao Yushu, and several aunts and uncles sat together. Bob wishes all the elders present a happy New Year's Eve and a happy New Year. Bao Yu raised his glass to celebrate and toast with the elders present. This sumptuous Bao family dinner lasted from 6 in the evening until after 7. Meanwhile, not far away at the Li family, the Li Jiaqing family was quiet. Although Li Zeju and Li Zexi had returned from Canada, it was very quiet there besides the few of them, whether on New Year's Eve or normally. Even though 2 months ago Li's Changqiang Industrial Group finally moved from the northern corner of Xiangjiang to the central district of Xiangjiang, it seems that the Li family has been feeling less prosperous in recent years. Hearing the commotion at the Bao family, it was eerily quiet at the Li family, as if tonight's New Year's Eve reunion dinner was no different from usual. After finishing this year's New Year's Eve reunion dinner with his wife Mother Zhuang Biqin and 2 sons, Li Jiaqing went upstairs first. Returning to the study upstairs, Li Jiaqing was indeed considering company matters. He found it hard to see through the current situation in Xiangjiang, feeling that something was amiss, especially with the recent wave of immigration that he had noticed. According to his understanding of Xiangjiang's real estate market, it seemed that the cyclical nature of the industry might be starting to reappear. In other words, a batch of Xiangjiang's middle class might begin to sell off properties, leading to a decline in the real estate market. However, there were too many pressing matters for Li Jiaqing to consider. He could not obtain support from Hui Feng and had actually missed many investment opportunities in recent years. Now, without Hui Feng's financial support, many of his project developments were indeed very difficult. On the other hand, Li Jiaqing pursued a debt ratio not exceeding 20, further limiting the funds he could access. For Li Jiaqing, aside from financing in the stock market, it was very difficult to gather more usable funds from. In other words, even knowing that the cyclical nature of Xiangjiang's real estate market might be starting again, he was unable to secure more funds to purchase more properties when the market was set to decline. Sir, the Bao family is really lively. His wife Zhuang Yueming came up and said. At this moment, besides hearing the lively conversations from the Bao family, fireworks had already begun to be prepared. Bao Xiaolong had many children, most of whom were in Xiangjiang. If they gathered for a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve, it would indeed be quite lively. Seeing that Li Jiaqing had not said anything, Zhuang Yueming left first. Now Li Jiaqing was not only considering the cyclical nature of Xiangjiang's real estate, but also the issue of funding sources. There was another problem he had to resolve. Zhou Qianhe had grown old, yet he was still working for him. Another important executive, Sheng, though younger than Zhou Qianhe, had already expressed earlier this year that he wished to retire and immigrate to Canada. Sheng had worked for Li Jiaqing for many years and was now over 60. However, Li Jiaqing did not expect that he also wished to retire and immigrate to Canada. Now, there were very few new important executives joining Li Jiaqing, as most were old executives who had worked with him. If Zhou Qianhe retired and Sheng also retired to immigrate abroad, it would mean he would lack crucial support. Most importantly, the 2 executives he once valued, Mai Lizi and Ma Shimin, were now thriving under Bao Yu. Is it possible to stop Sheng Songsheng from retiring and immigrating to Canada for retirement? If Zhou Qianhe also retires, will there be anyone else around me that I can rely on? Li Jiaqing stood by the window looking outside. Boom! Not far away, the Bao family had already begun to set off fireworks. As the fireworks exploded in the sky above Deepwater Bay, Li Zeju, Li Zexi, Zhuang Biqin, and the maid of the Li family all ran out to watch. I must say, the moment the fireworks burst was truly magnificent. Before this, only the Bao family had been setting off fireworks in these years, adding a festive atmosphere to Deepwater Bay. Boom! The sound of fireworks exploding echoed. At this moment, the relatives of the Bao family were watching. Bao Yu was upstairs. It was a little past 8 in the evening. After the fireworks were finished, Bao Yu notified the relatives of the Bao family to come over. At this time, except for a few relatives who knew, the others were unaware. This contains each of your bank accounts, and the money inside is what Grandpa has allocated to you. Bao Yu looked at them and said. In reality, the money in the accounts was provided by Bao Yu himself. For Bao Yu, these Bao family descendants were indeed core family members, although he had not given them significant roles in the global investment company. Now Bao Yu planned to give them a sum of money every year in the name of their grandfather. Thank you, Grandpa. The Bao family descendants surrounded Bao Xiaolong. However, Bao Yushu, Bao Yuxing, and others knew that this money actually came from Bao Yu himself, and this time he might have used nearly 5 million Hong Kong dollars. It could be considered a generous gift for New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival. At this moment Bao Yu did not stay and went upstairs. It was 9 in the evening. Bao Yu was reading the evening newspaper in the study, hearing the outside gradually quiet down, indicating that the Bao family descendants had basically left. At this moment there was a knock at the door. Young Master Miss Zhou has arrived. Bao Yu looked over and saw that it was indeed Zhou Kaixian. Since 1979, Zhou Kaixian had gone to Yinjing ostensibly to study there, but in reality, she was working for Bao Yu. Now seeing Miss Zhou again, she seemed somewhat different than before. Of course Zhou Kaixian was only 21 years old. Boss him back. Zhou Kaixian arrived in Xiangjiang by plane from Yinjing in the afternoon, then went home to see her parents and have a reunion dinner with them. It was only after 8 in the evening that she drove over here. You just got back now? No, I returned in the afternoon. Daisy went over to close the door. Zhou Kaixian first handed Bao Yu the letters she brought back from Yinjing, including one from Mr. Liu and a handwritten letter from the old gentleman. Bao Yu took them and read them carefully. How did you find Yinjing? Boss, aside from the cold and winter, I think everything else is quite good. Especially in the past 2 years, there have been increasing amounts of foreign investment in Xiangjiang, with many large companies from the east and the west coming to Yinjing for inspections. Zhou Kaixian shared the news she had learned in Yinjing. Of course, many wealthy Chinese businessmen from Nanyang had already visited Pingcheng and Shenzhen in the past 2 years for inspections and even investments. Before returning to Xiangjiang for the new year, I visited Sulian and Eastern Europe for inspections. Did you know? I think I heard Mr. Liu mention it. Bao Yu secretly visited Sulian for inspections and investments, and not many people in the outside world knew about it. However, when Lu Ling went south to Xiangjiang, Bao Yu had Lu Ling bring back a letter for the old gentleman, who was quite surprised. On another note, it was under Bao Yu's financial support that Mr. Qian's proposal for building a more advanced wind tunnel laboratory was progressing smoothly. After all, with sufficient funding, other issues are not a problem. How long do you plan to stay in Xiangjiang? Boss, I plan to return to Yinjing after the 5th day of the new year. Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian talked in the study for over an hour. Around 11 in the evening, she left by car. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu woke up. He knew it was already the first day of the year, 1981. It was Thursday, but there were no holidays for the Spring Festival in Xiangjiang. Bao Yu prepared to take a day off today to stay at home with his grandfather and parents. After Bao Yu got up and washed up, he took out a check and handed it to Daisy. Thank you, young master. The other 3 checks, which were of much smaller amounts, were for the other 3 maids. Bao Yu then went downstairs to give 1 check each to his grandfather and parents. Bob, you've spent quite a bit this time. Bao Xiaolong looked at him and said, like last night, he had given each of those grandchildren a sum of money in their bank accounts under Bao Xiaolong's name, costing several million Hong Kong dollars. Grandpa, those are just numbers. Thinking of his grandpa's situation, unsure if he could make it through next year, he could only sigh inwardly. Also, he couldn't bear to think about his father Bao Yugang's situation. After breakfast, Bao Yu stayed at home. After resting for a night, it was now February 6, 1981. The second day of the new year, which was also a Friday. Global Investment Center building. On the 21st floor, after finishing breakfast, Bao Yu returned to the office for work as usual. In fact, in a city like Xiangjiang, some Chinese still celebrate the Spring Festival, while many may no longer observe it, especially the younger generation who are more influenced by Westernization. Since many people do not celebrate the Spring Festival, family visits are out of the question. When Bao Yu returned to the office, he found that everything was pretty much the same as usual. Basically, everyone who was supposed to work was working as normal. Boss, good morning, Zhao Xiuzhen said when she saw Bao Yu come in. Good morning. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Zhou Kaixian had already arrived. For Zhou Kaixian, since she resided in Yinjing, she did not spend much time with her boss. In such circumstances, Zhou Kaixian cherished this time particularly. Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian came down from upstairs and got into the car. Go to Queen's Pier. Chen Jihao drove towards Queen's Pier. He parked the car there. Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian got out and walked towards the private yacht waiting at the pier. When Bao Yu, Zhou Kaixian, and the bodyguards boarded the yacht, the captain and the crew were already waiting for young Mao. As Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian stepped onto the deck of the yacht, Victoria Harbor had some waves, but they were not very large, and before the sun began to set, the temperature was still quite pleasant. The two sat there admiring the scenery of Victoria Harbor and the seagulls flying around. For Zhou Kaixian, it had been a long time since she had seen such beautiful scenery. At 6 in the evening, the chef on the yacht had prepared a sumptuous Western dinner and red wine. However, it was not on the deck, but in the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the yacht. At this moment, even if the winds outside were a bit stronger, it did not affect Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian. Zhou Kaixian noticed her boss looking at her, making her a bit shy as she lowered her head to cut her steak. Cheers. Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian clinked their glasses. Around 7 in the evening, the two had finished their lavish dinner on the yacht in Victoria Harbor. At this moment, the night lights of Victoria Harbor were already lit. However, as night fell, the waves grew stronger. For Bao Yu's safety, the captain still headed back towards Queen's Pier. When the private yacht docked, Bao Yu, Zhou Kaixian, and the bodyguards got out of the car. Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian chatted and walked around Queen's Pier. Half an hour later, they got into the car. First, take Miss Zhou home. February 9, 1981. The 5th day of the new year. Monday. After the 4th day of the new year, the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival in the north remains strong, but in Xiangjiang the feeling of the new year has largely faded. Occasionally one might still see lion dance performances on the streets, but those are mostly just to solicit red envelopes from merchants. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Kaixian and Bao Yu finished work together. During the weekend, she met some relatives and friends in Xiangjiang, but only a few knew that she had gotten involved with young Master Bao. On Saturday, she specifically went to meet Mr. and Mrs. Su primarily to express her gratitude for the opportunity to meet young Master Bao, which had come through the recommendation of Shernanqing. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce, Zhou Kaixian was asked by Bao Yu, "Are you going back to Yanjing tomorrow?" "Yes, boss." According to plan, she would only be back for a few days before returning to Yanjing. Most importantly, she had to bring back the confidential letter from Lu Ling and the old gentleman for Bao Yu. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. The Bao family. Bao Yugong was already waiting for Bao Yu to return to play golf together. At this moment when they saw Miss Zhou arrive, both Bao Yugong and his wife were somewhat surprised. They knew that Zhou Kaixian was working for Bao Yu in Yanjing. "You accompany my mother for a chat first. I will go play golf with Dad." "Yes, boss." Overall, Zhou Kaixian was not the type of exceptionally beautiful woman, but she was naturally adept at socializing and could quickly become familiar with those around her, which was her advantage. Beyond that, she understood how to leverage connections. Before she met Bao Yu, she had only known Mr. and Mrs. Su and at most Shernanqing. However, she managed to connect with Bao Yu through Shernanqing, which is not something just anyone could achieve. Bao Yu and his father arrived at the Deepwater Bay golf course to play golf. The main purpose was to discuss other matters or to strengthen the bond between father and son. At this moment, Bao Yugong put down his golf club and looked at Bao Yu saying, "Bob, I want to retire." This was the second time Bao Yugong had brought it up. Last time Bao Yugong had already mentioned that he wanted to retire. After all these years with Global Shipping Group, he was indeed very tired, and he was already over 60, well past retirement age. However, he had not relinquished control before this. It wasn't until Bao Yu's performance in business, particularly before the second oil crisis, when he preemptively disposed of a large number of supertankers and immediately invested heavily in gold. Such investment strategies, while risky, had proven to be incredibly accurate based on his son's predictions over the year. In other words, Bao Yugong was genuinely considering retirement, intending to hand the entire Global Shipping Group over to Bao Yu. "Dad, while I would love for you to retire, I feel that we still lack the right timing." Timing. What Bao Yu referred to were the upcoming major events, including the impending decline of the property market in Xiangjiang and the stock market crash, followed by his plans to privatize some core companies. After completing these tasks, he hoped that his father would retire. Of course, Bao Yu's greatest concern was that his father might suddenly be diagnosed with an illness, as had happened in history. After all, he knew too well that if that illness hadn't been discovered, Bao Yugong probably wouldn't have been willing to relinquish power or retire. Now things were different. It was clear that Bao Yugong was completely at ease with handing the Global Shipping Group over to Bao Yu. "Dad, in the next 2 or 3 years, if we can succeed, our Bao family will undergo a complete transformation. No other Chinese capital in Xiangjiang will be able to catch up with us, and we will make Xiangjiang a completely different super metropolis. Just in these 2 or 3 years. Dad, during these 2 or 3 years, you can hand over the company to Hu Jianing for management." Bao Yu had Hu Jianing work alongside Bao Yugong with the aim of ensuring that when the time came for his father to step back, everything could be smoothly transitioned and organized within Global Shipping Group. With Hu Jianing's capabilities, Bao Yu believed he could manage this well. Moreover, now that Bao Yugong had delegated major affairs to Hu Jianing, he himself would not need to spend so much time and energy on the company, thus avoiding overexerting himself. "Bob, then I will do as you say." "Dad, the reason I'm not letting you retire right now is that I'm afraid others will focus on our Bao family. As long as you're still with the company, their attention will naturally be on you. After all, Bao Yugong is the king of ships. No matter how capable Bao Yu is, the first impression will still be of his father." "Haha, true enough. Dad, I plan to finish the Lantern Festival and then head north to investigate the market in Guangdong province." Although Bao Yu had already begun laying out major projects there in 1978, he had not truly gone back to see them. This time he intended to personally check on the status of those projects. Of course, for Bao Yu, he might only be able to find time in the first half of the year. By the second half, he would have other matters to attend to, and naturally, he would be too busy. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. The Bao family. On the way back, Bao Yu and his father saw Zhou Kaixian and Huang Xiuying chatting and laughing together. From Huang Xiuying's perspective, this Miss Zhou, who was working for her son, was indeed very good at conversation. "Mom, I'm back." Bao Yu went to wash his hands. Bao Yu, his grandfather, and his parents had dinner together with Zhou Kaixian. After dinner, Bao Yu and Zhou Kaixian went upstairs to the study. "Here are 2 letters. One is for Lu Ling, and the thick one is for the old gentleman. Please pass it to Lu Ling first, so he can take it to the old gentleman." "Yes, boss. Also, I plan to finish the Lantern Festival and then head north to investigate. Of course, please ensure that it is not too grand. Just send someone to assist me in a smooth investigation. I simply want to see how those investment projects are progressing." Given Bao Ye's current status, if it became known that he was going north to investigate the market, it would likely result in many people being dispatched to welcome him. Bao Yu didn't find this particularly off-putting, but he certainly preferred not to have so many people around. He just wanted to see how his investments were doing, how they were progressing, and whether they had started making a profit. Bao Yu asked Daisy to take her downstairs. That evening Bao Yu gazed out the window, spotting the Li family not far away, resting for the night. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Xiangjiang Kai-Tak International Airport, Zhou Kaixian picked up the first-class ticket for the flight from Xiangjiang to Yanjing that she had purchased in advance and boarded the plane. 15 minutes later, the plane took off towards Yanjing. 3.5 hours later, at 1:45 p.m. Zhou Kaixian and the other passengers disembarked from the airplane. Upon arrival, she first went to the office of Global Investment Company in Yanjing. There Zhou Kaixian did not find Lu Ling. It was only after she called that he rushed back. "Miss Zhou, why are you back in Yanjing so soon?" Lu Ling asked. "Director Lu, am returning as planned. Here is the letter from the boss to you, and the other one is for the old gentleman, as instructed by the boss. Additionally, after the Lantern Festival, the boss will be heading north to Guangdong Province to investigate the investment projects, and please ensure that it is not too grand." Lu Ling looked at the confidential letter written to him by Bao Yu, carefully read it, and then directly burned it. As for the letter that Bao Yu asked him to deliver to the old gentleman, he intended to bring it to him in person. Immediately Lu Ling got into the private car. In recent years, there have been many more private cars in Yanjing, as well as a number of taxis. These taxis were rented from the East, equivalent to paying a rental fee to a company there. Due to the high cost, the taxi companies in Yanjing could not afford to pay that amount at once. Compared to a few years ago, Yanjing is indeed much more prosperous now, but it is still far from being comparable to Shanghai. The car stopped. Lu Ling, dressed in a thick coat, got out of the car. It was February in Yanjing. Although the snow had stopped and the daytime temperature was above 0 degrees Celsius, it was still particularly cold, especially with the biting wind. However, there were armed guards at the entrance on duty 24 hours a day. Lu Ling approached and said he wanted to see the old gentleman. A guard immediately went inside to inform. It was not Secretary Wang who came out this time, but Secretary Zhang. Upon seeing Lu Ling, Secretary Zhang immediately led him inside. When Lu Ling entered, he saw the old gentleman sitting there in a sweater, smoking and looking at documents. "Old gentleman, Lu Ling has arrived." "Old gentleman." Lu Ling quickly stepped forward to greet him. Perhaps because he was familiar with Lu Ling, he was actually the most acquainted among Lu's younger generation. When Lu Ling handed the thick letter to the old gentleman, he took it and looked at it. Secretary Zhang went out. The other party was a guard secretary belonging to the old gentleman, which was somewhat different from Secretary Wang. The only requirement was to ensure the old gentleman's safety. The thick letter truly surprised the old gentleman. When he opened at the top, "Read what I saw and heard in Sulian and East." In other words, this was what Bao Yu had seen and thought about when he went to Sulian and Eastern Europe last year, and he wrote it down to hand to the old gentleman. Although there were people from Yanjing and Sulian and Eastern Europe, they did not take it seriously and naturally could not look towards the potentially disintegrating countries of Sulian and Eastern Europe with the foresight that Bao Yu had. Soon the old gentleman was immediately drawn into the content, especially when he saw Bao Yu write about the extraordinary lives of people like Ilyich. After that, Bao Yu pointed out that the situation in Sulian was actually very dangerous. This letter was something Bao Yu took a long time to organize, validating his speculation that Sulian might disintegrate in the future with Eastern Europe following suit. There was also information about East Germany and West Germany. Clearly, these insights exceeded the perspective and standards of ordinary businessmen. However, the old gentleman already felt that this young master from the Bao family had a different view of people, especially since he had previously mentioned that population is not a burden, but a resource. This made the old gentleman cautious. He later sent someone to East Asia and developed countries in Europe for in-depth investigations, and found that it was indeed, as Bao Yu said. When a country develops to a certain extent, that is, reaches a developed level, the population will naturally decrease significantly. If this occurs prematurely, that is, before becoming developed, and there is human interference, it could lead to a reduction in birth rates and an aging population ahead of time. If that were the case, by the time the country is not yet prosperous, it might already begin to experience aging, which would be a very serious situation. Moreover, with the current massive industrial transfer to the mainland, many factories need workers. This means that Bao Yu's assertion that the population is not a burden but a resource is indeed correct. Lu Ling, this letter is too long, I cannot read it all at once. Old gentleman, take your time. Did young Master Bao mention anything else? No, he only mentioned that after the Lantern Festival, he will head north to inspect the investment projects in Guangdong Province, and does not need many people from above to receive him, just a few to accompany him will suffice. Bao Yu is going north to inspect the market in Guangdong Province and the Bao family's investment projects. This is indeed a very important matter. Since 1978, the Bao family has taken the lead in returning to their hometown and investing in the mainland, playing a vital role. However, now that Bao Yu wants to return to see the situation of those investment projects, it is clear that he does not want more people to follow him. The old gentleman highly praises Bao Yu's character. After all, many high officials might not be able to adopt the mindset of Bao Yu. Old gentleman, I will take my leave now. Lu Ling did not stay. As Secretary Zhang took him out, the old gentleman continued to smoke another cigarette, then lit it with a match, and continued sitting there looking on. From what Bao Yu mentioned in that letter, it is clear that very serious internal issues have emerged in Su Lian, including Ilyach's and Andropov's health problems, the wealth gap between the upper and lower classes in Su Lian, and the food crisis that emerged in the late 1970s. Of course, there are many problems that Bao Yu mentioned in the letter. According to the situation in Su Lian, if these issues are not resolved, internal conflicts may erupt or the regime may directly change. Undoubtedly, this is the most terrifying part. The old gentleman has visited East Asia, the M countries Singapore, and the developed countries of Western Europe, and has sent many investigation teams there. He clearly felt that Europe, America, and East Asia were many times more developed than the mainland and Su Lian. In this aspect, Bao Yu directly provided relevant data. That is, the GDP of the M country is 3 times that of Su Lian now, and Su Lian's GDP is even lower than that of East Asia, about the same as that of West Germany. However, the population of Su Lian is much larger than that of the M country. In this situation, it means that there are indeed very significant economic problems within Su Lian. Previously, the old gentleman only focused on Z country and Europe, America, and East Asia. The economic gap with Xinjiang was also enormous. Now that Bao Yu pointed out the situation in Su Lian and Eastern European countries, he was truly shocked. What seems to be a strong Su Lian on the surface may only be strong superficially, with internal issues already deeply ingrained. However, it is clear that Su Lian itself may not even be aware of these problems. This is evidently what the old gentleman fears. If Su Lian is like that, then what if Z country is also the same? In such a situation, the urgency for external opening is even greater. A week later, the old gentleman read by candlelight at night, occasionally glancing at the letter Bao Yu wrote him about his observations and thoughts in Su Lian and Eastern Europe. The first Hong Kong Fashion Week is still ongoing, with fashion shows taking place every week from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., featuring autumn and winter brand clothing, jewelry, and more. Moreover, most of the young models are primarily young and beautiful Chinese women. At this moment, the audience and citizens of Hong Kong are attracted to the programs of the Hong Kong Fashion Week. The Lantern Festival has already passed. It is February 20th, 1981, a Friday morning. This time, Bao Yu is preparing to take Zhao Xiuzhen along with other bodyguards northward for an inspection. At 7:30 a.m., Bao Yu, along with his grandfather, parents, and Zhao Xiuzhen, finished breakfast amidst Huang Xiuying's reluctant gaze. Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen have boarded the Rolls-Royce, and behind them several luxury cars are following. This trip is mainly for an inspection in Guangdong province, and instead of using a private jet, he is traveling in his private luxury car. Leaving the Shinshui Bay Villa, they head towards the vicinity of Causeway Bay, passing through the Hungham Tunnel. Bao Yu and the others drive towards West Kowloon, passing through Shamshui, Sin, Wantun Mun, and Yuanlong, continuing north towards the Luhu port. Bao Yu remembers that when he first traveled north to Beijing with his parents, they took the train from the Hungham station in Kowloon. Places like Tsun, Wantun Mun, and Yuanlong, although part of the new territories of Hong Kong, Bao Yu has visited only a handful of times. Now he keeps his gaze fixed outside the window. In recent years, Tun Mun and Yuanlong have developed as satellite towns where ordinary citizens who cannot afford housing in Hong Kong may consider purchasing properties. In addition, companies like Huamao Real Estate, owned by Wang Dehui and his wife, prefer to develop these satellite towns. Now as Bao Yu looks outside, he sees some small residential projects likely developed by people like Wang Dehui. Moreover, figures like Guo Dushing and Li Zhaoji, who may have difficulty acquiring land in the city, also come here to develop some small buildings. Overall, the new territories differ greatly from Kowloon Peninsula and the central area of Hong Kong, as if they belong to another world. There is still a lot of undeveloped land here, but Bao Yu knows that it is mostly monopolized by the local residents of Hong Kong, making it difficult to acquire land for development. Have you been here before? Boss, I rarely come here. It's mainly inconvenient. Besides taking the bus, I can only... Indeed, it is inconvenient to come here. Without the subway, the taxi fares are still very high. It takes about 2.5 hours. It is indeed time-consuming. Most importantly, the roads here, although paved, are not as easy to navigate as one might expect. At this moment, they have arrived at Luhu Port, where border personnel and officers are patrolling. When a white officer in charge approached and confirmed Bao Yu's identity and the convoy's purpose for the northward inspection, he quickly opened the gate for Bao Yu's convoy. In addition to the railway line, there is also a passage here which is usually used for transporting meat and vegetables across the border into Hong Kong. Of course, those who can drive across to the other side are not of ordinary status. As Chun Jihao drove through, other luxury cars followed behind. After crossing the Pengcheng River, they enter the jurisdiction of the Lu port in Pengcheng. At this moment, Bao Yu's convoy just appeared, and someone immediately approached. Besides the border guards, there are also security personnel and officers at the port. Additionally, there is a representative from Pengcheng who has received advance notice from Beijing that the heir of the Hong Kong shipping magnate is coming to inspect companies in Guangdong province and must be well received. Naturally, since Bao Yu does not require too many people to accompany him, only one representative from the Pengcheng Investment Promotion Bureau has been sent to greet him. Bao Yu's Rolls-Royce has just stopped. The representative from the Investment Promotion Bureau is dressed in a suit, but gives off a somewhat modest impression. Bao Yu knows that many of the early arrivals in Pengcheng were primarily from the north, mainly speaking Mandarin and not very proficient in Cantonese. However, it was this group of people who carved out a path for Pengcheng. Bao Yu stepped out of the car. Mr. Bao, I am Lu, the director of the Pengcheng Investment Promotion Bureau. Welcome to Pengcheng. The other party greeted Bao Yu respectfully and warmly. At this time, Pengcheng has been officially established for 3 years since 1979, and this also marks the 2 to 3 years since the old gentleman carved out Pengcheng. Now the most important task for Pengcheng is to attract foreign investment. The fact that the Pengcheng side has sent personnel from the Investment Promotion Bureau to greet Bao Yu indicates their seriousness. Hello, Mr. Lu. Bao Yu shook hands with him. Since this is a port, although not many vehicles are entering and exiting, Bao Yu does not want to stay here for too long. He invites Director Lu into the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, although Director Lu has seen many luxury cars in Pengcheng, he is still surprised to see Bao Yu's Rolls-Royce with bulletproof windows. Mr. Bao, may I ask where you would like to go first? Back in 1978, my father and I were invited by the old gentleman and others to return to our hometown in Beijing. We passed through Pengcheng at that time, and now 3 to 4 years have passed. I want to see the changes in Pengcheng. Mr. Bao, you will definitely see the significant changes we've had in the past few years. Back in 1978, this area was still managed by Baoan County, and a year later Pengcheng was officially established. In fact, at that time Pengcheng was a small town with a population of perhaps 20 to 30,000. It is not that Pengcheng originally had so few people, but rather that back then it was the border between Hong Kong and Baoan County, and most who could smuggle had already done so. What remained were mostly the elderly, which is why the area seemed so desolate. It wasn't until the authorities noticed the situation that they began to consider using Pengcheng as an experimental zone, allowing those who wanted to smuggle into Hong Kong to at least consider staying in Pengcheng, where there would be factories and jobs. In fact, in the past 2 to 3 years, there have still been cases of smuggling, as some people remain unwilling to give up and seek to cross into Hong Kong for development. Moreover, there were rumors, especially during the Spring Festival of 1981, that the government would open the Lu port, allowing people to cross freely from here to Hong Kong. As a result, in a short period, tens of thousands of people from Guangdong province and other regions concentrated in Pengcheng. Ultimately, these individuals were persuaded to return, while some stayed in Pengcheng to work. What Bao Yu is currently contemplating is, on one hand, preventing large-scale migration through smuggling into Hong Kong, while on the other hand, Hong Kong is beginning to see mass immigration overseas. At this moment, as the Rolls-Royce departs, there are military trucks and police cars leading the way. Soon Bao Yu sees many sedans appearing on the long street. Of course, this is his first time returning to his hometown, and passing through the train route here, he remembers that besides seeing those low and dilapidated buildings, it hardly resembled a town. Now it is different. This is the center of Lu, where many high-rises have emerged along with numerous factories. In fact, the first batch of investors in Pengcheng were none other than those from Hong Kong. Of course, this time under Bao Yu's influence, more Hong Kong capital is moving their processing factories to Pengcheng. The earliest experimental zone in Pengcheng was in the Shiko Development Zone, which truly served as the test area. As for the Hong Kong capital from Xianjiang and the Chinese capital from Nanyang, they initially acquired land and established factories within the Shiko Development Zone. Now Lu Ju is taking Bao Yu and others around Pengcheng. Upon arriving in Futian and Nanshan, the places where Bao Yu spent the longest time in his past life, he finds everything to be strangely unfamiliar. Currently, while there are some tall buildings, they are still not numerous. Compared to 3 years ago when Bao Yu first passed through Pengcheng on his way home, the changes in the city are truly monumental. After the visit, Pengcheng arranged for Bao Yu and the others to stay at the Lu Zhuan Hotel. This hotel is a joint investment between Pengcheng and the Miaoli Group from Xianjiang. As for Bao Yu, he has already invested in a hotel in Pengcheng, though it is not yet completed. During these days, he is inspecting the city and will temporarily stay here. As the Rolls-Royce came to a stop, Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, and the other bodyguards exited the vehicle. The hotel manager had already come out to greet them. "Welcome, young Master Bao, to our hotel," the hotel manager said. After shaking hands with him, Bao Yu entered the hotel to settle in. It was now lunchtime. Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, Lu Ju, and others had lunch together. "Mr. Bao, may I ask where you plan to go this afternoon?" This time Bao Yu was heading north for an inspection, and he had not disclosed his specific itinerary in advance. It was clear that he wanted to see the real situation rather than have it prearranged. "This afternoon I will first check on the cement plant." This cement plant was established by Bao Yu's Qingzhou Ingmi and China Resources Company in Pengcheng, and it is one of the earliest joint ventures in the city. Today it has become one of the largest cement companies in Pengcheng, Guangdong province, and even in Z country. Currently, Pengcheng's efforts in attracting external investment, joint ventures, GDP, and tax revenue have set a good example. In fact, Bao Yu had not interfered prior to this. He had simply let Qingzhou Ingmi handle everything. Historically, Bao Yu knew that the cement plant was established through a partnership between Li Jiaqing and another company. However, since Qingzhou Ingni had been absorbed by Bao Yu, Li Jiaqing naturally could not be involved. Mr. Bao, do you need any advance arrangements? No need, I want to see the real situation. In this regard, Pengqing is also very pragmatic. Since Bao Yu wants to see the real situation, it indicates that there is no need to notify Qingzhou Ingni and China Resources Company in advance. After a brief rest of 2 hours at the Zhuan Hotel at 2:30 in the afternoon, Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, the bodyguards, and Lu Ju set off by car to the cement joint venture located in Futian. Upon arriving not far from the site, Bao Yu saw several very large chimneys indicating that this was indeed the location of the joint venture cement plant. In addition, there were many trucks entering and exiting through the large gates, likely transporting cement from within. Currently, Pengqing is undergoing major development leading to an enormous demand for cement. Although there were many state-owned cement plants in the past, the quality of cement from these plants could not compare to this one, and their prices were also not competitive. As a result, this cement plant has been in operation since 1979, with its daily production steadily increasing. In fact, a large amount of cement is needed for road construction, building houses and factories. Previously, there may not have been such a demand. However, with the establishment of Pengqing and the influx of Hong Kong capital for factory construction, the demand for cement has grown tremendously. The group drove to the entrance. The security guard, upon seeing the luxury car with a Hong Kong license plate, immediately recognized that an important figure had arrived. In the past, inquiries were made by representatives from Qingzhou Yingnis headquarters, who promptly picked up the intercom to inform those inside. The large iron gates opened. Bao Yu and his party drove in. Just as they got out of the car, the general manager Hua Er had already come over. At first glance, he recognized that it was indeed Chairman Bao Yu. Initially, when Qingzhou Ingni partnered with China Resources, besides providing the land, all other aspects, including management technology and funding, were supplied by Qingzhou Ingni. Currently, this joint venture cement plant has 80 of its executives coming from Qingzhou Ingni, while the remaining 20 are from China Resources, which belongs to the state-owned enterprise. Regular middle and lower-level management and workers were recruited in Pengqing. Hua Er had not received prior notice and was surprised to see Bao Yu had already arrived. Seeing that Hua Er showed no signs of distress, it seemed that he had not engaged in any misconduct such as cooking the books or embezzling funds. In reality, Bao Yu knew that although he employed foreigners, it did not mean that the foreigners were not greedy. In the absence of regulations, foreigners could be just as avaricious. Hua Er, my trip north is mainly to inspect the investment situations of the Bao family in Pengqing and other locations. Understood, Chairman. Following Hua Er and other executives, Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen began to observe the production process. Producing cement requires a large amount of limestone and clay, but these materials are not available locally in Pengqing. They are mostly transported from other areas in Guangdong province. In fact, Qingzhou Ingni from Xianjiang also does not have these materials locally and relies on imported processing. In Pengqing, due to lower labor and material costs, even if the price of cement is lower than that in Xianjiang, the profits remain substantial. Currently, during this major development in Pengqing, a large amount of cement is purchased from here. In reality, Bao Yu knew that this situation was not very realistic. In the future, there would still be many state-owned and private cement companies, especially during the boom in real estate and infrastructure development requiring various types of cement. Hua Er guided Bao Yu through the interior, explaining the current situation. This means that the cooperation with China Resources does not pose any financial concerns, and the demand for cement is steadily increasing. Chairman, our cement plant needs to continue expanding. Currently, there are two options. One is to expand the factory here, and the other is to establish new branches in other parts of Guangdong province, such as areas rich in limestone. On the side, Lu Ju said, Mr. Hua, I hope the cement company can expand its scale here at the original. Bao Yu understood. Li Jiaqing later opened a cement branch in Yunfu, as that area is a major source of limestone and clay. With abundant local raw materials, production can happen there, and then the products can be transported to various places. However, Yunfu is somewhat remote, making transportation to other areas quite challenging. Thus, transportation can be currently, aside from water transport, which is somewhat convenient via the Xijiang River, other forms of transportation are basically impractical. Moreover, Pengqing does not wish for the cement company to build branches elsewhere. After all, since Pengqing itself has not yet satisfied its own needs, it naturally cannot allow the company to easily relocate or establish branches elsewhere. In fact, Bao Yu knows that while cement plants are not environmentally friendly, Pengqing is reluctant to let them move. However, in the future, they will certainly have to relocate. This is an inevitable trend in historical development. Bao Yu knew that the future demand for cement would only grow as it is indispensable in real estate, highways, factories, bridges, and so forth. In the short term, through the joint venture with China Resources, it is still possible to monopolize the cement market in Pengqing, even in Guangdong province, but this would be impossible in the long run. Moreover, given the vast scale, either the joint venture cement plants will have to establish branches across the country, or it would be unfeasible to produce in Pengqing and transport to other provinces and cities. The transportation costs alone would be substantial. Furthermore, cement belongs to an industry characterized by low profit margins and high volume sales, making it unsuitable for such a model. Additionally, in the future numerous state-owned or private cement companies will emerge, and it is utterly unrealistic for Bao Yes joint venture cement plant Qingzhou and China Resources to dominate the entire market. According to the general manager Huaer, Bao Yu believed that for the time being it was better to expand production capacity at this factory, while in the future branches could be opened in Yunfu and other areas close to the raw materials for cement, thus covering the surrounding markets. Bao Yu, Huaer, Director Liu, and others walked while observing. From the current standpoint, cement production is already quite modern, although it still requires workers. Much of the process involves machinery similar to production at Hong Kong. As for production technology, in fact, Bao Yu knew that the technology for cement production is not particularly difficult, making complete monopolization unlikely. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they saw bags of cement produced printed with the name Qingzhou China Resources. The quality of this cement is generally recognized in the external market. For instance, in Hong Kong, the Guodashing family established over 100 subsidiaries to completely dominate the real estate industry, including cement produced by their own cement company for their developed properties. In other words, since the 1970s, the Guodashing family has not purchased cement from Qingzhou. However, they still find themselves too small in the Hong Kong real estate market. Bao Yu believed that if they could not break into the upper market or overseas markets, merely establishing this cement factory to serve their real estate would eventually lead to problems. Bao Yu did not leave immediately, but instead went to the cement production workshop. Aside from seeing workers and machines busily at work, there were also workers taking breaks. At this moment, the temperature in Pengcheng was still bearable. The workers here were not as overworked as in June or July. Naturally, they were all wearing standardized work uniforms. "You go ask him to come over. I have a question," Bao Yu said, pointing at a worker who appeared to be in his 20s. Huaer sent someone to call him over. When the worker was summoned by the supervisor, aside from recognizing the general manager, the white Huaer, he was not familiar with anyone else. "This gentleman is Mr. Bao, the chairman from the headquarters in Hong Kong." "Mr. Bao has something to ask you." The chairman from Hong Kong. So young. He looked to be around the same age as. Upon seeing Bao Yu, the young worker was indeed surprised. However, he was already aware that different people have different. Noticing the worker's nervous demeanor, Bao Yu smiled and said, "You don't need to be nervous. I just have some ordinary questions." "Yes, chairman. What is your name? Where are you from? How old are you this year?" "Chairman, my name is Wang Jianjun from Huicheng, and I am 26 this year." "Huicheng? That should be nearby. What is your level of education?" "I finished high school and did not continue my." Bao Yu found it regrettable, since the resumption of college entrance examinations in 1977, merely passing a secondary vocational school was akin to leaping through the Dragon Gate. "How is the salary now?" "Salary?" Upon hearing the chairman inquire about salary, Wang Jianjun hesitated to look up at the supervisor and the others. Seeing that the supervisor said nothing, Wang Jianjun replied, "Chairman, my base salary is 80 yuan, and with overtime I earn about 120 yuan a month. A monthly salary of 120 yuan. What does that imply?" However, based on what he had seen in Yinjing, that monthly salary was considered decent there. Of course, this was in Pengcheng. A high monthly salary might indicate higher local living costs. "How much can you save in a month?" "Chairman, I live in the dormitory provided by the company and eat in the company cafeteria, so I can save around 100 yuan a month." "Saving 100 yuan a month. That's 1,200 yuan a year. This income is not considered low, especially compared to the upper markets." Bao Yu then turned to Director Liu and asked, "Director Liu, do you know what the average salary in Pengcheng is now?" "Mr. Bao, last year the average monthly salary in Pengcheng was around 80 yuan, and it should have increased a bit this year, probably to around 90 yuan. In other words, the overall average salary in Pengcheng is now around 90 yuan per month. But what about the national? That is quite difficult to calculate. In large cities, aside from a portion having stable salaries from state-owned enterprises, many are engaged in small businesses, still generating some income. However, other cities do not have the same level of openness as Pengcheng. Does the company provide insurance?" Bao Yu asked. "Insurance?" Huaer did not understand, and neither did the supervisor or Director Liu. "Mr. Bao, what kind of insurance are you referring to?" "Retirement insurance." "Retirement insurance." Director Liu was genuinely surprised, as it was the first time he had heard of it. He had only heard that those with stable jobs receive retirement insurance upon retirement, but had never known that joint venture or private companies provide retirement insurance. In reality, this is a significant issue. Of course, at present the basic needs are not yet met, so who would pay attention to retirement insurance? Director Liu, personal retirement and medical insurance are extremely important, especially for these workers. While they can still earn an income in their youth, if they lack retirement and medical insurance, when they grow old, many problems will arise. "Mr. Bao, we indeed have not heard of this. We have only heard that elderly folks in rural areas are supported by their elderly folks supported by the youth in rural areas. This reflects the traditional belief that having many children brings blessings. However, as the economy develops, people's thoughts and various aspects will change. Indeed, in Hong Kong, retirement insurance is still not well developed and is under ongoing research. Moreover, many people in Hong Kong work until retirement, and when they retire the company provides a sum of money for them. Whether this amount is sufficient for retirement is hard to say. Bao Yu knew that white-collar managers in Hong Kong would receive a sum of money from large companies upon retirement. However, in Bao Yu's view, this amount is still insufficient for many people, which is why Hong Kong later proposed a strong pension fund insurance. Currently, aside from public servants and employees of state-owned enterprises receiving pensions, ordinary people and those in rural areas do not have such considerations. This is also why ordinary people and farmers struggle so much when they grow old. Apart from relying on their children for support, when they age without any income, they may not starve, but will face other serious issues. For this joint venture company, or the upcoming influx of foreign and private enterprises, Bao Yu believes that the earlier retirement and medical insurance is established, the better it will be, especially for many ordinary people from rural areas who can still earn some money while young. However, if they can work for 15 or 20 years and purchase sufficient retirement and medical insurance, even if they are no longer working or have no income, or even without children to support them, they will still have significant security. In Bao Yu's view, Pengcheng is an experimental zone where anything from overseas can be tested. If it proves effective, it can be promoted from Pengcheng outward rather than waiting to introduce retirement insurance later when the first batch of workers has already aged without any protection. Director Lu, retirement insurance and medical insurance are crucial. I personally suggest that Pengcheng explore a path to ensure the interests of those workers. Isn't Bao Yu a major capitalist in Xinjiang? Logically, he should only be interested in the profits of his own company, not the salaries and benefits of ordinary workers. Yet here he is asking such detailed questions about the joint venture company and its ordinary workers. Currently, the workers' wages only suffice to maintain their present situation, but what about when they reach 50 or 60 and can no longer work? Who will provide for them then? Wang Jianjun, if the company were to purchase a pension insurance plan for you, would you be willing? Bao Yu asked, looking at him. Even though he finished high school, he truly did not understand what Bao Yu meant. He only knew that elderly people in rural areas relied on their children for support. Of course, many elderly people in rural areas live quite miserably, especially when they have multiple children who cannot provide for them. If the company were to contribute 10 of the wages and additionally deduct 10 from your personal salary, based on your current monthly wage of 120 yuan, that would mean the company contributes an additional 12 yuan, while you contribute another 12 yuan for your personal pension and medical insurance, totaling approximately 24 yuan. This money would be handed over to the relevant government departments for unified management, and when you reach retirement age, it would be distributed as a pension. How does that sound? Wang Jianjun quickly calculated that this amounts to him contributing an extra 12 yuan. But according to the chairman, after retirement, he would have pension security and would not need to rely on his children, much like those who have stable jobs and receive pensions. This is certainly a good proposal. However, who will manage this money, and how can one be sure that the pension will truly be? In reality, this is tied to a much larger issue. Meanwhile, Hall was quite surprised, realizing that this meant every executive and employee would need to contribute an extra 10 of their salary, which is indeed a significant expense. Without this additional expense, based on the profit distribution from Qing Zhouingni and China Resources, Bao Yu and Qing Zhouingni could earn much more. Why would they willingly give money to support these workers' pensions? Hall, you are from Country Y, right? Yes, boss. How does the pension insurance work in your country? In Country Y, pension insurance is quite comprehensive, including free benefits, basic state pension, and tiered retirement. Among these, the free benefits are provided by the state and are available to everyone, serving as a safety net, while the basic state pension is similar to what the boss just mentioned, based on a percentage of income contributed in the company, and the tiered retirement benefits are supplementary income that the state underwrites. Overall, Country Y also has high incomes and high pension insurance payments, resulting in much higher pensions after retirement. Because two aspects are covered by the state, the overall pension gap is not as large as one might think. At this moment, Director Lu and others nearby were indeed surprised. He knew that Country Y is an established capitalist nation with very high incomes, and they calculate salaries based on weekly pay, which is naturally incomparable to their own. Moreover, there are significant differences between the Labor Party's and the Conservative Party's pension insurance and welfare. During the Labor Party's governance, the state allocated more towards pension insurance and welfare, but after Mrs. Thatcher came to power, pension insurance and welfare saw significant reductions. Bao Yu naturally knew that previously during the Labor Party's rule, subsidies for state-owned enterprises and workers in Country Y were very high, which led to a lack of competitiveness for those companies internationally. Out of necessity, after Mrs. Thatcher took power, large-scale privatization had to take place, and they even stopped the financial support for those state-owned enterprises. Without the ability to provide financial support or privatize, those state-owned enterprises were left with no choice but to lay off workers or reduce benefits and subsidies. Director Lu clearly still appeared surprised. However, at this point, nothing can compare to Country Y. At this moment, it seemed to him that Europe, America, and the East were entirely another world. Director Lu, what I just discussed with Mr. Hall may provide significant reference value for the future of Pengcheng. Yes, Mr. Bao, I will definitely remember that. Director Lu immediately replied. Bao Yu did not stay any longer. Wang Jianjun still could not believe that a capitalist like Bao Yu genuinely cared about workers' pension insurance and welfare. He had also mentioned the welfare system in country Y which he did not fully understand. However, at least in his eyes, this chairman whom he had always perceived as being far above him did not seem so distant after. At this moment, Bao Yu Zhao Xiuzhen Hall and others along with Director Liu had already left. After visiting the joint venture cement factory, although Hall and others wanted to invite Bao Yu and the others to have dinner at the factory cafeteria, Bao Yu decided not to inconvenience the factory cafeteria and chose to go back to the hotel to eat. Exiting the joint venture cement factory, Hall and the other executives personally escorted Bao Yu out. Seeing Bao Yu and the others getting into a Rolls-Royce and leaving, Hall finally exhaled. He had not expected that on the chairman's first visit to the company, he did not inquire about other company matters, but instead focused on workers' wages and benefits. On this point, Hall simply could not understand what this major capitalist was thinking. Of course, even if the joint venture cement factory were to provide pension insurance for those workers, it is not such a simple matter. First, there must be a demand and policy from above. Secondly, Qingzhou Ingni itself is a publicly listed company, and now being a joint venture with China Resources, it cannot be implemented without the agreement of both parties. However, since Bao Yu said so, it basically indicates that if there are no issues from above, the joint venture cement factory will indeed provide pension insurance for those workers. In this era, if these workers truly will have their own pensions akin to those in stable government jobs or state-owned enterprises, they would really have to thank Bao Yu. Mr. Bao, I wonder where you are headed next. I want to take a look at Yantian Port. The distance from the joint venture cement factory to Yantian Port is just over 20 kilometers. However, it is not a highway yet, but merely an ordinary cement road. Even though Bao Yu is seated in a Rolls-Royce, he still feels the bumps along the way. This made Bao Yu acutely aware of the importance of highways. After all, in his previous life, highways were commonly seen throughout Peng City, making the journey from here to Yantian Port much faster. Under normal circumstances, a journey of over 20 kilometers should take about half an hour. However, it took a full hour and a half to reach this site. At this moment, the Yantian Port Development Zone has been established, and the first phase of Yantian Port is currently under development. There are many construction vehicles entering and exiting the port area both day and night. At this time, Bao Yu's sudden arrival was not known to the management of Yantian Port. This time, Kowloon Wharf and Peng City have formed a joint venture with Kowloon Wharf holding 70 of the shares, providing funds management and technical personnel, while Peng City provides port land and personnel. However, from the outside, this Yantian Port Development Zone appears to belong to the government sector, with Peng City dispatching public officials who have not intervened in the development of Yantian Port. Nonetheless, 30 of the executives at Yantian Port Company are public officials from the Yantian Port Development Zone. This seems somewhat complex, but in reality, it is equivalent to a joint venture for the development of Yantian Port. Historically, Li Jiacheng's Hutchison Whampoa invested 6 billion Hong Kong dollars to jointly develop Yantian Port, with Peng City making it one of Li Jiacheng's most significant investment projects in Peng City. Later, Yantian Port went public and Peng City might buy back more shares, but in reality, Li Jiacheng remains one of the largest shareholders of Yantian Port. This time, when Bao Yu, Director Liu and others arrived, the executives inside were unaware that Bao Yu, the chairman of Kowloon Wharf, had come. When someone recognized Bao Yu at first glance, they appeared very surprised. "Chairman, what brings you here?" The development of Kowloon Wharf began in 1978, when the global investment company had already made internal decisions, and by 1979, it was confirmed with Peng City, leading to the delineation of the entire development scope of Yantian Port. In 1980, the first phase of Yantian Port was officially developed. I came this time to avoid informing anyone and to see the current development situation of the port. Bao Yu did not want to disclose his visit. The few executives from Kowloon Wharf had somewhat different expressions. The public officials from the Yantian Port Development Zone had already left work, so they were not seen here. Yantian Port, located in the natural deepwater area of Sha Tao Kok Bay, is deeper than the average depth of. As Bao Yu Zhao Xiuzhen, Director Liu, and even Bao Yu's bodyguard wearing white hard hats entered, it was evident that the entire Yantian Port was in a state of major development. Yantian Port, located in the natural deepwater area of Sha Tao Kok Bay, is deeper than the average depth of Victoria Harbor. However, before this, it primarily consisted of mudflats and low hills. In fact, from a distance, many mountains are visible. But why did Bao Yu, or historically why did Li Jiacheng, choose this place? There is actually a reason. The coastal areas of Peng City, besides Shikoh Port, which is suitable for building a deepwater port, also include Yantian Port. It can be said that these two major ports are positioned left and right. Shikoh Port was the first to be developed by the Peng City aspect and the Shikoh Investment Promotion Bureau. It was the Shikoh Investment Promotion Bureau which invested their own funds to develop. It is said that in his previous life, the head of Shikoh Port, Yuan Geng, originally hoped to attract capital from Xiangjiang to invest in and develop Shikoh Port and the surrounding area. At that time, there was a moment when he wanted Li Jiacheng to invest, but after Li Jiacheng and others conducted their investigation, they ultimately declined. As for the reason, on one hand, Yuan Geng did not genuinely want to introduce Xiangjiang capital. he merely wanted to utilize it. On the other hand, Li Jiaqing felt that investing there posed risks, naturally leading him to forego the opportunity. From Yuan Geng's later memoirs, it can be seen that he felt very regretful about not being able to introduce Xiangjiang Capital to jointly develop the Shiko port area at that time. In his view, if Xiangjiang Capital and technology could be introduced back, then that area would have developed much better. Li Jiaqing ultimately did not invest there, but chose to invest in Yintian Port, which also turned out to be a good investment. After all, both Shiko Port and Yintian Port are the two most important ports in Peng City. Now Bao Yuzhao Shoujian director Liu and others are following the executives from Yintian Port, specifically those dispatched by Kowloon Wharf to be stationed at Yintian Port. Inside, more construction vehicles can be seen working intermittently. Chairman, I was quite surprised to hear that you wanted to invest in this area back then. Upon arriving here, I found it indeed very impressive. Of course, we have invested quite a bit of funds in the early stages, including leveling the low hills and mudflats in front and extending outward, making the area deeper. From the depths, we measured the outer area is basically between 15 to 20 meters deep, allowing for the passage of vessels weighing up to 1,000 tons. Moreover, this is Sha Tao Kok Bay, which is relatively favorable even in adverse weather conditions like typhoons. At that time, when Bao Yu visited Sai Kung East Country Park and Shun Li Country Park, he and Lan Jian saw this area from the boat, but they did not come here. Now arriving here, he realizes it's still quite far from Xiangjiang. How much longer will it take to complete the first phase of Yintian Port? Chairman, according to the plan, it should be completed by next year at the earliest, and then it can be put into use. Why is the first phase development more challenging? The most significant issue is that the surrounding area was originally composed of low hills and mudflats that need to be leveled, and any large rocks encountered underwater have to be blasted. Additionally, the biggest difficulty is that everything here has to start from scratch. Besides the management and technical personnel provided by Kowloon Wharf and Hutchison Whampoa's Port Engineering Company, all the ordinary staff need to be recruited from above, and after being hired they must undergo training for more than half a year. This includes those like construction vehicle operators, etc. The employees recruited from above generally have no prior experience and need to learn, and they can only officially start work after passing the exams. Now Bao Yu sees many construction vehicles moving back and forth. In this regard, Bao Yu knows that these workers from above are indeed much more diligent than those in Xiangjiang. In Xiangjiang, projects like the new international airport jointly developed by the Bao family and other capitalists, despite his requests to speed up, often come to a halt as soon as work hours end. However, things are different here. Many people now find it quite difficult to secure a job. How late do they have to work overtime? Boss, they usually work until around 8 or 9 in the evening, said a white executive beside him. Get a driver over. I want to ask about the situation. The white executive instructed a subordinate to call a driver over. When the driver learned that someone from above wanted to see him, he could only stop the vehicle, open the door, and step out. Upon seeing so many men in white hard hats, he appeared somewhat frightened. This is Mr. Bao, the chairman from Xiangjiang. He has some questions for you, the white executive said in very awkward. Bao Yu looked at the man wearing a blue hard hat who seemed a bit thin and appeared to be in his 30s. Don't be afraid, I just have some questions for you. Yes, chairman. What's your name? Where are you from? How old are you this year? Chairman, my name is Li Weiqiang. I am from Laizhou in Zhanjiang, and I am 28 years old this year. Zhanjiang. Isn't that in the western part of Guangdong? At this time in the early 1980s, it was indeed not easy to come here to work. How did Yintian Port recruit you? Well, looking at the man's hesitant demeanor, he seemed to have something difficult. Speak honestly. Yes, it was the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang that recruited me. At that time, I heard that the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang wanted to recruit a batch of employees for Yintian Port in Peng City because there wasn't much money to be made back home, so I thought about signing up to work here. I didn't expect that there were about 10,000 applicants in Zhanjiang, but only 150 were hired, resulting in an extremely high elimination rate. The Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang recruited for Yintian Port. Could it be that the Yintian Port Development Zone collaborated with the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang? This might be the earliest form of labor dispatch or dispatched workers. In other words, these individuals are workers recruited by the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang, and they are not true formal workers of the Yintian Port Development Zone, possibly not even contractual workers. Moreover, the wages they earn while working at Yintian Port, a portion should belong to the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang. Is that so? Bao Yu looked at Director Liu beside him and asked. Mr. Bao, that seems to be the case. Although many people have come to Peng City, generally large projects do not directly recruit employees. Instead, they collaborate with cities rich in human resources. For instance, Guangdong West has a very abundant labor force, so they may cooperate with the Labor Bureau in those cities to provide workers. So are these employees contracts with the Yintian Port Development Zone or with the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang? While they individually sign contracts with the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang, while the Yintian Port Development Zone signs a contract with the Labor Bureau, and Yintian Port Company also signs contracts with both the Labor Bureau and the Yintian Port Development Zone. The more Bao Yu listened, the more surprised he became. In fact, this indeed belongs to the earliest form of labor dispatch. Of course, even so, such an opportunity is still very rare. According to Li Weiqiang, more than 10,000 people applied back then, but only 1500 were truly hired. However, even if these 1500 people arrived in Peng City, it does not mean that they would all be able to work here. Instead, these 1500 individuals had to undergo formal training and examinations upon arriving in Peng City, ultimately resulting in nearly 500 being eliminated, leaving 1000 to work here. It is easy to imagine that the elimination rate was still very high. Moreover, the reason Li Weiqiang appeared hesitant was that according to the situation at that time, not only was he late to apply, but he initially had no opportunity. It was only because he had a relative in the labor bureau in Zhanjiang that he was able to successfully come to Peng City. After that, despite having no previous experience with construction vehicles, he underwent systematic cultural and driving education and eventually passed the examination. Are you saying that ultimately a group of people was eliminated after the exam? Bao Yu asked. Yes, the main issue was the high number of candidates. Some employees had no safety awareness, failed the exam, and there were even some who engaged in petty theft leading to their dismissal. Lack of safety awareness means they were careless, but now Yantian Port is under development with construction vehicles and cranes everywhere, which is very dangerous. If accidents occur leading to injuries or fatalities, it would significantly impact Yantian Port. As for petty theft, it refers to the various construction materials present at Yantian Port, including some steel and other items. If someone had a thieving mindset, they might secretly take them to sell for money. Those caught would certainly be dismissed. How are the wages now? Bao Yu asked the other person again. Chairman, my salary is quite good. My basic salary is 90 yuan, with overtime and additional hours bringing it to around 150 yuan a month. 150 yuan a month. At this time, that is indeed considered a high income. However, for a construction vehicle driver's earnings, this can only be classified as average. Work hard. Yes, Chairman. After Li Weiqiang left, a nearby executive said, Boss, in fact, their true salary is more than 150 yuan a month. An additional 30 yuan goes to the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang. This means that the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang provides labor and charges 30 yuan. Moreover, this is a monthly occurrence. Nowadays, there are hundreds of dispatched labor workers from the Labor Bureau in Zhanjiang at Yantian Port, resulting in an extra income for the Labor Bureau each month. So most of the main workers for the development of Yantian Port are from Zhanjiang. Not only that, there are also workers from Maoming with a situation similar to that of Zhanjiang. The nearby executive said. Bao Yu nodded. He only knew that in his previous life many were labor dispatch workers, but he did not expect that the earliest labor dispatch workers would appear as early as the beginning of the 1980s. This explains why there were contractual workers in his previous life. It is all historically rooted. Of course, can those contractual workers in the development of Yantian Port not become formal workers? In fact, it is possible. However, for now, Yantian Port does not have plans in this regard. From many large projects developed later on, it can be seen that they initially consisted mainly of labor dispatch workers, but there were opportunities to become formal workers. Of course, this opportunity depends on whether those employees can seize the chance. When the first phase of Yantian Port's development is completed, there will still be a need to recruit laborers, forklift drivers, etc. And it is likely that labor dispatch workers will still be the main focus. However, in Bao Yu's view, regardless of the situation, it is essential to ensure these workers' basic rights and interests, including timely payment of wages and providing pension and medical insurance. Even if they are only labor dispatch workers, as long as there is pension insurance at least when they get old and can no longer work, there will be some retirement security. Director Liu, do you think this labor dispatch system is reasonable? Bao Yu asked him. I don't know what to say, Director Liu replied honestly. After all, this situation arose under special circumstances. If employees were directly recruited locally in Peng City, then labor dispatch wouldn't be necessary. Originally, the executives at Kowloon Wharf intended to recruit directly in Peng City, but the Yantian Port Development Zone did not agree, believing that if those employees encountered accidents, it would be challenging to manage them. Hence, collaborating with the Labor Bureau in Guangdong West was deemed the most appropriate. Night had already fallen. At this time, the workers at Yantian Port were still busy. Bao Yu knew that such a diligent nation was indeed rare in the world. Having exited the first phase of Yantian Port, it was already dinner time. However, Bao Yu and his companions did not trouble the white management at Yantian Port. They got into the car and immediately left. By the time Bao Yu and the others departed, the public officials in the Yantian Port Development Zone would probably not learn of their in-depth inspection of the first phase of development until the next day. In fact, from the current situation of the first phase of Yantian Port's development, Bao Yu could already tell that they had begun to employ dispatched labor. In other words, this was not a minority. There might already be a large amount of foreign capital and joint ventures in use. Why was that the case? The main reason was that when recruiting workers, it was handed over to the relevant labor bureau to provide labor, and the labor bureau established the earliest recruitment agency. It was precisely under this influence that many companies in the later stages, whether state-owned, private, or joint ventures, primarily recruited workers in this manner, which to some extent did not guarantee the interests of those ordinary low-level workers. However, for now things were relatively acceptable. Most people could receive their wages on time. If in the future they encountered those contractors, and it was not just a matter of how many layers of contracting, many ordinary workers might find it difficult to receive their hard-earned money. It can be said that throughout the 1980s and 1990s, and even after the real estate boom in 2000, these were all instances of barbaric growth. However, this involved too many departments, and with so many people involved at the top, even if Bao made some changes, it would be challenging for him to affect those changes. Like the floor space and shared area of the apartments in Xiangjiang, everything had basically been learned from above, and not only that, it had even become much more terrifying than the apartments and shared areas in Xiangjiang. On this point, Bao knew that these were fundamentally unchangeable. Returning to the hotel, it was already past 8. Bao Zhao Xiuzhen and even Director Lu were quite tired after a day of activities. Mr. Bao, may I ask where you will be inspecting tomorrow? Don't look at Director Lu's age, he still appeared to be in good spirits. Tomorrow, I want to see the local supermarket situation. You don't need to accompany me, we can go out and take a look ourselves. Director Lu naturally wouldn't dare to let that happen. He still had to come and accompany Bao tomorrow. Of course, after a day of following Bao Yu's in-depth inspection, he found that he had indeed learned quite a lot from being beside Bao Yu. Like the pension insurance and labor dispatch workers that Bao Yu mentioned, they left Director Lu very surprised. Currently, Pengcheng was essentially an experimental area delineated by the old gentleman in Guangdong province, meaning that anything could be experimented with, whether from Europe and America or Xiangjiang, as long as it was beneficial. However, the country currently had no funds to give to Pengcheng. All they could provide were the land in Pengcheng and relevant supportive policies. So what exactly was the situation in Pengcheng now? The authorities did not know either. According to the old gentleman's idea, they would delineate a piece of land here and then allow investors to invest. As for the outcome, they did not need to be clear. As long as it was beneficial, it could be promoted later. If it failed, it wouldn't matter much. After all, the worst loss would just be the economy of this area, which wouldn't have a significant impact. Bao Zhao Xiuzhen, Director Lu, and others finished dinner here. Director Lu took the car back first. Bao Yu went upstairs, and after a day, he was indeed quite tired. When he prepared to take a hot bath and rest, while he realized that this was not Deepwater Bay's hillside villa, he could only wash up first. At this time, there was a knock at the door. Bao Yu saw that it was Zhao Xiuzhen asking the hotel staff to bring a bucket of water. Boss, I asked the hotel staff to bring a bucket of water for you to soak your feet. Then I can soak for a bit. When the hotel waitress brought the bucket of water and indicated for Bao Yu to sit there, Bao Yu placed his feet in the bucket, soaking them in the 40 to 50 degrees Celsius hot water, which was indeed quite comfortable. Mister, how do you need me to massage your feet? That might not be appropriate. Bao Yu usually had Daisy massage him at home. He didn't do that outside. Mister Bao, it's fine. The waitress enthusiastically began to massage Bao Yu's feet. About 10 Bao Yu found it quite nice. As the waitress prepared to leave, Bao Yu took a $100 Hong Kong bill from another suit pocket and handed it to her. Thank you, mister. Bao, the waitress said happily. It was clear that the salaries of the waitresses here were still quite low. However, the tip Bao Yu gave was equivalent to a month's salary. Bao Yu closed the door and lay down on the bed to rest. He must have really been tired. After a night of rest, the next morning, when Bao Yu woke up again, it was already past 7 in the morning. Normally, when he worked in Xiangjiang with a 3-point line, he didn't feel particularly tired, but yesterday, he had first gone to the joint venture cement plant, and then to Yantian port. It might also relate to the long hours spent in the car yesterday, along with the fact that the roads in Pengcheng weren't easy. Bao Yu got up and stretched. After washing up, he went out. At this time, Zhao Xiuzhen had already gotten up and was waiting. They had breakfast together at the hotel. He then took a look at the newspapers provided by the hotel and discovered that they were still very traditional newspapers, which he quickly skimmed through. At 8:30 in the morning, Bao Yu planned to take some time in the morning to check out the supermarket situation in Pengcheng. Did Pengcheng have its own supermarkets? Or were they still the state-run department stores he had seen in Yanjing? Bao Yu was not sure. However, he knew that the two major chain supermarket groups he controlled in Xiangjiang had actually already entered Pengcheng. Among them was the Welcome chain supermarket. Welcome was established in 1945, became a wholly owned subsidiary of the Hong Kong Milk Company in 1964, and was acquired by Hong Kong Land in 1972. It was then privatized, and the Hong Kong Milk Company became a subsidiary of Hong Kong Land. After swallowing Hong Kong Land, Welcome had actually become one of the Bao family's assets. In addition to, there was also Park Shop. Park Shop was established in 1973 and was subsequently acquired by Hutchison Whampoa's Watsons. Hutchison Whampoa had long been acquired by Bao Yu, and Watsons was one of the 8 listed companies under Hutchison Whampoa. In this context, Park Shop was also one of Bao Yu's industries. Currently in Xiangjiang, about 80 of the supermarket business was actually monopolized by Welcome and Park Shop. In other words, Bao Yu monopolized 80 of the supermarket business in Xiangjiang. In 1979, Welcome and Park Shop respectively entered Pengcheng, Yangqing, Xinjiang, and Yanjing. However, while in Xiangjiang the products were purchased by others, he had never actually gone into those supermarkets, even though they were his industries. This time, Bao Yu wanted to see the situation of the Welcome supermarket. In other words, if both Welcome and Park Shop appeared in Pengcheng now, they would all be subsidiaries of the publicly traded companies controlled by the Bao family. Of course, Hutchison Whampoa and Hong Kong Land were now listed companies and still had other shareholders, even though the Bao family was the major shareholder. However, from the perspective of the people in Xinjiang, Bao Yu had essentially monopolized the supermarket industry in Xinjiang. At this time, Bao Yu saw that Director Liu had come again. Director Liu looked very energetic. Mr. Bao, may I ask which supermarket you are going to see? I heard that a company has opened a chain supermarket in Pingcheng. Oh, I want to see how it is. Mr. Bao, may I ask which supermarket it is? Welcome Supermarket and Park and Shop. There really are in Futian. There is one Welcome Supermarket and one Park and Shop. Among them, Welcome Supermarket opened in the first half of 1980. It almost caused a sensation throughout Pingcheng, and Director Liu and many others went to see it, which left them very surprised. Then I'll go see how Welcome Supermarket is. With Director Liu leading the way, they left the hotel. About half an hour later, Bao Yu indeed saw a very large advertisement for the Welcome Chain Supermarket. Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen got out of the car, and Zhao Xiuzhen immediately recognized it as the advertisement for the Welcome Chain Supermarket from Xinjiang. From the outside, it looked very similar to the Welcome Supermarket in Xinjiang. However, in Xinjiang, where every inch of land was precious, a super large supermarket was very rare. The area of Welcome Supermarket was not actually that large. At that time, just last year in the first half, it had just opened here, and I don't know how many people from Pingcheng came, Director Liu said beside him. Director Liu was from the north, and what impressed him the most were certainly the state-owned department stores. Not only was the service attitude of the staff at the state-owned department store very poor, but buying and selling things inside required various tickets, meaning that even if you had money, you might not be able to buy anything without the necessary tickets. However, the supermarkets that opened in Pingcheng from Xinjiang did not require that. As long as you had money, you could buy anything inside the supermarket. At that time, it truly made the citizens of Pingcheng realize that Xinjiang, just across the river, was indeed different. On the first day Welcome Supermarket opened in Futian, nearly 1 million people may have surged in. However, the current resident population in Pingcheng was probably only about 3,000 to 4,000, meaning that 1 out of every 3 to 4 people went to the supermarket to look around or buy something that day. Now Bao Yu recalled the department stores he had seen in Yinjing and also thought of the supermarket situations he had seen in Sulian and Eastern European countries. Now returning to Pingcheng, he really wanted to see how the supermarkets in Pingcheng were. Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, Director Liu, and those bodyguards entered through the supermarket entrance according to the supermarket's directions. Once inside, Bao Yu found that the area of this Welcome Supermarket was actually considerable. However, was the shop space being operated here rented or owned? Bao Yu was not sure, and no one reported such matters to him, and he only realized it after arriving here. Boss, this Welcome Supermarket is much larger than the one in Xinjiang, probably more than 10 times larger. What does 10 times larger mean? According to Zhao Xiuzhen, in the land-scarce Xinjiang Welcome Supermarket might only be about 40 to 50 square meters, which was already considered not small. However, this place was at least 400 to 500 square meters on one floor. If there were 2 floors, that would add up to nearly 1,000 square meters, which could be more than 20 times larger than the Welcome Supermarket over in Xinjiang. Of course, even so, if calculated, the rent here would still be cheaper than the rent on that side. From this perspective, Pingcheng had a significant advantage in terms of land rent and labor costs. Bao Yu did not look for the general manager of the supermarket, but went directly to check out the prices here. Upon reaching the grains, oils, and other essentials section, he saw that the rice price was 0.15 renminbi per jean, peanut oil was 1.3 renminbi per jean, eggs were 0.3 renminbi per jean, white sugar was 0.7 renminbi per jean, and salt was 0.15 renminbi per jean. Matches were 0.02 RMB per box. Soap was 0.3 renminbi per bar. Toothpaste was 0.4 renminbi per tube, and towels were 1.5 renminbi each. Aside from these, Bao Yu looked around while asking Director Liu beside him. In Director Liu's view, the prices at Welcome Supermarket were not high. On the contrary, they should not differ much from those at Pingcheng's state-owned department stores. Of course, some of the goods at Welcome Supermarket came from above, while others were imported from abroad, which might be why the citizens of Pingcheng found foreign goods quite good. Subsequently, Bao Yu also looked at the permanent brand bicycles priced at 180 renminbi each, the Xinxing brand watches at 120 renminbi each, and the 12-inch black and white television sets at 300 renminbi each. Of course, there were also some famous Swiss watches like Rolex. Considering the current exchange rate between RMB and HKD, the official rate was about 1 Hong Kong dollar to 0.952 renminbi. However, for import and export trade, 1 Hong Kong dollar became 2.857 renminbi. Additionally, on the black market, 1 Hong Kong dollar could drop to about 0.3 renminbi. Thus, the difference between the RMB and HKD exchange rates was quite large. However, in Pingcheng, they were using the official rate. Calculating this, Bao Yu understood that in his view, the prices in Pingcheng were not high, but that was relative to high-income groups. For ordinary people, the prices in Pingcheng were not cheap. Bao Yu had not intended to buy anything. He was just there to see the situation at Welcome Supermarket, and from the current foot traffic, it was still considerable. Moreover, many consumers here should be buying things. They weren't empty-handed. After Bao Yu wandered around the supermarket's lower level, he arrived at the checkout area. What surprised Bao was not that it might be exactly like the Welcome supermarket in Xinjiang. However, what Bao did not expect was that here, in addition to accepting RMB, they could also directly accept HKD, USD, JPY, GBP, and so on. It was clear why they could accept foreign currency for payment. It might be related to the many foreigners in Pengcheng. Moreover, currently Pengcheng did not require that RMB be used. On the contrary, due to increasing Hong Kong investment, if those from Xinjiang did not want to exchange for RMB in Pengcheng, they could directly use HKD for purchases. And now the authorities were very short of foreign currency. In this case, they might just turn a blind eye and directly allow foreign currency to be used for transactions in Pengcheng. Bao Zhao Shoujian director Liu and others exited the Huikong supermarket in Futian and got into the car. They proceeded to the parking shop located in Nanshan. The parking shop officially opened in the second half of last year, creating a sensation in Pengcheng with over 100,000 people flooding in on its opening day. Director Liu was invited to be one of the distinguished guests at the ribbon-cutting ceremony and still has a vivid impression of the bustling scene. Throughout the journey, Bao Yu gazed out the window. In his past life, he was quite familiar with the Nanshan and Futian areas, particularly Nanshan. However, now as he looked out the window, everything seemed so unfamiliar. Although he felt some familiarity upon reaching Nanshan, it still felt strange to him. He wondered when the well-known Tengshuan building in Nanshan would appear. An hour and a half passed. The car came to. As Bao Zhao Shoujian director Liu and others got out of the car, they already saw a large advertisement for the park. Zhao Shoujian noticed that the advertisement for the parking shop in Pengcheng was identical to that of the one seen in Shanghai. Young Master Bao back in the second half of last year, when the parking shop first opened, over 100,000 people flocked in within a single day, and the daily revenue approached 5 million RMB, which is a terrifying figure. During the era of planned economy in the country where everything required tickets, it was still hard for people to comprehend that a large supermarket could generate over 5 million RMB in a day. Based on the influx of adults that day counting 10,000 people, that means an average spending of 50 RMB. What does this concept imply? This might be the monthly salary for many people in the country. In other words, the average person's spending in the supermarket for one day equates to a month's salary. Considering that 30 years later many ordinary workers in the country still earn around 2 to 3,000, this would mean a daily revenue of 2 to 300 million RMB with 10,000 people. If calculated that way, Bao Yu felt it was quite normal. However, if the average salary for ordinary workers is 4,000 to 5,000, that would mean a daily revenue of 4 to 500 million RMB for the supermarket, which is indeed a significant number. In this era, RMB is actually more valuable now. Are there really that many people spending money on goods? Bao Yu asked in surprise. Actually, most of the consumers are Hong Kong residents and foreigners who stay in Xinjiang, while the spending power of ordinary people in Pengcheng may not be that high. Previously, Hong Kong residents and foreigners could only purchase items from state-owned department stores that catered to them, and even with money, many things were still unavailable. Bao Yu thought about it as well. Ordinary people in Xinjiang now earn quite a bit, and the Hong Kong residents and foreigners who frequently visit this area are generally quite wealthy. Bao Yu and the others entered the parking shop and headed to the second floor. At a glance, Zhao Shoujian noticed that this parking shop in Pengcheng was indeed much larger than those in Xinjiang. On the second floor, besides various electronics, bicycles, clothing, and daily necessities, Bao Yu checked the prices of goods and found them to be quite similar to those in the Huikong supermarket in Futian. Although Huikong supermarket and parking shop are subsidiaries of Chung Kong Holdings and Watson's respectively, the products sold inside come partly from the domestic market and partly imported, with prices being quite comparable. Now both companies are supermarkets under Bao Yu's control, and there is no need for them to engage in a price war, especially since there are no other supermarkets in the area, only competing with state-owned department stores. In reality, the state-owned department stores are not even competitors to these two major supermarkets. However, the Zhengtai Group, led by the wealthy CF family from Siam, which entered Pengcheng in 1978, is also planning to open its own large supermarket in Pengcheng, likely still searching for a suitable location. In fact, the Zhengtai Group has many companies in Siam. Besides the CF family, the king of sugar from Malaysia, Guahinian, is also preparing to open his own retail business in Pengcheng. As long as they discover opportunities in Pengcheng, they will advance into the city first, and then expand into other cities in the country once Pengcheng stabilizes. After looking around the second floor, they went down to the first floor. The first floor of the supermarket sells various food items, including vegetables, fruits, and grains. Now as Bao Yu looked around, he saw some Caucasians selecting vegetables. The prices were indeed quite similar to those at Huikong supermarket. Bao Yu asked Zhao Shoujian to notify the general manager of the supermarket to meet him. This time Bao Yu had come quietly, so the general manager of parking shop naturally did not know he would be here. After about 20 minutes, Zhao Shoujian returned with a middle-aged man. This was Zhang Jialin, the general manager of parking shop in Pengcheng. Zhang Jialin was originally a senior executive at Watson's, assigned to open the first parking shop in Pengcheng. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, he realized that the population was not that large, but later found that the annual growth of the population might be faster than that of Xinjiang. Most importantly, he had inspected the original state-owned department stores in Pingching, particularly in the old Baoan County, which appeared very outdated, and the staff had a poor service attitude, being indifferent. Moreover, various tickets were needed for transactions. In this situation, Zhang Jialin and the other inspectors realized that state-owned department stores had no competitive advantage. After observing that Huikong had already selected a location in Futian, they chose to establish their store in Nanshan to avoid competition. Additionally, this area has the advantage of being close to the Shiko development zone. The initial development of Pingching began in this zone, and there are many citizens and workers from Xinjiang and foreigners here. In this situation, opening a parking shop here would basically meet the daily consumer needs of the local citizens. Boss. As he saw Secretary Zhao appear, he guessed that the big boss Bao Yu had arrived at the supermarket. Although he was assigned as the general manager here, he was essentially the local emperor. In fact, some officials and staff in the supermarket were even somewhat related to him, but Zhang Jialin was well aware that if the big boss discovered any issues with him, he might not only lose his position, but also be dismissed by the headquarters. Boss, this is Mr. Zhang Jialin, the general manager of Parking Shop in Pingching. Zhao Xiuzhen said beside him. Jialin, I would like to ask you about the situation of the supermarket. Yes, boss. The two walked and talked on the first floor of the supermarket, discussing the salary levels of cashiers, loaders, and sales staff, as well as the average daily customer count. Zhang Jialin spoke truthfully. Overall, this parking shop has been profitable since it opened in Pingching last year. One reason is that the rent is reasonable. Another reason is that the tax incentives provided for attracting investment in Pingching are very favorable. Additionally, the salaries and benefits for management and ordinary staff recruited in Pingching are significantly lower than in Xinjiang, but are considered normal locally. Moreover, the pricing of goods in the supermarket, both import prices and sales prices, is very strict, and the profit margins are generally higher than those at the parking shop in Xinjiang. Boss, considering the current population of Pingching and the supermarket situation, we hold an advantage. However, once other supermarkets emerge and competition intensifies, profitability will decrease. In fact, Li Jiaqing's parking shop entered Pingching very early in the early 1980s, and by the 1990s, many cities in South China had parking shop stores. After 2000, the presence of parking shop gradually diminished, mainly due to rising rents, increased employee salaries and benefits, and fierce competition, forcing Li Jiaqing to gradually withdraw from the supermarket market in most cities in the country. After finishing the conversation with Zhang Jialin, it was already lunchtime. Bao Yu decided to return to the hotel for lunch, accompanied by Director Liu and Zhao Xiuzhen. After a morning spent inspecting two supermarkets in Futian and Nanshan, which were not far apart, Bao Yu found the roads in Pingching to be quite difficult to navigate. Even though he was in a Rolls-Royce, he still felt that the streets needed improvement. Young Master Bao, where do you plan to go this afternoon? I want to check on the key project of the highway from Yangqing to Pingching that we are investing in with Guangdong Province. In his past life, the highway from Yangqing to Pingching was a joint investment project involving Huingshan, Guangdong Province, Yangqing, Dongguan, and Pingching. This highway, known as the Golden Passage of Guangdong Province, became like a money printing machine once it was built. Especially with the later human bridge, regardless of whether it was a workday or a holiday, it operated 24 hours a day with hundreds of thousands of various vehicles passing through daily. For Bao Yu, this was undoubtedly a very important investment project. After all, he had planned 3 highways at that time: the Yangqing to Pingching Highway, the Shenzhen to Yongqing Highway, and the Yanjing to Shenzhen Highway. All 3 were extremely important highways. Currently, the first one to be developed in partnership with Guangdong Province was the Yangqing to Pingching Highway. The project was confirmed in 1979, measured in 1980, and construction began in the first half of 1981. A key focus of Bao Yu's northern inspection was the Yangqing to Pingching Highway. The company responsible for the investment was called Asia Highway, jointly funded by the Bao family and Guangdong Province, with the Bao family providing funds, technology management, and talent, while Guangdong Province provided land and engineering personnel. Young Master Bao, is an afternoon enough time? No problem. Bao Yu had initially thought of taking a nap. However, looking at it now, waking up and going later might indeed not leave enough time. Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, Director Liu, and others got into the car and first arrived at the highway entrance being constructed in Pingching, located at Huanggang Station in Futian, which is one of the highway entrances in Pingching. At this moment, Chen Jihao drove according to Director Liu's directions. They took a winding route, and it took almost an hour and a half to finally reach the vicinity of the Huanggang highway entrance. Young Master Bao, it's right over there, but the site is currently under tight construction and there's a lot of dust. Did Bao Yu really fear the dust? As Chen Jihao parked the car, Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, Director Liu, and several bodyguards followed and approached the entrance of the highway under construction. At this time, the surrounding area had already been cordoned off. In fact, this highway was being constructed simultaneously by Yangqing, Dongguan, and Pingching, with all engineering dispatched by Asia Highway. As soon as Bao Yu and the others appeared, they couldn't see the situation inside clearly due to the cordon, but they could see many construction vehicles coming in and out. Director Liu, do you know how many lanes the Yangqing to Pingching highway will have? Bao Yu wasn't clear on this point. Initially, he had just instructed the company to let the global investment company handle it. However, Bao Yu knew that in his past life, it was originally a 6-lane dual carriageway, meaning only 3 lanes in one direction. In the early days, this posed no issues, but later as the Pearl River Delta developed, especially in Yangqing, Pingqing, Dongguan, and Huiqing, a large number of vehicles flooded onto this highway. The original 6-lane dual carriageway could no longer meet the demands. Subsequently, expansion would require extra funding, essentially a second phase. In reality, by this time, the investment required would be significantly higher. The current and future demolition costs are entirely different concepts. Presently, demolition costs are quite low. However, in the future, demolition costs would skyrocket to the point where the highway company would feel like they were bleeding money. Therefore, Bao Yu felt that the design of this highway could not be based on such standards from the outset. A design based on a 6-lane dual carriageway would only satisfy the needs for 5 or at most 10 years. However, after 10 years, with an increasing number of private cars, construction vehicles, and trucks on the highway, it would become very difficult to meet the demand. In such a case, serious traffic congestion and even accidents would inevitably occur. Young Master Bao, it's a 6-lane dual carriageway. Director Liu said from the side. He was present for the groundbreaking ceremony and naturally knew, well, only to be surprised that Bao Yu was unaware. A 6-lane dual carriageway. Bao Yu felt it was quite bad upon hearing this. Even a 6-lane single carriageway might barely suffice, but in reality he knew it was still insufficient. This is why a second phase was later constructed along with the widening of the original first phase, which required substantial funding. In Bao Yu's view, at least an 8-lane single carriageway or a 16-lane dual carriageway was necessary to meet the development needs for the next 20 to 30 years. Director Liu, it seems there are still issues. Director Liu didn't quite understand. According to my predictions, with the development of the Pearl River Delta and surrounding major cities, especially Yangqing, Dongguan, and Pingqing, there will be an increasing number of private cars, trucks, and various vehicles entering the highway. If in the first 10 years during the 1980s and even the 1990s, the 6-lane dual carriageway could still be adequate, what about after the late 1990s, after 2000? Can these lanes still meet the demand? Director Liu's expression clearly changed. Bao Yu continued, first, the current demolition costs are satisfactory. Constructing the highway does not require excessive expenses. However, the future is different. Not only will more demolition costs be necessary, but if there are houses on both sides of the highway, by then even having money will make demolition difficult. Second, future construction will entail higher costs in all aspects. Third, even if more lanes can be expanded, more factors need to be considered, meaning more time and money will be required. Director Liu indeed began to frown. For many, it was evident that a 3-lane single carriageway already seemed wide enough. If it became a 4-lane single carriageway, or even a 5-lane one, wouldn't that require more land? Young Master Bao, actually, they discussed in the meeting that the more lanes there are, the more land is needed, which wastes land, and some people might be reluctant to allocate more land for constructing the highway. Reluctant? Bao Yu was taken aback. His family was willing to invest so much money in the highway, yet some people were unwilling to part with their land. Moreover, many of the highways being constructed now follow mountain paths and are not straightened. If the highway is constructed on the mountains and these lands are not willing to be developed, what good would that do? This time, Bao Yu headed north to Pingqing with the primary goal of identifying potential problems. From the current state of the highway construction from Yangqing to Pingqing, if it is only a one-way 3-lane road, there are indeed significant issues. They have only considered the traffic volume for the next 10 years without taking into account the traffic for the following 20 or even 30 years. Bao Yu felt that the biggest problem lies in the limitations of the current era. Even though there are many experts in various fields, they are only able to consider the possibilities of the present situation. Director Liu, if we only construct a one-way 3-lane road, it won't take 10 years before this highway faces traffic. Director Liu indeed had not considered these points. However, Bao Yu still planned to go over and take a look. As the group arrived at the area already separated by barriers, they could see many workers busy at work from the outside. Moreover, numerous bulldozers were currently at work. What Bao Yu was worried about was that they had now begun to construct the foundation of the highway. However, since they had only started in the first half of the year, it shouldn't be progressing that quickly. As soon as Bao Yu and the others appeared, the foreman and others inside had already taken notice, but they were unclear about Bao Yu's identity. Director Liu, can you let someone come out to ask us a few questions? Bao Yu truly did not know who these people were. However, before Director Liu could approach, they were immediately driven away by the engineering personnel inside. After all, they were currently working on a project, and these unfamiliar individuals, without safety helmets suddenly appearing, raised suspicions regarding their identities. Although these people were dressed quite well without knowing their identities, they simply did not allow Bao Yu and the other. Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, Director Liu, and others left the site and got into the car. Let's head back to the hotel first. They returned to that hotel. Bao Yu looked at Zhao Xiuzhen and said, call Mei Lisi and have him notify the senior executives of Asia Highway. Director Liu, if there are serious issues with this highway, we may need to temporarily halt construction. Temporarily halting construction. If that were the case, the losses would be substantial. According to the plan, it was supposed to be completed within 4 years, including the time from commencement to completion, all of which had been carefully calculated. However, if construction were to suddenly stop now, with so many workers and construction vehicles coming to a halt, the losses would be severe, especially for Bao Yu and Global Investment Company. After all, the funding was provided by Global Investment Company. Young Master Bao, is it really that serious? Director Liu asked in disbelief. According to my original plan, a one-way 6-lane road would barely meet the needs for the next 20 years. Now with a two-way 6-lane, at most it will only satisfy traffic conditions for the next 10 years. Wouldn't that mean having to spend a fortune again to build a new highway later on? Or perhaps directly expand the current one? But regardless, the construction costs at that time would be astronomical, unlike what we are facing now. If we pause the project now and expand the lane size, we can avoid significant losses in the future. Director Liu nodded, but wondered if Bao Yu's actions would have a substantial impact. As Director Liu left, he needed to immediately report and notify the authorities in Guangdong Province, Yangqing, Pengqing, and Dongguan about this matter. After all, if the one-way lanes were to indeed need to be 6 lanes, the scale would need to be doubled compared to the current design, which would mean that the investment amount and land requirements would likely double, or even more. At that time, the situation would indeed become serious. Of course, Bao Yu is the funding party and a major shareholder, while Guangdong Province and the 3 cities are merely providing land and acting as the second largest shareholders. Clearly, Bao Yu's opinion was extremely important. Zhao Xiuzhen had already utilized the hotel's landline to notify the folks in Xianjiang. She then made an international call to Mei Lisi. At this moment, Mei Lisi was in the general manager's office at the Global Investment Center. Upon learning that it was Secretary Zhao calling, he found it strange, as he knew that Secretary Zhao was accompanying the boss on an inspection in Pengqing. General Manager, the boss, just inspected the highway from Yangqing to Pengqing and suddenly discovered a major problem. There are significant issues with the lane planning that may require halting construction. He asked you to quickly notify the General Manager of Asia Highway and other executives to meet the boss at the hotel. What? There are issues with the lane planning of the Yangqing to Pengqing Highway constructed by Global Investment Company in Guangdong Province. If that is really the case, then the issue is indeed grave. Secretary Zhao, I will immediately notify those executives. Do I need to personally go to Pengqing to meet the boss? I need to ask the boss about that. Zhao Xiuzhen hung up the phone. Boss, I have informed Mr. Mei Lisi, and he asked if you want him to come to Pengqing to see you. Let him come over. Ultimately, Mr. Mei Lisi is still the person in charge of this matter. Of course, Mei Lisi usually has a lot on his plate, and the engineers from Xianjiang and Guangdong Province likely believe that a one-way 3-lane design is already quite ideal. After all, the roads in Xianjiang are actually only 2 or 4 lanes, and to them a 6-lane road seems quite... Zhao Xiuzhen went back to call Mei Lisi again. Secretary Zhao, tell the boss that I will immediately come to Pengqing. At this moment, Bao Yu stood by the window looking outside. Of course, Bao Yu knew why in his previous life, Hu Yingxiang only built a 2-way 6-lane road. One reason could be the funding issue. After all, Hu Yingxiang's funding was limited. The other party basically borrowed funds from the bank. Although later the Asia Highway Company founded by Hu Yingxiang went public in Xianjiang to raise funds from their early investments in Guangdong Province, besides being quite bold, they actually had limited funds and could only rely on bank loans or stock market fundraising. As for the subsequent construction of this Golden Passage and the Human Bridge, it was indeed highly profitable. However, later on, Hu Yingxiang returned the ownership of this highway back to Guangdong Province. He likely only retrieved his principal and interest and did not earn a lot of money. Now, Bao Yu must consider not only the traffic volume for the next 30 to 40 years, but also the costs involved. Considering all factors, expanding the lane size now is more appropriate. Although a large lane at first glance seems wasteful, in reality, it won't be long before drivers feel that a larger lane is safer, reducing the likelihood of congestion. At this moment, Director Liu returned and immediately informed the higher-ups. Upon learning of this matter, the higher-ups were evidently shocked. After all, the construction of the highway from Yangqing to Pengqing is not only critical for Guangdong Province, but also one of the most important investment projects in the country. Now that young Master Bao, the funding party, has discovered a problem and may even require halting construction, the impact is indeed significant. However, Bao Yu's opinion is currently too important to the extent that they might have to comply with his suggestions. The headquarters of Asia Expressway is located in Xianjiang, while the headquarters in Guangdong Province is in Yangqing. The general manager of Asia Expressway, White, along with the deputy manager Ethan and Li Minghui, usually work in Yangqing and occasionally check on the progress of highway construction. When White received a phone call from Xianjiang and Yangqing, he learned that the boss Master Bao was in Pengqing and discovered there were significant issues with the ongoing highway construction, instructing them to leave for Pengqing to meet him. At this time, the highway had not yet been opened, making the journey from Yangqing to Pengqing quite difficult, especially given that only ordinary roads were available, which could take several hours. However, since the call from Xianjiang was so urgent, White dared not hesitate and called Ethan, Li Minghui, and others to take a car to Pengqing to meet Master Bao. Meanwhile, Mei Lisi also needed to come to Pengqing, which would take time. The first to receive the news were several officials from Pengqing. After learning the situation from Director Liu, it was clear that Master Bao was dissatisfied with the current 2-way 6-lane configuration And if that were the case, work would indeed need to be halted. Of course, the speed that Pengcheng is pursuing is not something ordinary cities can compare to. Currently, Pengcheng is building high-rise buildings, even managing to construct a floor in 3 days, 2 floors in 5 days, and 3 floors in a week. In other words, Pengcheng is pursuing extreme speed. However, if this crucial highway construction were to be halted, the impact would still be significant. This matter involves Bao's global investment company Guangdong Province and the joint ventures from 3 areas of Guangdong. Director Liu returned to meet Master Bao again. Master Bao, I have reported to the higher-ups, and they place great importance on your opinions. In fact, when planning this highway, there were indeed people from Guangdong Province who shared Master Bao's views. There were some, albeit a minority. These individuals believed that if such an important highway were to be built, expanding the lane capacity to accommodate future traffic flows from the 3 areas and even the Pearl River Delta was vital. Especially now as Pengcheng and Guangxing are attracting investments, the importance of this highway has escalated. In other words, these individuals also recognize that being able to construct a 4-lane highway in one direction, or even 5 lanes, is far superior to just 3 lanes. However, their opinions were merely those of a minority. When experts from Global Investment Company and the 3 areas of Guangdong discussed the matter, their views were not taken seriously. In such circumstances, their opinions were overlooked. Unexpectedly, Master Bao's views aligned with theirs. I have already sent for Meilisi. We will assess whether to halt the construction or take remedial actions based on the situation. Of course, if appropriate land for lane expansion had already been reserved, the impact would be minimal. However, if no land was set aside for future expansion, then a complete halt to construction would be necessary to replan and further expand the land needed for the highway. Master Bao, wouldn't that lead to considerable losses for you and the company? Many large projects dare not halt once they have started, precisely because stopping incurs losses which can be even greater than those sustained during construction. It was precisely for this reason that during Master Bao's past life, large-scale projects would typically continue until completion as long as funding was available without serious arrears. Only when the funding issues became severe, often with lengthy delays, would those major projects be forced to halt. Now for me, halting construction would incur smaller losses. Master Bao calculated this clearly. Currently, labor and material costs are relatively low, but in 20 years when expansion is needed, those costs will rise. Not only will labor costs be higher, but the costs of materials for highway construction will also increase, and as for land costs, they are currently provided by Guangdong Province and the 3 areas. However, in the future it will undoubtedly be his company that pays for the expansion. In this circumstance, Master Bao understood that halting construction and replanning for a single-direction 6-lane or even 7 or 8-lane highway would not only incur smaller losses, but also allow for the highway to generate toll revenue once completed. As for maintenance costs, currently the highway does not require more large bridges. On the contrary, if there is an expansion in the future, bridges will need to be constructed. After all, in the future, houses and factories may appear on both sides of the highway, and the relocation costs will be. Director Liu is not very aware of this. However, from Master Bao's perspective, he knows that this young Master Bao is not inferior to the Bao shipping king. At this moment, Guangdong Province, Guangxing, Pengcheng, and Yangcheng have all received the news as Master Bao has discovered potential issues with the highway under construction necessitating a halt. Meanwhile, White, the general manager of Asia Expressway, along with deputy manager Ethan and Li Minghui, have rushed to Pengcheng. Meanwhile, White, the general manager of Asia Expressway, along with deputy manager, compared to Yangcheng, Mailsi's travel speed is faster than that of White and the others. When Mailsi crosses the Luhu port and heads to the hotel mentioned by Master Bao, Bao Yu and Mai Li discussed in private for over an hour. By now it was already past 7 in the evening. Before White arrived at the Asian highway, Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, and Mai Li had already gone for dinner. After dinner, Mai Li was also waiting for White and the others to arrive. This matter originally could be serious or after all, the biggest issue was that Bao Yu had been busy acquiring Yihe and Xiangjiang real estate, and did not notice this situation, thinking that Mai Li had already handled it. In reality, from all aspects it had indeed been handled well, but the lanes of the highway did not meet Bao Yu's requirements. If it had been someone else proposing this, they might have faced backlash from other executives or even engineers. However, Bao Yu was different. He had just clearly stated to Mai Li that he wanted to build a golden passage, a future money printer, and that a 6-lane and a 12-lane configuration were entirely different. Given Bao Yu's investment track record over the years, which had basically shown no errors, Mai Li understood that the boss was indeed considering the long term. It might require a temporary halt in construction resulting in significant losses, but in the long run this investment should yield greater returns. It was already past 10 in the evening. Bao Yu was in his hotel room. There was a knock at the door. He opened it to find Mai Li accompanied by White and 2 others. Upon receiving Mai Li's call, White and the others hurriedly made their way from Yangcheng. However, they were now on a regular road, not a highway. If it were a highway, they could have arrived in 2 to 3 hours, but now it was a regular road, and under a very tight schedule they finally made it. Have you eaten? Bao Yu asked. Boss, we had something on the way, White replied. He was terrified about this matter. After all, as the general manager of the Asian Highway Company, how could he not be scared when such a problem arose? However, seeing the boss' expression, he felt somewhat reassured. They entered the living room of Bao Ye's hotel room, where Bao Yu, Li White, Ethan, Li Minghui, and Zhao Xiuzhen were present. Bao Yu looked at White and said, regarding the highway lane issue, Li and I have already discussed it. You all need to come up with a remedy and negotiate with the Guangdong authorities. Boss White thought he was the one most responsible for this incident and was afraid he might be stripped of his position as general manager. Originally, a 6-lane configuration could not be said to have problems. It could indeed be completed with less funding and time, but I need to consider the traffic flow for the next 2 to 3 decades, so changes are necessary. Bao Yu did not blame White. However, he knew he needed to spend more time focusing on such matters in the future. Moreover, after this incident, it was likely that White and the others would remember it vividly. Bao Yu talked with them for about half an hour. Li White, Ethan, and Li Minghui discussed matters late into the night at the hotel. Firstly, Li would temporarily take full responsibility for the highway affairs. White would immediately return to Xiangjiang tomorrow and then take a flight to Yanjing for discussions. Ethan would stay behind to assist Li with the affairs. Li Minghui would communicate with the Guangdong authorities. After discussions late into the night, they found solutions and all breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a night, early the next morning, Bao Yu habitually got up early. At that moment, when he went downstairs, he saw Director Liu already waiting. News about the possible temporary halt of the highway construction had already spread, causing significant impact. It was apparent that the most feared situation for Guangdong, Dongguan, Shenzhen, and Yangsheng was Bao Yu withdrawing his investment, which was their greatest concern. Meanwhile, the outside world, not fully aware of the situation, speculated that the Bao family might actually withdraw their investment. In fact, it was not about withdrawing investment, nor was it possible to completely halt construction. There should still be workers on site, including those working on the foundations of the existing highway, to prevent them from being idle. On another front, White would first go to Yanjing to meet Lu Ling, who would then take him to see the relevant officials. At least for the highway lane expansion, receiving support from Yanjing would make things smoother. Next, there was likely to be a reconvening of relevant meetings, including meetings on highway lane expansion and discussions among engineers. Before this, most engineers from Xiangjiang, Guangdong, and even within the country believed that a 6-lane configuration was indeed sufficient. Now, suddenly announcing an expansion of lane size would definitely require considerable discussion. However, if they could gain support from Yanjing and even Guangdong, the most important factor was that the investor was Bao Yu. His opinion was evidently more significant. Last night, due to the news of a possible halt to the highway, many people genuinely found it hard to sleep. Young Master Bao, may I ask where you are going today? In fact, Director Liu did not expect that Bao Yu would personally inspect those investment projects and actually discover such a huge problem, which indeed surprised him. I'm going to check the Shajiao power plant today. The power plant. Director Liu immediately took note. He accompanied Bao Yu for breakfast. Once they got into the car, Director Liu asked with concern, Young Master Bao, what about the highway? You don't need to worry about that. Mr. Li is temporarily stationed in Pingcheng, and with his capabilities, he can handle it well in less than half a month. If even Li couldn't handle it, then it would be even more challenging for others. Moreover, how to expand and make new adjustments was still to be determined. This time, Li would be much more cautious. Director Liu had heard of Li, the general manager of global investment company, known as the Labor Emperor of Xiangjiang, and since he was Bao Ye's top aide handling this matter, he indeed felt reassured. The Shajiao power plant was not located in Pingcheng, but in Human Town. In his past life, Bao Yu was involved in its investment alongside Hu Yingxiang and the Guangdong authorities. Hu Yingxiang controlled this power plant through the Asian Power Company. Originally in 1984, the first phase of the Shajiao A power plant began construction, and the following year investment was continued into the Shajiao B power plant, followed by the Shajiao C power plant. At that time, it was the largest thermal power plant in South China, and the electricity produced was primarily supplied to Yangqing, Dongguan, and even Pingcheng. It can be said that this power plant played a significant role in the economies of the 3 regions, especially for Dongguan. Only after the Daya Bay nuclear power station invested by the Jardine Matheson family began generating electricity did the 3 regions become less dependent on the power from the Shajiao power plant. However, overall in the 1980s, the Shajiao power plant indeed made a tremendous contribution. Most importantly, it was also Hu Yingxiang leading the investments in the Pearl River Delta. However, this time the investment came even earlier, and after Bao Yu acquired the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, they also began discussions for cooperation with the Guangdong authorities. Ultimately, the decision was made to build the Shajiao power plant at Human Bay. Not only was it centrally located among Yangqing, Dongguan, and Pingcheng, but the thermal power generation also required coal and other raw materials for thermal power generation, which could be easily transported there. In his past life, Bao Yu experienced power shortages during his childhood, but later, after entering society and working in a big city, he rarely encountered such situations. He understood that electricity is as vital as fresh water, especially in modern society, where the importance of electricity is even more pronounced. Not only is electricity essential for everyday life, but ordinary citizens rely on it for lighting, and electrical appliances and factories and cities are truly dependent on power. A city that lacks electricity or has insufficient power supply finds it challenging to develop. Leaving the hotel, they headed towards Human. It took nearly 2.5 hours to arrive, which is just over 50 kilometers. However, the roads were still difficult to navigate. Now as they approached Shajiaobao, you could see several very tall smokestacks, which were from the thermal power plant. Seeing those smokestacks, he knew they had arrived near the power plant. Shen Jihao continued driving, arriving at the entrance of the Shajiao power plant. The car stopped. Bao Yuzhao Shoujin and Director Liu got out. It was evident that the management of Shajiao power plant was unaware of Bao Ye's arrival. As Bao Yu looked at the operational Shajiao power plant, his feelings were somewhat different. At the time he took over the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, he had already set expansion goals, with the first stop being Guangdong. Of course, Bao Yu knew that the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group he absorbed would inevitably compete with the Zhonghua Electric Power of the Jia Daily family. He was simply faster. In his past life, Huang Xiang and the Shajiao power plant invested in Guangdong province, which were categorized as A, B, and C based on location. In reality, they were all concentrated in this area. Now as Bao Yu looked, he found it was the same, but no longer categorized into A, B, and C, instead being set up as a single power plant. Currently, the first phase of the Shajiao power plant had not only been completed long ago, but was also in operation, supplying power continuously to factories in Pingqing and Guangxing, and even residential electricity. There was security outside the power plant, and they appeared very vigilant. When they saw Bao Yu and his group, they were somewhat puzzled, but guessed from the luxury car and license plate that they were from Xiangjiang. Zhao Shoujin was in contact with the general manager of the power plant. After a while, Zhao Yaofu, a Chinese executive from the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, was appointed as the general manager here. When Zhao Yaofu, who was working in the office inside, learned that Chairman Bao Yu had arrived at the entrance, he hurriedly came out. Upon seeing Bao Yu, Zhao Yaofu was indeed surprised. Although he had never visited this power plant during its planning and construction, he was aware of the plans for investing in a power plant in Guangdong province. Are you Zhao Yaofu? Among the executives of the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, Zhao Yaofu was not particularly prominent, so he did not expect that he would be appointed the general manager of this power plant. The key point was that this power plant was growing in scale and might one day rival the Lama Island power plant. Chairman, that's me. Let me see the situation of the power plant. Bao Yu and the group proceeded inside, donning safety helmets. They learned that construction here began in the first half of 1979 and officially commenced operations in the second half. All the planning and construction here were provided by the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, and now 60 of the management came from the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and 40 from the Guangdong Electric Power Company. In addition, there were ordinary staff, including those involved in electricity maintenance. Although Guangdong province also had its own staff, they had been cooperating with the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, especially those with good abilities who could receive training from the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. Is all the power generated here through coal? Chairman, indeed, all of it is coal-fired power. This power plant was originally designed to use coal, not oil. This was mainly due to the rising oil prices, which made costs very high. In contrast, coal prices were comparatively much lower and did not experience drastic fluctuations. Although Shaoqing and Guangdong could also provide coal from the perspective of maritime transport, coal imported from overseas could be much cheaper than coal transported from Shaoqing. As Bao Yu followed Zhao Yaofu and the others on the tour, he noticed that this plant was somewhat different from the power plants of the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. Some of the important generating units were domestically produced and not solely imported. This could actually improve domestic technology and standards. Looking ahead, both the Southern Power Grid and the State Grid were powerful electric grid conglomerates, but the power they generated came from many different companies. In addition to thermal power, there were also hydropower stations, photovoltaic power, nuclear power, and so on. In this regard, Bao Yu knew that in his past life, if developments continued as they were, the electricity production sector, whether thermal, hydropower, photovoltaic, or nuclear, would be world-class. With the rapid increase in population and factories in Guangxing and Pingqing, the demand for electricity is growing, so we are immediately developing the second and even third phases of the power plant. From Zhao Yaofu, he learned that the higher-ups, even Guangdong province, placed great importance on this power plant. In addition to designating a large piece of land specifically for the power plant, they also tried to meet various policy aspects. Most importantly, the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group provided funding, technology, experience, and so forth, while Guangdong province provided land and policy support. It could be said that it was precisely through mutual cooperation that both the first and second phases of the Shajiao power plant proceeded very smoothly. Now Bao Yu found that the scale of just the first phase was already considerable. Additionally, the power plant's office buildings, staff dormitories, staff schools, and staff hospitals were all basically. However, many of the senior executives came from the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. Without returning to Xiangjiang, they mostly lived in the staff dormitories. Bao Yu knew that the electricity sector was actually a vast industrial chain. Even with his own Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, he could only capture a small portion. For a large country with nearly 1 billion people, as the demand for electricity grows, the related industrial chain will become increasingly vast. After roughly touring the first phase of the Shajiao power plant, they also checked the situation of the second and third phases. Afterwards, Bao Yu and the others exited the power plant and arrived at the nearby port. This Shajiao Bay port is dedicated to serving the Shajiao power plant, where large quantities of coal are delivered by ship and then transported to the warehouses for power generation. Bao Yu stood here looking out, knowing that this was the Pearl River estuary. Of course, the famous human bridge from his past life should be built ahead, serving as a transportation link between Dongguan City Yangqing and Fuqing, also acting as a cross-river bridge connecting both sides of the Pearl River. In fact, Bao Yu had already proposed the human bridge. However, the construction time should be after the highway connecting Yangqing and Pingsheng is completed, and it might be built then. Aside from the substantial funds needed for constructing the human bridge, the most crucial factor is actually the technology for bridge construction. From this side to the other, Bao Yu looked across and saw that the river was still very wide. At this moment, Zhao Yaofu, Zhao Xiuzhen, and even Director Liu did not know what Bao Yu was looking at here. Besides, Bao Yu was well aware that the opposite side was Nansha. Geographically, it is the center of Guangdong province and the Pearl River Delta. Nowadays, that area only consists of tidal flats. It may be in a few years that Mr. Hua and his son from Shangjiang will gradually buy that piece of land, cheaply becoming one of the largest landholders later. However, Bao Yu has already set his sights on it. Apart from its advantageous geographical location, the most important thing is its low price, so low that many people couldn't even imagine. At this moment, Zhao Yaofu glanced at the time and said, "Chairman Director Liu, Secretary Zhao, it's already lunchtime. Are we having lunch?" A couple of days ago, Bao Yu inspected those industries and did not stay in the company for meals. This time, he planned to have lunch at the canteen of the power plant and check how the employees' benefits were. "We will have lunch in the canteen here, but of course our meal will be different from those of the employees. We don't need any special treatment." Zhao Yaofu accompanied Bao Yu and others to the power plant's canteen. At this moment, besides the employees, their family members were also having lunch here. Many people recognized Zhao Yaofu, but Bao Yu was rarely reported upward, so his identity might not be recognized. Now, seeing those people accompanying Bao Yu, they knew his identity was not simple. Bao Yu, Director Liu, and Zhao Xiuzhen sat down together. Bao Yu looked at the power plant's canteen, which was actually quite similar to those in universities. It looked very clean and tidy. At this moment, the employees and their family members were lining up to get their meals. In the early 1980s, many people still could not get enough to eat, meaning that the issue of basic sustenance had not been truly resolved. Especially in rural areas, people often had one meal and then went hungry for the next. Even though many places had started to divide land among households, which allowed for more food through personal cultivation, a large portion was still turned in as public grain, meaning that the actual food left for consumption was not much. If a family has elderly members and many children, they truly struggled to get enough to eat. Bao Yu felt that if those farmers mostly stayed home to farm, it would indeed be difficult to feed themselves. They had no choice but to leave their hometowns to work in cities or engage in small businesses. With the opening up, more and more factories were established, and a variety of small vendors were also increasing. In the past couple of years, a group of millionaires had already emerged. These millionaires were all bold individuals who had ventured out to do business and made considerable money. However, for most farmers in rural areas, there were not many opportunities. At this moment, Bao Yu, Director Liu, and Zhao Xiuzhen were sitting there. Perhaps Zhao Yaofu had gone to speak with the kitchen, as the kitchen immediately indicated they would prepare separate dishes for Bao Yu and others. Seeing that the dishes had not been served for so long, Bao Yu called Zhao Yaofu over. "Yaofu, what's going on?" "Chairman, the kitchen said they would prepare separate dishes for you." "No need for that. I have had all kinds of delicacies. Just treat me like an ordinary employee." Currently, the meals for ordinary employees and their families here are indeed quite good, basically following a standard of 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a soup, with unlimited white rice and steamed buns. In such situations, it is indeed hard to find in state-owned enterprises in big cities. Most importantly, this is one of the benefits of the power plant. Seeing Bao Yu's insistence, Zhao Yaofu could only personally have someone serve him 4 dishes and 1 soup. Upon seeing these dishes, Bao Yu found them quite decent. There was pork, chicken, fish, as well as common vegetables and seaweed soup. Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, and Director Liu. After eating, Bao Yu casually went to a seat and chatted with an employee who was having lunch. "Hello, what's your name? What are you doing at the power plant now?" "Chairman, my name is Yang Jinggan. I am from Yangqing and currently one of the power generation employees at the power plant." "Yangqing, how did you get into this power plant?" Now, the power plant is a joint venture and not a state-owned enterprise, yet it is not entirely a private enterprise. It has some special characteristics. However, during this era, the benefits are indeed the best. "Chairman, I came in through an exam. I was originally working at a power supply bureau in Yangqing and later heard there was an exam recruitment here, so I came over with a mindset of just giving it a try." "The power supply bureau in Yangqing. Doesn't that mean you already had a secure job?" Bao Yu was not very clear about how the work in the Yangqing Power Supply Bureau was positioned, but he knew it was either a state-owned enterprise in Yangqing or a public servant. At this moment, the number of cities that could use electricity was increasing and the power generation was much higher. Even in this era, just being a staff member collecting electricity fees would have decent salary and benefits. It is because of electricity that the power grid company is very stable. As long as there is electricity usage, the fees must be paid. If one fails to pay the electricity bill for a month, they may face power outages. So you pass the exam directly. Yes, I knew many of the questions mainly because I had encountered and studied them before. After Bao Yu acquired the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group, significant changes had occurred. Previously, the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group was monopolized by white executives, and important positions were controlled by white individuals, making it very difficult for Chinese people to enter the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. However, after Bao Yu's acquisition, to ensure fairness, new employees at the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group must take an exam to work, and they need to have relevant electrical certificates. Moreover, Bao Yu's Xiangjiang Electric Light Group invested in many power plants on the mainland. Apart from some joint ventures, there were also privately owned ones which were 100% controlled by Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. However, whether it is a joint venture or fully owned entrance is only through an exam selection. Now, although job opportunities have increased, the population is still considerable. Each exam may be as competitive as the college entrance exam, a selection of the best among thousands. The Shajiao Power Plant has repeatedly conducted external recruitment exams, and only those who are qualified will be accepted. Unsuccessful candidates can only wait for the next opportunity to reapply. How are the salary and benefits now? Chairman, I am very satisfied with the current salary and benefits, which are 3 times what I earned at the Power Supply Bureau. Most importantly, my children can also enroll in the schools provided by the electricity company here. Bao Yu emerged from the Shajiao Power Plant and got into the car. He did not immediately return to Pengcheng, but instead had Chun Jihao drive around Guangqing. Guangqing, this future world factory, is still under the jurisdiction of Huiyang District and is considered part of. In fact, Bao Yu knew that Guangqing's geographical position was on par with Pengcheng, but unfortunately its policies were not as favorable. He felt that if Guangqing could receive policies similar to those of Pengcheng, or if Guangqing were to directly merge with Pengcheng, it could develop even better. Moreover, if Guangqing had indeed merged with Pengcheng back, then Pengcheng and Yangcheng would be connected. In the future, these 3 major metropolises, Yangqing, Pengcheng, and Xiangjiang, would be linked together. At that time, many factories had already come to Guangqing, some relocated from Xiangjiang, while others were invested by overseas Chinese from Nanyang. As for Taiwanese and Korean investments, they likely had not arrived so quickly. However, Bao Yu's global gaming company had long since shifted the production of their arcade machines, Famicoms, and game cartridges from the east to Guangqing. Yet Bao Yu had no intention of taking the time to visit now. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he left Guangqing to return to the hotel in Pengcheng. By the time he returned to the hotel in Pengcheng, it was already past 6 in the evening. After dinner with Zhao Xiuzhen and Director Lu asked before leaving young Master Bao, "Do you have any specific places you want to visit tomorrow?" The Bao family indeed had many investments in the Pearl River Delta, but it was impossible to visit them all. Bao Yu could only manage to visit a few representative ones. I plan to visit Huicheng tomorrow. Although Huicheng is connected to Pengcheng, it is somewhat distant. It is likely that after visiting he would have to stay there and return to Pengcheng the next day. Furthermore, if Bao Yu truly intended to go there, he would need to notify Huicheng in advance. "Young Master Bao, do you need me to inform them ahead of time?" "No need." With Bao Yu's response, Director Lu did not ask further. Bao Yu returned to his hotel room. That evening, Mike Lee came to report to Bao Yu about the situation regarding the highway reconstruction. "Boss, we have basically coordinated with all parties, and there should be no problem once the meeting is held. As Bao Yu is the most important investor and funder, if he confirmed that there were issues that needed to be resolved, the higher-ups would. I will go to Huicheng tomorrow and may stay there overnight." The next morning, Bao Yu got up early. While preparing to have breakfast with Zhao Xiuzhen before heading to Huicheng, he was surprised that Director Lu had not come, but had sent a familiar public official from Huicheng. "Young Master Bao, I heard you are going to Huicheng. I am from Huicheng and know the area very well. I can take you to have a look. Then I will trouble you." After breakfast, Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, and the public official arranged by Director Lu Litung, who was from Huicheng but worked as a public servant in Pengcheng, got into the car. As they left for Huicheng, Bao Yu noticed that there were still many mountains outside as they departed from Futian. The further they went toward Huicheng, the more mountains there were. In Bao Yu's past life, aside from many highways, many low and uneven mountains had been cleared to build numerous apartment buildings, office towers, and factories. However, now, leaving Pengcheng's Futian area, he saw something quite different. According to Pengcheng's terminology, this was what they referred to as outside the customs. Though the area outside the customs had not yet fully developed, the distinction between inside and outside the customs was gradually becoming clear. The areas marked by the old gentleman included Futianlu and Nanshan as part of the inside, while places like Baoan were considered outside. It was reminiscent of the differences between Puxi and Pudong in the 1980s, as if they were 2 separate worlds. Currently, without highways, they were traveling on regular roads. It was fine in Pengcheng, where there were still planned roads and cement paths, but as they left, the cement roads became fewer and were gradually replaced by bumpy dirt roads. If it were not for rainy days, it would only be dusty outside. However, if it rained, even a luxurious car like Bao Yu's Rolls-Royce might get stuck. Looking outside, Bao Yu couldn't help but sigh. A good road leads to prosperity. Only with proper cement roads can there be business opportunities. Otherwise, with these dirt roads, investors would not return after their first visit. Li Ting, what do you think about this situation? Young Master Bao, I'm used to it. Now, apart from the urban area and some county towns in Huicheng that have cement roads, the rest are all dirt roads. This has been the case since I was a child. Only when the roads are improved can we attract investment. These dirt roads require financial expenditure to build cement roads to attract investors. Otherwise they won't be willing to come. Li Ting nodded, fully agreeing with this. However, with the current limited finances, even if there was money, it was uncertain whether they would be willing to spend it on road construction. After several hours of bumpy travel, they finally arrived at the urban area of Huiyang. However, the first place Bao Yu wanted to go was Diabei. The Xiangjiang Electric Light Group had proposed a joint venture with Yanjing and Gaul to construct the Diabei nuclear power plant. Nowadays, many countries have nuclear power technology. Countries like Country Y Gaul and M Country were among the earliest developers. Meanwhile, countries such as the East Canada and India relied on related nations. While Yanjing was still in the research phase, it was still a long way off. Currently, the countries with relatively mature technology in this area were M Country Gaul and Country Y. Among them, M Country and Gaul were the main contributors. As for the Soviet Union, Bao Yu knew their technology was truly lacking, otherwise that incident would not have occurred later. As for why the nuclear power plant should be built by the sea, it was simply because water was needed. In other words, it had to be either by the sea or along a major river. In Bao Yu's past life, the Jia De Li family of China Electric Power collaborated with Yanjing and Gaul to form a tripartite joint venture. Gaul provided nuclear technology and safety guarantees, the Jia De Li family provided funding, and Yanjing provided the land, which was right next to Diabei. The choice of this location was clearly related to its geographical position. Firstly, the Jia De Li family hoped that a portion of the power generated by the nuclear power plant would be transmitted to Guangdong province, and another portion back to Xiangjiang, specifically to Kowloon, and the new territories, thus allowing the China Electric Light Group in Xiangjiang to meet the market demand without having to produce too much electricity. However, this time Bao Yu unexpectedly bypassed the Jia De Li family and had already talked with Yanjing. Young Master Bao, are you going to Diabei? I've been to that seaside many times before. Currently, the seaside without factories should still be very clean. Bao Yu intended to go there to check on the situation at Diabei. Although the three parties were already in discussions, nothing had been finalized. However, Bao Yu knew that if a nuclear power plant were to be built, it should be a joint venture with the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group. Diabei. Following Li Tang's directions, they drove towards Diabei. However, many areas are still dirt roads, making travel inconvenient. Chen Ziheo's biggest concern is that if the car encounters a problem, he wouldn't know where to get it repaired. Fortunately, the weather is good now, and they haven't encountered any rainy days yet, otherwise these dirt roads would be. Originally, the straight-line distance from Futian to Diabei is less than 100 kilometers, but unexpectedly, they took a roundabout route. They started from the morning and only arrived in the afternoon around 2 o'clock. When Chen Zhihao parked the car, Li Teng pointed towards a vast body of water ahead. Young Master Bao, this entire area belongs to Diabei. In fact, this is the bay at the border of Pengcheng and Huicheng, and if the highway is completed, it won't be far from Pengcheng. However, the main roads are still dirt paths, which took quite some time. Bao Yu looked out and saw nothing but the bay with hardly any boats. Yet being close to the sea and near Xiangjiang, Pengcheng, and Huicheng, building a nuclear power plant here indeed has geographical advantages. Apart from Diabei, Bao Yu also wanted to see Huicheng port. Currently, there is a small fishing port, but the real Huicheng port has not yet been constructed. Bao Yu is well aware that Huicheng port is very important for Huicheng. Many raw materials need to be transported, otherwise relying solely on land transport is not only costly, but also slow. In Pengcheng, they mainly depend on Shekou port and Yantian port, but Bao Yu believes that Huicheng port must be developed and constructed. Bao Yu is just taking a stroll by the seaside of Diabei. Half an hour later, they got back in the car to leave. It was already. Bao Yu and the others were hungry. In this situation, they might have to return to downtown Huicheng to find something to eat. On the way, he looked at the undeveloped tidal flats and the low-rise houses where the fishermen lived. He knew that this area would likely become the industrial center of Huicheng in the future, mainly related to petrochemicals and refineries. Bao Yu understood that Huicheng's geographical position is not as good as that of Pengcheng and Dongguan, but it does have its advantages, such as significantly lower land values compared to Pengcheng. In addition, this area is not very far from the future Huicheng port. Given this situation, Bao Yu feels that Huicheng can be developed into the largest petrochemical refinery in southern China. Bao Yu knows that Xinjiapa also has its own refineries and chemical plants, and they are not small in scale. He once considered whether to build such a refinery or chemical plant in Xiangjiang. However, after comprehensive consideration, he felt that the cost of developing in Xiangjiang is still too high. If it were in Huicheng, it would be different. There is more land available for development, and it is close to Huicheng port. As long as Huicheng port is constructed and the highway or regular cement and asphalt roads are built, accessing the port would be very convenient. Additionally, Bao Yu considered that the world has already experienced 2 oil crises, and currently global oil prices are still rising. If there is a place to build storage for crude oil, they could import a large quantity when the prices are low and sell it when the prices are high, or refine it. According to Bao Ye's understanding of Huicheng in his previous life, it was a city that concentrated most of the chemical and petroleum processing industries. Building Huicheng into a larger petrochemical industrial park in South China would be beneficial for both local development and Bao Ye's investments in the chemical sector. After all, countries like South Korea with companies like LG have developed very well in this area, not only monopolizing the chemical industry, but also expanding globally. Li Ting, what do you think of the geographical position here? How is the geographical position? Li Ting didn't know how to comment. However, Huicheng's development is clearly lagging far behind that of Pingcheng and even Dongguan. Those Hong Kong and foreign investments first go to Pingcheng and Dongguan, and very few come here. Besides the inconvenient transportation, they still feel it is somewhat remote. It's okay, he could only say that. At this time, Zhao Xiuzhen was also very hungry. Li Ting, can you see if you can find a restaurant to eat? This is indeed hard to say. Perhaps many fishermen usually catch enough fish, but in terms of staple food it may not be enough for their families. He just thought that Bao Yu would need to have lunch, and they could only return to the urban area of Huicheng, which has hotels that cater to foreign guests. After driving for more than an hour, seeing a sign that said seafood and dried goods for sale, Bao Yu asked Chen Jihao to stop the car. They got out of the vehicle. Bao Yu could confirm that they should still be in a rural area. Several luxury cars parked there still attracted the attention of some villagers inside. Li Ting go asked if there's any food available. When Li Ting went to inquire, he used the Hakka dialect. The Hakka villagers living here are also nearby fishermen. They didn't expect that the wealthy son of the boat king from Xiangjiang would come here for an inspection. After confirming his identity, the villagers showed considerable enthusiasm towards young Master Bao's arrival. For these fishermen, while there may not be much meat, they still have plenty of seafood. Young Master Bao, they said, there is food and can welcome you. Then please thank them for me. Li Ting and Zhao Xiuzhen went to communicate with the villagers. Bao Yu looked around and noticed that apart from the mainly adobe houses, there were very few houses made of red bricks. In addition, this village should have many people who have smuggled to Xiangjiang, leaving perhaps less than a third of the. In this situation, many villagers understood Bao Yu's matters through letters sent back by relatives who had smuggled to Xiangjiang. Originally, Bao Yu just wanted a simple lunch. Unexpectedly, these villagers were very enthusiastic. They not only slaughtered chickens and ducks, but also brought out many seafood and dried goods to prepare. After spending almost 2 hours, they prepared a feast to welcome Bao Yu, Zhao Xiuzhen, Li Ting, and Chen Jihao along with their bodyguards. Over an hour later, Bao Yu and the others had their fill. Before leaving, Bao Yu specifically inquired about the villagers' situations and learned that in the 1960s and 1970s, many relatives indeed immigrated to Xiangjiang for development, only occasionally sending letters and money back. Bao Yu instructed Zhao Xiuzhen to leave 100 RMB for the villagers. The villagers initially refused to accept it, but Bao Yu certainly wouldn't take their lunch for free. At 5 in the afternoon, for safety, Bao Yu did not return immediately to Pingcheng, but chose to stay at a guest house in Huiyang for the night. The next morning, Bao Yu finished breakfast at the guest house. The group then boarded a vehicle to leave Huiyang and head back towards Pingcheng. As for other places in Huicheng, Bao Yu knew there was no need to check them out anymore. Besides the fact that the mountains were still numerous, the development was relatively backward and transportation was extremely inconvenient. He mainly checked the situation over at Dia Bay. He could only return the next day after spending the night due to the unpaved roads being difficult to drive on. Back at the Bamboo Garden Hotel in Pingcheng, it was already noon when he returned. He noticed that even riding in a Rolls-Royce, the ride was bumpy. At that time, Chen Jihao and others had already driven off to refuel. After Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen finished lunch, he returned to his luxurious suite to rest. Waking up from a nap, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, Bao Yu stepped out of his room and saw my boss. When did you return? About noon, or I suppose. Bao Yu and Mai Lizi went to the room to discuss what he had seen in Dia Bay. Mai Lizi learned that Bao Yu planned to invest in petrochemicals and oil storage facilities in Dia Bay, wondering why Bao Yu had chosen that area. Clearly there was a reason. Mai Lizi first handled the expansion of the highway from Yangqing to Pingcheng before returning. As for me, I primarily went north to observe the situations in Pingcheng, Dongguan, and Huicheng, and now I am preparing to return to Xiangjiang. After thanking Director Liu and others who came to see him off, Bao Yu and Zhao Xiuzhen got into the Rolls-Royce and left the hotel heading towards Luhu Port. Passing through Luhu Port and entering Xiangjiang, night was beginning to fall. However, once on this side, it was mostly concrete roads. After more than 2 hours, it was past 7 in the evening. At the Deepwater Bay hillside Villa Bao's residence, the car finally stopped as Bao Yu returned home. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, and back. Bao Yu entered the living room and saw his grandfather and parents watching television. This time, Bao Yu's investigation of related investment projects in the north left them unsure of when he would return. Now seeing him back after almost a week, Huang Xiuyan immediately came over to examine her son. Bob, have you eaten? Not yet. Huang Xiuyan went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Bao Yu chatted with his grandfather for a while before heading upstairs with his father to the study. Bob, Dad thought you would stay north for a while longer before coming back. Dad, I've seen enough over there, so naturally I returned. What did you gain from this trip? I actually did find quite a bit. Bao Yu mentioned the main projects he had observed in Pengcheng, including Yintian Port Supermarket's highway construction and Shajiao Power, as well as the situation in Diabei. Among them, the biggest issue he discovered was the number of lanes on the highway from Yanqing to Pengcheng. They built it as a 6-lane dual-direction highway. Upon looking, I immediately noticed a significant problem and had my Lizzie handle it right away. A 6-lane dual-direction highway. A 3-lane one-way road is not considered narrow in Xinjiang. However, if we consider the next 20 to 30 years, this lane count is indeed inadequate. Moreover, it is crucial to examine the situation in Diabei. Before this, Bao Yu had considered the Diabei nuclear power station, and now the Xiangjiang Electric Light Group and Yinjing were also in discussions. However, regarding the chemical industrial park, Bao Yu had only recently thought about it, which is why he spent so much time inspecting the area yesterday. Chemical industrial park. Indeed, the situation in Huicheng is quite good. There is already a deep water port that can be developed into Huicheng Port, making the import and export of raw materials, including crude oil, quite convenient. I had been considering the chemical industry issue for some time, but our Bao family's industry has not yet ventured into this area, which is significantly related to the industrial structure of Xinjiang. In reality, places like Singapore, besides relying on the advantages of the Strait of Malacca, also have a major oil company, becoming an increasingly important refinery globally. The reason I chose Huicheng is that it belongs to the Pearl River Delta, where land prices are considerably lower than in other cities. If I can buy in large quantities at lower crude oil prices for storage, and then sell when oil processing prices rise, it could yield substantial profits. Most importantly, with the support of various aspects there, we can establish a massive industrial park, including refineries, chemical plants, and other companies, creating an enormous petrochemical industrial park. Bao Yu was indeed surprised. He had never been to the Diabei that Bao Yu described. He didn't expect that during this first visit his son would have such thoughts. That as long as the Diabei nuclear power station is built and begins generating electricity, there will be sufficient power. Moreover, there are large areas of flat land available for development, and most importantly, there is a deep water port. If we build a highway or concrete road, we can create a chemical industry base. Bob's dad doesn't know much about these things. However, he understood that major chemical industries globally are located near deep water ports. Whether in Europe and America or Korea and Japan, this is the case. If Huicheng truly has such geographical advantages, it would indeed be suitable for investment. The father and son chatted for another half an hour. At this time, Huang Xiuyan had already come upstairs to call Bao Yu down for dinner. When Bao Yu finished dinner alone, he went up to the study. Daisy, prepare hot water for a bath for me. Ooh, I've been running around, and I'm very tired. Yes, young master. Daisy immediately went to prepare the bath water. Once ready, she called Bao Yu over. Young master, would you like me to Of course I would. Under Daisy's massage, Bao Yu relaxed comfortably in the bath. After coming out of the bathtub, he put on his pajamas. Bao Yu asked Daisy to bring all the newspapers from this period. He started reading from the day he left, which was the day after the Lantern Festival. From the newspapers, there weren't many other important news items. However, based on the reports from several newspapers now, it is evident that the number of residents from Xinjiang emigrating overseas is indeed increasing. Young master, you say Xinjiang is so great, why are they emigrating overseas? Daisy, a maid from Nanyang, thought that Xinjiang was already paradise. Why are so many citizens still emigrating overseas? Perhaps everyone has different pursuits. May 8, 1981. Friday, 11 a.m. A large passenger plane of Global Airlines with a red fuselage flew directly from Yanjing to Hong Kong and safely landed at Kai Tak International Airport. Disembarking from the aircraft were some Chinese passengers along with a group of Caucasian individuals who had come to Yanjing for inspections and were now transferring back to their countries via Hong Kong. A young woman in a yellow dress and a hat was accompanied by a middle-aged lady in a skirt. This young woman was Zhu Lin, who had recently flown directly back to Yanjing from Vancouver, Canada. Zhu Lin had been living in Vancouver for some time. She found the climate there quite similar to Yanjing, but perhaps due to its proximity to the lakeside it was much more humid. The reason she returned to Yanjing besides visiting her parents and sister was because Yang Jie had informed her that the heavily invested journey to the west had already been completed. Of course, the amount of footage shot was substantial. If edited, it could be cut into 25 or 30 or even 35 episodes. This was because the content filmed was very detailed and any unsuitable parts could be trimmed. However, screenings in Hong Kong would obviously have much more freedom as long as it wasn't excessively violent. It could be shown. After discussing, Zhu Lin and Yang Jie decided to first meet Bao Yu in Hong Kong. I didn't expect Hong Kong to be even more prosperous now. In the past 2 years, Yang Jie had been shooting Journey to the West across the country, and upon arriving in Hong Kong, she noticed its increased vibrancy immediately after disembarking. As Yang Jie and Zhu Lin exited the airport, a maid from the mountaintop villa came to greet them. Miss Zhu, please. The car door opened. Zhu Lin and Yang Jie got into the vehicle. However, this time Yang Jie was arranged to stay in a hotel. Zhu Lin had pre-arranged for her to stay at the Hong Kong Wenhua Hotel. First, let's go to the Wenhua Hotel. Hong Kong Wenhua Hotel. The three of them got out of the car. After Zhu Lin assisted Yang Jie with the check-in procedures. Director Yang, I'll see my husband first and come back to see you later. Yang Jie followed the hotel attendant upstairs. Zhu Lin then returned to the car and headed back to the villa on Victoria Peak. 3 p.m. Global Investment Center Building. 21st floor. Bao Yu was working in his office. After returning from an inspection in Guangdong province, Bao Yu resumed his normal work at the company. Among them, Mai Lizi was stationed in Pengcheng, spending a month ultimately finalizing the highway lane from Yangqing to Pengcheng, expanding from the original 6-lane bidirectional to 14-lane bidirectional, along with 4 lanes reserved for future use. Mai Lizi, representing the Asian Highway Company, had been in negotiations with both Yanjing and Guangdong for a long time. He had also discussed extensively with the engineers involved. In the end, they could only accept Bao Yu's proposal to expand the lanes. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Bao Yu was the investor and financial backer. If Bao Yu withdrew his investment, the impact would be significant. Aside from that, the elder gentleman supported Bao Yu's suggestion. After all, one shouldn't only consider the immediate future. If one could think about the developments over the next 20 or 30 years, even 40 years, it would actually be very beneficial. As for the supposed waste of land resources, after reassessment, the land resources would not be wasted, as most of it was to be built along mountainous roads. Additionally, at that time, someone proposed a very constructive suggestion to build a double-decker highway. This would both increase the highway lanes and avoid occupying more land resources. However, building a double-decker highway now was not without technical challenges, and it would require more resources. Conversely, expanding the lanes was more reasonable. If a double-decker highway were truly to be constructed, it might only be utilized in 30 or 40 years. By then, it wouldn't require occupying additional space, as another layer could be added to the existing highway. By the time Mai Lizi perfectly resolved the highway lane issues and returned to Hong Kong. The first Hong Kong Fashion Week, after 2 months of fashion shows in February and March, had a significant impact both in Hong Kong and overseas. Among them, many outstanding design products emerged. Among them, the jewelry designed by Zheng Chuang also appeared on stage in March, attracting considerable attention. At this time, Bao Yu was reviewing documents in front of him. The landline phone next to him rang. Zhao Xiuzhen went over to answer it. "Boss, it's a call from Miss Zhu." "Miss Zhu?" Bao Yu was almost caught off guard. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he realized it was Zhu Lin calling. "Sir, I have returned to Hong Kong, and Director Yang has checked into the Wenhua Hotel. Zhu Lin has returned to Hong Kong, and Director Yang is also here." This indicated that the investment in Journey to the West had been completed and could now be screened. Bao Yu was very much in favor of this television series. Of course, in his previous life, the reason it took so long to film stemmed from the fact that aside from Yang Jie's high demands, Yangsher simply did not have sufficient funds to support the filming, resulting in intermittent production. It took nearly 10 years to fully release all 25 episodes. Now, however, it took just over 2 years, less than 3 years, and it had already been completed. The most important factor was providing ample funds and financial support. "Zhu Lin, wait for me at the villa. He'll leave work early to come over." 4:30 p.m. Bao Yu left work half an hour early. Descending from the upper floors, he got into the car and headed towards the villa on Victoria Peak. Around 6 in the evening, Chen Jihao parked the car. Bao Yu stepped out of the car, and the maid had already opened the door. "Young Master Bao, Miss Zhu is upstairs." The so-called brief separation strengthens affection, especially since they hadn't seen each other for such a long time. When Bao Yu reached upstairs, Zhu Lin immediately ran over to embrace him. "Where's Tong Tong?" "She's in." Zhu Lin had already taken their daughter back to Yanjing temporarily, leaving her in the care of her mother and sister. Considering Bao Yu's status, even if outsiders saw her, they would not reveal their daughter's identity. "Sir, Zhu Lin looked at Bao Yu with her bright, watery eyes. For Zhu Lin, approaching 30 years of age meant she was nearing the threshold of being a high-risk mother. Currently, with only one daughter with Bao Yu, she very much hoped to have a son with him. In this era, especially at the top, sons were still highly valued. "Sir, I want a son." "Want a son?" Bao Yu wanted one too. However, that depended on fate. "Zhu Lin, this can only be left to fate. Let's keep a calm heart. Boys and girls are the same. My mother asked me to stay in Hong Kong with you for a while. Maybe I can conceive again." It turned out she wanted to return to have a child. Bao Yu thought it was only because Journey to the West had finished filming. "I thought this was just about the completion of Journey to the West." "The Journey to the West has indeed been completed. Sir, the Journey to the West is done, but what I desire more is a son." This time Yang Jie came not just because the filming of the Journey to the West was finished. In fact, she wanted to continue collaborating with Bao Yu to shoot the next television drama. When Zhu Lin mentioned that Yang Jie wished to continue filming the next series, Bao Yu knew there were many novels from the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially the 4 great classical novels. Besides these 4 classics, there are excellent topics like strange stories from a Chinese studio and investiture of the gods. Which one does Director Yang want to continue filming? She wants to film the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's not impossible. However, in Bao Yu's view, having a male director for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms might yield a different outcome. In Bao Yu's perspective, Yang Jie is more suited to film Dream of the Red Chamber or strange stories from a Chinese studio. Let's meet her tomorrow and discuss further. After Bao Yu and Zhu Lin got together, they finished dinner at the villa. Before leaving, Bao Yu said, "Tomorrow morning I will meet Director Yang at the Wenhua Hotel with Huang Shizhao." "Sir, what about me?" "You can go ahead if you want." Bao Yu did not stay any longer. He got into the car heading back to the Deepwater Bay hillside villa. For Bao Yu, having Yang Jie direct the journey to the West was not solely about the ratings of this television drama, as he had already secured that in his past life. On another note, it was mainly to give Zhu Lin something to do. Clearly, having her responsible for contacting the relevant directors to film these series was a good idea. Deepwater Bay hillside villa. The Bao family. It was past 9 in the evening. Bao Yu returned here. He called Huang Shizhao. During the spring festival, Huang Shizhao had inquired about when the journey to the West would be released. Now finally learning that it could be screened in Xinjiang, he naturally felt quite different. In fact, in February and March, collaborating with the Xinjiang Fashion Week had kept the ratings of Universal Television significantly higher than TVB. Now TVB could only gather this year's Xinjiang Miss Pageant program, hoping to catch up with Universal Television. "Shizhao, let's meet at Wenhua Hotel tomorrow morning at 9. Director Yang has arrived at the hotel, and we can discuss the release of the journey to the West then." "Yes, boss." After hanging up, Bao Yu looked at tonight's newspapers. He rested for the night. The next morning, Bao Yu did not go golfing with his father. Instead, after breakfast, he took a car to Wenhua Hotel in Xinjiang. Just as he arrived there, Zhu Lin had already come early and had breakfast with Yang Jie at the hotel. As Bao Yu went upstairs, he saw Zhu Lin and Director Yang. "Young Master Bao, hello." "Director Yang, hello." The two greeted each other. They discussed in the luxurious suite of the hotel. Regarding the filming of the journey to the West, nearly 5 million renminbi was used. This was a considerable sum, especially around 1980. According to the prices of courtyard houses in Yinjing, this amount could buy many such houses. Yet Bao Yu still took it out for Yang Jie to film. Of course, at present, Yang Jie's fame was not that high. Her recognition would truly rise only after this journey to the West was released. Yang Jie was well aware that such an opportunity was extremely rare. "Young Master Bao, now that the journey to the West is completed, the original film belongs to your company's copyright. We won't interfere with how you edit it." This meant that there were many versions of the original journey to the West, but how to edit them was something Yang Jie and her team would not interfere with. Moreover, she was not very familiar with how dramas are edited in Xinjiang. There was also the issue of dubbing. Clearly, although dramas in Xinjiang had Mandarin, they primarily used Cantonese. If they needed to be dubbed into Cantonese later, it would require redubbing. "Director Yang, thank you for your hard work. I am also very grateful to you and Miss Zhu for giving me this opportunity. However, now that the journey to the West is complete, I would like to continue working with my team to film new series for your company. What do you think?" To film this journey to the West, many people were supported, as there were quite a number of actors involved, but opportunities to film were limited. It was precisely because of participating in the filming of the journey to the West that many actors could earn considerable pay. After finishing this journey to the West, Yang Jie intended to push her boundaries further and film the romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Director Yang, which novel do you wish to film?" Yang Jie glanced at Zhu Lin, mistakenly thinking that Zhu Lin had discussed it with Bao Yu. "Young Master Bao, I want to film the romance of the Three Kingdoms." As expected, Yang Jie indeed wanted to film the romance of the Three Kingdoms. In terms of the four great classical novels, The Journey to the West likely has the largest audience, followed by The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, and while Dream of the Red Chamber is well known, not many can truly engage with it. Yang Jie felt that if she were to film it, should be something with a larger audience. However, The Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin were more male-oriented. Bao Yu planned to have a male director for filming. He believed that Director Yang might not possess the same perspective as a male director in this regard. Of course, that's not necessarily the case. After all, in his past life, Yang Jie's most classic work was The Journey to the West, and she had never filmed The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Seeing that Bao Yu did not give a clear answer, Yang Jie thought there might be a significant issue. In fact, she also knew that the biggest problem was that The Journey to the West had not yet been released, and they did not know how the ratings would be. What if the ratings are poor? In the case of serious losses, would young Master Bao continue to support her filming? Director Yang, I hope you film Dream of the Red Chamber. Compared to The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dream of the Red Chamber is more intricate, and I hope you can portray it perfectly. Dream of the Red Chamber. Bao Yu's suggestion for her to film Dream of the Red Chamber instead of The Journey to the West was also acceptable. Of course, compared to The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, filming Dream of the Red Chamber might be somewhat easier, as the primary locations could be in Jiangnan or Yinjing, unlike The Journey to the West, which required many outdoor scenes. Since young Master Bao wants me to film Dream of the Red Chamber, I will go back and discuss it with my team. What about the... You can rest assured, just coordinate with Zhu Lin later. At 9 in the morning, Huang Shizhao arrived. He greeted Bao Yu, Zhu Lin, and Yang Jie. He then talked about the completion of the journey to the West. Manager Huang, I can directly hand over the original film to you for editing, or we can edit it, as we discussed. According to Yang Jie and her team, they could edit it down to 25 episodes. However, Huang Shizhao thought that given the enormous cost and lengthy filming time of the journey to the West, it should be edited to at least 45 episodes, or even 50, and if the ratings were good, it could even be stretched to 60 episodes. Ultimately, it all depended on the ratings. If the ratings were good, they would aim to edit more. In Xiangjiang, it was indeed like this. It all revolved around ratings, and they would keep an eye on ratings while filming. If the ratings were good, they would extend the episodes. If not, they would wrap up quickly. In his past life, Bao Yu saw that Asia Television and TVB operated this way, leading to fierce competition between these two major television stations. 81. Zhilongtong Broadcast Road. Global Television Tower. After Huang Shijiao finished meeting Yang Jie, he immediately returned to the television station to convene other executives. He placed a significant emphasis on this television series, which was financed by another investment company of Bao Yu. In his past life, the Yang Jie version of Journey to the West was not screened in Hong Kong, but the version filmed by TVB in the 1990s featuring Zhang Weijian achieved exceptionally high ratings. Starting from the 1980s, this version of Journey to the West was broadcast, and multiple television stations reported ratings above 90, with frequent replays. Moreover, the overseas licensing fees were not low. It was precisely due to the market validation that Bao Yu felt that the ratings for this Journey to the West should be considerable. Originally, according to Yang Jie's idea, since the people of Hong Kong preferred Cantonese, they could completely use Cantonese dubbing. However, both Bao Yu and Huang Shijiao believed that the original flavor was better. After all, Hong Kong is not devoid of Mandarin dramas or films. There have always been many movies produced in Mandarin by Hong Kong's Swapai. Some films produced by Shaw Brothers were also in Mandarin. In fact, many people in Hong Kong understand Mandarin. They just usually communicate in Cantonese. It is under such circumstances that their spoken Mandarin may not be fluent, but to say they cannot understand Mandarin is simply impossible. Huang Shijiao called Ma Dongxiong and others for a meeting. That afternoon, Huang Shijiao and the others had already received the original footage of Journey to the West. When Huang Shijiao, Ma Dongxiong, and other key executives were viewing the footage at the television station, they discovered that this version of Journey to the West, which Yang Jie spent over 2 years filming with a huge investment and was mostly shot on location, was indeed excellent and very authentic. In fact, Ma Dongxiong and others were also quite surprised that such a high-quality television series could be filmed. They were also aware that the 2 major television stations in Hong Kong, or even the original 3 major stations, were all pursuing speed, with many dramas being aired while still being filmed, resulting in some dramas being rather rough, while others were decent. Now that they had carefully observed the previous footage, whether it was the outdoor scenes, character portrayals, or even some special effects, everything looked quite good, and they felt that this could serve as a reference for filming similar dramas and movies. Moreover, Journey to the West is one of the traditional 4 great classical novels almost universally known in the Chinese community with a broad audience. However, prior to this, whether during the Republic of China period or in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan, the adaptations of Journey to the West were generally rough and of mediocre quality. For instance, Shaw Brothers had made a version of Journey to the West, but the response was lukewarm. What do you think about the editing? Huang Shijiao asked them. General Manager, let's not waste this opportunity. The content inside is quite good. Some rather bloody and terrifying scenes seem to have been altered. This version is relatively close to the original, and ordinary citizens, including children, can accept it. Not waste. Then it means editing from the original footage with 30 or 45 minutes per episode. One night. During prime time, that is airing 2 or 3 episodes. Of course, during the broadcast, advertisements would be inserted. So generally for primetime series, 2 episodes are aired each night, totaling 60 minutes. But actually 15 minutes of that is for commercials. Especially for dramas with good ratings, the advertising fees are higher. Last year, Huang Shijiao was very attentive to this drama, always checking when it would be completed. From the current perspective, it indeed looks quite good. General Manager, let's stick to the primetime series schedule, airing 2 episodes every night with 45 minutes of content. If nothing is cut or edited out, this Journey to the West can have 60 episodes. With 20 working days a month, if 40 episodes are aired each night, that adds up to a month and a half of airing. Huang Shijiao nodded, confirming the arrangement. Therefore, next Monday, at 7 p.m., A Journey to the West will officially begin airing. After 2 days, Zhu Lin was almost glued to Bao Yu. Monday, 9 a.m., Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. Zhu Lin took a flight with Yang Jie, leaving Hong Kong for Beijing. Yang Jie was going to prepare for Dream of the Red Chamber. Although Bao Yu disagreed with her filming Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, she felt that filming Dream of the Red Chamber was acceptable. After all, Dream of the Red Chamber is indeed a great classical novel, but its content is very complex, and without a clear understanding, it is challenging to adapt. Yang Jie was still unaware of how the ratings for Journey to the West would be in Hong Kong global television, but she remained relatively confident. Meanwhile, Zhu Lin had been sticking close to Bao Yu for the past 2 days, wondering if she might be pregnant. Since her daughter was still being looked after by her mother and sister in Beijing, she decided to return first. When the time comes to return from Beijing to Hong Kong, she would let her daughter meet Bao Yu and then fly back to Vancouver. Global Investment Center Tower, 21st floor. Bao Yu did not personally send Zhu Lin off. He stood by the window looking outside, knowing that Zhu Lin and Yang Jie had already boarded a flight back to Beijing. Boss's Journey to the West airing on global television tonight. At this moment, many media outlets in Hong Kong had already reported that Journey to the West, produced in collaboration with directors from Beijing, would officially air tonight, during prime time on global television's main channel. In the past few days, those media outlets had already spread the news, attracting considerable attention from viewers. In recent years, the competition has been between global television and TVB. Of course, global television has overshadowed TVB in every aspect. Whether it was the fashion show program in collaboration with Hong Kong Fashion Week in February and March, or the various hit primetime series in recent years, TVB has never been a competitor. Unexpectedly, global television had adapted the classical masterpiece Journey to the West, investing substantial funds in its production. It should be. The schedule for its airing was arranged by Huang Shizhao. 6 p.m. Deepwater Bay Villa. The Bao family. Bao had returned home after work. He had just finished playing golf with his father at Deepwater Bay. After dinner, it was almost 7 p.m. At this point, global television was already preparing to air the primetime series. Bao rarely watched TV. It was mainly his parents Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong, as well as Daisy and others who watched. When Bao sat down in the living room, he found that the familiar opening theme song had indeed begun to play. However, after watching for a while, he went up to his study. The Bao family and Daisy were captivated by the show. When Bao finished reading the newspaper, Daisy came down from upstairs. "Young master, I just finished watching Journey to the West. It was very good." "Was it good?" "It was indeed very good. In fact, there are already many entertainment options in Hong Kong now, unlike before when there were few entertainment projects." Thus, Bao found it surprising that Journey to the West had a rating exceeding 90. However, in Hong Kong during the 1980s, achieving a rating above 60 was already considered impressive. At this moment at global television, Huang Shizhao was anxiously awaiting the ratings report. After all, the feedback on these ratings had to come from relevant departments. Once the first and second episodes of Journey to the West concluded tonight, the television station department quickly. The first episode reached a rating of 65. The second episode even achieved a rating of 70. This means that the ratings for Journey to the West were on par with last year's highest-rated drama. Most importantly, this was just the beginning. As the Journey to the West gained immense popularity on global television, Mr. Xiao from TVB clearly felt an inexplicable pressure. At this moment, TVB also began to prepare for the filming of the classic masterpiece Investiture of the Gods, hoping to achieve viewership ratings on par with Journey to the West. The time was early June. On June 5, 1981, at 11 in the morning, Zhu Lin, dressed in a skirt, wearing a hat and sunglasses, flew from Yanjing back to Shanjiang. This time, besides her, there was also her sister Zhu Li and a little girl. Zhu Li held the little girl in her arms. At this moment, the weather in Hong Kong in June was extremely hot, with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius at noon. The three of them came out of the airport and Zhu Lin's maid was already waiting. They got into the car and headed back to the villa. That afternoon, Bao learned that Zhu Lin had returned to Shanjiang, and not only that, she had brought their daughter back as well. It had been a long time since Bao had seen his daughter, and he missed her quite a bit. He let Zhao Xiuzhen continue to answer the phone in the office while he left work early. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Bao got out of the car and had just arrived at the villa entrance. As the maid opened the door, Bao walked inside and saw a little girl in a dress, chubby and fair, slowly walking around in the living room. This must be his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for some time. She was born in May of last year, and now it was June, meaning she had already turned 1 year old. Generally speaking, some children start to walk around the age of 1. Bao squatted down and looked at his daughter, saying, at first when she saw Bao, the little girl clearly felt shy. However, she was also quite brave, and seeing Bao calling her, she slowly walked over. Bao immediately picked his daughter up. Looking at his daughter, who had just turned 1, he could see some resemblance to Zhu Lin, but did not fully see himself in her. In reality, Bao knew that as his daughter grew older, her appearance would gradually resemble his. "Do you know who I am, Daddy?" Bao kissed his daughter on the cheek. Going upstairs, he saw Zhu Lin and Zhu Li there. "Bao," Zhu Li hurriedly greeted him. This time, Zhu Li came south with her sister, not only to visit Xianjiang, but also to accompany her sister to Vancouver for a while. After all, Zhu Li was quite aware that it was only because of her sister that she had the opportunity to go abroad and see the world. Bao handed the daughter to Zhu Li, who took her in her arms. During this time, Tong Tong had become quite familiar with her aunt. Bao and Zhu Lin returned to the room. Sir, the last test showed that it was the fertile period, but unfortunately that thing still came. Zhu Lin clearly wanted to have another child with Bao, preferably a son. However, such matters are often more about fate. If not for a fertile woman, how could it be so easy to conceive? Moreover, considering that Zhu Lin was nearing 30, the difficulty was increasing. "There is still a chance," Bao said, looking at her. This time, Zhu Lin and her daughter planned to stay in Xianjiang for a while before returning to Vancouver. However, considering that Bao's status was not suitable for appearing in public places, he called to have the Bao family's private yacht prepared. He planned to take Zhu Lin, their daughter, and Zhu Li on his private yacht that night. At 5 in the afternoon, Bao, Zhu Lin, and Zhu Li got into a Rolls-Royce. They then drove away from there towards Queen's Pier. Upon arrival, Bao, Zhu Lin, and Zhu Li boarded a luxurious. For Zhu Li, she had seen those yachts in Xianjiang before, but it was her first time stepping onto one. Tong Tong got onto the yacht, and seeing many seagulls flying around, appeared very excited. At 6:30 in the evening, Bao Yu, Zhu Li, and Tong Tong enjoyed a sumptuous dinner on the yacht. Of course, Tong Tong mainly had formula milk. After dinner, night had fallen. At this moment, the night view of Victoria Harbor had arrived. Though it could also be seen clearly from the mountaintop, seeing it from the yacht floating on Victoria Harbor was quite different. After 9 in the evening, Bao Yu and the others left the private yacht. They got into the car and headed back to the villa on Victoria Peak. At this point, it was already around 11 at night. Before leaving, Zhu Lin kept him for half an hour. Bao Yu looked at his daughter and Zhu Li resting in another room and said at an appropriate time, "I would like to take our daughter to meet her grandfather." He was naturally referring to Bao Yugong. In fact, aside from Bao Yugong, no one else in the Bao family knew about this. "Should I go with you?" "No need, I can take Tong Tong there myself." After Bao Yu left, he returned to the villa in Deepwater Bay. It was already. Bao Yu first took a shower. He went to knock on the door of his father's master bedroom. After Bao Yugong and his wife woke up, Bao Yugong put on a coat and got up knowing that his son wanted to see him for something. "Bob, what's the matter?" "Dad, Tong Tong has returned to Xiangjiang and will be going back to Vancouver in a while." Tong Tong. Bao Yugong immediately thought, isn't this his granddaughter? In fact, he already knew last year. Of course, he now had several grandsons from his 4 daughters, but how could they compare to a granddaughter? "Of course I want to see her. Where shall we meet?" "Dad, I'll arrange the location, you just confirm the time." "Then let's do it tomorrow." The father and son reached an agreement. Bao Yu then returned to his own room. Bao Yugong went back to his study and returned after a while. "Sir, it's so late. You'll know when the time comes." After resting for a night. The next morning, Bao Yugong did not go golfing with Bao Yu. After breakfast, Bao Yu and Bao Yugong got into the Rolls-Royce together. Bao Yu headed towards a mansion on Victoria. This was a mansion that Bao Yu had purchased long ago, but he had not given it to anyone, and it was still in his possession. "Dad, Mom, you wait here." At this moment, Huang Xiaoying felt it was strange and mysterious. "So why do you feel so mysterious?" Once Huang Xiaoying entered the mansion, she said. For such a mansion, Huang Xiaoying no longer felt anything unusual. After all, the Bao family had owned it for a long time. Instead, she felt very curious about the mysterious behavior of the Bao father and son. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce stopped again. The car door opened. Bao Yu and a little girl in a white dress with 2 pigtails got out of the car. As Bao Yu hugged his daughter and walked inside. At this moment, Bao Yugong had been waiting there. Huang Xiaoying was still wondering what was going on. Suddenly, she saw Bao Yu carrying a little girl inside. At first glance, she knew that this little girl was no one else, but perhaps a relative. However, she didn't expect that this was actually Bao Ye's first child. "Dad, Mom, my precious granddaughter." Bao Yugong immediately went over and hugged his granddaughter Tong Tong. Last year, he only knew that Bao Yu had a daughter, but he had never seen her. Now, having truly seen her, he was surprised at how tall she had grown. "Bob Yu." Huang Xiaoying didn't know whether to be excited or something else. Seeing this scene, she nearly felt faint. "Mommy, this is Tong Tong, our daughter with Zhu Lin. I didn't want it to get out, so I didn't tell you earlier." In 1978, Oi Bao Ye's eldest sister Bao Peiqing and second sister Bao Peirong each gave birth to a son and a daughter, followed by the third sister Bao Peili, who had a daughter in the east, and the fourth sister Bao Peihui, who gave birth to a son in Xiangjiang. In other words, over the past few years, Bao Yugong and his wife have already welcomed 6 grandchildren. However, grandchildren are just grandchildren. How can they compare to biological grandchildren? What Huang Xiaoying did not expect was that this chubby, very cute little girl who resembled Bao Yu in his childhood was actually her biological granddaughter. "This is her precious darling." Huang Xiaoying directly approached Tong Tong, picking her up. Tong Tong widened her eyes looking at this unfamiliar woman, not knowing who she was. "Tong Tong, this is your grandmother," Bao Yu said from the side. Currently, Tong Tong only knew her maternal grandmother and did not recognize her paternal grandmother. When Huang Xiaoying embraced her and couldn't bear to let go, she felt as if her heart was melting. Initially, when those grandchildren were born, she adored them just as if they were her own grandchildren. However, seeing Bao Ye's daughter, now she realized it was truly different. "Grandma," Tong Tong said in a sweet. Now a child just over a year old can say some simple words like mama, papa, maternal grandma, and Annie. Calling her grandmother sounded more like asking for milk powder. Nevertheless, Huang Xiaoying was indeed very fond, looking at Bao Yu with some anger. "You're so grown up now, why didn't you tell me earlier? Mommy'll talk to you about it later." Bao Yu stayed with his parents, allowing them to bond with his granddaughter while he went upstairs. When he came down from upstairs, he saw Tong Tong already becoming familiar with her grandparents, unwilling to come down from Bao Yugong's arms. "Bob, let's talk aside," Bao Yu said, leading Mommy outside. "Why didn't you tell me until now?" Huang Xiaoying was indeed puzzled. This was her precious granddaughter. Her greatest concern now was that Bao Yu still did not have his own child, and now he had a daughter, which really made a difference. "Mommy, this matter is just between me and Daddy, who I haven't told anyone else. One is that I don't want my relationship with Zhu Lin to be made public. The other is that I don't want to disrupt the normal lives of the mother and daughter." However, Huang Xiaoying felt that, as Bao Ye's mother, why should she fear that it would be leaked? Of course, Huang Xiaoying was indeed worried. When she was in Yinjing, she had met Zhu Lin a few times and found her to be very beautiful, but her family background was much poorer compared to the Bao family. In such circumstances, it was indeed unsuitable for them to marry. However, the two were still together and had already. Now Huang Xiuying also knew that Bao Yu was with Rong Wentong, and she approved of Rong Wentong as the future daughter-in-law of the Bao family, yet Bao Yu and Rong Wentong had not yet reached the stage of discussing marriage. What about Miss Rong? Mommy, this matter naturally cannot be told to her yet. We will tell her at a more suitable time. If Rong Wentong really found out, it would be troublesome. Not only for him, but also for the Bao family, and even the Rong. Huang Xiuying thought so too. What if the other party finds out? Mommy, in a few days Zhu Lin and Tong Tong will be returning to Vancouver, and they won't stay long in Shanjiang. At this moment Huang Xiuying still did not understand what her son was thinking. Mommy, for me, I want not just a few sons and daughters, I want to have many children. Otherwise, who will inherit the many properties of the Bao family in the future? In his view, the most fatal flaw of the Bao family in his past life was not having a son to inherit. They could only divide the assets among daughters and sons-in-law. However, in the next generation, the name of the Bao shipping king could hardly be heard in Shanjiang due to the lack of a son. Now that it was Bao Ye's turn, he knew that with so many companies and resources under his control, why not have more children? Huang Xiuying nodded. However, she was also worried about potential problems in the future. Of course, currently with Bao Yu not married, there were no issues. If one day Bao Yu married Rong Wentong, then it would be different. The mother and son entered from outside. Now Tong Tong had already fallen asleep in Bao Yu Gang's arms. Bob, she's fallen asleep. He'll take her back to Zhu Lin later. I want to see this precious granddaughter every day, Huang Xiuying said from the side. However, she knew it was absolutely impossible. With so many people in the Bao family coming and going, if it got out, not only would Bao Yu and the Bao family be affected, but Zhu Lin and her daughter would also be impacted. It seems I need to prepare some gifts for my precious granddaughter. When she came over, Huang Xiuying was not aware that she was coming to see her granddaughter and had come empty-handed. Mommy, what do you want to prepare? Huang Xiuying looked at her bracelet and then at the necklace she wore around her neck. These were not particularly suitable for her granddaughter to wear, but they could be kept for Zhu Lin to wear first and later passed down to Tong Tong. Thinking of this, Huang Xiuying directly took off the bracelet and put it on Tong Tong's arm. However, it was indeed too wide and not suitable to wear. Bao Yugong did not have anything special either, but he always carried checks with him. He wrote a check and handed it to Bao Yu, asking him to give it to Zhu Lin and her daughter. Mommy, you'll take Tong Tong back first, and I'll have the bodyguard take you back to the villa. After arranging for a bodyguard to drive Bao Yugong away, Bao Yu embraced Tong Tong and got into the car. Taiping Mountain Villa, Zhu Lin's home. Upon seeing Bao Ye's car return, the maid hurriedly opened the door. Bao Yu carried Tong Tong out of the car. Zhu Li and Zhu Lin had already come out. The child just fell asleep. What did they say? Zhu Lin asked nervously. They treated her like a precious. This bracelet is a gift from my mommy and daddy to Tong Tong. Please take good care of it. The bracelet. At first glance, it looked quite valuable. Zhu Lin also took it to wear. Looking at the check, it was also a check for over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. It seemed that the Bao shipping king and his wife indeed valued this precious granddaughter very much. At this time, Zhu Li had already taken Tong Tong back upstairs to rest. To avoid affecting my life and yours, we absolutely cannot let the outside world know about our matters. Yes, sir. I apologize for the trouble this matter has caused you and your daughter. In the future, at an appropriate time, I will make a public announcement. That evening, Bao Yu finished dinner there. After playing with his daughter for over an hour, Bao Yu then got into the car and left. A week later, Zhu Lin, Zhu Li, and Tong Tong arrived at Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport. They then flew directly to Vancouver from the airport. Zhu Lin's visit was quiet and her departure was also quiet. Aside from Bao Yu and the Bao shipping king and his wife, knowing even Bao Xiaolong was unaware. However, after that day, Huang Xiuying occasionally mentioned her granddaughter Tong Tong's name, only to be reminded by Bao Yu to stop thinking about it. July 24th, 1981. Friday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Global Investment Center building, 21st floor. Bao Yu was working in his office. At this moment, the landline rang and Zhao Xiuzhen went over to answer it. Boss, it's Mrs. Bao on the line, saying the governor's office has sent an invitation over. The governor's office sent an invitation. Could it be that Governor MacLehose is inviting him to the governor's office in Hong Kong? However, Bao Yu felt that it should be an invitation to visit tomorrow morning. Tell my mommy that I will go back on time after work. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Bao family. Bao Yu had just gotten out of the car and saw that his grandfather and parents were already waiting. At this time, both Bao Yu and Bao Yugong received an invitation from the Hong Kong governor's office. Bob, the governor has invited us to visit tomorrow morning. Dad, did it say anything else? No. Even so, it must be something very important. That evening, after playing golf again, Bao Yu and Bao Yugong returned home. They finished dinner and read today's newspapers. Bao Yu was still pondering why the Hong Kong governor suddenly invited him and his father over for a visit and what important matter it could be. After resting for a night, the next morning, Bao Yu and his parents' grandfather finished breakfast. The father and son each got into their cars and headed to the governor's office. Hong Kong governor's office. At 8:30 in the morning. At this moment, 2 Rolls-Royces and several luxury cars had just parked, and the MacLehose couple had come out to greet them. Mr. Bao, young Master Bao, Governor, Mrs. Governor. Bao Yu and the MacLehose couple greeted each other with handshakes. They entered inside. heading directly to the study. Mr. Bao, young Master Bao, we have called you here for a very important happy event. A happy event? Bao Yu picked up the invitation to a banquet handed over by the governor, opened it, and was surprised to find it was an invitation to the grand wedding of Prince Charles and Miss Diana, which would be held in London next week. This time only a few important figures from Hong Kong were invited. Among them were Mr. Bao and Mrs. Bao Yu and another person, Rong Wentong, making a total of 4 invitations. In other words, for this royal wedding, the royal family specifically invited Mr. and Mrs. Bao Yu and Rong Wentong to attend their grand ceremony. As for why Rong Wentong was invited, it was obvious that last time when Rong Wentong attended a banquet at Prince Charles' private estate, the royal family guessed that the Bao family and the Rong family had a close relationship. Coupled with the connection of Rong Wentong's 5th grandfather, it was just right to invite him to deepen their ties. The wedding of Prince Charles and Miss Diana is indeed a major happy event. It is an honor for our Bao family to be invited by the royal family. Mr. Bao said on the side. As for the rest, the governor naturally didn't need to say much. Mr. Bao, young Master Bao, now there is an immigration wave starting in Hong Kong. What do you think should be done to solve it? It was clear that since the second half of last year an immigration wave had emerged, but this year it was particularly evident, and it was inevitable. After all these people want to leave, who can stop them? Bao Yu knew that these people leaving Hong Kong would definitely regret it. After all, even if these were all middle-class individuals, their job positions, and even companies and industries in Hong Kong, would soon be replaced by other capital. Moreover, this time Bao Yu would absolutely not allow a large amount of British and Chinese capital to migrate overseas, as in history, leading to the decline of Hong Kong. Governor, let them leave if they want. There's no need to stop them. For them, Hong Kong is merely a transitional city. Even if we force them to stay, they will eventually leave. Mac Lehos nodded. In fact, for Mac Lehos, he hoped that Hong Kong would continue to prosper unlike the governors who succeeded Bao Yu in his past life. It was precisely because of this that he was going to London, besides attending Prince Charles' wedding. Bao Yu also needed to prepare for Mac Lehos to continue serving as the next governor of Hong Kong. In any case, he absolutely could not allow that Yu to take office. After finishing their discussion in the study, exiting the study, Bao Yu had already taken his and Rong Wentong's invitation to Prince Charles' wedding. Mr. Bao took his couple's invitation as well. The father and son exchanged glances and neither of them stayed behind. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Bao family, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu returned here and went straight upstairs. Bob, I didn't expect the royal family to send us a wedding invitation. What are your plans? Dad, this is a very important matter. Of course, what the royal family is doing is not only to continue to win us over, but also hopes that we can present a significant gift to the couple Charles and Diana. A significant gift? What kind of significant gift? Dad, let's just directly give them a private estate. A private estate in London now costs at least over £1 million, or even £2 to £3 million, which calculates to over 10 million to 30 to 40 million Hong Kong dollars. That would indeed be a significant gift. Isn't that too expensive? Bao Yugong asked in disbelief. Dad, giving a light gift is meaningless. If we are going to give something, it should be valuable. This way the royal family and Y country will treat us as their own. Our private investors in Y country can also become more successful. Moreover, this time we also need to go to support Governor Mac Lehos in serving as the next governor. Bao Yugong thought for a moment and felt the same. Although giving a private estate may seem expensive, if the returns we gain far exceed this estate, then it would definitely be worth it. Then let's arrange it this way. Have them buy it over there in advance. There is still a week's time until Prince Charles' wedding, and now is the perfect time to have someone purchase a private estate over there. At this moment, it was early morning in Munich. Bao Yu planned to call Rong Wentong in the afternoon after he got up. Munich time, 7 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Rong Wentong and her parents were having breakfast while her brother and sister had already gone out. Just then the landline at home rang. When the maid answered, she said, Miss Rong, there's a call from Hong Kong. A call from... That must be Bao Yu's call. Since their last separation, Rong Wentong often missed Bao Yu. She hurriedly put down the sandwich and picked up the landline microphone to answer. Hello, this is Wentong. Wentong, the royal family of Y country is hosting a grand wedding for Prince Charles and Miss Diana. In addition to inviting our Bao family, they have also invited you. Now I have your invitation in my hands. Are you coming to Hong Kong to go to London with us, or are you flying directly from Munich to London? Sir, I will first fly to London to wait for you. It is still quite far from here to Hong Kong, and it is a roundabout way. It's better to wait in London for Bao Yu to come over. Then you wait for me at the private estate. My parents and I will also fly to London in the next couple of days. Taiping Mountain Villa. At Nancy's home. That afternoon, Bao Yu arrived here by car. At this moment, Nancy saw Bao Yu coming and was clearly very happy. However, Bao Yu asked her to leave the company, and she indeed considered it for a long time, but still did not want to leave. So you haven't been here for a long time. I have something very important to discuss this time. Notify my Lizi Ma Shimin Wei Li and Chao Jiming to come over. Something very important. Nancy then went to call the 4 of them. Half an hour later, my Lizi and the others arrived one after another. In the study, Bao Yu looked at them and said, Prince Charles and Miss Diana are preparing for their grand wedding and have sent us an invitation. We are about to go to London to attend the royal wedding. The news about Prince Charles and Miss Diana's wedding had actually been circulating for a while. Boss, congratulations. The fact that the royal family could invite the Bao family shows how much they value them. This trip is mainly for attending. Another reason is regarding the selection of the next governor of Hong Kong. According to my Leheo's situation, he would retire and return to London for retirement next year. However, Bao Yu did not agree with Yuta taking office, so this trip was very crucial. I hope Governor Mai Lihao can succeed as the next governor of Hong Kong. Boss, that might be very difficult. Mai Lihao has been in office since 1971, making him one of the longest-serving governors. If Bao Yu wants him to continue, it would indeed be challenging. Unless something goes wrong with the next governor of Hong Kong, Mai Lihao and the others might still be unaware of the situation regarding Yuta. Now Bao Yu was discussing it with them. An hour later, the matter was discussed in secret. This time my parents and I are going to London. If anything happens, I might need to call you over, and I will notify you then. This means that Chao Zhiming will not be going to survey the market this time. After all, he had already been there last time. Mai Lizzie and the others left first. In the study, only Bao Yu and Nancy remained. Bao Yu gazed out the window while Nancy hugged him from behind. After dinner, Bao Yu left to return to the Deepwater Bay hillside villa. After a day of preparation, July 27, 1981. At 4:30 in the afternoon London time, a private jet that flew directly from Hong Kong safely landed at Heathrow International Airport. When Bao Yugong Huang Xiuyan and Bao Ye's bodyguard got off the private jet, Zhang Juanhao, the head of the global shipping group in London, along with his brother-in-law, Su Haifan, and sister, Bao Peiqing, were already waiting. After greeting each other, Bao Yu and his sister and brother-in-law went outside the airport to get into the car, while Bao Yugong and his wife followed Su Haifan and her husband. In the suburbs of London, Bao Yu had just arrived here. Apart from the maids, there was Roan Wentong, who had come in advance. Sir, Wentong. Roan Wentong greeted Bao Chuan Wang and Su Haifan as they entered the manor. After Su Haifan and her husband had dinner here, they left by car. At this time, there were only 2 days left until the grand wedding of Prince Charles and Miss Diana, which was very soon. While Bao Yugong and Zhang Juanhao were talking in the study, they learned that Zhang Juanhao had prepared a private manor worth 250 equivalent to 37.8 million Hong Kong dollars. Boss, young master, this gift is indeed good, but it is very valuable. After all, this was a mansion worth tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars, so it was naturally not cheap. Juanhao, one must invest to reap rewards. After finishing the discussion, Zhang Juanhao left first. Bao Yu said, Dad, the royal family must be very busy right now. As for the gift, we can give it according to the etiquette when the time comes. Bao Yu went to another room. Currently, Roan Wentong was in this guest room. However, Bao Yugong and his wife were staying in the adjacent room, so Roan Wentong appeared much more reserved. After resting for a night, early the next morning. Today is the day before the royal wedding of Prince Charles, and not only have major newspapers already started to preview and report, but London has also attracted many tourists to witness this century wedding. After having breakfast with his parents and Roan Wentong went out to take a look, while Bao Yu stayed at the private. That afternoon, Roan Wentong returned from outside. Sir, it's really very lively outside. The streets that Prince Charles and Miss Diana will pass have reportedly been rehearsed by the royal family, and security has been tightened around. Wentong, do you think Miss Diana marrying Prince Charles and holding such a grand wedding will make them happy? They should be. But in reality, Bao Yu knew they definitely wouldn't be. After all, the simple-minded Diana had no other merits aside from her beauty. On the contrary, such a grand wedding attracting attention from wide country and around the world destined that the two of them would not be happy in the future. Conversely, if they had a low-profile wedding and married later, perhaps there wouldn't be as many problems afterwards. But it wasn't that way. If it were you, would you want to hold such a wedding? Me? I don't know. Roan Wentong truly didn't know. Although every girl hopes for such a grand wedding only once in their lifetime, if that day really comes, she genuinely doesn't know how it would be. On July 29, 1981, Monday. Today was originally a working day. However, many people outside in London were watching the spectacle. At 8 in the morning, a carriage left Buckingham Palace. Among those in the carriage was Prince Charles, dressed in naval uniform, accompanied by his brother Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and others, along with other accompanying personnel. In addition to many security and guards following, BBC reporters and those from other major newspapers chased behind to capture it. Among them, BBC exclusively broadcasted the grand wedding of Prince Charles live worldwide. On the other side, wearing an 8-meter-long wedding dress adorned with 100 pearls, the 20-year-old Diana was marrying Prince Charles, whom most girls in Y country wished to marry. Accompanied by many personnel, Diana became the most prominent one. Sitting in the carriage, she moved along a different street towards the same street. When she arrived at the street intersecting with Prince Charles, they both got into the same luxurious carriage. Under the magnificent wedding dress, the royal carriage, the sunlight, and the cheering crowd, they rode together towards St. Paul's Cathedral in London. On the way, it was very slow as most Londoners and tourists in London rushed out to see the spectacle. Many unmarried women were so excited to see this scene that they even shed tears as if they were marrying Prince Charles like Miss Diana. St. Paul's Cathedral in London. It is the 5th largest cathedral in the world and the 2nd largest in Y country. Its splendid Baroque style also makes it the second largest domed cathedral in the world. Inside it is resplendent. It was confirmed last year that this would be the venue for the wedding ceremony of Prince Charles. Of course, most people in Y country are Christians, so it is quite normal for the royal family to hold a grand wedding ceremony here. Bao Yu and Bao Yu gang were dressed in suits, while Huang Xiaoying and Rong Wentang wore dresses. Early in the morning, Bao Yu and the others had just finished breakfast when someone came to take them there. As Bao Yu gang and Rong Wentang got into the car, they drove to St. Paul's Cathedral and entered. Inside the cathedral, besides the church personnel, there were also 300 invited guests from around the world, each with their own designated seats. Upon sitting down in their seats, they noticed that quite a few people had already arrived. Most of the men were dressed in suits and the women in dresses. However, at this moment, Prince Charles and Miss Diana had not yet arrived, and everyone was quietly waiting. After an unknown amount of time waiting, they heard many voices from outside, and Bao Yu knew that Prince Charles and Miss Diana had entered. Sure enough, a glance revealed Prince Charles in military attire adorned with numerous military insignias and a cap with Diana in a wedding dress beside him. The two looked like a prince and princess from a fairy tale holding a grand wedding that seemed straight out of a storybook. As Bao Yu looked over, many gazes were directed their way. It seemed that this wedding had indeed cost the royal family a significant amount of effort, finances, and resources. However, with BBC exclusively broadcasting it live, the global audience was estimated to be around 1 billion, whether watching the live broadcast or its replays. The royal family would undoubtedly earn a considerable profit. Additionally, inviting so many distinguished guests meant that the value of the gifts they brought would also add up to a substantial amount. At this moment, Bao Yu felt that this was a truly dreamlike wedding. The ceremony continued with the procession to the altar and followed the format of a Western Christian wedding. This continued until after 2 in the afternoon before concluding. At this time, Bao Yu and the others headed to the hotel arranged by the royal family to attend the wedding banquet. During the banquet, Bao Yu gang, Rong Wentang, and others enjoyed the wedding feast. The tableware and cutlery looked exquisite, and the dining experience was satisfactory, though it paled in comparison to Su Lian's state banquet. As the wedding banquet concluded, there were still many activities to celebrate with the public tonight, such as fireworks. Bao Yu chose not to attend, upon returning to the suburban estate in London. In the following days, discussions about Prince Charles and Princess Diana's grand wedding filled the media both in Y country and globally. However, after a few days, the coverage gradually diminished. In reality, this was indeed the most magnificent wedding of the 20th century in Bao Yu's past life, perhaps unmatched. Many believed that the newlyweds must be very happy, at least like Prince Philip and the Queen. Yet it seemed not to be the case. On August 3, 1981, in the morning, a royal butler named Henry arrived to deliver an invitation from the Queen. On the day of Prince Charles' wedding, there were so many people that the royal family had been busy for 2 or 3 days just sorting out the gifts from the guests. The gifts from the guests to Prince Charles and Miss Diana exceeded 1,000, with some being valuable and others more ordinary. Of course, most were jewelry, diamond necklaces, and the like. It was evident that among the many gifts from the guests, the gift from the Bao family was undoubtedly the most precious. A private estate located in London, along with other aspects, was assessed by the royal family to be approximately 2.8 million. This was certainly a substantial sum. In this situation, the Queen and Prince Charles naturally had to invite Bao Yu over for a visit. Now Henry was delivering the invitation. The guest list included Bao Chuan Wang and his wife Bao Yu and Rong Wentang. Butler, I understand, Bao Yu said as he took the invitation from the Queen's butler Henry and handed him a check before he left. Young Master Bao, the Queen said, that since you have already given a valuable gift at Prince Charles' wedding, there is no need to prepare anything extravagant this time. The royal family feels embarrassed to accept more, which is why Henry was reminded. Later that afternoon, Bao Yu gang and Rong Wentang arrived at Buckingham Palace. The Rolls-Royce had just stopped. The 4 of them got out of the car. In addition to seeing the Queen's butler Henry, they also spotted Prince Charles and Princess Diana. Now Charles was dressed casually, while Diana wore a white dress. After greeting each other, the group went inside. Inside, the Queen and Prince Philip were already waiting. Bao Yu gang and his wife Bao Yu and Rong Wentang exchanged greetings with Prince Philip and the Queen. It was now tea time. The Queen had red tea and pastries served to entertain Bao Yu and the others. During this time, the Queen inquired about the Bao family's company in Shangjiang, then mentioned the valuable gift they had sent. However, in Y country's weddings, if guests send gifts, typically there is no return gift, meaning the hosts simply accept whatever is given. This is unlike the Chinese tradition, where gifts are usually reciprocated, or at the next significant event for the other party, a return gift of equivalent value is given. Young Master Bao, Miss Rong, after our wedding we plan to move to Highgrove House in Gloucestershire. This is the Queen's residence. Although other royal family members also live here, Prince Charles plans to move there for a while after his wedding, possibly returning here later. Of course, the royal family possesses many assets in Y country, including several private estates. Now the set of gifts from Bao Yu and his family is considered very high-end, allowing Prince Charles and Princess Diana to stay there when they return to London instead of Buckingham Palace. After the Queen and Prince Charles thanked the Bao family for the precious gifts, Bao Yu and the others did not linger. Prince Charles and Princess Diana personally escorted them out. They got into the car and drove back to the suburban estate in London. That evening, Huang Xiaoying went to visit the two sons of Su Haifun and her husband. As for Bao Yu Gang, he might be engaging with connections in London, mainly related to the next governor of Xinjiang. Rong Wentang had already attended the royal wedding, so she did not stay any longer. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu had his private jet send Rong Wentang back to Munich. Rong Wentang has already been sent back to Munich by private jet. Huang Xiaoying took the time to visit the children of Su Haifun and his wife. Of course, Bao Yu did not stop. Following Zhang Juanhao and Bao Chuanwang to visit the network in London, besides hoping to gain insights into the candidate for the next governor of Xinjiang, the main hope was that MacLehose would continue to serve as the next governor. When Bao Yu, Bao Chuanwang, and Zhang Juanhao learned that the next governor of Xinjiang was very likely to be Yud, Bao Yu was not surprised, as he already had relevant information in his mind. However, Zhang Juanhao and Bao Chuanwang were genuinely astonished. They did not expect Bao Yu to have anticipated that if it really was that white-faced Yud, it could indeed lead to trouble. After all, the Bao family has numerous businesses in Xinjiang, and they do not want Yud to cause any disturbances. After the visit that night, Bao Yu and his father returned to the study in the suburban manner. Bob, I didn't expect you to have guessed it right. Father, it's not that I guessed it, but Yud has worked in Yinjing for many years, which makes Mrs. Sacker and others feel that he is very familiar with the situation in Yinjing, making it indeed suitable for him to take over MacLehose's position. However, it is not suitable for us, no matter what. He must fall ill or disappear early. Bao Yu knew that the previous governor died of a sudden heart attack less than 4 years into his term, with rumors saying it was due to the feng shui of Xinjiang, but Bao Yu believed more firmly that it was indeed a heart attack. Making him fall ill or disappear, that is no small challenge. Most importantly, if it gets exposed, the consequences would be severe, so this matter must be handled in a way that others cannot trace it back to the Bao family. Bao Yu nodded. Besides this matter, the most regrettable thing was, of course, that in February 1981, media tycoon and News Corporation owner Murdoch had swallowed the Times. The Times, one of the most important media publications in Y country, and even globally, was consumed by Murdoch after he had taken over the struggling Sun newspaper in 1968. Afterward, with drastic reforms to the Sun, specifically issuing sensational and eye-catching gossip stories, the Sun newspaper's daily circulation plummeted from 1.5 million copies to 8,500, then rebounded to 2 million copies per day, becoming a well-known publication in Y country and globally. At that time, Bao Yu had not yet come into this world. Murdoch's acquisition was simply an acquisition. However, he did not expect that this time Zhang Juanhao would keep an eye on privatized industries in London, but would miss the Times. In the end, Murdoch acquired this top 3 publication in Y country and a very important newspaper for 12 million. Bao Yu looked at his father and said, "Father, in February the Times was up for sale." Zhang Juanhao did not remind us in advance, causing us to lose a very important publication. Although the Bao family has several media publications in Xinjiang and Y country, their influence cannot be compared to that of the Sun or the Times. These traditional media giants have an immense impact globally. They can even interfere with whether Mrs. Sacker can rise to power. In Bao Yu's past life, several prime ministers of Y country, including Mrs. Sacker, were indeed able to rise to power thanks to the favorable reviews from the Times. If Bao Yu were to control the Times now, it would be very easy for him to deal with Yud just by having a few articles published. Yud's political career would likely be greatly affected. However, Zhang Juanhao did not react, and Rong Wentang did not know that Bao Yu was interested in the Times. "Bob, are you interested in the Times?" "Father, it's too late now." Of course, for us, owning an important media publication is one thing, but the most crucial part is having our own voice that can speak for us when necessary. In the absence of the internet, traditional media publications are extremely important in any country around the world. Even with the emergence of the internet, the existence of these media giants remains very significant. However, now Li Weiyong has been sent to Sulian, and Li Baoluo is serving as the general manager at Global Airlines, while Zhang Junhao's capabilities still lag behind those two. He naturally did not expect that the Bao family was paying attention not only to the privatization of large state-owned enterprises, but also to such important media publications. "Bob, now that the Times is already in Murdoch's hands, I'm afraid there's no chance for a remedy. Mainly because at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, they did not pay attention to the news here, and Murdoch kept the acquisition of the Times very secret while negotiating with the Thompsons. In the end, Murdoch's bid was £500 higher than that of another media group, the Rossmuir Joint News. In fact, the Rossmuir Joint Newspaper Group was willing to offer 25 million Hong Kong dollars, which seemed much higher than Murdoch's. In reality, another office building valued at £18 million was included, but Murdoch did not acquire that office building. He only wanted all the shares of the Times. "Father, there's no remedy now, but we still have another target." "Another target? Bob, which publication are you referring to?" "The Daily Mirror." Bao Yu was indeed referring to this publication. In fact, in the 60s, when Murdoch entered the media market in Y country, his first target was this publication. Unfortunately, the shareholders of the Daily Mirror were unwilling to sell, which is why he turned his attention to the Sun. I'm afraid Murdoch is still keeping an eye on the Daily Mirror now. At present, the Daily Mirror has a daily circulation of nearly 1.9 million copies in Y country, second only to Murdoch's Sun at 2 million copies ahead of the Daily Mail and the Daily Express. In addition, the parent company of the Daily Mirror, Read International, owns the Daily Mirror and Sports Life, two national daily newspapers accounting for about 33.6% of Y country's daily newspaper circulation, which is quite terrifying. As for the Times, it only has 280,000 copies, which is much lower compared to the Sun and Daily Mirror, but the Times' influence is primarily political. Moreover, after Murdoch's acquisition, he directly transferred Harold Evans to the headquarters of the Times, serving as the new editor-in-chief, replacing the original William Rees-Mogg. It wouldn't be long before this publication would rejuvenate and become one of the most important publications in Y country and the Murdoch News Group. When Bao Yu just learned that his son wanted to acquire the Daily Mirror, he was obviously a bit surprised. This publication is indeed one of the most influential newspapers in Y country, and there is a subscription here at the manor. Bob, do you have confidence in acquiring this newspaper? Yes, father. In fact, this newspaper is still performing quite well in terms of sales, but it is indeed operating at a loss. And the parent company, Read International, is not currently for sale, but if we approach them with an offer that exceeds their expectations, perhaps they would sell. In fact, in 2 to 3 years, the Czech publisher Maxwell bought the Mirror Group. Only in the 90s did this publication finally fall into Murdoch's hands, becoming one of the most important newspapers for him, relying on these 3 publications to basically monopolize important news in Y country, with everyone else having to heed his words. In fact, Murdoch represented the voice of the Y people in the global media monopoly. In July 1984, Maxwell ultimately acquired the Daily Mirror and its parent company Mirror Group for $113 million. This included the Daily Mirror, Sunday People, Sports Life, and 2 Scottish newspapers, Daily Record. All these publications combined had a daily circulation exceeding 3 million copies, effectively monopolizing 1/3 of the newspaper market in countrywide. This is a terrifying figure. If calculated at 113 million, it is equivalent to $7 billion, which is $3.4 billion. This was the acquisition price in July 1984. Now it is August 1981, which is clearly more than 2 years earlier. Thus, Bao Yu believes that acquiring the Daily Mirror, or even its parent company, should cost less than 100 million now. Of course, even 100 million today is still extremely profitable, and not everyone can afford that. As for Murdoch, most of his funds should come from the backing of Ute Capital. Having already lost the Times, Bao Yu absolutely cannot afford to lose the acquisition of the Daily Mirror. However, Zhang Junhao's reaction is too slow and his capabilities are lacking. If he is truly to acquire the Daily Mirror, it must be kept from Murdoch and Maxwell, as these 2 giants are always watching the Daily Mirror. That I plan to have Jiming and Whaley handle the acquisition. Their capabilities are much stronger. This is inevitable, whether it is Chao Jiming or Whaley, both are capable and independent. In other words, this matter should not be told to anyone for now. Once Chao Jiming and Whaley arrive from Xiangjiang, they will be informed. Bob, you take charge of this matter. Dad will not interfere. Bao Yu naturally cannot and will not intervene. He trusts his son's abilities. If the Bao family could truly acquire the Daily Mirror, their influence globally would indeed be much greater. According to the time difference between London and Xiangjiang, at this moment it is a little past 7 in the evening in London, while it is a little past 2 in the morning in Xiangjiang. Originally, Bao Yu intended to have someone call these 2 in the morning Xiangjiang time, but given the gravity of the situation, he decided to notify them in advance. Bao Yu called Nancy. At that moment, Nancy was already dreaming when she suddenly heard the landline phone in the study ring, and she immediately woke up. She knew that Bao Yu had gone to London to attend Prince Charles' wedding and would not be back soon. However, a call at this hour could only be from Bao Yu or Zhao Xiuzhen. It was hard to imagine anyone else. Nancy rose from her hazy sleep. However, it was still quite warm in Xiangjiang, but living on Victoria Peak with the mountain breeze, it was much more comfortable. Hello, who is this? Nancy, it's me. It was indeed Bao Yu calling, and Nancy immediately became alert. Sir, what's the matter? There's a very important acquisition. You need to notify Chao Jiming and Whaley to come to London to see me right away. A very important acquisition. Bao Yu did not elaborate over the phone, clearly not wanting to disclose details. It was obvious that such an important acquisition would involve significant funds. Okay, I will call Mr. Chao and Mr. Whaley right away. After hanging up, Nancy thought about Chao Jiming's. At that time, Chao Jiming was in a villa on Victoria Peak living with his mother. Apart from a Filipino maid, since he had no girlfriend, it was usually just the 3 of them. At this moment, it was already late at night, and Chao Jiming was deep in slumber. Suddenly, the landline phone in the living room rang, waking Chao Jiming, his mother, and even the maid with its piercing sound. Chao Jiming immediately got up, put on a coat, and seeing his mother and the maid already out, he picked up the phone and said, "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Chao, I'm sorry, it's Nancy. The boss wants you to hurry to London for a very important acquisition." "Hurry to London? A very important acquisition?" Chao Jiming became alert immediately. "Miss Nancy, I understand. I can only take the flight to London tomorrow morning. Besides you, there's also Mr. Whaley. You can go together. I'm about to call Mr. Whaley now. With that, Nancy hung up and dialed Whaley's number. Chow Ziming's mother looked at him and asked, Ozai, is there something going on so late? Mom, I have to fly to London tomorrow to work for the boss. Please have the maid take care of you. The next morning, Chow Ziming and Whaley hurriedly drove to Kai Tak International Airport. At this time, Chow Ziming was already waiting for Whaley. Upon meeting, both revealed different smiles. Of course, regarding the specifics of the acquisition, Nancy seemed mysterious last night, and neither of them knew. However, they speculated that it must be a company of considerable scale. The flight from Xinjiang to London takes 14 hours, but London time is 7 hours behind Xinjiang. By the time they arrived in London, it was just after 3 in the afternoon. When the two disembarked from the flight, Zhang Juanhao was already waiting for them, as Bao Yu had sent him to pick them up. Mr. Whaley, Mr. Chow, the young master sent me to pick you up. To keep a low profile, he did not come in a Rolls-Royce, but rather a regular Rover car. The two got in the car and headed to the suburban estate. At this moment, Bao Yu was waiting for the two in the estate. For Bao Yu, he always prepared in advance, but unfortunately, he could not acquire the Times, so he absolutely could not lose the opportunity to acquire the Daily Mirror this time. The car stopped. Zhang Juanhao led the two inside. Upon entering the estate, Bao Yu was waiting for them to have afternoon tea. Zhang Juanhao stayed behind to have afternoon tea with Chow Ziming and Whaley before leaving. Of course, since Bao Yu had not truly retired, Zhang Juanhao could not yet be considered Bao Yu's subordinate executive, but rather a high-level executive under his father. The three went to the study. The reason I hurriedly called you here is to acquire the Daily Mirror. Acquire the Daily. Not only was Chow Ziming surprised, but Whaley was also quite astonished. In February, Murdoch acquired the Times. I was also very interested in the Times, but I had not been to London before, and Zhang Juanhao did not inform me in time. This time, when my father and I visited those in our network, I learned that Mrs. Thatcher was initially unwilling to sell the Times to Murdoch, who is of M nationality. However, in the end, Murdoch managed to persuade Mrs. Thatcher. This time we aimed to acquire the Daily Mirror because in the 1960s, both Maxwell and Murdoch had set their sights on this newspaper. However, prior to this, the parent company Reed International was unwilling to sell. Now with the Daily Mirror's circulation nearing 1.9 million copies, it is still quite good, but it has too many expenses and is in a state of loss. If you can approach Reed's parent company and offer a compelling price, we have a chance to acquire the Daily Mirror. This time Bao Yu intends to acquire the Daily Mirror, a matter of great significance. During the preliminary stages of the acquisition, at the very least, it must not be known to potential competitors like Murdoch and Maxwell. Bao Yu clearly instructed Chow Ziming and Whaley. The two of them were naturally cautious. Once the two were in the study discussing in private, Bao Yu stepped outside. He recalled that in his past life, despite the Daily Mirror being successfully acquired by Maxwell in 1984, why did such an important publication fall into Murdoch's hands in the 1990s? This was actually related to Maxwell's sudden demise in 1991, when he met an untimely death at sea. Then in 1992, the Daily Mirror was acquired by David Meyer. Acquired it, reportedly an independent company not belonging to any corporation. However, it wasn't long before Murdoch acquired a portion of its shares. Looking back, Bao Yu deeply thought about it and realized it was definitely not that simple. Perhaps David Meyer was merely an independent company registered by Murdoch, but the outside world had not uncovered this. Moreover, Maxwell had been fined until he became a competitor of Murdoch, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. But who was Bao Yu? He truly had no fear of such despicable tactics. At this moment, Chow Ziming and Wei Li were discussing their plan to acquire the Daily Mirror. They would not approach Reed International directly. Instead, they needed to thoroughly investigate the Daily Mirror and all related publications. This included subscription numbers, revenue, profit and loss, staff, and a series of related financial reports. The parent company of the Daily Mirror was Mirror Group Newspapers, which was not an independent publicly listed company. However, the parent company of Mirror Group Newspapers, Reed International, was a publicly listed company on the London. In other words, Mirror Group Newspapers was a significant subsidiary of Reed International, and the Daily Mirror was the most important publication under Mirror Group Newspapers. As for the related information, as a publicly listed company, Reed International was required to regularly disclose it to shareholders and investors. This meant that such information was relatively easy to find. However, if that was all, it would not suffice. They needed to hire an independent third-party financial firm for evaluation to provide a detailed assessment report, including acquisition valuation. The Big Four accounting firms, PwC, Deloitte, Ernst Young, and KPMG, were included, where except for KPMG, which was headquartered in Amsterdam, the other three were based in London. Of course, aside from these Big Four accounting firms, there were actually many other companies like them. However, for those publicly listed or large companies, they preferred the Big Four. After discussing, Chow Ziming and Wei Li decided to approach PwC for this matter. Although the Bao family had closer ties to Huifeng, in reality Huifeng could not compete with the Big Four in terms of affairs in London. Ziming, I will contact PwC while you will investigate the relevant information about the Daily Mirror. The two agreed. When they left the study, Bao Yu was already outside. Bao Yu did not say much. However, he knew that the two had already come to an agreement. That evening Bao Yugong had just returned and immediately came to find his son. Bob have Chao Jiming and Wei Li arrived. It seemed that Bao Yugong was quite anxious even though he had not intervened in the acquisition of the Daily Mirror. However, hearing his son talk about the painful loss of the Times, he felt distressed. After all, many times the influence of these traditional media exceeded many people's imaginations. Wasn't black and white just a sentence or report in the publication? At this time the news was still monopolized by traditional media reports. Dad, they arrived this afternoon, but they went out and haven't returned yet. That's good. Do you need any help? Dad, not for now. Bao Yugong nodded. Since Huang Xiuying had not returned from the eldest daughter's place, the Bao father and son were having dinner there. After finishing dinner around 9 o'clock in the evening, first Chao Jiming returned, and then Wei Li also returned by car. After the two greeted Bao Chuanwang, they all entered the study. When Bao Yu arrived, the Bao father and son were having a private discussion with the two. Bao Chuanwang, boss, I quietly contacted PwC this afternoon. In fact, when I was in Xinjiang, I had dealings with PwC and was familiar with their people. Now this was the perfect opportunity to leverage them for the acquisition of the Daily Mirror and even the acquisition of Mirror Group newspapers. In the afternoon, I reached out to one of their responsible persons. Upon learning that we wanted to acquire the Daily Mirror, the other party was clearly surprised. They knew that Murdoch and Maxwell had always wanted to acquire the Daily Mirror, but unfortunately Reed International was unwilling to sell. Now we approached them at PwC hoping they would provide an acquisition evaluation report for the Daily Mirror and Mirror Group. For such a business opportunity that came knocking at their door, PwC of course could not refuse. Not only would they not refuse, but they would also do their best to assist. After all, for them it was not just business, but also a further collaboration with the Bao family. As for who the Daily Mirror would fall into, that was beyond their consideration. Bao Chuanwang, boss, I also investigated the situation of the Daily Mirror this afternoon. In reality, the Daily Mirror now has a considerable daily sales volume, but it faces the same problems as the Times before its acquisition. It has to support many workers, and there are several affiliated printing factories that need to be maintained. Not only that, but they also have their own unions, and even a slight issue can lead to strikes. Bao Yu was very clear about the unions in countrywide. For instance, Dongfang oversees Dong Haoyan's high-priced acquisition of the second-largest shipbuilding company in country, was actually dragged down by the unions, making it impossible to produce a single ship for a long time. In this situation, not only could no ships be built, but they also had to employ a large number of people. As for these newspaper companies, although they are not state-owned enterprises in country, the situation is similar with originally the Daily Mirror's circulation reached 1.9 million copies, relying solely on sales revenue was considerable, and with advertising revenue, it should be even higher. However, in reality, it might be running at a loss. The impact of the Daily Mirror was so significant that even if it incurred some losses, it wouldn't matter. Bao Yugong was at a loss for words upon hearing about the unions. In other words, even if we acquire the Daily Mirror, we will need to reform it afterward. Bao Yu stated directly. No capital would be willing to continuously inject funds into a company for a long time. This was fundamentally impossible. After all, a company must restore itself to profitability and self-sustainability. PwC has gathered more information about the Daily Mirror and its parent company Mirror Group newspapers than what is available externally. After all, their work involves finance and accounting auditing, so they have internal information. This time Wei Li approached them on behalf of the Bao family, which is naturally a significant business deal. William, a representative from PwC in London, along with his team, worked tirelessly and within a week managed to compile all the relevant information regarding the Bao family's acquisition of the Daily Mirror, including detailed assessments of the acquisition value spanning potentially over 1,000 pages, which have been printed out. William immediately took this document to meet Wei Li. Wei Li, Chao Jiming, Bao Yugong, and Bao Yu, Mr. Bao Chuanwang, Mr. Bao Xiaoya, and Jiming. This is Mr. William, a senior professional manager from PwC who specializes in transactions and mergers and acquisitions. Even though Bao Yu and Bao Yugong do not know William, he has long heard of the Bao Chuanwang father and son. Mr. Bao Chuanwang, Mr. Bao Xiaoya, it's a pleasure to meet you. They shook hands in greeting. Upon entering the study, William took out the thick document regarding the acquisition and evaluation. Mr. Bao Chuanwang, Mr. Bao Xiaoya, our company has worked overtime for a week to organize this acquisition and evaluation report. You can present it directly to Reed International, and they will acknowledge our documentation. Of course, if you wish to engage us to handle this acquisition case, that is also possible, but it requires an additional fee. This document alone is valued at over $1 million, which is quite expensive. If they were to commission them for the transaction, an additional payment would be required with specific fees also outlined. In other words, no company or individual would work for others without compensation. This is very clear in your... Bao Yu looked at William and asked, what if the acquisition fails? Mr. Bao Xiaoya, rest assured, when PwC is involved, failure is not an option. The other party was very confident. Bao Yu smiled and said, as far as I know, Murdoch and Maxwell have been trying to acquire the Daily Mirror before. Why weren't they successful? Murdoch wanted to swallow the Daily Mirror since the 60s but failed and instead acquired the Sun. In the 70s, when he tried again to acquire the Daily Mirror, he still did not succeed, but ended up acquiring the Times. William was certainly aware of what Bao was referring to. William replied, Mr. Bao, both Murdoch and Maxwell felt that Reed International's asking price was too high, which is why they couldn't proceed with the acquisition. However, it is evident that Reed International is indeed interested in selling this newspaper group. This was the real reason. Bao looked at Chao Zhiming and Wei Li. Wei Li directly stated, Mr. William, since the boss has tasked us with the acquisition of the Daily Mirror, we will handle the acquisition ourselves. Of course, if any relevant documentation is needed, we hope you can provide it. Mr. Wei Li, that is certainly a given. The two parties reached an agreement. Wei Li first saw William out. Bao was indeed very surprised as he looked at the detailed acquisition evaluation report handed over by William. The saying goes that you get what you pay for, and it truly holds. One could say that information has always been valuable, and the more critical the information, the more valuable it is. The evaluation report that PwC provided to Bao regarding the acquisition of the Daily Mirror was in fact a very detailed document. And this was astonishingly valued at over $1 million. This amount is certainly not small, adding up to over 5 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, PwC earned this significant amount in just 1 week. At this time, Wei Li had returned. Boss, if you hadn't called me and Zhiming, we could have truly commissioned PwC for the acquisition, but it would have required an additional payment. Wei Li entered and said, What concerns me is not the money but the risk of information leakage. For Bao, the most crucial aspect of the acquisition is to prevent information from leaking. From his series of acquisitions in Xinjiang, they are all related to this. If he hadn't acted early to acquire Wharf Holdings, it would have been much more challenging for him to swallow it later. Wei Li nodded and added, Boss, these major firms would not easily leak client information. But who can be sure? Bao was also aware that this company later faced issues with falsifying company documents and producing fake financial statements to deceive investors. Bao Yugong, Wei Li, and Chao Zhiming carefully reviewed the document. They then had a discussion. Chao Zhiming and Wei Li decided to head to Reed International's headquarters tomorrow morning. Rest for the night. The next morning, Bao had just gotten up and saw that his mother was already in the yard, likely having returned by car this morning. After spending a week with Su Haifan and her husband, he was feeling a bit tired. Morning, Mommy. As Bao Yugong, Huang Xiuying, Chao Zhiming, and Wei Li had breakfast together. After, Wei Li and Chao Zhiming took a car to Reed International's headquarters. However, most Y country companies and people start work at 9 in the morning, so arriving now is just right. Bao accompanied his parents in the yard, reading the newspaper and chatting. Looking at the Daily Mirror, Bao's mood was naturally different. Mommy, how is it staying with my elder sister? It was okay. Your elder sister's husband is quite a dull person, often staying alone in the room, leaving me with your elder sister and those 2 kids there. Su Haifan is a rather dull person. Perhaps. In reality, he is a white person and naturally cannot communicate much with Huang Xiuying. Dad, Mommy, it seems we need to visit Lady Sacker this afternoon. Visiting Lady Sacker. They were invited to attend Prince Charles' wedding, and over a week had passed without the Bao family formally visiting Lady Sacker. The reason Bao proposed to visit Lady Sacker is of course very important. The Daily Mirror is a very important newspaper in Y country. If the Bao family wants to acquire this newspaper group, even if Reed International agrees to sell, they cannot proceed without Lady Sacker's approval. In fact, Murdoch, when acquiring the Times, made multiple visits to Lady Sacker and ultimately persuaded her to agree to sell the Times to his news group. Another significant reason is that Murdoch was originally Australian, but later changed his nationality to M-country nationality for the sake of developing media. As for the Bao family, Bao Chuanwang holds Y-country nationality and is quite familiar with Lady Sacker. However, Bao knows that to acquire the Daily Mirror, they indeed need to pass through Lady Sacker. At 9 in the morning, Bao wrote a visiting invitation on behalf of himself, his wife, and Bao, and then had a bodyguard deliver it. When the bodyguard returned, he brought a reply from Lady Sacker. Young master, this is a reply from 10 down. Bao opened it and found that it was a letter from Lady Sacker written with the assistance of Y. Upon learning that the Bao couple and young master Bao wanted to visit, they appeared very pleased. It had been a long time since they last met. For Y country 10, Downing Street, and even for Lady Sacker and Mr. Dennis, they were all important friends. Thus the Bao family meeting them was an excellent opportunity to play golf at the Royal Wimbledon Golf Club. The contents of the reply were roughly these. At this time, the temperature in London in August was around 20 degrees Celsius, making it a very comfortable time to be outdoors, neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for golf. However, Bao knew that when his parents and the Su couple first got to know Lady Sacker and Mr. Dennis, it was actually, of course, Bao also understood that Lady Sacker, like him, actually did not enjoy playing golf. It was merely a sport for social engagements. In contrast, Mr. Dennis, who came from a normal business background, actually enjoyed this noble sport. After reading, Bao took the letter to show his father. Bob, it seems Lady Sacker has invited us to play golf. That's just right, we can directly discuss important matters then. Noon came. Bao Gang and Huang Xiuying finished lunch together. In the afternoon, the 3 of them got into a Rolls-Royce. Before getting in the car, they had prepared simple gifts for Lady Sacker and Mr. Dennis. The drive took just. They arrived at the Royal Wimbledon Golf Club, which had been established more than 100 years ago. It was given the royal title, but royal members did not necessarily come here. However, now that Lady Sacker and her husband Dennis were meeting the Bow family, the large golf course had many more guards, but essentially, it was just them with no other club members present. In fact, this situation was related to the assassination of Lord Mountbatten in 1979. Since then, Lady Sacker had encountered numerous dangers, and under unavoidable circumstances wherever she appeared more guards would naturally follow. Now the Bow family arrived in 2 Rolls-Royces and several luxury cars. They were still subjected to a security check at the entrance of the Wimbledon Golf Club. After confirming the identities of the Bow family and ensuring there were no issues, they drove inside. When Bao Gang and Huang Xiaoying got out of the car, they already saw a vast expanse of green lawn in this London town, which was the golf course. In Xiangjiang, due to limited land, everything seemed smaller. Even the Deepwater Bay golf course near his home looked particularly small. However, here it was obvious that the area was quite large. After all, this was land that had been enclosed more than 100 years ago, and back then these lands were likely farmland or hilly terrain that were not worth much. The Bow couple was invited to an English-style mansion at the club, and soon they met Lady Sacker and Mr. Dennis. Their reunion was not very long. In fact, they had met at the wedding of Prince Charles and Miss Diana. However, that was an informal meeting. Now it was a formal one. After greeting each other, Bao Gang changed into golf attire to play with Mr. Dennis. Bao Huang Xiaoying and Lady Sacker accompanied them. From this perspective, it was clear that Lady Sacker did not enjoy playing this game. It was merely because her husband liked it, and hearing that the Bao father and son also enjoyed it, she deliberately chose this place. In fact, the other party did not know that Bao Chuanwang also did not particularly enjoy it. He only did so to so. It was now afternoon with temperatures ranging from 20 to 22 degrees Celsius, not too hot, and wearing a hat made it feel even better. Walking on this expanse of green grass, Bao felt more comfortable than picking up a golf club to play. As Mr. Dennis and Bao Gang enjoyed their game, cheers rang out. They should have both gotten their golf balls into the holes. Huang Xiaoying, being a housewife, was not as assertive as Lady Sacker. She could not exchange too many words with Lady Sacker, so gradually, to avoid awkwardness, she went to watch her husband and Dennis play, leaving Bao and Lady Sacker. Young Master Bao, how is your company doing lately? Lady Sacker asked. Bao simply mentioned the situation of his company. Of course, his true purpose in coming this time was to persuade Lady Sacker to agree to his acquisition of the Daily Mirror, otherwise this visit would hold little significance. The two chatted about various topics. Finally, Bao directly said, Lady Sacker, I have something very important to discuss with you. Young Master Bao, what is it? The two chatted about various topics. Finally, Bao directly said, Lady Sacker, I have something very important to discuss with you. Young Master. Lady Sacker was not only surprised, but also found it hard to believe. Previously, Murdoch had talked to Lady Sacker about acquiring the Daily Mirror when he was acquiring the Times, hoping that Lady Sacker would support him, and even hoping she would persuade Reed International, the parent company of the Daily Mirror, to sell Mirror Group newspapers. However, Lady Sacker would not engage in such matters. Now, what Lady Sacker did not expect was that the father and son of the Bao family were actually going to swallow the Daily Mirror. Lady Sacker, actually, I know that Mr. Murdoch has always wanted to take over the Daily Mirror, but his offer was too low to persuade Reed International. Not only that, but Maxwell also wanted to acquire the Daily Mirror, and his offer was clearly not accepted by Reed International either. Lady Sacker did not respond. In fact, the issue surrounding the Daily Mirror was not just a matter of money. After all, the influence of the newspaper often surpasses that of money. Now this Mr. Murdoch, an American, has taken over the influential Sun newspaper in Y Country in the 1960s. And earlier this year, he acquired the highly influential Times. He controls two such important local media in Y Country. If he were to take over the Daily Mirror as well, it is feared that the discourse power in Y Country would be in his hands. However, our Bao family is different. My father is a Y Country national, and both my father and I have always supported you. If you support our acquisition of the Daily Mirror, this newspaper would be a strong backing for you. Bao emphasized that Murdoch was an American. Although he was white, he was still an American. However, Bao stressed that his father was a Y Country national and had always supported Lady Sacker, which was different from Murdoch. Most importantly, Bao emphasized that now that two major local media outlets in Y Country, the Sun and the Times, had fallen into Murdoch's hands, if the Daily Mirror also fell into his hands, it was easy to imagine that the discourse power would be controlled by Murdoch. Clearly, these were also concerns for Lady Sacker, and indeed for most people in Y Country. The peak daily circulation of the Daily Mirror reached 5.28 million copies in 1967, at a time when the population was approximately 54.94 million, which means roughly 1 in 10 people subscribed to a copy of the Daily Mirror. This figure is still quite alarming. However, by 1973, the Daily Mirror's daily sales had dropped to 4.2 million copies. By 1978, the daily sales of the Daily Mirror had fallen to 2.5 million copies. Now the circulation has dwindled to 1.9 million copies. Naturally, given the current situation of the Daily Mirror, the daily sales will continue to decline. The primary reason is that the content remains unchanged, failing to attract more readers or retain its original loyal audience. Even so, it remains one of the most important and influential media publications in countrywide. Currently, The Sun, acquired by Murdoch, has a daily circulation of 3 million copies, which is not only stable, but also on the rise, making it the highest-selling publication in countrywide. Adding the Times' daily sales of 2,800 copies brings the total to 3.28 million. This likely accounts for 30 to 40% of the market share of publications in countrywide. If Murdoch were to absorb the Daily Mirror, even the Mirror Group combined would still be in the range of 2 million to 3 million copies, essentially allowing Murdoch to dominate 60 to 70% of the market in countrywide. Basically, the power to speak in the media sector of countrywide lies firmly in Murdoch's hands, and that is true. Lady Thatcher listened to Bao Yu's analysis. Being a clever person, she recognized that what Bao Yu said was indeed the truth. Of course, Bao Yu did not hide his intentions. He was indeed venturing into the media publication market. Although he had already purchased some publications before, their influence was minimal. Lady Thatcher, if I can successfully acquire the Daily Mirror, I hope to restore it to its former glory with daily sales of at least 5 million copies or even 6 million copies. To restore it to its peak. This is actually very difficult. At least that is how it appears to Lady Thatcher. Naturally, she thinks about why Murdoch is so formidable. He comes from this very industry and has navigated it for many years, making him exceedingly familiar with it. As for Bao Yu, she knows he is indeed a business prodigy. However, considering Bao Yu's series of acquisition methods, it might truly be possible. Regarding the influence of the Daily Mirror, Lady Thatcher did not directly agree. Young Master Bao, I understand your and the Bao family's intentions. However, I need to go back and think it over. Such an important matter cannot be settled directly on the golf course. That is impossible. Back then, Murdoch had to meet with Lady Thatcher countless times to gain her trust and agreement for acquiring the Times. The same applies now. Lady Thatcher considers not just the profit this publication could bring to the Bao family, but also its influence. After all, newspapers are not the same as shipyards. If it were a shipyard, she could sell it with her eyes closed. But with a newspaper, she would not agree easily. An afternoon, Bao Yu accompanied Dennis to play golf. After discussing this matter with Lady Thatcher, Bao Yu did not say anything further. After all, if Lady Thatcher did not directly agree, it indicates that she still has concerns and may need to discuss it. This means that even if Reed International agrees to sell the Daily Mirror to Bao Yu without the cabinet's consent from countrywide, this acquisition cannot proceed. This not only involves substantial funds, but also other interests behind the scenes. Around 4 in the afternoon, Bao Yu and Dennis had not yet finished playing golf. However, they had already stopped. At the club, they enjoyed afternoon tea together. Before leaving, they exchanged greetings. Bao Yu Gang and Huang Shuyan each got into their respective Rolls-Royce cars and left for the suburban estate. Lady Thatcher and Mr. Dennis also boarded their Rolls-Royce and headed back to the official residence at 10. On the way, Dennis felt somewhat unsatisfied, unsure if Bao Chuan Wang had aged, showing that his golfing skills were indeed inferior, or if he had intentionally let him win, making it very easy for Dennis to defeat Bao Chuan Wang this time. Now, seeing Lady Thatcher sitting there, she seemed to be frowning, pondering something. However, important matters would not be discussed. At the suburban estate in London, Bao Yu and Bao Yu Gang stepped out of the car. The father and son went directly to the study. Bob, did Lady Thatcher not agree directly? Bao Yu nodded and said she indeed did not agree directly, saying she needs to go back and think it over. Dad, it seems that without Lady Thatcher's agreement, we cannot acquire the Daily Mirror, no matter how much money we have. Of course, it depends on you. Me. That's right. Back then, Murdoch had to visit Lady Thatcher multiple times to convince her to agree to the acquisition of the Times. Naturally, if Murdoch, an American, can acquire it, why can't you? The key is how you persuade her. Bao Yu Gang looked at Bao Yu, replied, we can reference Murdoch's entire process of acquiring the Times. It is of great significance. When Bao Yu explained how Murdoch acquired the Times, Bao Yu Gang was indeed astonished by the prowess of this media tycoon. Dad, that's about it. Although I briefly discussed our family's acquisition of the Daily Mirror with Lady Thatcher this afternoon, words alone are not enough. We need concrete data. In addition to needing that detailed acquisition assessment report, we must also ensure we do not interfere with the newspaper's content and maintain its independence, as well as follow through with the Daily Mirror's layoff plans. In reality, the so-called non-interference with the content and maintaining the newspaper's independence were merely Murdoch's deceptive tactics to placate Lady Thatcher, intending to act differently once the acquisition was completed. In fact, this was indeed the case. Within less than a year, he made sweeping reforms to the Times. By that time, with the Times firmly under Murdoch's control, Lady Thatcher's opposition would be futile. Although later there were instances of internal executives and staff betraying him, Murdoch swiftly eliminated all opposing executives and staff. In fact, this is the most formidable aspect of Murdoch. Whether it was to acquire the Times or to deal with internal dissent later, his means were quite sophisticated and can be described as ruthless. That, however, we cannot be like Murdoch. We must be true to our word. We absolutely cannot promise non-interference with the newspaper, otherwise, should we wish to have more cooperation with Lady Thatcher in the future, she will likely not trust us. In reality, Bao Yu knew that they were different from Murdoch. They were Chinese while Murdoch was a Caucasian. Though his father holds a nationality from country Y and Murdoch is both Australian and American, given the relationship between country Y and these two countries, Bao Yu Gang's advantage of holding a nationality from country Y is not very significant. The villa in Deepwater Bay, the Bao family. Bao Yu stepped out of the car, and it was already past 9 in the evening. Seeing his father, mother, and grandfather waiting for him, Bao Yu felt a bit shy. Today Bao Yu had indeed spent the day at Zhong Chuhong's place. Grandfather, dad, mom, and back. Bob, come up. Bao Yu followed his father up to the study. Closing the study door, Bao Yu quickly learned that the Rong father and son had come to the Bao family in the afternoon. Dad, did that Miss Rong not come? Did not see her. This means that Rong Wintong should be in West Germany. This time our Bao family has officially invested in Z Country Trust International Investment Company, where we hold the maximum of 10 million shares, which is about 10 of the shares costing 10 million Hong Kong dollars. 10 million Hong Kong dollars is equivalent to buying 10 of Z Trust shares, and Bao Yu felt it was still very worthwhile. Whether it was Z Trust going public in the future or dividends, the return on investment for this amount of money was still quite high. Bob, it seems you are quite favored by Mr. Rong and his son. They appeared somewhat disappointed that they couldn't meet you. Dad just discussed this matter with them. Originally, Bao Yu had already known about this matter in advance, so it wasn't anything surprising. After discussing this matter, Bao Yu returned to his own study. First, he went to check the evening news. June 6, 1979. Wednesday. Deepwater Bay, the Bao family. At 6:30 in the evening. Bao Yu had just finished work and was on his way back. At this moment, he saw that his grandfather and parents were already waiting. However, judging by his father's expression, it seemed there was something important to discuss. Bao Yu followed his father upstairs to the study. Dad, what's the matter? This afternoon, Sir Murray MacLehose, the governor of Hong Kong, suddenly sent someone with an invitation inviting us father and son to visit the governor's residence tomorrow morning. Visit the governor's residence. Bao Yu had actually met the governor of Hong Kong many times, and he had also been there a few times for meetings regarding the new international airport. However, overall, Bao Yu and Governor MacLehose were not too familiar. Dad, is the governor suddenly wanting to see us because of the new international airport project. Currently, the new international airport is being developed in an orderly manner, and there are no problems at all. Even if there are issues in policy or environmental aspects, the governor's office would step in to resolve them. It shouldn't be. Dad, then we will visit Governor MacLehose tomorrow. That night, after finishing dinner, Bao Yu returned to the upstairs study. He truly couldn't understand why the governor of Hong Kong suddenly wanted to meet them, the Bao family. After a night of rest. June 7, 1979. Thursday. In the morning, Bao Yu and his father had breakfast, then brought some small gifts, and each took a car to the governor's residence. The governor's residence is situated between Upper and Lower Albert Road on the mid-levels. At this moment, the gate of the governor's residence was wide open. As Bao Yu Gang's Rolls-Royce and Bao Yes black Mercedes-Benz came to a stop, the father and son stepped out of the car. The guards at the entrance had already recognized the Bao family. Waiting at the entrance for a while, the father and son saw Governor MacLehose, along with his wife and secretary, come out to greet them. Sir Bao, young Master Bao, we finally meet you. Governor MacLehose and his wife exchanged greetings with Bao Yugong and Bao Yu. However, Bao Yugong felt a bit strange as to why Governor MacLehose suddenly addressed him as Sir. In fact, in 1976, the royal family of Y Country awarded Bao Yugong the KB Medal in recognition of his significant contributions to the shipping industry in Hong Kong, Y Country, and even globally. Since then, Bao Yugong has been referred to by many titles in Hong Kong, including Mr. Bao, Chairman Bao, Sir Bao Dr. Bao, and King of Ships Bao, among others. Among them, the most common title is still King of Ships Bao. Now, hearing Governor MacLehose referring to him as Sir Bao was indeed a bit surprising. The group went inside. Mrs. MacLehose was very pleased to receive the gifts from the Bao family. Once in the living room, MacLehose first inquired about the new international airport project. The new international airport is the largest investment in recent years aside from the investments in the Hong Kong Metro, and the Bao family is in charge and also the largest shareholder, so both the governor's office and MacLehose are taking it very seriously. Governor, the new international airport is progressing smoothly, and we aim to ensure that the first phase will be operational before the next governor takes office. Sir Bao, I hope so. In fact, I also wish to preside over the opening of the first phase of the new international airport. Of course, the quality of the project must be emphasized. Historically, the construction of the new international airport has been delayed. Fundamentally, aside from the deliberate obstruction by Swire, the situation at that time was different. Now it is different because the Bao family is collaborating with more than 30 other capital sources, and with sufficient funds, the project is proceeding very quickly. According to MacLehose, he should be stepping down from the governor position in 1982, which means there are still more than 3 years left. Will the first phase of the new international airport be operational in that time? Under normal circumstances, based on the previous efficiency of projects in Hong Kong, it would be very difficult. However, now it is different, with ample funds, and the Bao family's construction team in charge. Bao Yu felt it was still feasible. After discussing the new international airport project, MacLehose looked at Bao Yugong and Bao Yu and said, Sir Bao, young Master Bao, I must congratulate you in advance. Congratulate him in advance. The Bao family father and son were puzzled. In 3 days, that is on Saturday, which is the official birthday of the Queen, the list of honorees for this year will be officially announced. Sir Bao was awarded the KB by the Queen on the official birthday in 1976, and this time young Master Bao will also be awarded the MBE by the Queen. In fact, the Queen's real birthday is on April 21st of each year, but due to the cold temperatures in Y country at that time, which were not conducive to celebration, the royal family and the official side pushed the Queen's official birthday to the second Saturday of June each year. This year's second Saturday in June is June 9th, 1979. On this day, in addition to the Queen and royal family members celebrating with the citizens of London colonies from Y country will also celebrate for the Queen. As for royal honors, it has always been a tradition of the royal family, not only to recognize the contributions of individuals in various fields, but also to demonstrate the influence of the royal family, and on the other hand, it is also a means for the royal family to attract global elites and influential figures. Bao Yugong was also awarded the KB on the Queen's official birthday in 1976, which is the title of Knight Commander of the Order of the British Empire. At this level, one can be addressed as Sir. In addition to the KB, there is the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the British Empire, abbreviated as GB. Below the KB are CB, OB, and MBE. Among them, CBE stands for Commander of the Order of the British Empire, OB stands for Officer of the Order of the British Empire, and MBE stands for Member of the Order of the British Empire. Only those with KB or GB can be addressed as Sir, while others cannot. Before this, there were indeed some influential figures in Hong Kong who were honored by the royal family, but at that time very few could be addressed as KB, and there were not many others who were honored either. Considering Bao Ye's current situation, aside from the fact that he is Bao Yugang's son, there wasn't much to it. Since last year, Bao Yu has been involved in a series of acquisitions, established global airlines, and worked on the new international airport. His influence in the Hong Kong business community has been increasing. It is precisely because the royal family of Y country believes that young Master Bao is someone who can be courted. Being honored by the royal family starts from the lowest MBE. Just like Bao Yugong back then, he was honored step by step. However, Bao Yugang's global shipping influence is not only recognized by the Y country royal family, but also by many other countries, including Eastern countries, Belgium, Panama, etc. And he has received many medals and honors. This time it was Bao Ye's turn. In this era, those who are honored by the royal family are undoubtedly influential in Xinjiang. It is evident that Bao Yu's achievements in business have garnered the royal family's recognition. Thus, bestowing honors upon Bao Yu serves not only to acknowledge his contributions to commerce, but also acts as a means of courting favor by the royal family. This is at the governor's office in Xinjiang, and Bao Yu naturally has little to say. However, McLeod truly envies young Master Bao. It is exceedingly rare for someone as young as you to receive royal honors. When I joined the military back in my day, I was nearly 30 before I received an MBE. Even Bao Yu's father Bao Yuging only started attracting royal attention in the 1960s, and it took many years before he was gradually awarded a KB. Bao Yu said nothing. This time McLeod informed the Baos about this matter, indicating that the list of honors for the Queen's official birthday has already been finalized and will be publicly announced on Saturday. Currently, the reason the governor of Xinjiang has informed Bao Yu in advance is to prepare him for accepting royal honors on the day of the ceremony. Of course, he can also directly refuse to participate in the honors. However, what that would imply is hard to say. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for the early notification. Sir Bao, the future belongs to young people like you. McLeod encouraged Bao Yu a bit more. The discussion about this matter has concluded. The three left the study. McLeod and his wife personally saw off the Baos, while Bao Yu gang returned to the Prince's Tower. Bao Yu headed to the Global Investment Center Tower. Global Investment Center Tower, on the 21st floor. As Bao Yu arrived at the office, he saw Zhao Xiuzhen waiting there. Boss, good morning. Please notify McLeod Chao Jiming and Ma Ximin to see me. As for Wei Li at the Hyson place, Bao Yu doesn't need him to come here. Zhao Xiuzhen went to inform the three. 10 minutes later, Ma Ximin was the last to arrive. Boss. Seeing that McLeod and Chao Jiming were also present, Ma Ximin guessed that something was up. McLeod, Ma Ximin, Jiming, here's the thing. Before coming to work, I personally went to meet Governor McLeod at the governor's office, who informed me in advance that my name will appear on the Queen's official birthday list, so I should be prepared. This year, Bao Yu's name appearing on the Queen's official birthday list. Doesn't that mean? At this moment, the others present quickly reacted and exclaimed, "Congratulations, boss, you are to be honored by the royal family. Is this a happy occasion?" Bao Yu asked. Of course. The annual honors list for the Queen's official birthday is actually quite sparse, and each honoree holds significant value. Basically, the Queen has two honor announcements. One is on New Year's Day, when the list is revealed, followed by the actual awarding of honors, and the other is the list for the Queen's official birthday in June. In reality, for the past few decades since country Y has governed Xinjiang, very few have been able to make it onto that. However, Bao Yu's soul comes from the future, and since he has never lived in Xinjiang in his past life, he naturally does not know how significant such an honor is for the people of Xinjiang. People like Zhao Xiuzhen and Chao Zhiming are very aware that those who receive honors in Xiangjiang are generally either extremely wealthy or influential individuals. Boss, once you start receiving honors from the royal family, your influence and status will grow significantly. From now on, if anyone wishes to study in country Y, Australia, Canada, or other places, a recommendation letter from you will ensure their acceptance at those universities. Of course, with your current status and influence in business, even without the honors, I believe your impact is already substantial, Zhao Xiuzhen added after a moment of contemplation. Boss, the royal family's intention to honor you signifies your rising status and influence gradually catching up to your father's. This means your name must have already appeared on the royal family's and Downing Street's office lists. Unlike others on the honors list, Bao Yu is actually Bao Yu Gang's son, the third generation of the Bao family and the future heir of the Bao family. This means that from any perspective, the impact is substantial. Additionally, apart from Bao Yu, his grandfather, father, mother, and 4 sisters all hold citizenship from country Y. In contrast, Bao Yu was born later, and his household registration and identification are here in Xiangjiang. This is primarily because Bao Yu Gang had just arrived in Xiangjiang back in the day, knowing that a Xiangjiang passport was inconvenient for business, so he obtained citizenship and a passport from country Y. Bao Yu Gang has explained this matter to Bao Yu. It's not that he dislikes his hometown, but considering the international environment at the time and the complexities involved coupled with his business in shipping, having citizenship and a passport from country Y was indeed much more advantageous and convenient. So you mean I can't refuse this honor? Bao Yu asked with a smile. Of course not, unless you plan to stop mixing in Xiang. In fact, it goes beyond that. If he wishes to invest in country Y, Australia, Canada, or even country M in the future, it may also be affected. Since the royal family intends to honor him, it is a form of respect and a way to win his favor. If Bao Yu does not show respect, and even refuses, he will naturally be inviting trouble for himself. I understand. It seems that the governor's early notification was to prepare me for this, Bao Yu said. Indeed, that is the case, boss. At this moment, in the eyes of McLeah and Ma Shimin, this is an excellent opportunity. Whether dealing with the royal family or Downing Street, Bao Yu's trip to country Y to receive honors will significantly impact his future business endeavors. As for his father, Bao Yu Gang, the relationships he has built are certainly closely tied to the Bao family. If Bao Yu can also establish a considerable network of relationships there, it will make a significant difference for the Bao family now and in the future. In that case, it seems I need to go to London. Previously, Bao Yu had already laid out plans in the East. This time he is heading to London, not only to receive royal honors, but also to prepare for future endeavors. Boss, who are you planning to take with you? Let's bring Zhiming along. Zhao Xiuzhen can stay in the office, and the matters of the global investment company can be handled by McLeah. If it becomes unmanageable, you can reach out to my father. This means that for this trip to London, Bao Yu intends to take Chao Zhiming with him. After all, Chao Zhiming's investment insight is quite unique. Zhao Xiuzhen will remain in the office. Any matters can be communicated with him or McLeah. The villa at Deepwater Bay. The Bao family. 6:30 in the evening. Bao Yu saw his father waiting for him when he returned. That night, after dinner, Bao Yu and his father went up to the study. Bao Yu just glanced at Bao Yu Gong and said, "Since Governor has notified you this morning that you are on the official birthday list of the Queen, it must be true. It seems you will be flying to London tomorrow. That I've discussed it with my Lizzie and Ma Shimin. They all said it's a good thing. Moreover, I plan to go to London first to prepare for the large-scale privatization of Lady Sakkel. That's fine. First, safety is the most important thing. Second, your father has many friends and connections there. You can take this opportunity to visit them. Third, Li Weiyong is stationed in London. You can reach out to him if anything comes up. Li Weiyong is Bao Yu Gang's loyal minister. Like Li Baoloa, he has been working with Bao Yu Gang since the 1950s, being utterly loyal to him, and is trusted due to his capabilities. Recently, Li Weiyong has been promoted to vice chairman and director of the global shipping group. He has learned that it was Bao Yu the young master who suggested this, which made him very grateful. Earlier that morning, Bao Yu Gang had already called Li Weiyong, who is far away in London. Upon learning that young Master Bao is coming to receive a royal honor, Li Weiyong naturally wants to take good care of him. In fact, Bao Yu Gang has always respected these old ministers from the Bao family and does not merely view them as ordinary subordinates or executives. The 4 daughters of the Bao family along with Bao Yu have mostly grown up under their watch, privately referring to them as uncle. Overall, Bao Yu Gang is well liked in the global shipping group, not just because of his hard work, but also due to his distinct attitude towards people. That I understand. Your mother probably can't bear to have you leave her side. But you're already 20, you must rely on yourself from now on. Bao Yu Gang continued. He knew that sooner or later, or rather 100 years later, he would still leave Bao Ye's side. If Bao Yu couldn't become fully independent and manage the vast Bao family conglomerate, how could he be at ease? On the contrary, Bao Yu is now capable of handling things independently, which reassures Bao Yu Gang. Yes, Dad. After their discussion, Bao Yu returned to his study to read the evening newspaper. After finishing the evening newspaper, Daisy prepared hot water for him to take a bath, then washed his hair and gave him a head massage. Daisy, I plan to stay in London for a while. Young master, then I. Daisy really wanted to accompany Bao Yu to take care of him. But how could Bao Yu take her with him? You stay at home with my mother. After Bao Yu finished his bath and returned to the study, he saw Huang Xiuying approaching. Clearly she had already learned that Bao Yu was going to London to receive a royal honor, which excited and thrilled Huang Xiuying, but she was also reluctant to see Bao Yu leave. Huang Xiuying's 4 daughters, now the eldest, and the third, have gone to Europe and the East, leaving the other 2 daughters. However, compared to them, Huang Xiuying often thinks of her son. Bob, your father just told me. How long will you be gone this time? Mom, it might be as quick as a week, and at most half a month. Do you need Daisy to accompany you? Mom, no need. Let Daisy stay at home with you. Bao Yu is capable. He doesn't need Daisy to serve him 24 hours a day. It's just a habit from his previous life. So are you planning to set off tomorrow? Mom, I plan to leave tomorrow. As Dad said, Uncle Lee will take care of me in London. That's fine. Daisy and I will help you pack your things. In June, the temperature in London has reached around 20 degrees Celsius at its highest, which is quite comfortable if there is sunshine. This is much more pleasant than the few degrees with light rain in April. Now Huang Xiuying and Daisy are packing things while Bao Yu stands by the window looking into the distance. In his past life, he had never been to London. This time Bao Yu still wants to go to London to take a look. That night, Huang Xiuying and Daisy packed a lot of clothes for Bao Yu, who felt that bringing a few sets would suffice since he was not going for long. Moreover, there will be people there to wash and dry the clothes. After resting for a night, the next day, early in the morning, June 8, 1979, Bao Yu went swimming with his father at the pool. Afterward, he read the morning newspaper and had breakfast. Bao Yu took his clothes and got into the car. He actually did not need his parents to send him to the airport. However, Huang Xiuying insisted on going. Bao Yugong could only go to the airport with Huang Xiuying. Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. Around 8 in the morning. The airport is very busy now. Occasionally planes from Global Airlines and Cathay Pacific land or take off, while there are noticeably fewer flights from other countries' airlines. This time Bao Yu is taking Global Airlines' own flight, a large Boeing passenger plane flying directly from Hong Kong to London in first class. Last night, Bao Yu had already had someone book in advance. Besides Bao Yu, there are also tickets for Chao Zhiming, Chun Jihao, and 8 bodyguards. Upon arriving at the airport, Bao Yu saw Chao Zhiming waiting. Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao. Chao Zhiming came over to greet Bao Yugong and his wife. After greeting each other, there's still half an hour until boarding. Before Huang Xiuying left, she said a few more words to Bao Yu. After Bao Yugong and Huang Xiuying left, Chao Zhiming said, Boss, I didn't expect your parents to be like that too. Actually, Chao Zhiming's mother is similar. Chao Zhiming probably relies on his son a lot due to his family's background. Now Chao Zhiming has a good income and lives on Victoria Peak, but his mother doesn't need a maid, so usually it's just his mother at home. Last night, Chao Zhiming informed his mother that he would accompany his boss to London and return after some time. His mother, besides being reluctant, also reminded him to be safe while he is away. I think the older generation of parents are all the same. Around 8:45 in the morning, Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, Chen Jihao, and the 8 bodyguards checked in and boarded the first-class seats on Global Airlines. Now that the Bao family has its own controlling airline, of course they take their own plane. In the past, they had no other choice but to fly Cathay. Bao Yu and Chao Zhiming both wore sunglasses and hats, then sat down in first class. Now looking at their attire, they are quite similar to those tourists. After 5 minutes, the plane began to take off. Bao Yu felt the plane leave the gate, then swoop down the runway. The plane took off safely from Victoria Harbour, leaving Hong Kong and heading towards London. Heathrow International Airport in London. Arrival hall. At this moment, many people are waiting for their relatives and friends. In the crowd, a middle-aged Chinese man in a suit in his 50s, surrounded by several other Chinese individuals. The leading man in his 50s is Li Weiyong. He currently serves as the vice chairman and director of Global Shipping Group, as well as the head of its London operations. He learned yesterday that Bao Xiao was coming to London. In fact, he had not seen Bao Yu in person for a long time. However, since 1977, Bao Yu had surged to prominence, establishing Global Investment Company and subsequently a series of acquisitions. Initially, he thought this might have been arranged by Bao Yugong behind the scenes. However, judging from many subsequent decision-making plans, they were basically all from Bao Xiao. Li Weiyong realized that this Bao Xiao was not inferior to his father Bao Yugong. In other words, with a son like Bao Yu, the 4 sons-in-law and 4 daughters of the Bao family had basically no opportunity. Before this, he had met the eldest and second sons-in-law of the Bao family, and he could tell that both had ambitions regarding the Bao family's business. What he did not expect was that in less than 2 years, Bao Yu had arranged for the 4 brothers-in-law to leave Global Shipping Group. From this perspective, he felt Bao Xiao's methods were quite remarkable. Li Weiyong glanced at his watch, knowing that Bao Xiao should be arriving at the airport soon. 10 minutes later, news came that a flight from Hong Kong to Global Airlines in London had safely landed. This was indeed the flight that Bao Yu was on. Li Weiyong knew that Bao Xiao had arrived. At this moment, Bao Yu and Chao Zhiming were aware that they had safely landed at Heathrow International Airport. As he and his bodyguards, including Chao Zhiming and Chun Jihao, followed other passengers off the plane, they had just arrived at the arrival hall. At first, seeing so many people, he was unsure where Li Weiyong was. When he saw someone holding up a sign with Bob and Bao Yu realized they were there to pick him up. Zhiming, over there. Bao Yu and the others walked over. At this moment, Li Weiyong was looking around. When he saw a young man approaching with a group behind him, he couldn't quite believe it. Uncle Li, young Master Bao. Li Weiyong recognized Bao Yu. The current Bao Yu was clearly a younger version of Bao Yugong, and he recognized him at a glance. Both were very surprised and even a bit excited. Li Weiyong shook Bao Ye's hand. Bao Yu said, Uncle Li, this is Mr. Chao Jiming, one of the earliest Chinese executives to join me. Jiming, this is Mr. Li Weiyong, my father's trusted executive. Mr. Li. Mr. Chao. Li Weiyong and Chao Jiming greeted each other. As for the bodyguards around Bao Yu, there was no need for Bao Yu to introduce them, Li Weiyong could tell. The group headed outside. Several domestic cars from country why were waiting. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong along with 2 bodyguards got into one of the cars. The others sat separately. Young Master, the boss has several luxury residences in London. We are taking you to one of them. Given his father's situation, it was fitting to have a suitable property if he frequently visited a place. Before Bao Yu arrived, Bao Yugong had already mentioned this to him. At this moment, Li Weiyong's personal driver had already started the car and left, heading towards downtown London. Along the way, Li Weiyong talked about some current situations in London. Some time ago in May, Mrs. Thatcher took office and her influence in London and country was significant. Subsequently, Mrs. Thatcher decided to sell over 1 million public housing units to country-wide citizens. This matter was also greatly impactful in country-wide and many citizens were paying attention. However, in both downtown and suburban London, even a cheap residence costs around £30,000 to £40,000. Before moving into 10 Downing Street, Mrs. Thatcher and her husband, Mr. Dennis, actually lived in an apartment and had not moved for a long time. This indicates that housing in country-wide is indeed very difficult for ordinary people to purchase. After all, the weekly wage for people in country-wide is only around £60, translating to just over £200 a month, which is more than 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. In 1979, this monthly salary was not low. However, expenses for food, living, and taxes come out of this. If a family of several has only one income earner, it naturally becomes quite expensive. Moreover, living in the city entails expenses in all aspects. Of course, the income for people in country-wide is something people from Z country can hardly imagine. The income disparity is unfathomable. Therefore, when the old gentleman sent Mr. Wong and others to country-wide for investigation and learned that the average weekly wage there was higher than his own, he was very shocked and realized the vast gap between Z country and such an old developed capitalist country as country-wide. Uncle Li, do you rent a place? Bao Yu asked. Yes, the company provides a subsidy and I rent an apartment in downtown London with my family. Because Li Weiyong never considered immigrating to country-wide, buying a house was naturally out of the question. In his view, staying here was only for work and he would return to Hong Kong when the time came. If he were to buy a house, he might as well do it in Hong Kong. Half an hour later, the car stopped. London gave Bao Yu a strong impression, somewhat reminiscent of the Tokyo area. Now in London, the city is divided into many areas with many suburban regions belonging to the Greater London area. This estate lies in the middle of the downtown and suburban areas of London. This was likely a mansion purchased by Bao Yugong in the early 70s, with someone managing it regularly. If Bao Yugong and his wife came here for a long time, they would stay here. Last time Bao Yugong and his wife had stayed here. At this moment, there were several white maids inside temporarily hired by Li Weiyong. Once Bao Yu leaves London to return to Hong Kong, these temporary maids will also be dismissed. This is Mr. Bao, the owner here, Li Weiyong said to the maids. Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, and others entered. Jiming, you can stay here during this time. Here, of course, it is better than staying in a big hotel outside. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon London time. On the plane, Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, and others had already had lunch. According to the time in Hong Kong and the time difference between the two places, it was currently past 11 in the evening in Hong Kong. Bao Yu, Chao Jiming, and others had rested for a long time on the plane and were not tired now. Chao Jiming returned to his guest room first to put things away. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong were in the study. Bao Yu knew that his father Bao Yugong had worked for decades to create his empire as a shipping magnate. However, before this, Bao Yugong had been hands-on with everything, and there were only a few key executives who truly worked. These included Bao Ye's uncle Bao Yushu, his third uncle Bao Yuxing, his unclean law Zhang Peimin Li Boizhong, as well as his father's old companions Li Baoluo and the current Li Weiyong. Li Weiyong had been working with Bao Yugong since the 1940s. After Bao Yugong came to Hong Kong for development, he later called Li Weiyong over. In other words, among the thousands of employees at Global Shipping Group, these were the only individuals truly in charge. At this moment, Li Weiyong was watching Bao Yu. Uncle Li, I have 3 things to discuss during my trip to London. First, to receive an honor from the royal family. Second, to conduct a brief investigation of the market in country-wide with Chao Jiming. Third, to strengthen the Bao family's network in country-wide. These 3 matters were crucial for Bao Ye's future plans in country-wide. Uncle Li, before I came, my father had already given me a list of his friends and connections. However, I may need your assistance in preparing gifts and how to approach the meetings. Li Weiyong had been in London for many years and was very familiar with country-wide, especially since the early 19th. So rest assured, I will prepare everything for you, Li Weiyong said. After discussing these serious matters, Bao Yu continued. Uncle Li, I want to ask you about my elder sister and brother-in-law. Elder sister and brother-in-law. Li Weiyong was a bit surprised. Back in the day, Li Weiyong was well aware of the four Bao sisters growing up, so when they saw him, they would all call him Uncle Li, because he had watched them grow up. Sir, go ahead. Are you familiar with my elder sister and brother-in-law, Bao Peiqing and Su Hyphen? Li Weiyong was indeed familiar. Sir, I know them quite well. Was there a time when my parents didn't approve of their relationship at the beginning when my elder sister met my brother-in-law? Bao Yu suddenly brought up this topic. Li Weiyong was very clear about what happened back then. Back then, Bao Peiqing left Hong Kong for New York at the age of 16 to study, and at 20 he met a professor of Native American history, Su Hyphen, at a university party. However, Su Hyphen was a professor at another university, and if not for that party, it was likely they would never have met. Now from Li Weiyong's recollections, Bao Yu felt a bit terrified. He always had the feeling that the party was orchestrated for his elder sister and Su Hyphen to meet. If that was indeed the case, it was too frightening. Sir, actually before meeting Mr. Su, the eldest lady had a boyfriend from Xinjiang, but after getting to know each other for a while she felt they were incompatible in various aspects, and then she met Mr. Su at that party and was instantly enchanted. Less than half a year later Mr. Su proposed to her. However, at the time she was still in university and was startled by the sudden proposal. However, perhaps after that their relationship grew stronger, and in 1969, your elder sister and Mr. Su officially married in New York. At that time the Bao family was reluctant to attend, and your father and the eldest lady hadn't spoken for several years because they felt your sister had to marry Mr. Su. Nonetheless, your father still cared for your sister deeply and ultimately gave her and her husband face by attending the Li Weiyong understood that Bao Yu was still young back then and likely didn't know about these matters, but he was very clear about them. Bao Yu was at a loss for words. Originally, he wanted to arrange for his brother-in-law to return to country Y or do some work in Europe. Now it seemed that it was absolutely impossible. Sir, actually back then, everyone in the Bao family, including myself, was very opposed to the eldest lady being with Mr. Su. They were simply incompatible in terms of age and many other aspects. In terms of age, they had an 8 or 9 year difference. In terms of family background, Su Hyphen's family was far from the Bao family at that time. In other aspects, such as religious beliefs and dietary habits, they were completely different. So how could two people of such differing statuses find happiness together? What worried Li Weiyong the most was if Mr. Su had ulterior motives in approaching the eldest lady. Such situations were not uncommon, in fact they were quite common. In the end they ended up together, and your father had no way to intervene. Perhaps it was after that incident that your father became very disappointed with the eldest lady. He had originally planned to teach her about business after she graduated. Bao Yu nodded. In other words, of the four sons-in-law of the Bao family, the relationship between the eldest son-in-law and the eldest lady was the most suspicious. To say that Su Hyphen didn't know Bao Peiqing's background and wasn't intentionally approaching Bao Yu's eldest sister was simply impossible. Of course, so many years had passed, and now they both had children. Investigating those matters again would likely be very difficult. Uncle Li, regarding my elder sister and brother-in-law, what we've discussed this time should remain between us, no one else. Sir, I understand. Hearing Bao Yu say that, Li Weiyong felt very pleased. After all, given Bao Yu's situation, he would undoubtedly be the only heir of the Bao family in the future. As for the eldest lady of the Bao family and Su Hyphen, if Bao Yu was a useless playboy or a prodigal, there might be some possibility. Now the other daughters of the Bao family and their husbands clearly had no chance at all. In other words, in Li Weiyong's view, it was a blessing for the Bao family to have a descendant like Bao Yu. Otherwise, what would happen to the vast wealth of the Bao family? Li Weiyong dared not even imagine it. The two finished their discussion in the study. After leaving the study, Li Weiyong departed first. Bao Yu saw Chao Zhiming packing up his belongings, and the two of them exited the mansion. The temperature was not high, and the sun was not shining. The two walked through the garden-like courtyard. Zhiming investment in London or Europe can only be done using trusted people. Using trusted people, Chao Zhiming was a bit confused. Bao Yu had originally intended to use Su Hyphen's identity to represent some companies in Europe just as he did in the East. Now Su Hyphen's situation was much more complicated, far more so than that of Dushani. In this case, if Bao Yu used his name to represent a company, it would only bring him trouble sooner or later. Boss, what about your brother-in-law? I want use him. From Bao Yu's previous doubts to his recent understanding of the past with Li Weiyong, he knew that since he found Su Hyphen his brother-in-law suspicious, there was no need to use him. Furthermore, in country Y, his father, mother, and even grandfather all had nationality. They're making investment in country Y quite simple. It was only the other European countries that were somewhat more challenging. Of course, there were still ways. Given this, why would he give Su Hyphen another chance? One could only say that his elder sister was a love-struck fool back then. June 9th, 1979. Saturday. 7 o'clock in the morning London time. When Bao Yu woke up, he still felt a bit uncomfortable in his mind, a condition caused by the time difference. After he got up and washed up from upstairs, he saw Li Weiyong and Chao Zhiming already awake, chatting in the living room. Young Master Boss. Uncle Li Zhiming, good morning. After exchanging greetings, Li Weiyong said, Young Master, several country newspapers have now published the honors list for the Queen's official birthday and the royal celebration activities. Li Weiyong handed the early edition of the Times to Bao Yu. Bao Yu took it and looked at the front page of the newspaper celebrated the Queen's official birthday. Following that were a series of celebration activities where the royal family and the Queen would enjoy festivities with the public in the coming days. Additionally, there was something very important about the honors list announced for the Queen's official birthday this year, including the places and times of the awards. On the honors list appeared the titles GB, KBB, CB, OB, and MBE. Overall, the significance of these lists is very high as they are limited. Those who made it onto these lists are largely influential figures from a country, the Y Federation, and various countries worldwide. Among them, the only name from Hong Kong was Bao Yu. Now Bao Yu's name appeared on the MBE honors list. Moreover, the introduction of Bao Yu on the list was very detailed. The report stated that Bao Yu is the legitimate son of the world shipping king Bao Yugong and the current chairman of a series of companies, including Hutchison Whampoa and Wharf Holdings. The article mentioned that the reason for his appearance on the honors list was due to the Royal Honors Committee believing that Bao Yu has a tremendous impact in the Hong Kong economic sector, rivaling even his father, the shipping king. It was precisely because of this that Bao Yu appeared on the honors list. On the other hand, although it was not explicitly stated, some people could see that this was an attempt by a country and the royal family to win over the Bao family. For a future heir of the Bao family who holds such influence and status in business, the royal family and a country, of course, would strive to court him. Awarding Bao Yu the MBE was indeed a form of honor-based courting. However, from the current list, it seemed that Bao Yu should be the youngest among them. "Congratulations, young master," said Li Weiyong. "Uncle Li, to be honest, I owe this to my father's influence." Although that was what he said, it indeed related to Bao Yu being the legitimate son of Bao Yugong. On the other hand, if Bao Yu's performance had not attracted external attention, the royal family might not have considered awarding him honors. After all, Bao Yugong had 4 other daughters and a wife, and such a situation had not arisen. Ultimately, it was Bao Yu's own influence that compelled the royal family to act. The other white maids were truly surprised. They did not expect that the young master of the Bao family was here to participate in the royal honors. Although it was just the MBE Knight's badge, for most ordinary country people this was an honor they could never attain, and Bao Yu finished breakfast with Chao Zhiming and Li Weiyong. Afterward, Chao Zhiming prepared to go out and take a look. Chao Zhiming's English was excellent. He did not need to bring a translator or other bodyguards. He could simply have a driver. Chao Zhiming went to check the current situation in a country. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong went to the study. Uncle Li, the awarding ceremony is in a week. It should coincide with the royal celebration of the Queen's official birthday, mainly for the others on the list to come to a country. These names come from various countries worldwide. Although some people might have already known in advance, it still takes time. In the next few days, I would like to meet my father's connections in a country. Young master, do you know who you want to meet first? It must be said that Bao Yugong has accumulated a very deep network of connections. Over the decades, he has maintained very good relationships with the royal family, conservative factions, labor factions, and even some members of parliament. Moreover, with Bao Yugong's ability to become the world shipping king, others naturally have to give him face. First, I will visit the royal family, then go to 10 Downing Street to meet Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Dennis. As for the others, I also plan to meet them during this time. Although the royal family and the Queen do not have much real power now, their influence is still significant. In this situation, Bao Yu naturally wanted to visit them first. Young master, then I will make arrangements for you. Also, I will have gifts sent over to accompany you. Li Weiyong prepared to get Uncle Li. Bao Yu handed a check from Hui Feng to him. Li Weiyong was somewhat astonished. In his opinion, for these expenses, he could have the Universal Shipping Group reimburse him later. Uncle Li, since this is for me personally and the Bao family to maintain and deepen those connections, I will cover these expenses myself. Li Weiyong did not say anything further. Receiving these funds from Bao Yu was indeed much better than getting reimbursed from the Universal Shipping Group. It must be said that in his view, young Master Bao was indeed very easy to get along with. Li Weiyong took the check and left. Bao Yu stayed in the study to continue reading the newspapers. At noon lunchtime, he did not see Li Weiyong or Chao Zhiming return. Bao Yu finished lunch alone and returned to the study. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Zhiming came back. Chao Zhiming looked visibly excited upon his return. "Boss, I saw the Queen and royal family members celebrating together with many citizens on London's Triads Avenue this morning. They deployed over 1,000 soldiers, 200 horses, 10 military bands, and 100 performers. The atmosphere was very lively." Before this, Chao Zhiming had seen it on newspapers and television in Hong Kong, but seeing it in person as a tourist, he found it indeed very lively. Although a country has declined, the royal family and the wealth accumulated by a country in the past are still considerable. It was evident that such celebratory events, aside from being symbolic, highlighted the royal family's significant influence in a country. In the next few days, there will still be official celebration activities from the royal family and the Queen. Chao Zhiming had spent a long time outside in the morning and afternoon, mainly seeing promotions for the Queen's celebratory activities. Of course, this would also promote the development of a country's tourism industry. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Weiyong arrived. In the morning, Li Weiyong returned and immediately sent a visit notice to Buckingham Palace in the name of Bao Yu, the legitimate son of the shipping king. The royal household received this visit notice and then sought the Queen's opinion. Upon learning that the legitimate son of the world shipping king Bao Yugong wanted to visit the royal family to celebrate her birthday, the queen was naturally very pleased and agreed to the visit. In fact, the queen also wanted to see what this legitimate son of the shipping king looked like. After all, being able to take over Wharf Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa, in the queen's view, this young man was not simple. After receiving the royal household's response, young master, the royal family has indicated that tomorrow morning you can meet the queen while she is having tea. Uncle Lee, then I will meet this queen tomorrow morning. June 10th, 1979. Monday, early morning. Bao was already up. According to yesterday's arrangement, during the morning tea time today, which is between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m., Bao would meet the queen and royal family members. Now that Bao was up, he was having breakfast with Chao Jiming and Li Weiyong. He knew that when they really went to the royal family, there wouldn't be much to eat. From what Bao had learned in advance, the queen ate 7 to 8 times a day, including breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, midnight snack, and even a late-night meal with red wine. Each portion was likely very small, but the meals were numerous. After finishing breakfast, Chao Jiming went out by himself. With the help of a maid, Bao put on a custom black suit, which indeed attracted a lot of attention. At 7:30 a.m., Bao and Li Weiyong got into the car and headed towards Buckingham Palace. It is the residence and office of the monarchs of country Y, equivalent to the royal official residence. Located in the traditional city centre of Westminster in London, Buckingham Palace has become a grand royal palace after expansions by successive monarchs of country Y. It took about half an hour to get from Bao's mansion. Half an hour later, it was just 8 a.m. London time. Bao and Li Weiyong got out of the car. At this moment, the royal butler Annette Wilkin was already waiting at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Before Bao arrived, he had learned that besides the royal horse groom and the female butler, there were 5 other very famous butlers around the queen. In addition to these royal butlers, there should be other butlers, but the outside world might not be aware of them. Just as Bao and Li Weiyong got out of the car, Annette Wilkin approached. "Hello, Mr. Li, this must be Bao Chuanwang's legitimate son." With a glance, Bao, now tall and in a suit, looked quite youthful, yet he bore some resemblance to Bao Yugong. "Butler Annette, this is my boss' legitimate son," Li Weiyong introduced from the side. "Young Master Bao, hello, my name is Annette Wilkin. You truly are a handsome young man. Over the years I have met your father many times and have great admiration for Bao Chuanwang," Annette Wilkin said. Bao already knew that the royal family had butlers and servants, but there were no eunuchs. Before coming, he had prepared a gift. "Butler Annette, hello, my father mentioned you, and he also admires you very much, believing that you have done a lot for the queen." The two exchanged polite words. As they entered, Bao casually took out a luxury watch he had prepared in advance. "Butler Annette, this is just a small token of my appreciation." "Small token?" Annette took it and was surprised to find it was a new Rolex, which looked to be worth at least £1,000, certainly not cheap. At first, Annette intentionally hesitated, indicating that she felt it was inappropriate to accept such a gift from young Mao. However, as the queen's butler, her salary and benefits were not as high as one might imagine, especially with the rising cost of living in country Y. At this moment, Annette had graciously accepted the gift from Bao. It seemed that in light of this gift, the royal butler appeared especially enthusiastic. Young Master Bao, besides the Queen and Prince Philip inside, there are also Princess Margaret, Prince Charles, Prince Edward, Prince Andrew, and Princess and present. Princess Margaret, the Queen's younger sister, had originally had a chance to become queen, but missed it by a bit. As for Prince Philip, he was originally a Greek prince and later married into the royal family of country Y, becoming the husband of the current queen. The others are the Queen's sons and daughters. Among them, the most famous is undoubtedly Prince Charles. Now Annette Wilkin was there introducing Bao. Before Bao arrived, Li Weiyong had prepared a generous gift for the Queen and royal family members, as Bao had. After about 5 minutes, they arrived at the living room inside Buckingham Palace. Today was originally a celebration of the Queen's official birthday. Now the Queen took time out to meet Bao Chuanwang's legitimate son. Other royal family members, upon learning of the visit from Bao, naturally wanted to meet him. The butler went in first. Just as Bao and Li Weiyong entered, they saw a group of white individuals inside. Among them, the most elaborately dressed was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, yet she appeared to be in her 40s. This was the Queen. Beside the Queen was her husband, Prince Philip. On the other side of the Queen was her younger sister, Princess Margaret. Then there were Prince Charles and other young royal family members. Among them, Princess Anne is 29 years old, the eldest princess, Prince Charles, is 31, Prince Andrew is 19, and Prince Edward is 15. Clearly, these are the most important members of the royal family. As soon as Bao appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Queen looked at Bao and noticed that the son of Bao Chuanwang was indeed very young. "Hello, Your Majesty," Bao proactively greeted the Queen. He then extended greetings to the Queen on behalf of his father Bao Yugong and his mother Huang Xiuying. The Queen had just met Bao Yugong and his wife a short while ago. "Young Master Bao, please take a seat." The Queen seemed very warm towards the young Bao. Bao sat down not far across from the Queen, and following her introduction, he met Prince Philip and others. Meanwhile, Li Weiyong personally presented gifts to the Queen and other royal family members on behalf of Bao. In total, these were valuable gifts that cost Bao nearly £500, which was quite generous. As a result, the Queen and royal family members had a very good first impression of Bao Yu. Bao Yu had long known that one should not be too stingy with gifts, as both Chairman Xinban of Huifeng and the current Queen were the same. I heard that the game consoles produced by young Master Bao's global gaming company are very fun, asked Prince Edward, who was in his teens. Bao Yu's global gaming company has a flagship product called Pac-Man and another called Global Blocks, which have been on the market in Country Y for quite some time. However, they cost 5,000 each, which is certainly not cheap. Bao Yu had already guessed that Edward liked to play games. He then looked at Li Weiyong beside him and said, "Uncle Li, send an arcade game console to Prince Edward this afternoon." "Young Master Bao, you are too polite," the Queen said from the side. Prince Edward appeared very surprised. This was a 5,000 arcade machine. He had wanted to buy one for a long time. However, it was still somewhat expensive. He never expected that young Master Bao would directly give it to him. Meanwhile, Bao Yu chatted with the Queen and others for more than 10 minutes. Although the royal butler sent red tea and pastries to Bao Yu and Li Weiyong, the portions were indeed very small, more symbolic than substantive. After about half an hour, it was Bao Yu's first meeting with the Queen and royal family members. Bao Yu spent 5,000 pounds plus an arcade machine. In total, it equated to several million Hong Kong dollars. However, Bao Yu knew that if he wanted to receive equal investment in Country Y, he could avoid spending this money, but it was uncertain whether there would be other issues later on. The royal butler Annette Wilkin personally escorted Bao Yu and Li Weiyong out. The two of them got into the car and left Buckingham Palace, heading back to the Bao family mansion. Young Master, compared to the royal family, Mr. Dennis is more familiar with the boss and Lady Thatcher, and they have already taken charge of 10 Downing Street, so the gifts for them don't need to be too extravagant. Li Weiyong remarked from the side. "Uncle Li, when shall we go meet them?" Compared to the royal family, Bao Yu knew that this visit to Lady Thatcher was of greater significance. Especially in the coming decade, it would be an era dominated by Lady Thatcher in Y Country. In the context of large-scale privatization, Bao Yu understood that in order to acquire more quality assets in Y Country, the support of Lady Thatcher was indispensable. "I will have someone send an invitation and see when Lady Thatcher is available." It had only been a month since Lady Thatcher took office, and she still had many matters to attend to. "Uncle Li, I'll leave this matter to you." Li Weiyong departed while Bao Yu remained in the study. It was a little past 5. Xiao Jiming returned. He had been out all day and received some important news. In Bao Yu's study, he said, "Boss, I have gotten some very important news." "Go ahead." Lady Thatcher, as the new Chancellor of Y Country, is about to put over 1 million public housing units on the market nationwide, with prices ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of pounds. In London, the prices for public housing will be significantly higher. If it were public housing in more remote areas or small cities, in Y Country the prices might range from a few thousand to tens of thousands of pounds. However, in central London or its suburbs, public housing is not cheap, with prices likely starting from 40 to 50,000 pounds per unit. This adds up to quite an expense. According to Lady Thatcher's approach, selling 1 million public housing units not only garners more public support, but also serves as a prelude to the privatization of state-owned enterprises. Of course, selling such a large number of public housing units will also generate substantial funds. Originally, the approach was to provide affordable rentals with subsidies and high welfare for the people of Y Country. If they are now sold, it would mean that the welfare and subsidies previously offered to the Y Country citizens would suddenly vanish. This also means that there will be many more property owners suddenly. Jiming, actually, before I came here, just last month, Lady Thatcher talked to my father and even asked if he was interested. But now, with so many people watching and so many in Y Country without homes, it's not advisable for us to intervene. Based on the current prices of houses in Y Country, if public housing is priced at 20 to 30,000 pounds per unit, 10,000 units would total around 2 to 300 million pounds, and 100,000 units would be around 2 to 3 billion pounds, or even higher. Considering the current exchange rate between the pound and the Hong Kong dollar, it's actually quite costly. If there are not many ordinary people who can buy them, we can still purchase a portion. Bao Yu had already discussed this matter in advance with his father. "Boss, did you meet the Queen personally?" Back in 1975, when the Queen visited Hong Kong for the first time, it caused quite a stir. At other times, he had mostly seen her on television or in newspapers. "I did." Thinking about the expenses incurred during the visit to the Queen, which could have bought 10 or even more units of public housing, Bao Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. "Young Master, Lady Thatcher has already replied, and we can go meet her now." "Right now?" "Yes, she should be quite busy." "Then I'll prepare myself." Bao Yu made a simple preparation and then left with Li Weiyong, getting into the car heading for 10 Downing Street. 10 Downing Street, also located in the Westminster area. Originally, this was the official residence of the Chancellor of Y Country, and later, after the Chancellor also assumed the role of Prime Minister, it became the official residence of the Prime Minister. A woman with golden hair dressed in a blue work dress, looking to be in her 40s, was none other than the renowned Lady Thatcher of Y Country, accompanied by a white-haired balding man in his 60s wearing glasses who was her husband, Mr. Dennis. Dennis had originally been a businessman, but after his wife entered Y Country's political arena, he became the man behind Lady Thatcher. Many tasks were handled by Dennis in the background. Of course, it might also be that as Lady Thatcher became increasingly assertive, Dennis appeared somewhat incompetent in the eyes of outsiders. In reality, Lady Thatcher was very aware that her success was largely due to her husband's silent support over the years. Madam Mr. Lee says young Master Bao is here to visit you. Dennis, looking to be over 60, indeed appeared to be in his 60s. In contrast, the formidable Lady Thatcher, who appeared to be over 50, looked more like she was in her 40s. We'll meet them shortly. Half an hour later, several cars stopped outside the entrance. Besides Bao Yu, there were also Li Wei-yong and Bao Yes bodyguards getting out of the car. However, after the bodyguards got out, they just waited outside. At this moment, Bao Yu had already seen 10 Downing Street, the symbol of Y Country's power center. The two stood there for a while. Currently, the butler and assistant serving Lady Thatcher were none other than her husband Dennis. Mr. Dennis, hello, I have come with young Master Bao. Hello, young Master Bao. Dennis had met Bao Yuguang and his wife several times, and had also seen Bao Peiqing, the eldest daughter of the Bao family. However, this was his first meeting with Bao Yu. Hello, Mr. Dennis. Bao Yu shook hands with Dennis as they entered. This was now the official residence of the Chancellor of Y Country, serving both as a workplace and a residence. The work and living areas were separate. Lady Thatcher had finished her busy day, and upon seeing Bao Yu and her husband, greeted them with a smile. Bao Yu did not expect that the middle-aged woman before him was actually the Iron Lady. Hello, Lady Thatcher. Young Master Bao, I often hear your parents mention you. This is the first time I'm meeting you. This was indeed the first time Bao Yu met her, and his first impression was quite distinct. The four of them sat down in the reception room to rest. From Lady Thatcher, Bao Yu learned that many years ago she and her husband had known Bao Yuguang and his wife, and there had even been some business dealings in the past. Of course, Bao Yuguang had extensive interpersonal relationships in Y Country and even globally. Thus, the relationship between Lady Thatcher, her husband, and Bao Yuguang and his wife was quite good in every aspect. After Dennis brought a cup of red tea to Bao Yu and Li Wei-yong, both sides chatted briefly about some matters. Lady Thatcher was also aware that Bao Yu was there to receive an honor from the royal family. When the conversation was winding down, Bao Yu had a private discussion with Lady Thatcher. It was mainly about official business. Lady Thatcher, regarding your prior notification to my father about the sale of Y Country's second-largest shipbuilding group, Furnace, my father is very grateful to you. However, the Bao family is primarily looking to sell a portion of their supertankers to alleviate the company's debt burden. Acquiring this shipbuilding company would conflict with the company's plans. Lady Thatcher nodded. She had originally thought that since Bao Yuguang was the world's shipping king and needed to buy so many ships, acquiring this Y Country shipbuilding company would have a significant positive effect on Y Country's shipbuilding industry. However, since it conflicted with the current policy of the Bao family, it was naturally impossible for them to proceed with the acquisition, which left Lady Thatcher somewhat disappointed. Bao Yu could tell that Mrs. Thatcher was somewhat disappointed, a reaction he had anticipated. Mrs. Thatcher, although the Bao family has no intention of acquiring the shipping company, my father and I are aware that two major Hong Kong capital groups have expressed strong interest, and we have already informed them. Once the company is officially put up for sale, they will certainly bid aggressively. Two other capital groups. Mrs. Thatcher appeared surprised. Master Bao, may I ask which two Hong Kong firms you refer to? The first is the Eastern Overseas Group, headed by the Dong family. The Dong family is currently expanding aggressively within the shipping industry, thus both Mr. Dong and his son have taken keen interest in this shipping enterprise. The second is Hutchison Whampoa Limited. Mr. John Martin, its chairman, also harbors considerable enthusiasm for maritime ventures and hopes Hutchison Whampoa will secure this shipping conglomerate. The Dong family's Eastern Overseas. John Martin's Hutchison Whampoa. Indeed, the Dong family has been relentlessly expanding its shipping empire and is now Hong Kong's second-largest shipping magnate. Hutchison Whampoa, meanwhile, ranks as Hong Kong's third-largest trading house. Upon hearing Bao Yu's words, Mrs. Thatcher visibly relaxed, and a new warmer smile lit her face. In other words, though the Bao family held no interest in Britain's second-largest shipping group, Furnace Withy, their recommendation had already secured two formidable, well-capitalized buyers. Under these circumstances, once Mrs. Thatcher formally launched the public sale of the shipping firm, both investors would undoubtedly compete fiercely and at premium valuations. Consequently, Mrs. Thatcher no longer needed to worry about broader market uncertainties. Mrs. Thatcher, Bao Yu continued, regarding your plan to sell over 1 million public housing units, my father and I are genuinely interested. However, given that many Britons still lack adequate housing, an abrupt acquisition by us might invite political backlash against you. Therefore, should domestic demand prove insufficient, my father and I stand ready to mobilize resources and purchase any remaining inventory. In essence, the Bao family was neither indifferent nor unwilling, but rather exercising strategic patience, mindful of widespread rental dependence and intense public scrutiny over these assets. They would act decisively only at the optimal moment. Master Bao, thank you, and thank your father, the Bao shipping magnate, for considering my position so thoughtfully. On this matter, Mrs. Thatcher admitted she had not fully weighed such implications. Naturally, she required popular support, while simultaneously seeking to reduce fiscal subsidies. thus turning to privatization of state-owned enterprises and properties to replenish treasury coffers and fund her sweeping reforms. Mrs. Thatcher, beyond these matters, should you intend to divest further companies in the future, the Bao family pledges unwavering support. My father often says he and you, and Mr. Dennis, are not merely friends, but fellow citizens of the United Kingdom. For the Bao family, investing here aligns with both commercial interest and national allegiance. Mrs. Thatcher smiled again, clearly appreciating the Bao family's nuanced stance and diplomat. Her sweeping privatization agenda stemmed from a conviction that Britain's economy had grown rigid and stagnant, requiring infusion of private capital to reinvigorate enterprise and dynamism. She urgently needed backing from titans like the Bao family, not only due to their immense influence in Hong Kong, but also because their British citizenship rendered them, in her eyes, trusted insiders. Having concluded these substantive discussions, Bao Yu, representing himself and the Bao family, had made a profound impression upon Mrs. Thatcher during their inaugural meeting. To her, this heir apparent was exceptional. With Bao Yu poised to inherit leadership and eventually guide the third generation, the Prime Minister judged him already equal to his father Bao Yugong. Once negotiations ended, Bao Yu prepared to depart. Mrs. Thatcher personally escorted him out. Meanwhile, Li Weiyong and Mr. Dennis remained seated sipping tea, recognizing immediately that formal talks had concluded. Madam, these are gifts from Master Bao. Though modest in value, they comprised a set of Jingdejun porcelain, a packet of Ingda black tea, and a bouquet of fresh flowers. Yet each item carried thoughtful intent. Moreover, lavish gifts, however extravagant, would ultimately be surrendered to official channels, never reaching Mrs. Thatcher directly. Thus, these practical, elegant tokens were far more meaningful, ensuring both Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Dennis could truly enjoy and use them. Master Bao, thank you for your thoughtful gifts. We both cherish them deeply. Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Dennis personally saw Bao Yu off, watching as he and Li Weiyong entered their car and departed. Turning to Mr. Dennis beside her, Mrs. Thatcher remarked, the young Master Bao is truly impressive, no less accomplished than his elder sister Miss Bao Peiqing. Back at the Bao family residence, Li Weiyong prepared to retire. Uncle Li, thank you for your tireless efforts. It is my duty, young master. Li Weiyong felt genuine satisfaction. He had observed firsthand how warmly Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Dennis received Bao Yu despite it being their first encounter. From this vantage, Bao Yu's succession as the Bao family's future steward was now beyond question. He ascended the staircase to his quarters. There Chao Jiming awaited him. They retreated to the study and closed the door. Boss, you met Mrs. Thatcher. Yes. Bao Yu recounted his visit to 10 Downing Street, having already met the Queen and senior royal members, and now securing Mrs. Thatcher's confidence. The Bao family's long-term investment prospects in Britain were firmly anchored. Beyond these two pillars, Bao Yu planned to meet over the coming days the extensive network of contacts cultivated by his father, Bao Yugong, across Britain. He understood full well that his father's stature greatly eased such introductions. To an outsider, mere presence would carry no weight. Identity must first be established. Ultimately, it was Bao Yugong's foundational legacy that empowered him. Chao Jiming withdrew to rest. Bao Yu sat down at his desk and composed a letter. Upon finishing, he instructed a bodyguard to deliver it to Hong Kong the following day, to his parents. He knew his father far away in Hong Kong would surely be anxious. Over the next several days, mornings, afternoons, and evenings, accompanied by Li Weiyong, Bao Yu traversed London, meeting numerous friends of his father, the core of Bao Yugong's British network. Among them was Lord Mountbatten, the most prominent peer after the royal family. Though regrettably absent from London, reaching his estate would require several hours' drive. Bao Yu resolved to visit him after attending the forthcoming investiture ceremony. Today was June 15, 1979, the 7th day since his arrival in London. Tomorrow the investiture ceremony would take place at Buckingham Palace, meaning Bao Yu would return there once more at dawn. June 16, 1979, Saturday. During this week, the Queen and the royal family members have largely been celebrating with the public, holding numerous festive events in London, which attracted many tourists to enjoy the festivities and catch a glimpse of the Queen and the royal family. On this particular day, Li Weiyong arrived early, already knowing that Bao Yu would be receiving an honor from the Queen in the morning. This was indeed a significant event for both the Bao family and the global shipping group. Prior to this, Bao Yugong had received royal honors multiple times, including now holding the title of KB, becoming Sir Bao. Now, although it was Bao Yu's first honor, and he was only being awarded an MB, the member of the Order of the British Empire, it still held considerable significance in Wei country and Xinjiang. This also meant that the Bao family would have a second member receiving royal honors. Thus, after having breakfast with Chao Jiming and Li Weiyong, the maid helped Bao Yu prepare his outfit. This was a custom-tailored suit for Bao Yu, fitting him perfectly. "Young master, it's almost time," Li Weiyong remarked, glancing at his watch. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong, under the watchful eyes of Chao Jiming, and the maid got into the car heading towards Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace is not yet open to the public, with many royal guards stationed outside. Tourists and citizens of Wei country could only watch from a distance. At this moment Bao Yu and Li Weiyong arrived at the gates of Buckingham Palace. At this time the royal steward Lord Hude was already at the entrance to greet them. Young Master Bao. The last time Bao Yu was welcomed it was by Annette. This time however it was the head steward Lord Hude who came to greet him personally. It was evident that the royal family had learned of Bao Yu's generosity which surpassed that of Bao Chuanwan. Upon introduction by Li Weiyong, Bao Yu discovered that this white gentleman was the queen's head steward, primarily responsible for ceremonial affairs, and even accompanying the queen in welcoming foreign guests, holding considerable influence. Bao Yu greeted Lord Hude as they entered. Unbeknownst to the steward, Bao Yu discreetly slipped him a check. It was a check for 5,000. Lord Hude glanced at it with a hint of surprise. No wonder other stewards were eager to host Bao Yu. This young master was extraordinarily generous. Considering the current average income of ordinary people around 60 to 70, this 5,000 was nearly equivalent to 1 or 2 years' worth of salary for a regular person. Receiving such a benefit from Bao Yu, Lord Hude appeared extremely enthusiastic. Young Master Bao, all the individuals on the honor list have arrived. In addition, there were VIPs attending the ceremony, including Lady Thatcher, former Prime Minister Callahan of Y Country, and also Lord Mountbatten, as well as several nobles from the House of Lords and major royal family members of Y Country. It was indeed a lively affair. Bao Yu listened attentively, jotting down notes. Additionally, Miss Diana from the Spencer family is also present. Miss Diana. Bao Yu was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this name, primarily because Diana was a well-known figure on the list mentioned by the head steward. This indicated that Diana and Prince Charles' situation was essentially settled. Noticing Bao Yu's surprise, Lord Hude inquired, "Young Master Bao, do you know Miss Diana?" "No, this is the first I've heard of her." Bao Yu was indeed hearing about her for the first time in this world. However, he was well aware of the situation between Diana and Prince Charles. As they ventured inside, they reached a courtyard at Buckingham Palace, which was essentially a large square and lawn. Looking out now, many people could be seen. Most men were dressed in suits, while women wore dresses, all looking splendid. Nevertheless, aside from the Queen and the royal family members, Bao Yu recognized very few others. Upon being brought in by Lord Hude, Bao Yu immediately attracted the attention of many. Now only the legitimate son of Bao Chuanwang remained. It could be said that many might not know Bao Yu, but once it was mentioned that he was the legitimate son of the world-renowned shipping magnate Bao Yugong, most would immediately recognize that young Master Bao was indeed someone of note. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong walked over. Under Lord Hude's introduction, Bao Yu met many people. Among them was also Lord Mountbatten, whom Bao Yu had not yet visited. Lord Mountbatten had a very close relationship with the royal family, being regarded as an uncle by Prince Philip, and served as a mentor to both Prince Philip and Prince Charles. This had a tremendous impact on the Queen and the royal family. Additionally, Lord Mountbatten had a granddaughter named. It turned out that Lord Mountbatten hoped his granddaughter would marry Prince Charles, and Prince Charles also wished to marry. However, Amanda knew the reality of Prince Charles' situation and understood that marrying into the royal family did not promise happiness. They had long since parted ways. As for Diana, originally her sister Miss Sarah had been with Charles, but after realizing the many rules of being with Charles, they separated, and instead the younger Diana ended up with him. Bao Yu greeted the former Indian Viceroy Lord Mountbatten. "Lord Mountbatten, I bring greetings from my father and the Bao family." "Young Master Bao, hello." Lord Mountbatten responded to Bao Yu with a smile. The two chatted for a while. Bao Yu then noticed a very beautiful young white woman accompanying Charles. This should be the famous Miss Diana from his previous life. Now she was just 18, looking pretty and innocent. However, Bao Yu knew that being pretty and innocent would not be of much use once she married into the royal family. "Young Master Bao, this is my girlfriend Miss Diana." "Prince Charles, Miss Diana, hello." Bao Yu greeted both of them. A few days ago, Prince Edward had already received the Global Square arcade machine that Bao Yu gifted, which he greatly enjoyed. "Prince Charles, Miss Diana is very beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment, young Master Bao." Both appeared quite. At 9 in the morning, the royal family officially held this honor awarding ceremony. It began with the G. Typically, the honor bestowal is personally supported by the Queen unless she is unwell, in which case a sister, husband, or son would represent her in bestowing honors. The entire honor bestowal process was uniform, and the atmosphere on site was very solemn. Bao Yu was positioned towards the end of the MBE honor list. Now he stood there watching, starting from the first name on the GBE honor list. During this time, Bao Yu noticed a member of the honor committee reading off names, and when it was someone's turn, they would step forward. Then they would stand before the Queen. The Queen would place her sword on the shoulder of the honoree, after which she would say a few words before bestowing the relevant medals and handing over a certificate. The process was relatively swift. In June, the temperature in London reaches a maximum of around 20 degrees Celsius in the morning. This is a very comfortable temperature. Standing among the crowd, Bao Yu looked over to see a white man in a black suit and athlete kneeling on one knee as the Queen tapped his shoulder with the Queen's sword, subsequently awarding him the MBE medal and presenting a related certificate. After the athlete received the Queen's medal, it was Bao Yu's turn. Just now, Bao Yu's appearance as a young Chinese man caused quite a stir. When they learned that he was the legitimate son of the world shipping tycoon Bao Yu Gang, they were also astonished. At first, many people thought that Bao Yu could receive a royal honor, mainly due to his father's influence. However, as the host announced Bao Yu's name and mentioned the series of companies he acquired in Hong Kong since 1977, as well as his contributions to the Hong Kong economy, fewer people dared to underestimate this young man. Not only did he acquire Hutchison Whampoa, one of the largest foreign trading companies in Hong Kong, but he also took over Kowloon Wharf Hong Kong Electric China Gas, and even restructured why country's overseas shipping company proposed the establishment of Global Airlines and suggested building a new Hong Kong International Airport. How many people in front of him could achieve such feats? At this moment, Bao Yu was already standing before the Queen. However, he would not kneel like other honorees to receive the Queen's accolade. Instead, he stood there. The Queen symbolically tapped Bao Yu's shoulder with the Queen's sword, then adorned him with the MBE medal. Afterward, she spoke a few words to Bao Yu and presented him with the certificate. The Queen had a particularly good impression of Bao Yu, for it was his first visit to the royal family, during which he brought an extremely valuable gift, naturally gaining the Queen's approval. Moreover, both royal stewards had a favorable impression of Bao Yu. As applause erupted around, Bao Yu knew that he had concluded this royal honor. Just now, whether it was Mrs. Thatcher, Lord Mountbatten, or Prince Philip, they all looked over and expressed their recognition of Bao Yu receiving the royal honor. Next, a few other individuals would receive their honors. This year's list of royal honors for the Queen's official birthday had come to an end. In fact, the Queen and the royal family placed great importance on the honors awarded twice a year, with the BBC broadcasting the ceremony live and major media outlets in Y country covering it extensively. In the past, Bao Yu had already made a significant impact through the acquisition of those Hong Kong companies, and this time, due to the royal honor, he attracted even more attention from various newspapers. At the Half Mountain Villa in Deepwater Bay, Li Jiacheng had no other activities today apart from going to the Deepwater Bay golf course for a morning round of golf. However, what surprised Li Jiacheng and his wife was that Bao Yu Gang, who had always been a workaholic, seemed to have. Li Jiacheng went to play golf in the morning, while Bao Yu Gang went to play golf after sunset. Their schedule staggered. However, Li Jiacheng could tell that Bao Yu Gang was likely not spending as much time on work anymore. Li Jiacheng wondered if Bao Yu Gang had handed over the management of the global shipping group to Bao Yu early. As Li Jiacheng descended the stairs, he saw his wife, Zhuang Yuming, and mother Zhuang Bai Qin watching television. It was already past 6 in the evening. Normally, TVB and global television in Hong Kong would be airing the evening news. So look at that moment. The broadcast on TVB and global television was actually the ceremony of the Queen awarding honors, as relayed by the BBC. In Y country, it was just past 11 in the morning. Due to the time difference, London time was 7 hours behind Hong Kong time, meaning it was now around 6 in the evening in Hong Kong. Among the honorees, Bao Yu, a young man in a suit with a Chinese face, stood out the most. So that's Master Bao. On this year's official birthday honor list from the Queen, there was only one person from Hong Kong, and that was Bao Yu. On the day of the Queen's official birthday, it had already been publicly announced, and at that time Hong Kong's television stations, media outlets, and radio stations had spread the news. Moreover, the Hong Kong Gazette, under the governorship of Hong Kong, also announced this news. Before the 1970s, several Chinese individuals had received honors from the royal family, but they were not many. For example, Bao Yu Gang was awarded the KB in 1976 in recognition of his immense contributions to the shipping industry in Hong Kong and even globally. It was at that time that Bao Yu Gang could be referred to as Sir Bao. However, he was more famously known as the world shipping tycoon, so many still privately called him Bao the Ship King. Little did they expect that just 3 years later, even Bao Yu, the son of Bao Yu Gang, would be awarded the MBE medal by the royal family. This made many Chinese in Hong Kong envious. Li Jiacheng watched the television broadcast of the Queen honoring Bao Yu, his expression calm. However, in reality, he was unaware of what he was thinking. Now over 50, Li Jiacheng had been in business in Hong Kong for many years, yet he still had not received honors from the Queen or the royal family, indicating that his influence in Hong Kong remained limited, at least not recognized by the royal family. In contrast, Bao Yu, a rising star from the Bao family, had directly surpassed him. So the influence of the Bao family father and son is indeed growing. I wonder when my son will have such an opportunity. Zhuang Yuming was indeed very envious. However, her husband had not received such honors, let alone her son. Li Jiacheng said nothing more and did not continue watching the television. He merely flipped through the evening newspaper. At present, there were no news articles regarding Bao Yu's honor in the evening papers, likely due to the time difference. However, by tomorrow morning, major newspapers in Hong Kong should feature news about Bao Yu's honor. At the Bao residence not far away, Bao Yu Gang, Huang Xiaoying, Bao Xiaolong, and Daisy were all watching global television's broadcast of the BBC coverage of this year's royal honors. When Bao Yu appeared, Huang Xiaoying and Daisy seemed very excited. Mrs. Bao, it's the young master. As the camera focused on Bao Yu and the Queen, Bao Yu Gang noticed that there were still quite a few people at the scene. Just like in 1976, when he received the Queen's honor, it was almost the same. However, Bao Yu Gang still sensed that beneath his son's calm demeanor, he might be thinking about other matters. A father knows his son best. Over the past 2 to 3 years, Bao Yu Gang understood that his son was more adept at strategy. particularly with the letters that his son had the bodyguards send back. Bao Yu Gang knew that his son was doing exceptionally well in London. The official award ceremony for the Queen's birthday has officially concluded. Afterwards, Bao Yuha exchanged handshakes or greetings with those he already knew and then went outside accompanied by the royal steward Viscount Huda. Bao Yuha and Li Weiyong got into the car and left Buckingham Palace heading back to the mansion. During the journey, neither of them spoke. Upon returning to the mansion, Bao Yu had just stepped out of the car when a white female maid approached him wanting to say something. Bao Yu looked over and a familiar figure appeared before him. It was Rong Wentong. Bao Yu did not expect this Miss Rong to be here. He was evidently a bit surprised. Wentong, what brings you here? Young Master Bao, I actually found out from the newspaper that you came to London for the award. I flew from Munich to London this morning and came directly to see you. Bao Yu learned that she knew he was staying here from a phone call made to the Bao family in Hong Kong by Rong Wentong. How did you know I was staying here? Your mother told me. Bao Yu and Rong Wentong were both a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Li Weiyong, who was beside them, did not know Rong Wentong, but could tell that the young master was quite familiar with her. Li Shu, let me introduce you. This is Miss Rong Wentong, a fourth-generation descendant of the Rong family. Fourth-generation descendant of the Rong family. Li Weiyong immediately reacted. Among the Chinese, the Rong family is undoubtedly the most influential in the business world. The descendants of the Rong family are spread across the globe, and there are also members of the Rong family in Y country. However, Li Weiyong had never interacted with the Rong family in the past. Wentong, this is Li Weiyong. He is a trusted senior executive of my father who has been working with my father for a long time. He has watched me and my sisters grow up almost like a relative. Currently, Uncle Li is in charge of all affairs of the global shipping group in London. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Rong Wentong respectfully greeted Li Weiyong. Miss Rong, hello. Although Bao Yu did not provide detailed information about Rong Wentong, it was evident that the two seemed somewhat different. As they moved inside, other maids noticed the MBE medal and certificate Bao Yu brought back. After he personally took them to his study, Li Weiyong had initially planned to have lunch with Bao Yu. Now with Rong Wentong present, he chose not to disturb them. Li Weiyong left first. In the study, Rong Wentong looked Bao Yu up and down. It had been several months since they last met. At that time, she had accompanied her grandfather to West Germany, France, and Switzerland, meeting several key figures. After her grandfather's matters were resolved, he flew back to Yanjing to report to the old gentleman. Afterwards, Rong Wentong learned that the higher-ups had agreed to the Rong family's proposal to establish the Z Country Trust International Investment Company. Young Master Bao, I heard from Uncle Jijian that the higher-ups have already approved the establishment of the Z Country Trust International Investment Company by the Rong family. Rong Wentong spoke about accompanying Mr. Rong in Europe and afterwards would return to Munich University to continue. It has been approved, but it has not been publicly announced yet. The Bao family is also a shareholder in this trust. Bao Yu knew that his father had purchased 10 million shares, accounting for 10 of the shares, making them a relatively large shareholder. In addition, Bao Yugan would definitely be a director of this trust investment company. This not only deepened the relationship between the Bao family and Yanjing, but also enhanced cooperation between the Bao family and the Rong family. Our Bao family and Rong family have a partnership now. In fact, Bao Yu had already established a partnership when he entrusted the global arcade game agency rights in Yanjing to the Ica Electronics company founded by the three Rong Jijin brothers. Now it was merely a further cooperation. When I return, I originally thought of studying in Hong Kong, but my parents are not very supportive of that. Currently, Rong Wentong is just a sophomore at Munich University, far from graduation. Of course, she is about the same age as Bao Yu and still quite young. Although Rong Wentong did not reveal her reasons for wanting to study in Hong Kong, her parents were naturally unwilling when they heard she wanted to transfer from Munich University to a university in Hong Kong. Currently, Rong Wentong's parents are in West Germany, especially in Munich, where they have their own company. If Rong Wentong goes to study in Hong Kong, even though there are convenient flights, her parents are still reluctant to let her leave. Originally, Bao Yu thought that if Rong Wentong could come from West Germany to Hong Kong, they could meet often and deepen their feelings. However, Bao Yu also knew that they were still in the early stages of their relationship. Moreover, if Rong Wentong really went to Hong Kong, it might not be very convenient for Bao Yu to do some things. Wentong, your parents' unwillingness doesn't matter. Besides, you might be able to help me do some things while you are in Europe. Help Bao Yu with some things. Rong Wentong was a bit surprised. Young Master Bao, I don't know what I could do for you. Currently, Bao Yu has Lu Ling and Zhou Kaixian in the mainland, and he is also laying out his own companies and industries in the east. Now it is just in Europe. Originally, Bao Yu's plan was to let his brother-in-law, Su Hyphen, take charge of this. However, it seems that Su Hyphen is not worthy of his trust. After all, if Su Hyphen had known his sister with ulterior motives from the beginning, Bao Yu had no reason to entrust such an important matter to him. On the contrary, this Rong Wentong before him seems quite promising. Of course, Bao Yu thinks they both have similar intentions. As for whether it will work out in the future, that is another matter. Even if it doesn't work out, Rong Wentong's own abilities should. Wentong, I have a lot of things to do in Europe. This time, Rong Wentong was able to find him here personally, which was enough to indicate her intentions. When Bao Yu looked at the time, it was already nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon in London. Bao Yu and Rome Wentong went to the dining room to have lunch together. After finishing lunch according to the time, Bao Yu was supposed to take a nap. Wentong, how long do you plan to stay in London this time? 2 days. I have to return to class on Monday. 2 days. Today is Saturday, and tomorrow is Sunday. Bao Yu felt that was fine. Originally, after the award ceremony, he intended to visit Earl Mountbatten and then fly back to Hong Kong. Wentong, let's go out for a stroll tonight. During his days in London, other than visiting various guests and networks, Bao Yu had indeed not gone out. Rome Wentong beside him said, Young Master Bao, the football atmosphere in Y country and West Germany is great, unlike the weather in Hong Kong. We can go watch a football match. Football atmosphere. Whether in Y country or D country, both are traditional football powerhouses in Europe and the world. Even now, with D country divided into two parts, the football atmosphere in East and West Germany is still quite strong. Rome Wentong had seen numerous football matches anytime and anywhere in West Germany since she was a child, and the atmosphere was indeed very good. This time around, Bao Yu had not actually watched any football matches. Football match. Last month, on May 30th, 1979, the UEFA Champions League final for the 1978 and 1979 seasons was held at the Munich Olympic Stadium in West Germany. At that time, the teams facing each other were Nottingham Forest from Y country and Malmo from Sweden. Rome Wentong had personally attended the match with her parents, and the atmosphere was very intense. Now entering June, the league has basically finished, and they can only wait for the start of the 1979-1980 season to watch matches. Of course, there are still plenty of matches. There are still many various leagues in Y country, including friendly matches held to raise funds for charity. They'll ask if there are any matches available. That afternoon, Li Weiyong came over again. Upon learning that Bao Yu wanted to watch the match with Miss Rome, Li Weiyong made a phone call and found out that a grand charity football match was being held that night at the Tottenham Hotspur's main stadium, White Hart Lane. The match featured the Tottenham Hotspur team and the West Ham United team. From the other end of the line, it was revealed that tickets for tonight's match had almost sold out. However, if one wanted to buy tickets, they could also purchase them from scalpers. Li Weiyong asked how many people Bao Yu was bringing and then arranged for a few tickets to be bought at a high price from the scalpers, including Bao Yu, Rome Wentong, and Chun Jihao along with their bodyguards. As for Li Weiyong himself, he was rather traditional and not interested in football matches. Moreover, with tens of thousands of people on site, he did not particularly like such places. Around 5 in the afternoon, the tickets that Li Weiyong had arranged to buy from the scalpers were delivered. Uncle Li, are you coming along to watch? Young master, I won't go. I'm not fond of the atmosphere at such events. Now in his 50s, Li Weiyong felt his heartbeat was no longer as youthful, and the shouting of tens of thousands of people was something he could not endure. On the other hand, he knew that the young master and the young lady from the Rome family were going. Bao Yu smiled and finished. Bao Yu, Rome Wentong, and their bodyguards took a car to the main stadium of Tottenham in London. Before departing, Li Weiyong repeatedly reminded Bao Yu to pay attention to safety. Although the football atmosphere in Y country was very strong, there were still many football hooligans. Given the large crowd, Li Weiyong was quite worried about any potential incidents. From Li Weiyong's reminders, Bao Yu could tell that the other party indeed regarded him as a junior. At 6:30 in the evening, at White Hart Lane Stadium in London, many people had already arrived outside the stadium. Since the end of the English League and the Champions League, many large football matches had concluded, leaving fans waiting for the next season. For these people in Y country, Saturday was originally a time for rest and relaxation. Without a football match or a large concert, they truly did not know what to do. Upon learning that a charity football match was being held here tonight, many fans of Tottenham and West Ham United had already bought tickets in advance to watch the match. Usually this football stadium could hold a maximum of over 30,000 people. However, under special circumstances, it could accommodate around 70 to 80,000. Tonight, Bao Yu had no idea how many people would show up. However, as they arrived outside the stadium, they could already feel that many people had gathered. Bao Yu, Rome Wentong, and the bodyguards got out of the car and entered through the main entrance of the stadium. As they stepped inside, Bao Yu saw a sea of blue and a sea of red. The blue jerseys were worn by fans and spectators of Tottenham, while the red jerseys belonged to fans and spectators of West Ham United, making it apparent that Tottenham's supporters were more numerous. At a glance, there were already at least 30 to 40,000 people inside, possibly even more. Such a scenario could only be witnessed at the racecourse in Xianjiang. Clearly, Chun Jihao and the others were also quite surprised to see so many spectators. However, their greater concern was Bao Yu's safety. Following the seating order provided by the tickets, after finding their seats, Bao Yu and Rome Wentong sat in the middle, surrounded by Chun Jihao and the bodyguards who vigilantly observed the surrounding frenzied fans. At 7 o'clock, the charity football match officially commenced. The head coaches and key players of both Tottenham and West Ham United appeared on site. This meant that even though tonight was just a charity match, it was still played with the same intensity as a regular league match. As the sounds of wild cheering erupted, this was Bao Yu's first time experiencing the atmosphere of a live football match. During the event, many people were selling coffee, cola, and other food and drinks, as well as merchandise from both teams. Bao Yu was neither a fan of Tottenham nor West Ham United. He was merely there to accompany Rome, went on to experience the atmosphere. Rome Wintong, on the other hand, was a fan of the Munich team, having watched them grow up. Bao Xiao, can you tell which team will win tonight? She asked. I can't tell, but Tottenham might be a bit stronger, Bao Yu replied. Although Bao Yu had game data on these teams and frequently heard news about Tottenham in his past life, he knew comparatively less about West Ham United. However, Bao Yu thought of another team based in London, Fulham, which was acquired by an Egyptian tycoon in the 1990s, and the death of Diana was significantly related to the son of that Egyptian businessman. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was becoming increasingly intense. Bao Yu and Rome Wintang's gaze was fixed on the football field. During this time, Rome Wintang spoke about the Munich team's situation with no less enthusiasm than the present. Unfortunately, even though Bao Yu often watched those football matches on his phone in his previous life, he had never truly engaged in them. Now, witnessing this thrilling football match, Bao Yu thought that acquiring a team in Y country would also be a good idea, especially since football team prices were not very high at the moment, still holding significant investment value. It was evident that Rome Wintang was interested in football teams, shaped by the atmosphere surrounding teams in Munich since her childhood. The first half. After playing for 45 minutes, the first half concluded. There was a 15-minute halftime break. The atmosphere on site remained very vibrant. From the earlier match between the two teams, it was clear that they played with the same intensity as in the league. During the halftime break, most spectators and fans were still waiting. Meanwhile, others came around selling coffee, cola, and some food and drink. In addition, a few young white girls came over to sell flowers to Bao Yu and Rome Wintang. Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet for this beautiful lady beside you? Bao Yu had never proactively given flowers to anyone. Now, seeing Rome Wintang's expectant gaze, he decided to get a bouquet of tulips. However, Bao Yu had not brought any cash. During his days in Y country, apart from the initial check he gave to Li Weiyong, all other expenses were covered by Li Weiyong. Bao Xiao, I have cash, Rome Wintang said, already pulling out pounds to make the purchase. This made Bao Yu a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected that his first time buying flowers would be funded by Rome Wintang. After 15 minutes, the second half of the match continued. Approaching the 40-minute mark, the score had reached 50. With 5 minutes remaining in the match, Chen Jihao considered the possibility of hooligans causing trouble after the match. Boss, why don't we leave early? I'm worried there will be too many people later. All right, Bao Yu replied, and Rome Wintang also knew how crazy the football hooligans in Y country could be. As the two of them, along with their bodyguards, prepared to exit, they unexpectedly saw other Y country fans and foreign tourists leaving as well. From the looks of it, there were already a lot of people on the streets. In a situation where there was no choice, Bao Yu reached out and held Rome Wintang's hand. She followed him as they headed towards the stadium's main entrance. Just as they stepped outside, they heard the wild cheers from inside the stadium. It was 9:30 in London. Bao Yu and Rome Wintang were on their way back. Li Weiyong had been waiting for Bao Yu. Upon seeing the bouquet of tulips in Miss Rong's hands, he guessed they were a gift from young Master Bao. Li Weiyong greeted Bao Yu and Rome Wintang. After Rome Wintang went to her guest room to rest, Bao Yu headed to the study with Li Weiyong. Young Master, I was worried about you. Uncle Li, there were indeed tens of thousands of people at the scene, and the atmosphere was quite intense. However, for safety, we left the stadium a few minutes early. Li Weiyong thought this was indeed the action of a wise person. If they had waited until the end of the game, who knows what might have happened inside the stadium. In fact, many football stadiums in country Y had experienced deadly fires in the past. After discussing this matter, Li Weiyong said, Young Master, I have arranged a visiting time with Count Mountbatten tomorrow morning. We will visit him. Uncle Li, let's go tomorrow then. Li Weiyong left. As he drove away, Bao Yu remained in the study. For Bao Yu, it didn't matter whether he visited Count Mountbatten or not. He was well aware that according to his understanding, this influential figure, second only to the royal family, would likely pass away this year. In such a case, once Count Mountbatten died, his family would immediately decline, as he was the pillar of that family. At that time, Count Mountbatten was very hopeful that his granddaughter Miss Amanda would marry Prince Charles, considering that he would eventually have to leave this world. If Amanda married Prince Charles and became the future princess, Count Mountbatten's family would naturally not decline. However, Count Mountbatten never anticipated that not only would his granddaughter not marry Charles, but he also wouldn't survive this year. In such circumstances, considering Bao's situation, even if Bao Yu had become familiar with him, that network of relationships would inevitably lose its significance with Count Mountbatten's departure. However, aside from him knowing the future, who else was aware of these matters? Moreover, with Li Weiyong delivering the visiting invitation and arranging the time, Bao Yu certainly had to keep his promise and go. That night, Bao Yu finished his shower and rested in his room. Rome Wintang was also resting in another guest room. In fact, the Rome family's rules were quite strict, especially when neither party was married nor had received the approval of both families. Cohabitation was simply impossible. However, no one here seemed to know that. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu woke up early. He got up to wash up. Coming down from upstairs, he encountered a now-awake Rome Wintang. Bao Yu had not yet seen Li Weiyong arrive, so he and Rome Wintang decided to take a walk outside. Wintang, I will visit Count Mountbatten with Uncle Li this morning, return in the afternoon, and then leave London for Xianjiang tomorrow morning. Young Master Bao, I will visit my relatives from the Rome family in London this morning, return to see you in the afternoon, and then fly back to Munich tonight. A flight from London to Munich typically takes less than 2 hours, so it would be quite easy. Unless there is a layover it might take. When Li Weiyong arrived, Bao Yu, Li Weiyong, Rong Wentong, and Chao Zhiming had breakfast. Rong Wentong then took a car to the city of London to meet her relatives. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong took a car to Broadlands Manor in Romsey, Hampshire, in southern England. Ever since Count Mountbatten's retirement, he and his family had been living in this manor belonging to the Queen and the royal family. Usually he spent most of his time here driving over from London. It was still quite a distance. Approximately 100 kilometers. Since it wasn't a highway, it took around 2 hours and a bit to drive over. When the driver's car stopped, Bao Yu and Li Weiyong got out. Li Weiyong took the gifts and headed towards the manor which belonged to the Queen and the royal family, but was now the retirement residence of Count Mountbatten. Bao Yu had already met Count Mountbatten at the investiture ceremony at Buckingham Palace that day, but there were many people present, and they hadn't had much interaction. Now as Bao Yu and Li Weiyong had just arrived, Count Mountbatten and his family were waiting at the door. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong immediately went over to greet them. Bao Yu was well connected globally, and of course already knew Count Mountbatten. This time he represented himself and the Bao family to visit. In fact, Bao Yu was well aware that if not for Count Mountbatten's predicament, he would indeed have a significant influence in countrywide. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong entered the manor. Count Mountbatten then spoke about how he and Bao Yugan had come to know each other. About an hour later, Bao Yu had finished visiting Count Mountbatten. Bao Yu and Li Weiyong left the place. Naturally, before leaving, Bao Yu did not discuss future events with Count Mountbatten. Conversely, if he had, who knew how the latter would perceive him. Therefore, he had no idea whether the other party would survive. If he could survive, it might still be a decent network of relationships for him and the Bao family. However, if he did not survive, then in 2 months the relationship between the Bao family and Count Mountbatten would naturally be severed. After spending over 2 hours, they returned to the London mansion. At this time, Rong Wentong had not yet returned. "Young master, are you sure you will return to Xianjiang tomorrow?" "Uncle Li, the matters of this trip to London are basically completed, so we will naturally return." Since that was the case, Li Weiyong needed to book tickets for Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, and Chun Ziheo's bodyguards to fly back to Xianjiang tomorrow morning. That afternoon, Rong Wentong returned once again. She had already had lunch with her relatives. Now she came over to talk to Bao Yu, and then she would fly back to Munich from London in the afternoon. The two were in the study. Bao Yu held Rong Wentong's hand, and she did not pull away. "Wentong, I have some matters in Europe that I would like to entrust to you when I return. What do you think?" "That sounds good. Besides my studies, I have no other matters. Moreover, I have been quite interested in business since I was a child." As someone born into a prominent business family, even though she was just a woman, she had been influenced by her surroundings since childhood and could not help but be familiar with it. This time, Bao Yu was preparing to entrust some matters to her, which was quite fitting. At 5 in the afternoon, Bao Yu asked Li Weiyong to arrange for a driver to take Rong Wentong to London Heathrow International Airport. Before leaving, Bao Yu could tell that Rong Wentong's eyes had clearly begun to hold him, appearing somewhat reluctant to part. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, and others finished breakfast. Li Weiyong personally sent Bao Yu and the others to London Heathrow International Airport, watching them enter the airport before leaving. June 18, 1979. Monday, 3:45 p.m. Hong Kong time. Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. A large aircraft from Global Airlines which took off from London Heathrow International Airport in the morning and flew directly to Hong Kong safely landed on the airport runway and then proceeded to the designated parking area. Wearing a hat and sunglasses, Bao Yu was just like any other passenger. "Boss, we have arrived," Chun Jihao with. In other words, after a continuous 14-hour flight, they finally arrived safely in Hong Kong. Bao Yu, Chao Zhiming, and Chun Jihao followed the other passengers off the plane. There were many other journalists at the airport, and Bao Yu did not linger for long. They boarded a yacht that was waiting nearby and left the airport. Arriving at Queen's Pier, they got into his private car and headed back to the Deepwater Bay Villa. Chao Zhiming took the car back to the Global Investment Center building first. Deepwater Bay Villa. The Bao family. The gate slowly opened. Chun Jihao drove in, and when Bao Yu stepped out of the car, he saw his grandfather, mother, and Daisy waiting for him. "Grandpa, Mom, I'm back." "That's good to hear," Huang Xiaoying said excitedly, immediately embracing her son. Bao Yu handed the MBE medal and certificate he brought back from countrywide directly to Huang Xiaoying. In the eyes of other Hong Kong residents, this was quite prestigious and valuable. On the contrary, Bao Yu did not feel much about it at this moment. Huang Xiaoying took it and examined it. She remembered that Bao Yu's father, Bao Yugan, only received the MBE medal in the 1960s, which means he earned this honor in his 40s. In contrast, her son received it at just 20 years old. "Mom, Miss Rong called to ask where I live." Bao Yu asked her as they entered the living room. "That's right, Miss Rong said she read in the newspaper that you would be honored by the royal family, so she called to ask where you live. I told her your address." Huang Xiaoying looked at Bao Yu in confusion, wondering if Miss Rong really came to find him. "Bob, did she come to find you?" "Mom, she did come over, and in the future she will also do some things for me in Europe." This truly surprised Huang Xiaoying. She was quite satisfied with this young lady from the Rong family. At least in her view, it was a suitable match. Like back then among the husbands that her 4 daughters knew, Huang Xiaoying was only quite satisfied with her second son-in-law, While she was not satisfied with the others, yet her daughters still insisted on those matches. Now that it was her son's marriage, Huang Xiuying knew she had to be very cautious. Mom, I have feelings for Miss Rong, but neither of us has admitted it yet. Whether it can develop in the future is uncertain, but Miss Rong indeed has capabilities, so I asked her to do some things for me in Europe. You are much smarter than I imagined. Huang Xiuying naturally felt pleased with her son's actions. Bao Ye's trip to London was not only to receive the royal honor, but also to strengthen the Bao family's network in country Y, and he was also investigating the market situation there, with the latter being handled by Chao Jiming. Overall, Bao Ye's gains were quite significant. Additionally, because Bao Yu went to watch a football match with Rong Wintong, he had unexpected benefits. Mom, I didn't bring any gifts back. Bao Yu thought there was everything in Hong Kong, so he didn't bring much back. Bob, this is the biggest gift you can give to me and your dad. Huang Xiuying was referring to the MBE medal and certificate. After finishing the conversation with his mother, Huang Xiuying took Bao Ye's medal and certificate upstairs to keep them safe, while Bao Yu chatted with his grandfather in the living room. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Bao Yugan returned home after work. However, upon returning, Bao Yugan planned to wait for the sun to set before heading to the golf course to play some golf. Dad, I'm back. The father and son greeted each other. When Bao Yu learned that his father was actually focused on exercising and relaxing, now delegating other work to the 8 executives and other old officials, Bao Yugan's work had become significantly easier. Relaxed from work with less mental strain, he also didn't need to stay up so late to fall asleep. Dad, exercise should be done in moderation. The most important thing is to relax your mind. In Bao Ye's view, his father used to be a simple workaholic who not only worked hard, but also frequently flew overseas, never taking a break. In such circumstances, it was indeed easy to fall ill. In contrast, Li Jiaqing had normal working hours, but many of his tasks were delegated to the executives around him, including Zhou Qianhe and Sheng Songshen. Moreover, Li Jiaqing conducted most of his big business deals or meetings with partners on the golf course or tennis court. However, now that Li Jiaqing had lost the support of Shen Yin and Huifeng Bank, he was unable to swallow Hutchison Whampoa, which naturally made his work much easier. Even so, Bao Yu never dared to underestimate Li Jiaqing. The main reason was that Li Jiaqing had a far-reaching vision and an incredibly strong vitality. Bob, you're right. The father and son decided to go to the Deepwater Bay golf course to play some golf. When Bao Yugan and Bao Yu arrived at a nearby golf course, inside they stayed for about half an hour. During this time, Bao Yugan inquired about Bao Ye's matters in London, and it was clear that he highly praised Bao Ye's actions. Bob, don't you think highly of the Mountbatten family's network? Bao Yugan asked, stopping. He had known the Earl of Mountbatten for a long time, and considered him one of the more important connections for the Bao family in country Y. Dad, the Earl of Mountbatten is indeed the main pillar of the Mountbatten family, but he only has 2 daughters, although both daughters have had quite a few children. These connections were built on the foundation of the Mountbatten family, and once the Earl of Mountbatten is gone, the family will completely decline in country Y. Gone? Bao Yugan was somewhat surprised. Bob, the last time I saw the Earl of Mountbatten, he was in good health. How could he suddenly be gone? That is hard to say. From what I know, it's not safe over there now, Bao Yu whispered in Bao Yugan's ear. In fact, not only was the Earl of Mountbatten unsafe, but even the Queen and royal family members, and even Mrs. Thatcher were not safe. Unfortunately, in history, the Earl of Mountbatten and the main members of his family were directly killed in that explosion. Of course, like Mrs. Thatcher, she was also lucky, otherwise she might have lost her life. Initially, Bao Yugan was not clear about these matters, but after hearing his son's explanation, he understood. After all, the Earl of Mountbatten indeed had a significant influence in country Y, second only to the royal family. The Earl had no sons. Had he had a capable son, the family would certainly not suffer. Unfortunately, his daughters and sons-in-law were all of mediocre ability. Most importantly, the 3rd generation of the Mountbatten family had not truly grown up yet. Originally, the Earl of Mountbatten hoped that his granddaughter Amanda would marry Prince Charles, which would ensure that she would definitely become a princess and perhaps even a future queen. For the Mountbatten family, as long as Amanda became queen, then even without the Earl, their family would not decline. Unfortunately, Amanda was unwilling, and naturally, it was Diana who ascended to that position. Bao Yu again mentioned meeting Miss Diana at Buckingham Palace, the hillside villa of the Leaf family at Deepwater Bay. The Leaf family's luxurious villa features a parking lot on the 1st floor, and above it, there is another magnificent 3-story villa. On the surface, this Leaf family mansion appears to be even more lavish and extravagant than the Bao family's. At this moment, Zhuang Yueming, a plump man wearing black-framed glasses, was looking out the window and noticed Mr. Bao playing golf accompanied by a young man. Isn't that Bao Yu, who had recently gone to London to receive a royal honor? This means that the young Master Bao has returned and is playing with his father. This made Zhuang Yueming envious. Since last year, when his eldest son Li Zeju went to Canada for studies, this year, his second son Li Zexi was also sent to Canada, leaving both sons overseas. Now only she and Li Jiaqing's mother Zhuang Biqin, along with the maid, were at home. Zhuang Biqin missed her 2 sons dearly, but they were studying abroad, and she could only see them once a year. Seeing Master Bao beside Bao Chuanwang, she felt genuine envy. Sir, I saw Master Bao playing golf with Bao Chuanwang. I truly envy that. I wonder when we will go to Canada to visit our two sons. At that moment Li Jiaqing was flipping through newspapers on the sofa when he suddenly heard his wife mention this. He paused and glanced at Zhuang Yueming, wanting to say something, but unable to. In Li Jiaqing's mind, sending those two sons to Canada would enhance their independence and broaden their horizons, ensuring a promising future for the Li family. However, could one say that Bao Yu, who has always been by Bao Yugang's side, is not exceptional? Before 1977, he would have boldly claimed so. But now he could not. If you want to see the children, then you should just take a plane. Flying from Shanjiang to Canada isn't that troublesome. After playing golf with his father, Bao Yu returned home. It was clear that in June, as the sun set over the seaside golf course, playing for even half an hour was quite pleasant. Upon returning to the villa, Bao Yugong went upstairs to change, while Bao Yu jumped directly into the swimming pool. After a quick change, Bao Yu came back upstairs. Downstairs, Bao Yu had dinner with his family. After dinner, he went to the study upstairs to read the evening newspaper, and it was nearly 9 o'clock. Young master, the bathwater is ready. Bao Yu went to the bathtub to take a bath. He had discussed many matters with his father while on the golf course. Of course, there was also the unexpected gain from the football match he attended with Rome Wentong that night. At that moment, sitting in the audience at the football field, Bao Yu saw vendors selling Coca-Cola, Pepsi, coffee, black tea, and various pastries. In that instant, Bao Yu felt that something was missing. Later he realized it was a beverage he often drank in his past life, especially a drink for those who stayed up late delivering food or gaming. By the time he returned to Shanjiang, he thought that this drink, which would become popular worldwide, must have already emerged, but not many knew about it yet. Regarding this drink, Bao Yu also had a game package. However, he knew that since it had already been invented and launched locally, he could only acquire the drink's formula and trademark from the other party. Otherwise, Bao Yu understood that he could only acquire trademarks and markets outside of the local area. Now Bao Yu was contemplating. It was still uncertain at the moment. On another note, he knew that back then Hai Soda and Watson's had represented Coca-Cola in Shanjiang and Asia. Unfortunately, later on, Hai Soda and Watson's lost their Coca-Cola agency rights in Shanjiang and Asia, which were ultimately taken over by Swire. Until this year, Swire's Coca-Cola returned to the mainland market through China Resources. This means that with Swire's agency rights for Coca-Cola, it would bring substantial revenue and considerable profits. In contrast, even if Hai Soda had the opportunity to maintain Coca-Cola's agency rights back then, after losing it, they would no longer have the chance. In terms of beverages, Bao Yu's global investment company naturally faced no competition against Swire. However, as soon as Bao Yu thought of that particular drink, he knew that once it was on the market, it might someday catch up with Swire's beverage market. Thinking of this, Bao Yu felt a surge of excitement. When Daisy helped him with his bath, he couldn't help but admit that having Daisy massage his head was far more comfortable than in London. After Bao Yu donned a bathrobe and returned to the study, he began writing down plans about that drink. After resting for a night, it was June 19, 1979, Tuesday. Early in the morning, Bao Yu woke up to see his father already swimming. In June, the temperature in Shanjiang was high, nearing 30 degrees Celsius in the morning and over 30 degrees in the afternoon. Bao Yu greeted his father, grandfather, and mother. After finishing breakfast, he drove back to the office at the Global Investment Center. On the 21st floor, Bao Yu stepped out of the elevator and headed directly to his office. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Xiuzhen. Boss, good morning. Zhao Xiuzhen, is there anything important this week? Boss, there's basically nothing, and Mr. Ma Lizhi has already handled the company's matters. Bao Yu nodded, sat down, and sipped his coffee. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Bao Yu asked Zhao Xiuzhen to notify Ma Lizhi and Chao Zhiming to come over. The two arrived at Bao Yu's office. First, Ma Lizhi reported the company's main affairs to Bao Yu, including the development of the Lan Kwai Fong tourist area. Although this matter was entrusted to Hai Real Estate, and they had already acquired about 75 of the properties, the remaining 25 were rented out on a long-term basis. However, the current Lan Kwai Fong is much larger than its historical counterpart, and there are some properties that cannot be acquired or rented at this time. In such a situation, further development is quite challenging. Boss, those who are unwilling to sell or rent are very troublesome. I heard from Wei Li that he personally approached them, but those people spoke very rudely and even suggested that you and your son go negotiate with them. Bao Yu couldn't help but laugh. In Shanjiang, there truly are all kinds of people. Of course, now that the Shanjiang property market is on the rise, the area that previously drew no attention now sees property owners reluctant to collaborate with the Bao family, thinking the Baos have plenty of money, leading them to demand exorbitant prices. Ma Lizhi, they must be asking for more, right? Boss, they are indeed demanding exorbitantly. Using other means might affect the reputation of the Bao family and global investment company. However, if we don't use any means, it will be hard to resolve. Of course, if these people delay, it will impact the entire renovation of the Lan Kwai Fong area. This kind of matter has existed throughout history, including overseas. Bao Yu was well aware of what those people were thinking. Moreover, the current person in charge of Lan Kwai Fong is a white executive sent by Wei Li. It seems the other party isn't very skilled at dealing with these matters, believing that it can only be resolved through litigation. However, if they go to court, it could take 6 months or even 2 to 3 years, which would have an even greater impact on the entire project. This means that Ma Lizhi does not have a good opinion of this white executive's handling method. However, according to their approach, it is indeed through litigation. Is the godfather of Lan Kuai-fong now Bao Yu? However, in his past life, Bao Yu was that Jewish man. In other words, this Jewish man is more suitable for managing Lan Kuai-fong. It's just uncertain whether he is willing to work for Bao Yu. My Lizhi, I will discuss the matter regarding Lan Kuai-fong with Wei Li later. What Bao Yu is referring to now is not Lan Kuai-fong, but that type of beverage. My Lizhi, having worked in Nanyang for many years, have you heard of the Krating Dieng beverage? Krating Dieng. Translated into Chinese, it means Red Bull. In fact, this is a term from Siam. When Bao Yu mentioned it, both My Lizhi and Chao Jiming found it quite unfamiliar. In fact, before coming to Hong Kong, My Lizhi had worked in Singapore for many years and was quite familiar with Nanyang, especially Singapore and Malaysia. However, the beverage Bao Yu is referring to now is unfamiliar to My Lizhi. As for Chao Jiming, who had traveled to Nanyang for a long time, he mainly drank coconut juice and had not heard about the beverage Bao Yu mentioned. This is a functional beverage that has stimulating effects, possibly more effective than ordinary coffee or black tea in terms of alertness. From what I know, this beverage was invented by researchers from TCP Group, led by the Siamese Chinese businessman Su Shubiao in 1975, and was initially launched in a small scale in Bangkok and Siam. As of now, it should still be within the Siam market. At this moment, My Lizhi and Chao Jiming were indeed surprised. There is actually such a beverage. In fact, this beverage had a significant impact in Bao Yu's past life. Whether it was for working night shifts, playing video games, or long-haul truck drivers, this beverage was essential. It was precisely this beverage that made the Su Shubiao family the richest in Siam and one of the wealthiest Chinese families in Nanyang. Furthermore, his collaboration with that Austrian businessman in the 1980s allowed the Austrian businessman to earn a significant fortune. Hearing Bao Yu discuss the functionality of this beverage made My Lizhi and Chao Jiming realize that there is still a considerable market for this beverage among dock workers and night shift workers. It's just that Su Shubiao has not truly opened the market yet. Boss, does that mean? My Lizhi asked. I want to acquire the ownership of this beverage and the trademark rights of Red Bull from Su Shubiao. Of course, if Su Shubiao is unwilling to relinquish the Siam market, I can allow him to retain that market. At most, apart from that, all global markets will belong to us. Of course, I have another advantage, which is that I basically understand the secret recipe of this beverage. Does Bao Yu really understand the beverage recipe? How is that possible? If that were true, why would he still need to acquire Su Shubiao's Red Bull recipe and trademark? Ultimately, Bao Yu does not wish to have further disputes with the Su family in the future. If he can buy it out in one go, it can avoid other issues. Especially now that Bao Yu's capital is strong, he knows Su Shubiao is certainly not his opponent. Boss, if that's the case, I need to personally go to Bangkok. My Lizhi said. No problem. If Su Shubiao is willing to sell the entire Red Bull recipe and trademark, I hope to bring all the TCP researchers to Hong Kong. Bao Yu discussed this matter with My Lizhi. He was preparing to let My Lizhi handle this. My Lizhi had worked in Singapore for many years and was quite clear about the affairs in Nanyang. Therefore, this time the trip to Nanyang would be more appropriate for him to go directly to Bangkok to meet Su Shubiao than to send someone else. That morning, after finishing his current tasks, My Lizhi took a car back to Victoria Peak Villa to inform his wife. That afternoon, he took the Swire flight from Hong Kong directly to Bangkok and would arrive at a hotel in Bangkok by evening. That afternoon, Bao Yu called home from the office to inform his mother Huang Xiuying that he would not be returning for dinner and that he would be meeting Wei Li in the evening. Since Bao Yu had business matters to attend to, Huang Xiuying naturally did not say anything. At 6 o'clock that evening at Victoria Peak Villa at Nancy's house. Originally, Bao Yu wanted to see Guan Jiahui, but it was Tuesday. Guan Jiahui lived in the school dormitory, and it was inconvenient for her to return. Bao Yu went directly to Nancy's place. Nancy was naturally very happy. The two had dinner together. After that, Bao Yu asked Zhao Xiuzhen to notify Wei Li to come and meet him. Half an hour later, Wei Li drove over. Upon seeing Bao Yu, he knew that Bao Yu had recently gone to Countrywide to receive an award and had just returned. Boss, Wei Li, I want to understand the progress regarding Lan Kuai-fong. The two went to the rooftop and looked at the distant Hong Kong Central when Bao Yu brought up the matter and Wei Li directly spoke about it. This time, the development of Lan Kuai-fong is a joint venture between Universal Investment Company and Hysan Development. Although both companies belong to Bao Yu, Hysan Development is a listed company and is somewhat different. Currently, the person responsible for the development of Lan Kuai-fong is Wei Li, who was transferred from Hysan. However, as My Lizhi said, there are still some people unwilling to sell those properties or lease them long-term to the Bao family, feeling that they need to negotiate face-to-face with the Bao father and son. Ultimately, they want to open their mouths wide, asking for unreasonable prices. Before this, no one paid attention to that area, but now seeing the Bao family spending a lot of money on development, they know there must be profits to be made and naturally wish to propose several times the price for the Bao family to swallow. If the Bao family agrees to this situation, it would actually be unfair to the other property owners who have already signed. Boss, those people are opening their mouths wide, thinking that the Bao family wouldn't dare to use those underhanded means, and they know we can't afford to delay the development of Lan Kuai-fong, so they are dragging us along. On the other hand, they feel that suing them is the most appropriate, but lawsuits also take a long time. Wei Li knew that the Bao family and Universal Investment Company did not want to resolve things with those unscrupulous methods, so they could only handle it this way. However, this would take a long time. Every minute is money, they can delay, but we cannot. How about this? I want to change someone to handle this matter. Changing someone. Bao Yu was referring to that Jewish man Sheng Jiwen. Sheng Jiwen should still not be well known, and he was born in Country D in 1950 and immigrated to New York with his parents when he was young. After his father passed away when he was 7, he and his mother immigrated to Canada. Due to family reasons to lessen his mother's burden, he began working part-time at the age of 10, including delivering newspapers and doing odd jobs in restaurants to earn some living expenses. At the age of 16, with the money he earned over the years, he became the first student in his school who could spend his own. At 17, he joined a fashion company, and due to his outstanding performance gained the boss appreciation and quickly received a bigger promotion. Because that fashion company mainly imported women's clothing from Hong Kong to Canada for sale, Sheng Jiwen had the opportunity to go to Hong Kong and learn more about the channels and sources of this fashion. Additionally, Sheng Jiwen felt that Hong Kong is a low-tax area, a land of opportunity. Therefore, when he turned 19, he decided to start a business in Hong Kong. Although his boss highly recognized his abilities and hoped he would continue to work with him, Sheng Jiwen still wanted to strike out on his own. In fact, it was just that he had become familiar with the channels for the import and export of fashion, so he wanted to be his own boss. Of course, his boss knew he couldn't keep him and thus invested in him and also became a shareholder to support him. Sheng Jiwen is a German Jew. It seems that Jews are born to do business. In fact, the other party had spent several years at the original fashion company, becoming completely familiar with the industry's ways before starting his own venture. The original fashion boss appreciated Sheng Jiwen's abilities, but unfortunately many Jews prefer to be their own bosses. In this situation, he couldn't keep him and chose to invest in the other party's company. With his previous savings and the support of the fashion boss, Sheng Jiwen ventured out on his own in Hong Kong. From the age of 19 to 25, he finally established his own fashion company. Now in 1979, he is already 29 years old. However, the fashion company mainly does business in Canada and Y country. In Hong Kong, there are many ready-tower export companies, especially with the upcoming opening of the mainland. More garment factories began to appear in Pengcheng where costs are lower and exports to Europe and America will increase. As for Bao Yu's previous life, the godfather of Lan Kwai Fong in Hong Kong was indeed Sheng Jiwen. In the 1980s, Sheng Jiwen, because of his trade company, got to know many buyers from M country. When they came to Hong Kong to negotiate business, they mentioned that if they wanted to drink in Hong Kong, they could only go to hotels, which was particularly troublesome. It was precisely the thoughts of those young buyers from M country that provided Sheng Jiwen with a crucial business opportunity. He thought that since Hong Kong is such an international metropolis lacking places like Soho or Montreal with concentrated Western restaurants and bars, if he opened one it would surely be very successful. After all, there are many white people in Hong Kong with tens of thousands of white country nationals alone and even more. Moreover, many of the white people in Hong Kong are elites and high-income individuals, so Sheng Jiwen believed that opening bars and Western restaurants similar to Soho or Montreal in Hong Kong would attract plenty of customers with spending power. Most importantly, there was no such market in Hong Kong at that time. Subsequently, he inspected many places in Hong Kong and eventually chose the area around Lan Kwai Fong. Later, he opened a Western restaurant named California there. It was after this that Sheng Jiwen's business in the Lan Kwai Fong area grew larger. Of course, all of this was information Bao Yu learned from his game data package. Some of it should be from interviews with Sheng Jiwen after his success, reflecting on his experiences. In Bao Yu's view, since Sheng Jiwen was able to build Lan Kwai Fong in Hong Kong by his own efforts, it indicates that this person's abilities are indeed considerable. Now there is no suitable candidate to manage Lan Kwai Fong. Bao Yu intends to use Sheng Jiwen. However, Sheng Jiwen is a Jew and now he has already opened a fashion company that is doing well. Does Bao Yu really? Is he willing? Bao Yu feels it might be a bit difficult. People like Mai Li Si and Ho Jianning are naturally suited to be professional managers and they wouldn't want to start their own businesses. However, people like Ma Shimin and Wei Li are both professional managers and entrepreneurs. It's just that their ventures don't gain as much fame as becoming professional managers. Ultimately, starting a business and working for someone else are still quite different. Wei Li, I want to recruit this person for my use, but I don't know if he is willing. Actually, Wei Li has already recruited some people for Bao Yu. Boss, you say? His name is Sheng Jiwen. His real name is Alan Zaman, a German Jew who has already started a business and is running a fashion company. Bao Yu explained Sheng Jiwen's situation in detail to Wei Li. Wei Li responded, boss, the other party's company should still be quite small. Oh, I haven't heard of it in Hong Kong. Since that's the case, there is still a chance to recruit him. Of course, the difficulty in recruiting him is quite high since he is a Jew. In fact, many Jews start their own businesses. However, many also hold high positions in large companies. Many executives in the world's top 500 companies in Europe and America are indeed Jews. To say that they are all entrepreneurs would be impossible. Therefore, Wei Li feels that he needs to meet this talent in person. If the other party is very resistant to working for someone else, then naturally, he cannot recruit him. However, if the other party has such thoughts, he might not necessarily refuse. Moreover, now the Bao family has significant advantages that can attract many talents. Boss, if you want to fully recruit this Jew to work for you, you must at least acquire his company, so he will have the motivation to work. This is inevitable. If he works for Bao Yu while managing his own company, he naturally won't be able to do much. However, if he sells the company to the Bao family, and then manages Lan Kwai Fong for Bao Yu with peace of mind, that would be entirely different. In this regard, it is akin to Bao Ye's previous life, when Li Jiaqing forcibly acquired the company founded by Ma Shimin and Xin Jiaopa. Wei Li, since that's the case, find a suitable time to talk to him tomorrow. However, based on his situation, he may not necessarily be in Hong Kong. After the two sides finished their discussion, Wei Li left by car. Nancy then looked at Bao Yu and asked, "Sir, do you really want to use that Jew among so many executives around you? In my country, there are actually quite a few Jews, including in Hong Kong, such as the Kadoorie family and the previous He Dong family, etc. However, among Bao Ye's core white executives, there really haven't been any other Jewish executives. They are mainly Anglo-Saxons. Whether it's my Li Si Wei, Li Ma Shimin, etc. They are all typical Anglo-Saxons from my country. Nancy, if I didn't have confidence in using him, I certainly wouldn't recruit him. However, if I dare to use him, then there will naturally be no problem." That night around 10 o'clock, Bao Yu was awakened by Nancy beside him. "Sir, are you going back tonight?" The two had not been together for a long time, and Nancy genuinely hoped Bao Yu would stay. "Nancy, Daddy and Mommy won't let me stay out overnight. Oh, I have to go back." Nancy felt a bit disappointed, but said she knew that the Bao family's rules were still very strict. Personally, she sent Bao Yu downstairs. Bao Yu got back at the Bao family. It was already almost midnight. Seeing that the study light was still on, he knew his father had not. "Dad, are you still awake? I heard your mom talking about your discussion with Wei Li." "Yes, Dad, I want Wei Li to recruit a Jewish talent to work for me, but I still don't know if he is willing." "A Jew?" Bao Ye's father merely nodded and said nothing more. When Bao Yu returned to his room, he took a quick shower. He changed into his pajamas preparing to rest, and it was already very late. June 20th, 1979. Wednesday. Hysan Place. Office of the Executive President and General Manager of Hutchison Whampoa Group. Wei Li returned to the company for work as usual. Last night, after going home, he pondered how to replace the Jewish businessman Sheng Jiwen to do work for his boss. Before this, he was unaware of such a businessman in Hong Kong. However, after calling his subordinates to investigate last night, he discovered that there was indeed such a Jewish businessman. This surprised Wei Li. How did his boss know of this person's existence? Wei Li did not know, yet he increasingly felt that his boss was unfathomable. From his subordinates' investigation into Sheng Jiwen, it turned out to be similar to what Bao Yu had said. Currently, Sheng Jiwen's Colby Company headquarters is in Kowloon, and he spends most of his time in Hong Kong, although he occasionally travels to Canada, the United States, and Europe. He learned from his subordinates that Sheng Jiwen still worked in Kowloon. Under these circumstances, Wei Li could meet him in his capacity. "You go and arrange for Mr. Sheng Jiwen to meet me at the cafe at Queen's Pier," Wei Li said to the female secretary beside him. The female secretary left and took a car to Kowloon. Now Wei Li knew that it was their first meeting, and it was inappropriate to meet at home or at the office. Clearly, a coffee shop outside was the most suitable place. Kowloon Peninsula in Hong Kong. A property building in Jordan, Hong Kong. A sign next to the door indicates the office space of Colby Company. This is where Sheng Jiwen works. Now Sheng Jiwen is just 29 years old, with thick jet black hair, though his nose is a typical hooked nose. Many Europeans and Americans as well as Jews typically have hooked noses. Many people may find it difficult to get along with such individuals. In fact, many of their races have such facial features. The reason Sheng Jiwen chose to set up his company office here is not only because the rent is much cheaper than in central Hong Kong, but more importantly, the port and docks have now concentrated in Kwai Chung and Tsingy. Sheng Jiwen operates an export business for ready-made garments. Orders are obtained from merchants in Canada, country Y, and the United States, which he then passes on to local garment factories in Hong Kong. Once the finished garments are produced, they are exported through the Kwai Chung docks to the respective countries of the merchants. Ultimately, he is just earning the profit in between. Of course, he spent a long time figuring out the channels and sources. Now Sheng Jiwen was reviewing the orders while considering costs and profits. Nowadays, labor costs in Hong Kong are rising year by year. Besides those costs, the profits earned are no longer as high, especially since many Chinese are also involved in this industry. Sheng Jiwen heard that many Hong Kong merchants have moved to the neighboring Pengcheng. Among them, the biggest advantage there is the labor cost. In Hong Kong, the labor cost is at least 2,000 RMB a month. However, in Pengcheng, it is only a few dozen RMB, which is significantly cheaper. If he hands over those orders to the Hong Kong merchants in Pengcheng, he believes the profits could increase considerably. At that moment, just as Sheng Jiwen took a sip of coffee, his assistant came in and said, "Boss's secretary claiming to be from Mr. Wei Li, the executive president and general manager of Hutchison Whampoa, wants to see you." The secretary of Mr. Wei Li, the executive president and general manager of Hutchison Whampoa, wants to see him. Sheng Jiwen was surprised. Hutchison Whampoa is very famous in Hong Kong. And Wei Li, the executive president and general manager of Hutchison Whampoa, is even more renowned. However, he had previously known Wei Li while Wei Li did not know him. Thus it was surprising for Sheng Jiwen that Wei Li's secretary came to find him. Where is Wei Li's secretary? Sheng Jiwen had already stood up. When he stepped outside, he indeed saw a young white woman in a skirt. Hello, I am Sheng Jiwen. I wonder which of you is Wei Li's secretary. Hello, Mr. Sheng Jiwen, Mr. Wei Li would like to meet you. The female secretary handed over her from the business card. It could be confirmed that this was genuine. I wonder why Mr. Wei Li wants to meet me. Mr. Sheng Jiwen, I believe this is a good thing. When the female secretary informed Sheng Jiwen of where and when to meet Wei Li, she glanced at the company, and then this left both Sheng Jiwen and the female assistant puzzled. After all, Hutchison Whampoa is a very large conglomerate, especially after the Bao family's acquisition. Now Hutchison Whampoa is vaguely the foremost among the 4 major trading companies in Hong Kong, with a total market value close to the 3rd among all listed companies in Hong Kong. In contrast, Sheng Jiwen's ready-made garment export company is not exactly prominent. Sheng Jiwen found it odd. However, for someone as significant as Wei Li, since he wanted to meet him, Sheng Jiwen certainly had to go. After all, this is indeed a great opportunity. At the very least, he could meet someone like Wei Li. President, I met that Sheng Jiwen and found that his company's office space is very small, the female secretary reported back. You must not underestimate him. Since the boss values this person, it shows he is not simple. If it were someone else, Wei Li would not be concerned. However, since this Sheng Jiwen is someone the boss values, Wei Li cannot afford to underestimate him. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Queen's Pier, Edinburgh Square. Sheng Jiwen drove himself here through the Hung Hom Tunnel. He certainly knew that central Hong Kong is more prosperous, but the rent here is not cheap. If he were to relocate his company headquarters here, he feared that the earnings would not cover the rent. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to move here. Now he parked his car near Edinburgh and proceeded to the cafe as indicated by Wei Li's female secretary. In fact, he had already seen it. Sheng Jiwen approached, sitting there sipping coffee and looking towards Queen's Pier not far away. Half an hour later, when Sheng Jiwen saw a female coffee shop attendant enter with a white man and a young white woman, he recognized that it was indeed Wei Li himself. President, Mr. Sheng Jiwen is over there. Wei Li walked over. Hello, Mr. Wei Li. Hello, Mr. Sheng Jiwen. They greeted each other with a handshake. Then Wei Li requested a private room. The two entered the room together. Wei Li was still curious about how the boss knew this Jewish person. Mr. Sheng Jiwen, it is like this. I got to know you through a friend's introduction. As for which friend? Wei Li chose. Mr. Wei Li, it is my honor to meet you. Wei Li has been famous in Hong Kong for a long time. Besides being known as the doctor of companies in Hong Kong, he has been at the helm of Hutchison Whampoa for many years and is one of the most famous and highest paid professional managers in Hong Kong. In 1975, when Hysan International had not yet been acquired by Hui Fong Bank, and before Wei Li managed Hysan International, the company was involved in various industries. Among these, import and export trade was also a very important business for Hysan International. However, Shun Bai forcefully seized control from the chairman Chi Dezun and subsequently handed it over to Wei Li for management. Wei Li's bold reforms led to the disposal of many unprofitable sectors. At that time, there were over 300 well-known companies under Hutchison Whampoa in Hong Kong, along with thousands of subsidiaries and smaller firms. This means that Hysan International was indeed quite formidable back then. Now, Hysan International has long since transformed into Hutchison Whampoa, and even so, its strength has grown even greater. Mr. Sheng Jiwen, I am interested in your company and would like to acquire it, Wei Li stated directly after taking a sip of his coffee. Wei Li is interested in his company. Sheng Jiwen was somewhat taken aback. After all, his company's scale was still quite small, with annual revenues of at most several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars and profits of less than 10 million. However, Sheng Jiwen could also see that his garment export company had channels a stable supply and reliable partners, and that revenues and profits were increasing year by year. If he considered the openness of Pengcheng and the fact that the partnered Hong Kong merchants were moving garment factories and ready-made clothing factories to the Pearl River Delta, his profits should continue to rise. Sheng Jiwen thought he must have misheard. Mr. Wei Li, my company is very small, and there are many such companies in Hong Kong. On the contrary, Hutchison Whampoa's import and export channels are much larger than my company's. In fact, this was indeed the case. Hutchison Whampoa and companies like Wheelock already possess significant channel advantages, including ports, docks, and shipping, all integrated and utilized. In reality, Wei Li was indeed interested developing. It would be much easier than for Sheng Jiwen's company. Wei Li smiled. You are right. Hey, I would like to ask if you are willing to sell your company to me. Sheng Jiwen was still somewhat puzzled as to why Wei Li was so keen on his small company. I'm sorry, Mr. Wei Li, but I have managed that company for many years. It is my life's work. Although it does not make much money, it is relatively stable, and I am reluctant to sell it. This meant that Sheng Jiwen was indeed hesitant to sell his company. However, Wei Li was very clear. If Sheng Jiwen was unwilling to sell his company, how could he possibly be willing to work for Baoyu? If that were the case, then naturally he would have to employ his methods. After all, the boss truly wanted to recruit the talent that Sheng Jiwen represented. Mr. Sheng Jiwen, the price for acquiring your company is not a problem. I hope you will consider it carefully. Wei Li stated directly. The meaning of his words had already changed. Sheng Jiwen was momentarily stunned. In fact, he felt a bit afraid. Although his company was not publicly listed with Wei Li and Hutchison Whampoa's strength, it would be incredibly easy to eliminate his company. Sheng Jiwen was very aware that resisting Wei Li in Hong Kong was not an easy task. Wei Li did not continue negotiating with him. Upon asking whether he was willing to sell and receiving a direct refusal from Sheng Jiwen, Wei Li understood that normal means would be very difficult. He could only resort to other methods. Wei Li left with his female secretary. Before leaving, he settled the bill. As Sheng Jiwen reflected on what Wei Li had just said, he indeed felt a sense of fear. He could not understand why Wei Li had suddenly set his sights on his small company. Moreover, it was clear from Wei Li's demeanor that he intended to acquire it. Not only that, in Hong Kong, if Wei Li targeted him and cut off his channels and sources, it would indeed be very difficult for him to develop further. Sitting there, Sheng Jiwen pondered, unable to comprehend why he had attracted the attention of this big shot. Wei Li's final words before leaving were actually quite clear. An hour later, Sheng Jiwen exited the coffee shop, his expression not looking very good. Since his father had passed away when he was 7, he and his mother had relied on each other. Wherever he went, she followed. Of course, his mother enjoyed life in Canada, but after he shifted his work focus to Hong Kong, she followed him there. At Sheng Jiwen's age, he naturally had a girlfriend, but he just had not married yet. He now drove back to the residential area in Hong Kong, where he lived with his mother located in Kowloon. "Child, are you off work?" Sheng Jiwen's mother said upon seeing her son return, noticing that something seemed off. Sheng Jiwen sat down on the sofa. "Mommy, a very aggressive capital group wants to acquire my company, and I am not very willing to do so. But I don't know how to proceed." A very powerful capital group. Such things are actually quite common in Europe and America. Of course, generally speaking, as long as it is not a publicly listed company, even if targeted by other capital, it is not a big deal. "Child, isn't your company still not listed?" "Mommy, that capital group is too aggressive and my company's channels are very easy to replicate. If they cut off my sources and moved all my partners over, then I wouldn't have to do anything and all the hard work of the past years would be in vain." "Child, since that capital group is so powerful that they can easily do these things, why do they still want to acquire your company? Isn't that redundant?" As the saying goes, those involved are often confused while outsiders see clearly. Sheng Jiwen indeed had not considered this point during his conversation with Wei Li at the coffee shop. Now, after his mother's reminder, Sheng Jiwen realized that if it were that easy to replicate, why would Wei Li still want to spend money to acquire his company? Could it be that he just has money to spare? Upon considering this, Sheng Jiwen felt that Wei Li might not be after his company after all. But if it wasn't about his company, then what could it be? Thinking a bit deeper, Sheng Jiwen did not feel as distressed. However, he knew that Wei Li was a man of his word. This meant that ultimately, if he did not want to exit the Hong Kong market, he could only shift to the Nanyang or South Asia market, as there were also sources for ready-made garments there. However, that would likely mean starting from scratch. In this situation, Sheng Jiwen had no other capital friends in Hong Kong to negotiate with Wei Li through. That evening, Sheng Jiwen finished dinner and returned to his study. June 22, 1979. Friday, 10 a.m. Edinburgh Square near Queen's Pier. Sheng Jiwen had contemplated for a day and a night and decided to meet Wei Li here. Ultimately, Sheng Jiwen understood that it was not his company that Wei Li was interested in, but rather him as a person. However, why was that the case? Sheng Jiwen was perplexed. 10:30 a.m. Wei Li and his female secretary arrived at the cafe once more. Upon entering, they spotted Sheng Jiwen waiting. "Hello, Mr. Wei Li." "Hello, Mr. Sheng Jiwen." Both parties shook hands. Afterwards, they proceeded to a private room. "Mr. Wei Li, if you or Hutchison Whampoa are interested in my company, I find that unlikely. I just don't understand why you would do such a thing. How about this, you and I head to the Global Investment Center building?" The Global Investment Center building. The three of them left the cafe. Global Investment Center building. Bao was at work in his office, while My Lizzie had gone to Nanyang to discuss acquiring Red Bull and had not yet returned. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Zhao Xiuzhen opened the door. "Boss, Mr. Wei Li has arrived." After Zhao Xiuzhen brought Wei Li in. "Boss, I've brought Sheng Jiwen with me." "Sheng Jiwen, a Jew. Have you come to an agreement?" "Boss, more. It's just that I don't understand why I would do such a thing." Bao Yu and Wei Li entered the conference room. At that moment, Sheng Jiwen was standing by the window looking outside. He was quite surprised when he learned he was to meet Bao Xiao at the Global Investment Center building. Over the past few days, he had thought of many things, but he never expected it was all because of Bao Xiao. When Bao Yu entered, the first thing he noticed was a very young man with thick hair and a hooked nose, a Caucasian. This was his first encounter with Sheng Jiwen in person. It was also Sheng Jiwen's first time meeting Bao Xiao in person. However, he had seen news about Bao Yu multiple times in newspapers and on television. "Boss, this is Mr. Sheng Jiwen." "Hello, Bao Xiao." Bao Yu and Sheng Jiwen shook hands with each other. "Mr. Sheng Jiwen, hey, race the thing, I am personally very interested in your talent. I feel that you are underutilized managing your own company, so I had Wei Li acquire your company and let you manage it for me. What do you think? As for your Ready Tower export company, it seems to be developing quite well. So I will offer you a 10 times price-to-earnings ratio for the acquisition, and you can focus on managing the company for me. Currently, Sheng Jiwen's Colby company is not very large and is not a listed company. However, according to Bao Yes' intention, a 10 times price-to-earnings ratio acquisition means that they are purchasing based on 10 years of the company's profits. In fact, such an acquisition represents a very high valuation. After all, it is difficult for any company to predict how things will be in the next 10 years. Now Bao Yes' willingness to acquire the talent at a 10 times price-to-earnings ratio truly demonstrates his high regard for Sheng Jiwen. Bao Xiao, may I ask what company you want me to manage? Sheng Jiwen was still somewhat perplexed. After all, he was originally an entrepreneur and a boss himself. Now, if he followed Bao Yes' words, wouldn't that mean he was being absorbed by Bao Yu? The Lan Kuai-Fong Tourism Company. Lan Kuai-Fong. Sheng Jiwen had recently heard that the Bao family was acquiring some properties for development near the central district of Xiangjiang, reportedly, to create a tourist area. He was not very familiar with the specific details. It was clear that Bao Xiao's intention was to acquire his company and have him focus on managing Lan Kuai-Fong. However, Sheng Jiwen replied, Bao Xiao, I am reluctant to part with my company, as it is my life's work. Furthermore, I have grown accustomed to working for myself, and now suddenly having to work for someone else feels quite uncomfortable. Bao Yu glanced at Wei Li beside him. Mr. Sheng Jiwen, the acquisition valuation the boss offers you is already quite high. If you develop it on your own, it's hard to say whether your company will still exist in 10 years. Wei Li said directly. Sheng Jiwen wanted to struggle, but felt some fear. Wei Li, I would like to speak with him alone. Wei Li, Zhao Xiuzhen, and the female secretary exited first. Bao Yu looked at Sheng Jiwen and said, Sheng Jiwen, actually your company has many connections in Xiangjiang. Therefore, I am really interested in you as a person. I hope you can focus on working for me. Compared to your Ready Tower company, the development of Lan Kuai-Fong is much greater. Of course, I understand that you are reluctant to part with your company. How about this? I will allow you to retain a 1 stake in your Ready Tower company. This means that even if the Ready Tower company is sold to Bao Yu, he would still retain a 1 stake. At this moment, Sheng Jiwen was somewhat surprised. He knew that the Bao family's capital in Xiangjiang was becoming increasingly formidable. However, the Bao family's channels would be beneficial for his Ready Tower export company. In other words, if he sold the Ready Tower company to the Bao family and retained a 1 stake, it was possible that it could develop even better in the future. Bao Xiao, why do you have such confidence in my personal abilities? On this point, Sheng Jiwen was still puzzled. After all, one must excel in their own field. Bao Yu believed that in his past life Lan Kuai-Fong was indeed built by Sheng Jiwen, and now having him manage it was truly the most suitable choice. Of course, this does not mean that others are incapable. It is just that Bao Yu has more confidence in Sheng Jiwen's ability to manage Lan Kuai-Fong. I heard about your situation from others. Now if you agree to work for me, first I will acquire your Ready Tower export company at a 10 times price-to-earnings ratio. Second, I will allow you to retain a 1 stake in that Ready Tower export company. Third, I only need you to sign a 20-year employment contract with me. 20 years later, if you are unwilling to continue working for me and the global investment company, you can leave the global. Fourth, if you find no issues with the above 3 points, you will be appointed as the first general manager of the Lan Kuai-Fong Group. 20 years. Considering he is currently 29, in 20 years, he would be around 50. At that time, if he is unwilling to continue working for Bao, you would certainly not force him. Now it is equivalent to binding him for 20 years. In fact, Bao Yu knew that in his past life, Li Jiaqing wanted to recruit Ma Shimin to work for him also through this method, but in the end Ma Shimin only worked for Li Jiaqing for 9 years and left after that. Sheng Jiwen calculated a bit. A 10 times price-to-earnings acquisition of his Ready Tower export company would mean he would immediately gain tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, he would retain a 1 stake in the Ready Tower export company. If this company develops while using the Bao family's channels, its future market value would not be low even if he only retained a 1 stake. As for signing a 20-year employment contract, it is roughly equivalent to making himself work for Bao Yu for 20. This seems coercive, but Sheng Jiwen also knew that the Bao family is the most powerful capital in Xiangjiang, and being able to work for the Bao family would allow him to accumulate quite a network of connections. 20 years later, whether he stays or does other things, it would indeed be very different. Furthermore, according to Bao Yes' words, being appointed as the first general manager of the Lan Kuai-Fong Group is equivalent to allowing him to take on a high position directly. Sheng Jiwen is a clever man. If he does not wish to leave Xiangjiang, he naturally has to comply with what Bao Yu said. Immediately, Sheng Jiwen agreed. Upon hearing this, both Bao Yu and Sheng Jiwen were very pleased. It is true that Sheng Jiwen is Jewish, but there are also classifications among Jews. For Bao Yu, Sheng Jiwen represents a kind of personnel experiment. Jiwen, the Lan Kuai-Fong Group, is valued at $10 billion, and we plan to develop Lan Kuai-Fong in phases. The first phase will focus on the 2 streets of Lan Kuai-Fong as the development area, striving to complete the renovations before this Christmas and then officially open to the public on Christmas. When Sheng Jiwen learned that the Lan Kuai-Fong Group was worth $10 billion, he was also taken aback. No wonder the boss and Wei Li looked down on his garment export company, instead inviting him to manage the Lan Kuai-Fong Group. In fact, the Lan Kuai-Fong Group will not only be in Xinjiang in the future, it will expand overseas. Of course, considering the situation in Xinjiang, once the Lan Kuai-Fong Group is established, it will surely be favored by the citizens of Xinjiang and overseas tourists. Bao Yu dares to say this, because in his past life the Lan Kuai-Fong Group that Sheng Jiwen built already had successful cases. Unfortunately, it was greatly impacted by the 1997 financial crisis. Boss, I will definitely manage this group to the best of my ability. Jiwen, I believe in your capabilities, Bao Yu said with Sheng Jiwen left first. At this time Wei Li was still waiting. Boss, how did it go? He agreed, but with the condition of retaining one of his company's shares. Wei Li upon hearing this still felt that these Jews were too greedy. Without retaining one of the shares the other party might not be willing to work for Bao Yu. Boss, if you give me time to pressure him, it wouldn't be necessary to do that. We're already offering him a tenfold price-to-earnings ratio for the acquisition, which is a very high price. Wei Li, the company doctor, understood this very well. Wei Li, since he is willing to work for us, there is no need to really push him to that extent. In fact, Sheng Jiwen's garment export company Kalbi was indeed developing well. By 2001, this company was already valued at 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, and ultimately, it was sold to the Li Feng Group, owned by the Feng family. I intend to retain the management rights of Sheng Jiwen's company. This means that Sheng Jiwen still cares a lot about the company he has worked hard to build, and he has no need to destroy it. On the contrary, with the channels of the global investment company, this garment export company can rapidly grow. Of course, some shares of this company are held by others, and Bao Yu asked Sheng Jiwen to recover them later. If Wei Li truly pressures Sheng Jiwen like that, the two sides would instead become enemies. Even if Sheng Jiwen is willing to work for him, he would always have a thorn in his heart. How could he truly work for him then? Ultimately, this is a method of utilizing or managing people. Sheng Jiwen is Jewish. Bao Yu knows that as his capital expands globally, entering the European and American markets will inevitably lead to interactions with Jews. He wants to understand those Jews through Sheng Jiwen. Boss, Jews are indeed somewhat different, Wei Li reminded. Wei Li, as long as we deal with Europe and America, we cannot avoid it. Therefore, I want to learn more about Jews through Sheng Jiwen. At this moment, Wei Li was clearly more surprised. After their conversation, Wei Li and the female secretary went back first. Overall, Wei Li is indeed quite good now. However, whether in his past life or now, Li Jiaqing dared not use him, nor could he. In this life, even Bao Yu might not dare to use Wei Li. Now Bao Yu has discovered that Wei Li is capable and works well. Whether it is recruiting Ma Shimin or now Sheng Jiwen, as long as Wei Li is involved, it can indeed be handled very well. Now Sheng Jiwen is willing to work for him, and Bao Yu is indeed very happy. He returned to his office and sat down. For him, the issue of the person in charge of the Lan Kuai-Fong Group is basically no problem at all. At 6:15 in the evening, Bao Yu got off work and came back. He saw that his father was already waiting for him. Now Bao Yu Gong was waiting for Bao Yu to go play golf together. The father and son returned to the Deep Water Bay golf course once again. Bob, how is it going with that Jewish man managing Lan Kuai-Fong? Bao Yu Gong was still quite clear about this matter. In fact, over the decades, he had dealt with many Jewish capitalists from Europe and America, and he had quite a few friends. However, compared to those Anglo-Saxons, it is evident that Jews are more complex. So when he first learned that Bao Yu wanted to appoint a Jew as an executive, he was somewhat surprised. Dad, I have already acquired Sheng Jiwen's company, and he will officially become the first general manager of the Lan Kuai-Fong Group. Now the issues at Lan Kuai-Fong should be fine as long as he steps in to solve them. I have told Sheng Jiwen to aim to complete the first phase of development of Lan Kuai-Fong before this Christmas so that it can officially open for business then. Bao Yu Gong was somewhat surprised. Could this Jew really be as capable as Bao Yu said? After all, according to Bao Yu, it is a company worth over $100 billion. Dad, trust the capable, do not doubt them. This is what you taught me. In Xinjiang, Kowloon, Jordan, Sheng Jiwen was on his way back. Upon returning to the company, Sheng Jiwen first called the company's executives. When these executives learned that he had just met with Bao Yu, the boss of global investment company, they appeared very surprised. What surprised them even more was that Sheng Jiwen had actually sold the company to Bao Yu. I only retained one of the shares in this company, the rest have been sold to the Bao family. In addition, I will serve as the general manager of the Lan Kuai-Fong Group. Many of the executives present were locals from Xinjiang, and they understood what this meant. From being the executive employee of Sheng Jiwen to now becoming an employee of global investment company. Boss, I am not very clear, or perhaps it is just because of me. Regardless, the owner and major shareholder of this company have changed. Now it belongs to the Bao family, the most powerful Chinese capital in Xinjiang. For the other executives, this is indeed an opportunity. Seeing the expressions of those executives, Sheng Jiwen knew very well that if Wei Li continued to pressure him, these executives would probably directly jump ship to work for Wei Li or global investment company. It is clear that Bao Yu only hopes for him to work for him and does not intend to truly do so. June 24, 1979. Sunday, 11:45 a.m. A Cathay Pacific large passenger aircraft safely landed at the airport, flying directly from Bangkok to Hong Kong. As most of the tourists from Hong Kong disembarked from the plane, amidst the crowd a tall Caucasian man, wearing sunglasses, was none other than McLeese, who had recently traveled to Siam's Bangkok. The Nanyang region is hot all year round. At this time in late June, the temperature in Hong Kong was even higher, with the morning temperature approaching 30 degrees Celsius. McLeese stepped off the plane. As he just exited to the outside of the airport, the bodyguards sent by Bao Yu were already waiting. "Mr. McLeese, please get in the car." McLeese got into the car, and the bodyguards immediately headed back to Deepwater Bay's Hillside Villa. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. The Bao family. Bao Yu had learned in advance that McLeese would return this morning, specifically sending bodyguards to wait for him. It was just after 1 p.m. The car stopped at the entrance of the Deepwater Bay Villa. McLeese entered and saw Bao Yu. "Boss, I am back." "McLeese, thank you for your hard work." Upon learning that McLeese had already had lunch on the plane, the two went up to the study. McLeese began to recount his trip to Siam's Bangkok to meet the Chinese businessman Su Shubiao. Su Shubiao had immigrated to Siam with his family from Qionghai a long time ago. At 57 years old now, his family had to rely on duck farming and selling fruits to make a living, facing significant difficulties. His grasp of global shipping cycles is unmatched in Hong Kong. If you wish to understand the long-term value of port assets, you are right to seek him out. It wasn't until 1962, when he was 40, that he, along with his family, founded a pharmaceutical factory called TC Pharmaceutical, also known as Tianxi Pharmaceutical. This pharmaceutical factory conducted a series of research utilizing the unique climate and abundant fruits. By around 1975, the factory finally developed a drink named Red Bull, using water, sugar, caffeine, vitamin B, and taurine. This Red Bull drink is invigorating. For the rapidly developing Siam of the 1970s, the emergence of this drink proved to be quite effective for night shift workers and long-distance truck drivers. However, until now, the Red Bull market has only been limited to Bangkok and nearby areas, without truly expanding throughout Siam. Ultimately, Su Shubiao lacked the capital to expand the scale. Until recently, McLeese personally went out to find Su Shubiao, requesting to acquire the formula and trademark rights of Red Bull. Su Shubiao directly refused this request. However, upon learning that McLeese was representing Bao Yu of Universal Investment Company. Not only that, but Bao Yu also had a copy of the Red Bull formula. At that moment, Su Shubiao was astonished. In his view, the Red Bull formula was still incomplete, and only the researchers at TC Pharmaceutical and he himself knew it. How could Bao Yu also be aware of it? Either the secret had been leaked, or Bao Yu had someone develop a similar formula, or otherwise how could the two formulas possibly be alike? Facing the more powerful capital of Bao Yu, Su Shubiao knew clearly that if the Bao family wanted to vigorously develop this drink, the Su family would be no match. Moreover, the Bao family not only had money, but also had the formula. Although the formulas were only similar, Su Shubiao was well aware that they were no match for the Bao family in competition. In this case, Su Shubiao knew that he had to either sell the Red Bull formula and trademark rights to the Bao family, or compete with them. Eventually, the two parties had been negotiating for several days. Initially, Su Shubiao was unwilling to sell the formula and trademark, but other members of the Su family felt that since the Bao family already had such a formula, how could they possibly be competitors? However, Su Shubiao still believed that the Red Bull drink would be very popular in the future. Finally, after negotiations with McLeese, he decided to sell the Red Bull formula and trademark to the Bao family while retaining the rights for the Siam market. In other words, except for Siam, the trademark and ownership in other parts of the world, including neighboring Malaysia and Singapore, would belong to the Bao family. Upon hearing McLeese's words, although it was a pity that they couldn't completely take over all of Red Bull's market, it was indeed quite good to capture the market outside of Siam. Boss, I initially wanted to fully acquire the rights to Red Bull, but Su Shubiao was still unwilling, so I could only acquire the rights outside of Siam. Historically, without more capital, Su Shubiao could only co-develop the Red Bull market in Europe and America with Austrian businessmen in the 1980s. In fact, this led to the Su family's real market being only in Nanyang, while the Red Bull market in Europe and America belonged to another Austrian businessman. As for the market in the mainland, it was actually entrusted to another company. However, seeing how popular Red Bull was in the mainland market, the Su family and that agent ended up in a long legal battle. McLeese, it's already quite impressive that you managed to do this. Besides, some employees from TC Pharmaceutical are willing to come to Hong Kong to develop. They are preparing to fly to Hong Kong in a few days. In other words, now that Bao Yu has acquired all the Red Bull trademarks and ownership outside of Siam, Su Shubiao also understands that their Red Bull market can only exist in Siam, so naturally, they do not need so many researchers and agree to come to Hong Kong. McLeese, since they are willing to come to Hong Kong, we do not need to find others anew. Now the Hanja soda has long been handled by Wei Li, and although Watson's also has distilled water soda, etc., Bao Yu could have them send someone to develop Red Bull. Of course, now that the researchers from TC are coming, it would be more suitable for Bao Yu to establish a Red Bull beverage company based on this rather than directly establishing a Red Bull research company from Watson's. Certainly, Bao Yu knows that utilizing Watson's global sales channels will allow Red Bull to quickly establish a distribution network when it is officially launched. Boss, before I returned, I met the former boss, Hu Qing, in Bangkok. Hu Qing. Speaking of Hu Qing, he is the third-generation heir of the Singapore Hu Leopard Company. Unfortunately, the Singapore Hu Leopard Company has basically been swallowed by the yellow-gloved Huang Xiao family of the Singapore Li family, while the assets of the Hu family in Hong Kong are mostly in the hands of Hu Xian, including the most important newspaper in Hong Kong, the Sing Tao Daily. I heard that Hu Xian is preparing to sell several pieces of land owned by the Hu family in Hong Kong, and Hu Qing knew about this, so he informed me in advance. Bao Yu was somewhat surprised. He remembered that the Hu family still had several pieces of land in Hong Kong, most of which should have been sold to Li Jiaqing by Hu Xian later. Among them, it should have been in 1979 when MacLeese helped Li Jiaqing acquire land near the Hu family's Hu Leopard Villa in Hong Kong. In other words, if it weren't for MacLeese working for Bao Yu, MacLeese might have helped Li Jiaqing acquire the land near the Hu family's Hu Leopard Villa. Bao Yu remembered that Hu Xian only sold the land near the Tiger and Leopard Villa in Xiangjiang to Li Jiaqing. However, by the late 1990s, Hu Xian could not even keep the Tiger and Leopard Villa and eventually sold it to Li Jiaqing. Now, because of the relationship with Ma Lixi, it is naturally impossible to let Li Jiaqing acquire the land that the Hu family has in Xiangjiang. Ma Lixi, you handle this matter with the Hu family. Yes, boss. After their conversation, Ma Lixi greeted Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong, who then returned to see their wife and child. Bao Yu was in the study. This means that the acquisition of Su Shubio's Red Bull formula and trademark ownership was indeed very successful. After all, Red Bull is bound to sell well globally in the future. Not only that the Austrian businessman used Red Bull for promotion and even built a huge sports empire. Bao Yu knew that acquiring Red Bull was not just aimed at Swire Coca-Cola. Next, including the business at Lan Kwai Fong, the daily sales of Red Bull would undoubtedly be very large. In addition, Red Bull has a huge market in Xiangjiang, Haokong, Donyang, Goryeo, Taiwan, and even Europe and America, as well as in Southeast Asia. Its future sales are expected to be significant. What Bao Yu had to consider now was who would serve as the first general manager of Red Bull Beverage Company. Currently, there are not many senior executives at Universal Investment Company, but there are still quite a few executives at Kowloon Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, Xiangjiang Electric Light, and China Gas. Especially at Hutchison Whampoa, there are 8 listed companies with over 100 capable executives. Now Bao Yu needs to hire someone. It is still possible to draw someone from Watson's. After all, Watson's also has several subsidiaries related to food and thinking of this, Bao Yu picked up the landline phone and asked Zhao Xiuzhen to notify Wei Li to select a suitable executive from Watson's to meet him. Taiping Mountain Villa. Wei Li's home. Today is Sunday. Wei Li, his wife and child are relaxing at home. At this moment, the landline phone in the living room rang. Mrs. Wei Li answered. Sir, it's a call from Secretary Zhao. Zhao Xiuzhen called. Wei Li went over. When Wei Li learned that Bao Yu wanted to draw an executive from Watson's to serve as the new company's general manager, he expressed that after careful consideration, he would have that executive meet Bao Yu in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Wei Li already knew that Ma Lixi had acquired the formula and trademark ownership of Red Bull on behalf of the boss. Of course, with so many beverages in the world, the most famous ones are Coca-Cola and Pepsi. He didn't really know if other drinks were truly that good. Wei Li returned to the study and thought about a suitable list. Among them, Joseph, the vice president of Watson's, had already left to become the general manager of Hutchison Pharmaceuticals. This time, since Bao Yu named another executive from Watson's, he knew the boss still valued those executives related to drinks and pharmaceuticals. Wei Li thought for a moment. Ultimately, he recommended another vice president of Watson's, Aston. Currently, the main executives at Hutchison Whampoa are predominantly white, and those managing Watson's are also elite white executives. Aston had started at Watson's as an ordinary employee and worked his way up to vice president. He is currently mainly in charge of Watson's overseas affairs. After confirming Aston, Wei Li immediately notified him to come see him at the Taiping Mountain Villa located in the central district of Xiangjiang. An hour later, Aston, who is somewhat balding, around 50 years old and quite tall, is currently the vice president of Watson's Group. Aston started working at Watson's as an ordinary employee and gradually became the vice president. He is now mainly responsible for Watson's overseas affairs. Now Watson's has over 1,000 stores worldwide, making it quite large. When Aston first arrived at the entrance of the Taiping Mountain Villa where Wei Li lived, he got out of the car, pressed the doorbell outside the door. A maid came out to open the door. Hello, I am Aston, here to see President Wei Li. The maid led Aston inside. After Aston entered and drank a cup of coffee, he saw Hutchison Whampoa's. Aston, come with me to the study. The two went up to the study. Do you know why I called you here? Aston shook his head. Of course he didn't know what it was about. The boss is preparing to establish a beverage company and asked me to recommend a suitable executive to serve as the new general manager. After considering many candidates, I eventually chose you. A new company and a new general manager. Aston was very surprised. However, Watson's is also considered a large chain company globally. Under normal promotions, Aston also had the opportunity to become the general manager of Watson's. However, now that Wei Li recommended him to become the general manager of the new company, it was also a good opportunity for him. Thank you for the recommendation, Mr. President. This is a very good opportunity, just look at Joseph to understand. Currently Joseph has also transitioned from Vice President of Watson's to General Manager of Hutchison Pharmaceuticals. Hutchison Pharmaceuticals not only develops new drugs, but also collaborates with Bao-Ye's brother-in-law Zheng Weijian on new drug development. This means that Joseph leaving Watson's to become the General Manager of Hutchison Pharmaceuticals is not actually a bad move. President, I wonder what this new company is about. It is a beverage company, and the boss attaches great importance to it. They talked for more than half an hour. You will go to the Bao family at Deepwater Bay's Half Mountain Villa at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to meet the boss. By then you will know what the boss wants you to do. After leaving the study, Aston was already clear. Before Aston left Bao, you called Zhao Xiuzhen again to inform her that Aston, the Vice President of Watson's, would go to the Deepwater Bay Half Mountain Villa to meet the boss at 4 o'clock. Today is Sunday. Bao Yu originally wanted to visit Guangzhou. However, after meeting Ma Li-Si, who had just returned from Bangkok in the morning, he had to meet the first general manager of Red Bull in the afternoon. Overall, Bao Yu was still very busy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Aston learned that he was going to meet the big boss Bao Yu, and he was still a bit nervous. In fact, he had already met Bao Yu during a meeting at Hutchison Whampoa. Now Aston was heading to the villa where the Bao. After about an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the villa and parked the car. He then walked up the winding path and pressed the doorbell outside. Daisy came out to open the door. Mr. Aston, the young master is waiting for you inside. Aston followed her in. Besides seeing Bao Yu, he also met Bao Yugong and his wife. Aston immediately greeted the three of them. Dad, Mom, this is Mr. Aston, the Vice President of Watson's Group. They greeted each other. Aston had a cup of coffee there, and then he and Bao Yu went up to the study. Bao Yu stated directly, I want the newly established Red Bull beverage company. In fact, this is a functional beverage which is considered a very innovative drink in the global market, and the future market is very large. Bao Yu remembered that in his past life many people could not live without Red Bull, with annual sales exceeding 10 billion bottles. Even though later there were many imitation functional drinks, it was still very popular among global customers. Ultimately, drinking this kind of beverage has a good effect on combating fatigue and staying awake. In my opinion, the future market for Red Bull is not inferior to that of Coca-Cola. Not inferior to Coca-Cola's market. Aston was astonished. Bao Yu smiled and said, since Wei Li recommended you to serve as the first general manager of Red Bull Company, it shows that you are indeed very suitable for this position. Aston dared not say anything more. Originally, he was being demoted from the vice president of a listed company, Watson's Group, to the general manager of the new company, but from the boss' current remarks, it seemed otherwise. After all, Bao Yu was very clear that the Su Shubiao family could become the richest in Siam solely from the Southeast Asian market, let alone the global Red Bull market. The new Red Bull company will be directly registered as Red Bull Beverage Company, headquartered in Xiangjiang, with an investment of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Apart from the Siam market, we must also register trademarks in other countries worldwide in advance, including the Chinese name, English name, and trademarks in other languages. As for the researchers of Red Bull Company, they will come over from Siam later. In fact, the current Red Bull formula is quite different from the later Red Bull formula, meaning it is still being continuously perfected. The Red Bull formula that Bao Yu obtained is actually more similar to the later Red Bull formula. Moreover, the different ingredient ratios in Red Bull products also lead to various types of Red Bull, including the yellow can and blue can. Among them, the yellow can has several different types of Red Bull. The taurine ratio in these Red Bulls differs, resulting in price variations. The blue can market is primarily developed by that Austrian businessman for the European and American markets, containing a higher ratio of taurine and thus being more expensive. Later, the yellow can Red Bull that people in the country became familiar with is also quite different from the yellow can Red Bull in Siam and Southeast Asia. June 27, 1979. Wednesday. Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. A Cathay Pacific flight from Bangkok safely landed at the airport. In the 1970s, many people from Hong Kong frequently flew to Southeast Asia for leisure, as the cost of traveling in Southeast Asia was much cheaper compared to Europe and America. With the income of Hong Kong residents, flying to Southeast Asia does not take long. Most of the passengers disembarking from this aircraft are Hong Kong citizens returning from leisure trips to Southeast Asia. Additionally, some of them are researchers from the original TC Pharmaceutical Company who developed Red Bull. These researchers include both Chinese and Siamese. It is their first time flying to Hong Kong. Before coming to Hong Kong, they were already very excited. They knew that besides Tokyo, Hong Kong is the most prosperous place in Asia. Their arrival in Hong Kong means their salary and benefits will multiply, along with company-provided accommodation and meals. Furthermore, they will no longer be employees of TC Pharmaceutical, but will belong to the R&D department of Hong Kong Red Bull Beverage Company. As they stepped off the plane with their backpacks, the first sight that greeted them was the bustling Kai Tak International Airport, followed by Victoria Harbor and the towering skyscrapers on either side, filling them with excitement. As they followed the crowd and exited the airport, they saw that someone had come to welcome them. It was Aston, the current general manager of Hong Kong Red Bull Beverage Company. Aston had specifically come to greet these researchers. Hello, my name is Aston, and I am the general manager of Hong Kong Red Bull Beverage Company. Aston introduced himself, while the translator next to him introduced him in Thai. Sawasdee ka. A Siamese person immediately joined their hands in greeting Aston, their new boss. After exchanging greetings, these Siamese stepped outside the airport. They climbed into a business vehicle. Aston had the driver take them on a tour around Hong Kong first. Then they headed to Shao Kei Wan, a place that used to belong to the Watsons Soda Factory. It has now been transferred to Hong Kong Red Bull Beverage Company by Watsons. In other words, the headquarters, RD base, and production base of Hong Kong Red Bull Beverage Company are all concentrated. According to Bao Yes thoughts, Hong Kong is too small and labor costs are rising. In the future, Hong Kong will only serve as a research base for Red Bull, while production bases will gradually move to the mainland and overseas. The TC pharmaceutical researchers took a tour around Hong Kong, including the Kowloon Peninsula and central Hong Kong, which left them somewhat shocked. Upon arriving at Shao Kei Wan, the area, primarily industrial, seemed to lag behind. However, Hong Kong itself is not large. They can explore Hong Kong after work. Now they have arrived at the headquarters of the Red Bull Beverage Company. They got out of the After Aston took them on a tour of the factory, they went to the company's cafeteria for lunch. Given that they were Siamese, they were served Siamese cuisine. After lunch, they were taken to their company-provided accommodation, which was actually a dormitory building within the company. The housing prices and rental costs in Hong Kong are much higher than in Bangkok. If they were to rent a place themselves, they would have little salary left by the end of the month. Now, with meals and accommodation provided by the company, they can save a substantial amount of money. After everything was arranged, they were taken to a conference room for a meeting. In the conference room, Aston informed them that the formula and ownership of Red Bull, aside from the part belonging to the Siamese and the Su family, belonged to the Bao family and Hong Kong Red Bull Beverage Company. In other words, they no longer have any ties to TC Pharmaceutical or the Su family. Furthermore, besides the Red Bull formula of Su Shubiao, Bao Yu also has his own Red Bull formula. What they will do in Hong Kong is further research based on those Red Bull formulas. Of course, Red Bull can now be marketed, but the flavor remains somewhat niche. After Aston finished the meeting that afternoon, the researchers familiarized themselves with the working and living environment here. Aston then left for the Global Investment Center building. Global Investment Center building, 21st floor. Boss, I have arranged for those Siamese researchers. Aston said after knocking on the door and entering. Aston, well done. Let's have them continue researching according to the formula this month. Although Red Bull has already been launched in Bangkok and the suburbs, gaining some recognition from consumers. However, I feel the flavor is still somewhat strange. Once they continue their research according to the formula and the flavor is satisfactory, we can then launch it. We can leverage Watson's and C.K. Hutchison's channels to enter global markets. For Bao Yu, the greatest advantage of acquiring Red Bull is not just the massive capital. The most important aspect, including the supermarkets owned by Bao Yu in Hong Kong, as well as shops like Watson's, constitute very significant channels. Additionally, Bao Yu understands that he can use sports for marketing, especially promoting through extreme sports such as various extreme sports, F1 racing, football, and more. At that time, Bao Yu thought of this while watching a football match in London with Rome went on. However, this requires very capable individuals to gradually accumulate. Of course, Bao Yu can inform Aston of these ideas and Aston can implement them step by step. After all, any beverage, whether Coca-Cola or Pepsi, needs to be promoted, especially in conjunction with sports, to gain broader consumer recognition and acceptance. Boss, is Red Bull launching next month? Aston asked. It depends on the situation. The two made their arrangements. Before Aston left, Bao Yu said, I will visit Red Bull Company at the appropriate time. Aston left. Bao Yu remained in his office contemplating how to develop the Red Bull beverage and the sports empire. In fact, he just needed to follow the methods of that Austrian businessman from his past life. As for whether he could reach the level of that Austrian businessman, Bao Yu felt that was somewhat uncertain. Boss, is this beverage really that popular? Zhao Xiuzhen, who was nearby, asked. These days she had been hearing Bao Yu, Aston, and Mai Lizzie discussing the situation with Red Bull. However, it had not been explicitly stated. Actually, it's related to the taurine content in Red Bull. This substance, when consumed especially at night, helps combat fatigue. Some people working night shifts particularly need this beverage, as do those who drive long distances and stay up late. June 29, 1979. Friday. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. The Bao family. 6:30 p.m. Bao Yu returned home after work. Today he returned here not only because his father was waiting for him to play golf, but also to meet Huang Yaonan. Since Bao Yu acquired the China bus from Yin Shenkuan, it has been Huang Yaonan managing the China bus. Bao Yu seldom inquired about the matters of China bus and Kowloon bus, nor did he have the time to do so. However, thanks to Huang Yaonan's reforms, the China bus has undergone a complete transformation. Boss, Yaonan, you're here. Bao Yu and Huang Yaonan went upstairs to the study. In the study, Huang Yaonan began talking about the China bus. Currently, both China bus and Kowloon bus have merged into the Y Country United Overseas Transportation Company, but all three parties are operating independently. Among them, China bus, Kowloon bus, and Y Country United Overseas Transportation Company operate separately. According to Bao Yu's plan, at the appropriate time, specifically after Deng Xiaojian retires from the position of general manager of Kowloon bus, these two bus groups will formally merge. Since the series of reforms on China Bus, the company has undergone a complete transformation, and the complaint rate from passengers in Hong Kong and overseas tourists is now below 1 in 10,000. Ultimately, it is still because there will always be complaints regardless of what the bus company does. Of course, now that Baoyu has acquired China Bus and made changes across the board, the complaint rate is indeed very low. Many passengers still take China Bus. Besides some illegal buses, we will only see a decrease in our bus passengers when the subway line from Central to Tsim Sha Tsui opens next year. According to the current construction of the Kwun Tong line, it will open from Kwun Tong to Shek Kip May in October this year, and then by the end of this year, it will open from Shek Kip May to Tsim Sha Tsui. In other words, the opening of the subway line from Kwun Tong to Tsim Sha Tsui may lead to competition between Kowloon Bus and the subway line due to overlapping routes. Of course, the opening of the subway station may also lead to an increase in bus passengers. After all, even if the Kwun Tong subway line opens, there is still only one subway line in Hong Kong. There might be pressure from Kowloon Bus, first Huang Yaonan said on the side. Baoyu nodded. The opening of the Hong Kong subway is an inevitable trend, and the bus groups in Hong Kong naturally cannot stop it. However, Baoyu knows that with the opening of the Hong Kong subway lines, more and more citizens and tourists will choose to take the subway. Regarding the matter of China Bus, this time Huang Yaonan came over for another matter. Boss, there's something else I need to. Huang Yaonan took out a wedding invitation from his pocket. Baoyu took it and looked at it. Boss, this is from Lei Juhua asking me to deliver it to you. Lei Juhua, the eldest son of Lei Rueda, who is now also one of the shareholders of Kowloon Bus and the heir to the Lei family's fortune. However, Baoyu did not expect that when he first met Lei Juhua at the Kowloon Bus headquarters, he only thought about his relationship with Li Qing. Are you familiar with that young master Lei? Boss, I wasn't very familiar with him before, but I became familiar with him after you acquired China Bus. I was quite surprised that Lei Juhua was going to marry Li Qing. Lei Juhua is already over 50 approaching, and Li Qing is just 31 years old, with a 20-year age difference, which is a typical case of an old cow eating young grass. However, in an environment like Hong Kong, it's actually quite normal. Baoyu saw that the wedding invitation clearly stated that the wedding would take place next month. At this moment, Huang Yaonan couldn't tell what the boss was thinking. Since he had you deliver the wedding invitation, even if it's a second marriage, I will definitely attend, Baoyu said. In fact, in Hong Kong, a first marriage is much more popular. As for second or third marriages, most people aren't very keen on attending. Huang Yaonan felt relieved upon hearing the boss say this. Yaonan, I'm planning to go play golf with my father. Would you like? Since the boss and Bao Chuan Wang invited me, I will definitely go. Baoyu gang and Huang Yaonan played golf for half an hour at Deepwater Bay Golf Course. After exercising enough, they returned to the Bao family for dinner. After dinner, Huang Yaonan drove away. Baoyu then returned to the study upstairs. Upon seeing the wedding invitation from Lei Juhua and Li Qing, Baoyu felt that perhaps Lei Juhua would not live to see the wedding. After all, from what he knew, if it were to follow history, the other party would definitely meet with an accident before the wedding. And although the information packet indicated that the other party died of heart disease, Baoyu still found it very suspicious. However, the other party insists on getting married. It seems no one can stop it. That night, he read the evening newspaper. After resting for a night, the next day, arriving at June 30th, 1979, Baoyu got up and first swam with his father in the pool, then went to the living room to read the morning paper. However, while browsing a newspaper, Baoyu found a piece in the entertainment section about the upcoming wedding of Lei Juhua and Li Qing. The entertainment publication stated that Lei Juhua is the eldest son of Lei Rueda, the founder of Kowloon Bus, and is currently a major shareholder of Kowloon Bus and Kowloon Development. He is a shareholder in many companies and their subsidiaries in Hong Kong, with a net worth of hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars. In Hong Kong, he is considered one of the wealthy tycoons. Li Qing, on the other hand, was a popular star in Shaw Brothers films back in the day. Even though she has left Shaw Brothers now, her fame is still very high. It is clear that this entertainment publication reported that Lei Juhua and Li Qing have known each other for nearly 10 years, and the two are finally tying the knot. Baoyu shook his head while reading the news. He was just afraid that the other party really wouldn't live to see next month. In the morning, Baoyu had breakfast with his grandfather, father, and mother. He thought it had been a while since he last saw Guan Jiahui. Mom, I'm going out to meet a friend, and I might not come back for dinner. Baoyu got into the car and headed towards Peak Road. After more than an hour, at Guan Jiahui's house, Baoyu got out of the car. After ringing the doorbell outside, a maid came out to open the door. Young Master Bao, Miss Guan is upstairs. Guan Jiahui usually comes back every Friday night and waits for Baoyu to come over. However, Baoyu often doesn't come. Baoyu went upstairs and saw Guan Jiahui sitting there. Jiahui, sir, you finally came. After not seeing Baoyu for a while, Guan Jiahui felt a bit anxious. Now that she finally saw Baoyu, Guan Jiahui felt relieved. I heard my father and mother say they saw you at the cocktail party in the Universal Television building. Regarding that cocktail party, it has been a long time since then. I indeed saw them. My father has privately asked about my relationship with you multiple times, but I didn't say anything. The time has entered July 1979. At this moment, the temperature in Hong Kong is rising and people are becoming increasingly restless. July 13th, 1979. Friday. That afternoon, Bao Yu was working in his office. A knock sounded at the door. Zhao Xiuzhen went to open it, and saw it was Huang Yao Nen, the general manager of China Bus. Boss, Mr. Huang Yao Nen has arrived. Yao Nen is here. When Bao Yu saw Huang Yao Nen, he noticed something was off in his expression. After closing the door, Yao Nen, what brings you here? Boss, it's Mr. Lei who has encountered an incident. Mr. Lei, could it be Lei Juhua? Last month, Huang Yao Nen had just delivered a wedding invitation from Lei Juhua with the wedding scheduled for this month. Considering the timing, it should be in a few days. How could there be an incident now? Bao Yu's expression remained calm. Though he had been mentally prepared, he was still somewhat shocked. In truth, he was afraid of history repeating itself. After all, thinking of his grandfather and father's situations. What happened? Bao Yu asked. Last night, Mr. Lei suffered a heart attack. Even though Miss Li immediately called the doctor, by the time the doctor arrived, it was already too late. Afterward, Mr. Lei was taken from the villa on Victoria Peak to the Union Hospital, and then the Lei family announced that he died due to discomfort at the hospital. Bao Yu was genuinely astonished. So he indeed died of a heart attack. However, this Mr. Lei was nearly 60 years old, while Li Qing was only 31. If Mr. Lei had significant needs and required medication, it really was possible. Yet Bao Yu felt that if this incident was related to another person, it was also possible. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuzhen, with her background as a journalist, was surprised to hear this news. So it was indeed a heart attack. Originally, they were supposed to hold their wedding in a few days. I had just been with them these days, and who would have thought it would turn out this way? Huang Yao Nen was also very surprised. Life and death are determined by fate. Perhaps this was his destiny. At this moment, Bao Yu's expression was calm, but internally, he felt differently. Of course, the matter of Lei Juhua would soon make the news. Yao Nen, I won't be going to pay my respects to young Master Lei. You can represent me instead. Yes, boss. Huang Yao Nen thought that the boss probably felt it was inauspicious, so he didn't want to go. He thought it. Huang Yao Nen reported this matter to Bao Yu, and then he left. Zhao Xiuzhen then said, Boss, when we saw young Master Lei, his complexion was rosy, looking to be in his 40s or 50s. How could he suddenly have a heart attack? If you ask me, I don't know either. Bao Yu genuinely did not know. However, this incident indeed made him feel some. One is the inertia of history. The other is if there is a conspiracy behind this. That would be terrifying. Of course, Bao Yu wondered if he could change the fate of his grandfather and father, allowing these two loved ones to live longer. At 6:30 in the evening, Bao Yu returned home from work. He saw his grandfather, father, and mother all present. Now Bao Yu gang was waiting for Bao Yu to go play golf together for exercise. In Bao Yu's view, his father's lifestyle and work habits had changed, but before this he had been doing them for many years and wasn't sure if he could change. When Bao Yu and Bao Yu gang arrived at the Deepwater Bay Golf Club, Bao Yu mentioned the matter of Lei Juhua. Bao Yu gang wasn't familiar with young Master Lei. He only knew that he was the eldest son of Lei Rui, one of the founders of Kowloon Bus. Father, actually last month Huang Yao Nen came to deliver their wedding invitation on behalf of young Master Lei and Miss Li. Wedding invitation. Who would have thought he would suddenly pass away this month? Bao Yu gang holding a golf club looked at Bao Yu and asked, could it be that their wedding date was wrong? In Hong Kong, many people believe in these things. If the important date is wrong, something bad could indeed happen. This includes the dates for foundation laying ceremonies, weddings, housewarming, and so on. Father, I don't know either. Then that's the unpredictability of life. However, Bao Yu gang quickly stopped thinking about those things. The father and son were playing golf. During this time, Zhuang Yuming was watching from her home, seeing Bao Yu and his father exercising together before dinner, which made her envious. She had not seen her two sons studying abroad in Canada for a long time, and she wanted to go to Canada with Li Jiaqing to see them. However, Li Jiaqing could not find the time to go. Now the Bao father and son could be together every day and were exercising together. How could she not be envious? When Bao Yu gang and Bao Yu returned home. After dinner, Bao Yu returned to the study. Regarding the wedding invitation that young Master Lei had Huang Yao Nen deliver last month, Bao Yu indeed felt it was somewhat inauspicious, yet he did not tear it up directly. However, that night many newspapers reported on the news of Lei Juhua's passing. The news was still quite sensational. Of course, as the eldest son of the Lei family, most of the assets were in his hands. However, now that he has passed away, it will inevitably lead to disputes over the Lei family's assets. This includes disputes from Lei Juhua's ex-wife, children, and his younger brother Lei Jukuan. Such matters are quite common in Hong Kong. As long as Lei Juhua did not clarify those assets before his departure, any member of the Lei family could get involved. In other words, compared to Lei Juhua's death, the disputes over the Lei family's assets might create quite a stir in Hong Kong. In addition, there are media outlets directly pointing out that young Master Lei's death is closely related to Li Qing. However, Bao Yu knew that since Lei Juhua and Li Qing had not actually registered their marriage in this instance, Li Qing would not receive any of Lei Juhua's assets. In other words, aside from her own assets, Li Qing's reputation was also greatly affected. Especially now with Lei Juhua's sudden departure, the blow to her was immense. Bao Yu carefully reviewed those newspapers and did not look further. In the following period, it indeed unfolded, as Bao Yu had seen in the materials. After Lei Juhua's family and friends took care of his affairs, the Lei family began fighting over the inheritance, becoming a joke among many Hong Kong people. During this time, Deng Xiaojian was also called to preside over the matter. However, gradually he did not wish to get involved. In the end, it was still Lei Juhua's younger brother Lei Jukuan, who through a high-profile attorney obtained most of his elder brother's inheritance, while the remaining small portion belonged to the nieces and nephews and the former sister-in-law. As for Li Qing, who was criticized as a manipulative person, she did not receive a single cent. Instead, she was severely impacted by the relentless questioning from reporters and paparazzi, and subsequently, she disappeared from the public eye. This situation continued for most of July. July 28, 1979. Saturday. Shao K1, Hong Kong. The original soda water factory under Watson's in Hong Kong, now the headquarters of Red Bull Beverage Company. Bao's car had just stopped. Aston, the general manager of Red Bull Beverage Company, along with other executives, had come out to greet him. Aston and the other executives greeted Bao. Accompanied by the executives, Bao first headed towards the research laboratory. It was Saturday, and there were still some Siamese researchers working in the Red Bull research lab. As Bao and his bodyguards changed into lab coats, they entered the lab and saw the Siamese researchers inside. Over time, these Siamese individuals had become accustomed to the lifestyle and work rhythm in Hong Kong. Although the temperature in Hong Kong was as hot as in the South Seas, it was actually much more comfortable than in Bangkok. Moreover, with the presence of air conditioning, both the working and living environments were quite pleasant. As Bao entered with Aston, the Siamese researchers already knew that he was the son of the world shipping magnate Bao Gang and the major owner of Red Bull Beverage Company. The researchers greeted Bao. He inquired about the research progress. In fact, the research was being conducted based on the original secret recipes from TC Pharmaceutical Factory and the secret recipe provided by Bao. The Red Bull ready for market was a combination of these two formulas. In fact, Bao had already tasted Red Bull some time ago, and he found the flavor quite pleasant. However, different eras and ethnicities might have varying tastes and demands for Red Bull. Especially when he first tasted it, he felt the flavor was quite strange. After his tour, Bao proceeded to visit the production line where Red Bull was being produced. Originally, this was the production line for the soda water under Watson's, which had now been transformed into the production line for Red Bull. Currently, the cans used were primarily made of steel, not yet aluminum cans. In the future, the cans would combine both steel and aluminum. Additionally, there were glass bottle packaging. The Siamese initially used glass bottles, but since they were not suitable for long-distance transport, they switched to aluminum products. The production line here operated 24 hours a day in 3 shifts with a considerable daily output. Watching the Red Bulls being produced one after another, Bao was unfazed, while his bodyguards like Chen Jihao were somewhat surprised. After the tour, Bao and Aston, along with the other executives, arrived in the conference room. Bao sat at the head of the table while Aston and the others sat beside him. The other participants were executives from Red Bull Beverage Company in Hong Kong. There were only about 20 executives here, which wasn't many. Everyone, you have tasted Red Bull, and you can see the effects. It is time for us to launch it. According to the plan, it was scheduled to be launched in July. Now it was already the end of July. However, Global Investment Company and its subsidiaries had many channels in Hong Kong, including Watson's and other supermarkets. Additionally, in terms of promotion, Bao believed that they could advertise through global television, newspapers, and even the 2 major bus groups. In other words, for Hong Kong, Bao felt they must secure this market first before expanding to other regions and overseas. What we need to determine now is the market positioning and retail price of Red Bull. The market positioning of a beverage is very important. If a drink is priced low from the start, then other consumers will think that this drink should always be at that price. Aston, what are the retail prices of Coca-Cola and Pepsi in Hong Kong? Boss, both drinks are basically priced at $2 per bottle. $2 per bottle. This is close to Bao's prediction. In fact, the pricing of Pepsi and Coca-Cola is basically the same, and their retail prices tend to stay within a certain range for a long time without rising. However, utilizing a strategy of low profit and high sales, these 2 cola companies still generate considerable profits worldwide. Aston, what do you think our pricing should be when Red Bull is launched? Boss, Red Bull has different effects compared to cola, and the ingredients, including taurine, are much more expensive, so it is impossible for Red Bull to have the same price as cola. Therefore, after consulting with other executives, I believe Red Bull should be priced at least $4 per bottle. In other words, our positioning for Red Bull should be higher than that of cola. Clearly, Aston is right. In Bao's previous life, the retail price of Red Bull in convenience stores was basically around 6 renminbi per bottle, and except for promotional discounts, it was usually about 3 times the price of cola. If this is used as a reference, then the wholesale price would be around 4 to 5 RMB, and the retail price in convenience stores would also be about 6 renminbi. Of course, different agents and distributors might have varying wholesale prices. Currently, Hong Kong has a population of only a few million, and only a portion can afford this. However, for Bao and Red Bull Company, this is an experiment. As long as they achieve good sales in Hong Kong, they can expand to other places. Moreover, Bao knew that the price of the yellow can Red Bull in Asia is significantly different from that of the blue can Red Bull in Europe. The blue can Red Bull is already 15 renminbi, which is about 2 to 3 times the price of the yellow can. In fact, this is calculated based on local European incomes rather than according to Asian local prices. Let's calculate the wholesale and retail prices for Red Bull's launch based on this. Besides the positioning and pricing of Red Bull's launch, the most important aspect is still advertising. Any new product, if not widely advertised, who will know of its existence? Advertising is crucial for product promotion and consumer choice. Have you finalized the advertising for Red Bull during this time? Red Bull advertising. Aston and the other executives looked over, not expecting the boss to think of this as well. They had indeed considered it. They had even thought about the advertisements of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, including many classic ads from recent years. Of course, they could not directly copy them, but could only find suitable elements from them and innovate. Boss, these are some advertising slogans our advertising and marketing department came up with. Please see if they are suitable. A Caucasian handed Bao Yu a thick document regarding Red Bull's advertising slogans. Bao Yu took it and examined it carefully, finding that it still contained slogans from the two major cola companies. He shook his head. None of these were suitable. Not suitable, and they do not align with Red Bull's advertising. The executives and staff from the advertising and marketing department had spent over half a month considering these slogans, only to find that the boss was dissatisfied with all of them. However, they also knew that if they wanted to achieve excellence, especially the best advertising slogans, these slogans were indeed inadequate. Boss, why don't we hire a third-party advertising company for assistance? Aston suggested. In his view, professionals should handle professional matters. These advertising slogans and promotional phrases are typically crafted by specialized advertising companies. For instance, the two major cola companies spend significant amounts each year hiring specialized third-party advertising firms to create new ads for them. Who is Bao Yu? A literary genius from Xiangjiang, although the outside world remains unaware of his greatness. Bao Yu searched directly and found there were indeed too many options. Tired? Drink Red Bull. Thirsty? Drink Red Bull. Feeling exhausted? Definitely drink Red Bull. It refreshes the mind and replenishes energy, quickly combats fatigue, and activates brain cells. Among them, the most classic slogan is undoubtedly Tired. Drink Red Bull, which directly opened the market with the most iconic advertisement, leading many similar functional drinks to imitate this line. Now Bao Yu has completed his work. He wrote it out in both Chinese and English. When Aston saw it, he was astonished by those slogans and looked at the young boss in disbelief. Aston had worked at Watson's for many years and knew very well that an exceptionally outstanding advertisement requires a significant investment of time and effort to curate. But now the boss. Boss, what is this? It's what I thought of. Boss, you are amazing. Not only Aston, but other executives were also greatly surprised. These slogans seem simple, but who could have thought of them so quickly? The advertising and marketing departments had spent so long crafting slogans, yet none could compare to what Bao Yu casually came up with. If you say the boss isn't impressive, then who is? Boss, this slogan Tired. Drink Red Bull is excellent. Aston immediately recognized its value. As for the others, he thought they were also good and suitable for Red Bull, but under concentrated promotion, this one was the most fitting. Then let's use this one. With the slogan confirmed, the responsibility for advertising naturally fell to the advertising and publicity departments. They aimed to have it appear on television, radio, major newspapers, and even on the buses of the bus group, and throughout the streets and alleys within a few days. Bao Yu did not stay longer. Before leaving, he took 2 cases of Red Bull with him. Bob, didn't you say you were inspecting the company? Dad, I finished checking the company and brought back the product. The company's. Bob, didn't you say you were inspecting the company? Dad, I finished checking the company and brought back the product. The company's product. Those 2 cases of Red Bull. After Bao Yu had the bodyguards bring it down, Bao Yugong and his wife Daisy saw that it was 2 boxes. Bob, it's a beverage produced by my company which has certain anti-fatigue effects. Of course, it shouldn't be consumed at night as it may cause insomnia. There's such a beverage. Bao Yu opened it. Bao Yugong, his wife, and Daisy saw the yellow cans. Bob, can I drink that? Of course you can. However, it's fine to drink one occasionally. It's not suitable for the elderly. The weather was hot and a cold drink felt refreshing. However, people like Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yugong, being older, generally avoided such drinks. Bao Yu often drank Coke and Red Bull in his past life, especially during tough deliveries, but he knew it was best to limit such beverages. Bao Yugong really took one and opened the can. After taking a sip, he suddenly felt the taste was somewhat peculiar. He found it hard to describe what the taste was. Clearly, it felt completely different from drinking Coke. Bob, this tastes. Dad, it does taste that way. The main ingredient inside is taurine. After finishing more than half of the can, Bao Yugong was starting to adapt. The taste was originally strange, but that was that. However, whether it truly had the anti-fatigue and mind-refreshing effects as Bao Yu claimed was still unknown at this point. Bob, how much do you sell this Red Bull for? The retail price is $4 Hong Kong a can. That's not cheap. Dad, the positioning is indeed higher than that of Coke. Of course, I believe this beverage's market potential will rival those 2 major cola markets. Not rivaling those 2 major cola markets. Does that mean? Bao Yugong and his wife were shocked. Given Coca-Cola's global popularity, could it be possible for Red Bull to not lag behind those 2 major cola markets, as Bao Yu stated? That afternoon, Bao Yugong did not take a nap. He discovered that after drinking that can of Red Bull, it had a similar effect to the red tea or coffee he usually consumed, meaning that it indeed kept his mind much clearer and made it harder to fall asleep. If he drank this beverage at night, it would surely cause insomnia. From this perspective, Bao Yugong realized that the Red Bull produced by his son's company definitely had a considerable market, including crew members from the global shipping group, many of whom had to work night shifts. Night shifts were the most strenuous and tiring, so they truly needed to drink such beverages. Of course, conditions had improved significantly for those working on ships, and most could drink coffee or tea. If they brought Red Bull on board, it would effectively replace coffee or tea. However, the price wasn't cheap. Thinking of this, Bao Yugong went to the fridge to get another can. Upon returning to his room, his wife Huang Xiuying looked at him and said, "Mr. Bob said, didn't he? This beverage isn't suitable for the elderly, and drinking too much can lead to dependency." Earlier at lunch, Huang Xiuying and Bao Xiaolong had both drunk some. They found the taste somewhat odd, but manageable. Though neither of them intended to drink it a second time, they didn't expect Bao Yugong to go for a second can. "I'm just checking if this beverage is really that impressive for my son." That afternoon, Bao Yugong didn't nap, because after drinking 2 cans of Red Bull, he found it impossible to sleep and felt quite energetic instead. In the afternoon, he just read the news or books. When Bao Yu woke up, he saw his father swimming in the pool. "Dad, didn't you take a nap? I drank 2 cans of your beverage and couldn't sleep. Oh, instead I feel very energetic." Bao Yu knew this was the effect of sufficient taurine. In fact, today's taurine, if used in the right proportion, truly had a different effect. In his past life, the Red Bull he drank contained taurine, but not much, and the effect was noticeably less pronounced. "Dad, don't drink it again in the future." Of course, if this beverage could get the King of the Seas to drink it, it would surely become famous. That afternoon, the sun began. Bao Yugong took Bao Yu to the Deepwater Bay Golf Club to play. Bao Yu wondered if his father really looked energetic due to the influence of the taurine. July 30th, 1979. Monday. Early morning. The weather remained extremely hot. Bao Yu got up and exercised in the swimming pool. He then went upstairs to wash up and joined his grandfather and father in the living room to read the newspaper. Besides local news from Xinjiang, there were also some international news. However, today's newspaper featured an additional advertisement. "When tired, drink Red Bull." In addition to this classic slogan, there was also a picture of the yellow can of Red Bull. This means that Red Bull's advertisements have started appearing in various newspapers across Xinjiang. "Bob, your beverage company has placed an advertisement." "Dad, this is an advertisement paid for by the company's marketing and advertising departments." After breakfast, Bao Yu took a car back towards the company. On the way, Bao Yu sat in the back seat flipping through the newspapers, while Chun Jihao focused on driving with the radio, playing Xinjiang commercial radio. This included the host discussing the morning traffic situation. Afterward, the host began to talk about the office workers and drivers recommending a newly launched beverage if they still felt very tired. Red Bull. Bao Yu knew this was an advertisement from the Red Bull Beverage Company and Xinjiang commercial radio. This was also paid promotion. When Bao Yu returned to the company, as soon as he sat down, Zhao Xiuzhen said, "Boss, that beverage company has gone public. I feel there are advertisements everywhere." Since this morning, Zhao Xiuzhen had suddenly noticed Red Bull advertisements appearing all over Xinjiang. "I'm afraid that when getting off work tonight to watch the primetime drama, there will also be Red Bull advertisements." Whether a beverage has a market is not just about advertising, it would also depends on its effectiveness. If the promotion and actual effectiveness are not useful, consumers will at most purchase it once, and it's unlikely they will buy it a second time. In the end, it still comes down to effectiveness. We need to let consumers know if it's worth drinking. In fact, most employees who get up early for their morning shifts still feel very tired. If drinking Red Bull really has that effect, consumers would buy it. However, at a retail price of $4 per bottle, it is not cheap in the current Xinjiang. Bao Yu sat down and began to get into the work mode. In Xinjiang, Shaoquan, the headquarters of Red Bull Beverage Company in Xinjiang. In the general manager's office, Aston arrived early for work. On Sunday, Red Bull had already begun extensive distribution in Watson's and Hutchison Whampoa supermarkets. Then on Monday, Red Bull's advertisements began to flood various places in Xinjiang. This included newspapers, Xinjiang Radio, Xinjiang Television, and even the 2 major bus groups in Xinjiang, making it visible to nearly all office workers and citizens. Next, Red Bull advertisements will also appear at the airport. From the current feedback, some citizens of Xinjiang have already noticed this newly launched beverage. However, according to the feedback from the marketing, advertising, and sales departments, Zhangjiang's population is nearly 5 million. When including international tourists, it exceeds 5 million. But many ordinary families still cannot afford a can of Red Bull at $4. Thus, based on the marketing department's estimates, the actual consumers who can afford it are probably only about 10 to 20 of the population, roughly between 500 to 100, based on this population and sales volume. If a consumer buys 1 or 2 cans a day, it would amount to roughly between 100 to 200 cans. Calculating based on retail and wholesale prices, daily revenue would be approximately between 3.5 million Hong Kong dollars to 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this is just a onedui revenue estimate. However, if Red Bull can gain recognition from the market and citizens, its sales will indeed be quite impressive. These consumers include office workers, overtime workers, warehouse workers, dock workers, security guards, taxi drivers, bus drivers, crew members, and even students. The only groups that can be excluded are probably elementary school students, women, and the elderly. Additionally, the most important exclusion would be those with low income and those sensitive to beverages. At this moment, Aston was calculating in the office, based on all aspects of Red Bull, he felt the market was indeed substantial. No wonder the boss placed such importance on it. However, at this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The person who entered was the head of the marketing department. General manager, the popularity of Red Bull far exceeds our expectations. Watson's and those supermarkets just called to place orders again. Now Watson's and Hutchison Whampoa supermarkets are spread across all parts of Xinjiang. However, based on Bao Yu and Aston's thoughts, Red Bull should be distributed to all convenience stores and newsstands in Xinjiang. This means that wherever there are convenience stores and newsstands, Red Bull should also be present. However, if that's the case, it involves issues with agents and distributors, which means needing to share a portion of profits, perhaps even 1 or 2%. Currently, Watson's and Hutchison Whampoa have many shops in Xinjiang. If consumers can buy directly from there without going through convenience stores and newsstands, it would actually be better for Red Bull, Watson's, and Hutchison Whampoa. However, Bao Yu had already told Aston that they could not keep every penny for themselves. Ultimately, they still needed to share some profits with others. Is it selling well? Aston asked. It's selling very well. As soon as it came out, many citizens of Xinjiang knew about it. I heard that many people at Watson's stores are buying it by the box. It's simply not enough, and now we can only ship large quantities from our factory warehouse. The executive from the marketing department said excitedly. In fact, this is a very successful advertising campaign. Besides, this advertisement slogan is very classic. In this hot weather for the citizens of Xinjiang, it provides an additional beverage choice, besides the 2 major cola brands and other drinks. Most importantly, this beverage has good effects, and might even replace coffee and black tea. We cannot be complacent. Our Red Bull must succeed in Xinjiang before we can expand to other places. According to Aston and Bao Yu's discussions, the Red Bull market will be very popular worldwide in the future. However, it is essential to first solidify the market in Xinjiang, at least gain recognition from the citizens and consumers before expanding to other countries. Of course, this involves many potential issues that must be learned from. From the current perspective, if Red Bull indeed has such good sales, Watson's will likely firmly grasp this agency right. After all, Watson's already has branches in many countries. Besides being an excellent channel, it is also crucial for Bao Yu's company. However, Bao Yu knows that relying solely on Watson's is not enough. In the future, Red Bull must follow the example of the 2 major cola companies, ensuring that wherever those 2 colas are available, Red Bull should also be present. The head of the marketing department was very pleased. Aston appeared quite cautious. Most importantly, the population of Xinjiang is still not large, and the market is limited. Now Red Bull has been able to make a strong debut and directly enter the market, ultimately due to the effectiveness of its advertising slogan and marketing. The popularity of Red Bull in Xinjiang exploded like a wave, igniting instant enthusiasm. Those who could afford it have already purchased it, while others who couldn't or were reluctant to buy are considering trying it out. Indeed, Red Bull has gained traction and popularity in Xinjiang, especially during the sweltering summer. For those working overtime and office workers, the effectiveness of a bottle of Red Bull at $4 Hong Kong is quite remarkable. On August 4, 1979, a Saturday, Zhu Lin, dressed in a skirt, wearing a hat and sunglasses, disembarked from a Universal Airlines flight like the other passengers. For the past couple of months, she had mostly stayed in Yanjing. Besides taking care of her health, she was primarily busy preparing for the filming of Journey to the West with Yang Jie. There are indeed various versions of Journey to the West. However, Yang Jie felt that the original work was too bloody and dark. To ensure that this adaptation would spread widely and attract high viewership, significant modifications were necessary. Therefore, Yang Jie personally read through multiple versions of Journey to the West before reworking the script. In other words, Yang Jie and her assistant were editing the screenplay for the upcoming adaptation. Meanwhile, while Zhu Lin was recuperating at home, she kept in touch with Yang Jie about the filming of Journey to the West. Additionally, Yang Jie had already arranged for suitable actors for the roles. This included the main characters like Sun Wukong, Tang Xing, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Sung, as well as the selection of female roles. In fact, the situation was quite competitive. Currently, there was a severe lack of work, with filming opportunities being very rare. Now, with Yang Jie securing substantial funding from Bao Yu for Journey to the West, it was indeed a great opportunity for many. Besides the pay for the filming, there was a chance to gain fame. As a result, while in Yanjing, many people, both connected and unconnected, approached Yang Jie hoping to land a role. However, Yang Jie was very cautious. Since Bao Yu had entrusted her with full responsibility for the Journey to the West project, she did not want to squander such a valuable opportunity. For Yang Jie, this was also a chance to make a name for herself. Therefore, regardless of connections, she needed to ensure that the actors were suitable. There were many recommendations for the role of Sun Wukong, including Lu Lingtong. However, Lu Lingtong was too old and no longer suitable. Lu Lingtong also recommended his disciples. Among them, several were quite good, skillfully mimicking monkey performance. However, Yang Jia knew that Lu Lingtong was privately recommending his 2 sons and a nephew. As a result, Yang Jia had yet to determine who would portray Sun Wukong. Zhu Lin, wearing sunglasses, disembarked from the plane and found Xiangjiang sweltering like a furnace, much hotter than Yanjing. Yet, thinking of how long it had been since she last saw Bao Yu, Zhu Lin truly missed him. As she stepped outside the airport with her backpack, she spotted her maid waiting for her. "Miss Zhu," the maid said, assisting Zhu Lin in placing her backpack in the car. Zhu Lin got into the car, and the maid drove them away towards Victoria Peak. Along the way, Zhu Lin noticed how much more prosperous Xiangjiang seemed after 2 months. Indeed, Xiangjiang was becoming increasingly prosperous. Besides the governor's office of Xiangjiang issuing over 20 financial licenses in one go, financial institutions from the East, the United States, Europe, and Switzerland were flocking to Xiangjiang. These financial institutions had a vast clientele. A large number of clients were investing in Xiangjiang through these institutions. As a result, the real estate and stock market trends in Xiangjiang this year had become increasingly apparent. Whether in central or suburban, Xiangjiang property prices were rising rapidly. As long as it was property in Xiangjiang, the influx of hot money accompanying these financial institutions followed suit. "Miss Xu, I've heard that there are more and more financial institutions in Xiangjiang. I used to be able to remit money back home only through 1 or 2 banks, but now there are suddenly over a dozen, and the remittance rates are more favorable," said the maid. Zhu Lin nodded. Although she felt that overseas tourists were increasing while in Yanjing, the changes in Yanjing were not as significant as those in Xiangjiang. Zhu Lin shifted her gaze back. She had already notified Bao Yu in advance and was unsure if he would come to see her in the afternoon. At Victoria Peak Road, Zhu Lin and the maid returned here. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhu Lin looked at the distant scenery outside the window and felt that Xiangjiang and Yanjing were indeed like 2 different worlds. When the maid brought Zhu Lin a glass of warm water, she thought that in this weather drinking soda or ice cream would be the most comfortable. However, as she was recuperating, her traditional Chinese medicine doctor advised against consuming cold drinks or ice cream. "Miss Zhu, there is currently a trendy drink called Red Bull in Xiangjiang, which is much more expensive than Coca-Cola." Zhu Lin, having just returned to Xiangjiang, was not aware of this. However, she knew that Coca-Cola had already appeared in Yanjing, reportedly produced by Swire through the China Resources. "Is it good? I've tried it. The taste is a bit strange. However, after drinking it, I felt quite comfortable after a while. Then I must give it a try." At 4:30 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang outside the villa. The maid went out to open the door and saw that it was Bao Yu and his bodyguard. "Young Master Bao, Miss Zhu is upstairs." At that moment, Zhu Lin was resting in the master bedroom, enjoying the air conditioning as she had been waiting for Bao Yu's arrival. When Bao Yu went upstairs and opened the door, he saw Zhu Lin half reclining while reading. "Zhu Lin," he called. "Sir." Zhu Lin instantly sprang up as if startled upon seeing Bao Yu enter. Bao Yu sat beside her. Zhu Lin began talking about her recent experiences in Yanjing, including her health regimen, as her inner desire was still to have a son. In other words, according to her mother, to conceive a son, it was essential to take care of her health. Besides that, they discussed the filming of Journey to the West. "Are you saying that director Yang is currently preparing the script for Journey to the West, and is also selecting the main act?" "That's correct. Many people want to play the main roles. Just for Sun Wukong, there are over a dozen candidates. Mr. Zhang appears to recommend his disciples on the surface, but in fact he is privately suggesting his 2 sons and a nephew to director Yang. However, I have seen the abilities of his 2 sons and nephew, and they are actually not on par with his disciples, making it difficult for director Yang to decide." Bao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of Lu Xiaolingtong, he did perform well in his role in Journey to the West, but in reality he falls short compared to his father's disciples. It's just that historically he had the opportunity to play that role, so he became very famous. This is simply a matter of prior impressions. If someone else were to take on the role, it would be the same. Ultimately, it was because of his father's recommendation and Yang Jie's favor that he was able to secure that role. Other candidates would not necessarily be inferior to him. Currently, there are very few places in Yanjing with air conditioning. Zhu Lin lives at her parents' house in Yanjing, so naturally there is no air conditioning. In Xiangjiang, the most obvious difference is that the wealthy and the majority of star-rated hotels have already installed air conditioning. Bao Yu and Zhu Lin talked about the filming of Journey to the West, and Zhu Lin also mentioned her desire to have children. For Zhu Lin, her desire to have children is more important than filming Journey to the West. Aside from her age, Zhu Lin is very clear that if she and Bao Yu do not have their own child, she knows she cannot be considered anything significant. In August and September, the temperatures in Xiangjiang are extremely high. However, Zhu Lin discovered the benefit of having air conditioning, which is that even if it runs for 24 hours a day, the temperature inside is maintained at over 20 degrees Celsius, making it very comfortable. She is currently in a state of being spoiled. Aside from Bao Yu visiting her occasionally, she also goes out with the maid from time to time. During this period, she received a telegram from Yang Jie informing her that he was selecting suitable actresses and asking if Zhu Lin wanted to go back. After all, Zhu Lin is the producer of this television series. Zhu Lin said she would return in October. The date is September 19, 1979. For the past few days, Zhu Lin has started to feel tired every time she gets up, as if she hasn't slept enough. The maid had already prepared breakfast and came to wake her up at around 8 in the morning. Zhu Lin thought that perhaps it was because sleeping with the air conditioning was too comfortable. That morning it was still the maid who came to wake her up. I don't know what's wrong these days, do I always feel tired and never. Zhu Lin said to the maid. Miss Zhu, it may be because of the hot weather right now. Zhu Lin could only think that way. When she arrived in the bathroom, just as she picked up her toothbrush and prepared to wash up, a sudden wave of nausea hit her. This nausea made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Unable to hold it in, she ran to the toilet to prepare to vomit. However, she found that she was only dry heaving and nothing came out. Zhu Lin's reaction startled the maid. Miss Zhu, are you okay? I don't know either. I was just about to brush my teeth, and before the water even came out, I couldn't help but feel like I was going to dry heave. This feeling is truly unbearable. The maid supported Zhu Lin to the side. At this moment, Zhu Lin couldn't help but bend over again beside the toilet. Yet she still only felt like dry heaving without vomiting anything. The maid asked, Miss Zhu, are you feeling unwell? Should we take you to the hospital right away? The maid knew very well that although Miss Zhu was not the legitimate mistress of the Bao family, from Bao Ye's regard for Miss Zhu, it was clear that he valued her. Now seeing her discomfort, the maid immediately thought of driving her to the hospital. No, I'm fine. Perhaps due to the dry heaving, her complexion looked rather poor. After sitting down again, she felt much better. Zhu Lin washed up briefly. Then she came down from upstairs. The maid had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, but looking at it, Zhu Lin only ate a few bites and realized she had no appetite at all. Why is it like this? Zhu Lin didn't know herself. Could it be that there is something wrong with her body? Suddenly could it be that thing? Zhu Lin immediately put down her bowl and returned to the study upstairs to jot down her notes. She remembered very clearly that her period had seemingly not appeared since last month. At that time she didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a delay. Now looking at the recorded dates and times, it has been over a month without her period. Based on what her mother taught her and her own experience at a medical research institute, she felt this was likely a sign. It is indeed a sign of early pregnancy. Aside from the obvious difficulty getting up early, feeling tired, and not enough sleep, the most crucial signs are the dry heaving and the absence of her period. If it is really like that, this would indeed be a joyous occasion. Thinking of this, Zhu Lin couldn't help but smile. Zhu Lin went to the study, picked up the landline, and called Bao Ye's office. Bao Ye was working in the office. Recently, the sales of Red Bull had stabilized. This means that the market for Red Bull has opened up in Xinjiang, but surpassing Coca-Cola's market is still somewhat difficult. However, he knows that once the first phase of Lan Kuai-Fong starts operating, he believes that Red Bull sales will be even higher, because many bars and restaurants cannot do without this beverage. Aside from the Xinjiang market and the neighboring Macau market, although Macau's population is only over 200,000, there are still quite a few consumers who can afford Red Bull. Thus, aside from the Xinjiang market, the first breakthrough point for Red Bull is the nearby Macau. At this moment, the landline phone next to him rang. Zhao Xiuzhen answered the call. Boss, there's a call for you. It's Miss Zhu. That is Zhu Lin. Generally, Zhu Lin wouldn't easily call the Bao family or the company. Clearly, Zhu Lin must have something important to discuss. Bao Ye took the call. Sir, I might be pregnant. Zhu Lin's voice was filled with joy. When Bao Ye processed this, he understood what Zhu Lin meant by that. Zhu Lin will leave work early this afternoon and come over. He clarified things with Zhu Lin and then hung up. Upon learning that Zhu Lin was pregnant, this was indeed good news. Regardless of anything, what he and the Bao family lack the most right now is offspring, especially considering the health conditions of his grandfather and father. Of course, Bao Ye did not intend to tell anyone about this. Zhao Xiuzhen looked at Bao Ye in confusion. Bao Ye naturally said nothing more. In the afternoon at 4 o'clock, Bao Ye finished work early and took a car to the top of Victoria Peak. When Bao Ye arrived, the maid was already waiting. Bao Ye went inside and up to the second floor. Zhu Lin was in the Zhu Lin. Sir. Zhu Lin began to talk about her current symptoms. Bao Ye had never been married in his past life, so he naturally did not understand these things. However, according to what Zhu Lin said, in their time together, it was indeed correct. Sir, it should have been last month when calculating the time, it should be about 4 weeks now. Then I will arrange for you to go to the hospital for a checkup quietly. Apart from confirming whether she is indeed pregnant, there is also the matter of the pregnancy itself. Bao Ye did not want more people to know. In this situation, would Zhu Lin stay in Xinjiang to carry the pregnancy, or return to Yinjing to do so, or even go overseas? These are all things Bao Ye needs to consider carefully. Bao Ye made a call in the study. He then arranged for the maid and 2 bodyguards to drive Zhu Lin to Yanghe Hospital for an examination. Yanghe Hospital is the most expensive private hospital in Xinjiang, catering to the wealthy and affluent. Earlier, Bao Ye had already made the call, and they were aware on that end. However, Bao Ye was not in a position to show his face. Yanghe Hospital is very private regarding patients and their families, and the outside world knows nothing about the patient's information. When Zhu Lin got into the car, Bao Ye was waiting there. Later that night, at 8 o'clock, Bao Ye saw the bodyguards returning. Zhu Lin got out of the car, her expression still somewhat excited. At Yanghe Hospital, it was confirmed that Zhu Lin was indeed pregnant, approximately 4 weeks along. However, special caution is required in the early stages of pregnancy. According to Yanghe Hospital, they originally hoped to process the relevant paperwork for Zhu Lin. But Zhu Lin was still uncertain about where she would carry the child. Sir, here is the examination report. Zhu Lin had undergone an ultrasound confirming her pregnancy. Additionally, some data was checked indicating that both Zhu Lin and the fetus had no issues. However, considering Zhu Lin's age, the female obstetrician at Yanghe Hospital advised her to be cautious. Sir, early pregnancy has not stabilized yet, so I do not want to inform others. The main concern is that the first 3 months are indeed very challenging. So do you plan to stay in Xianjiang for the pregnancy, return to Yinjing, or go overseas? If she were in Yinjing Bao, you would naturally arrange for her to stay at Yanghe Hospital to avoid exposure, as the medical expertise there should also be the highest. If she returned to Yinjing, Zhu Lin's mother could take care of her. Additionally, Bao Yu could have Lu Ling make arrangements. As for overseas, the United States, Australia, and Europe are all options. Sir, I still want to stay in Xianjiang. Also, I would like my sister to come and take care of me. I wonder if that is possible. Zhu Lin has a sister in her 30s, and Bao Yu is aware of this. He had just never met her. If you want her to come, that is of course possible. I will provide her with an additional salary. So then I will send a telegram back to Mr. Lu asking him to find my sister and inform her discreetly. If she is willing, she can come to Xianjiang to take care of me. If not, that is also fine. Besides looking for her sister, Bao Yu planned to arrange for another maid to take care of her. Overall, in this era, the risks of childbirth are quite high. Of course, many families in rural areas have 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 children. That night, Bao Yu and Zhu Lin had a simple dinner. Afterward, he informed the maid that he planned to hire another maid to look after Miss Zhu. Otherwise, it would be too busy for her alone. At 10 o'clock that night, Bao Yu got into the car and drove back to the Deepwater Bay Villa. Bao Yu got out of the car quietly and tiptoed upstairs to rest. That night, Bao Yu dreamt that he had a daughter. However, he soon dreamt that he had a son. When he woke up the next day, it was already past 6 in the morning. Bao Yu's parents did not ask too much about why their son returned so late last night. In the morning, Bao Yu finished his breakfast. He simply took a car back to the company for work. In Yinjing Hudong, at the office of Global Investment Company in Yinjing, this is where Lu Ling works. Apart from that, it is also a place where some students from Tsinghua and Peking University work part-time. Since it is part-time, those students come to work after class or on weekends. In addition, there is Zhou Kaixuan, who is currently attending Tsinghua and also comes to work here after class. Lu Ling was handling some matters. Director Lu, there's a telegram from Xianjiang. A telegram from Xianjiang. Lu Ling took it and looked. After carefully reading the telegram, he was indeed surprised. Miss Zhu was actually pregnant with Bao Yu's child, but the outside world naturally did not know. The telegram was written in a very confidential manner, and others did not know the relationship between Miss Zhu. Now Zhu Lin wanted Lu Ling to meet her elder sister Zhu Li. If Zhu Li was willing to go to Xianjiang, that would be fine. If not, that would also be okay. Currently, Zhu Li and her husband both work at a state-owned enterprise in Yinjing, earning several dozen RMB a month, which is not low in Yinjing. However, if she goes to Xianjiang to take care of Zhu Lin, her monthly salary would equal several years' salary in Yinjing. After reading the telegram, Lu Ling did not want Zhou Kaixian to see it. Although Zhou Kaixian was also working for Bao Yu, he always felt that this young girl from Xianjiang was not simple. He put the telegram away. Lu Ling planned to visit Zhu Li at her state-owned enterprise. In a state-owned enterprise in the third ring of Yinjing at this time, a woman in her 30s resembling Zhu Lin was working inside. In state-owned enterprises of this era, it was basically enough to arrive and leave work on time. After all, their salaries are based on ratings, and doing more or less makes no difference. Moreover, many are just passing the time. At this time, Zhu Li was handling some tasks when someone came to find her. Zhu Li, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for her. Zhu Li did not know who it was. However, her sister had returned to Yinjing for quite a while, and their family's living standards had improved. On one hand, she envied her sister for knowing Bao Xiao. On the other hand, she knew that she and her sister were destined. Zhu Li adjusted her work attire and stepped out. As soon as she came outside, she saw Lu Ling. This Mr. Lu. Zhu Li had long known from her sister that his background was not ordinary, especially since he was working for Bao Xiao in Yinjing. Hello, Mr. Lu. Miss Zhu, let's talk over there. When Zhu Li followed Lu Ling to a place where there were no other, she finally learned one thing. That is, her sister is pregnant, and now she wants her to go to Xianjiang to take care of her with it. This means that it is not just taking care of her for free. Miss Zhu, the monthly salary in Xianjiang is very high, probably equivalent to several years' salary here. If you work for a year, you could earn tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Lu Ling said to her, I would certainly want to take care of my own sister, even if there were no money. I just don't know if my husband would allow me to go. I need to go back and discuss it with him. No problem. If you think it over, come to the office to find me, and I will arrange the plane ticket and schedule for you. Lu Ling did not stay any longer. However, Zhu Li knew that she might earn more in a year taking care of her sister in Xianjiang than by working until retirement here. September 25, 1979. Tuesday. Global Investment Center Building. Office on the 21st floor. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bao Yu stood by the window gazing outside. The past few days had been filled with both surprise and joy for him, as he had confirmed that Zhu Lin was indeed pregnant with his child and had arranged for an additional maid to take care of her. Zhu Lin's sister Zhu Li had secretly traveled south to Xianjiang to care for her sister. With 2 maids and her sister looking after her, Bao Yu knew that Zhu Lin would have no problems. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, it was a cause for celebration for Bao Yu, especially considering the circumstances of his grandfather and father. Of course, at his age, Bao Yu felt that he was not quite ready to marry so soon. However, having a child made everything feel different. At that moment, the landline phone on the desk rang. Zhao Xiuzhen answered it. "Boss, it's Mrs. Bao calling," she said. "It's something very important." "Mom, it's me," Bao Yu said as he took the receiver. "Bob, an important person from Yanjing has arrived. You should come back." "An important person from Yanjing." "Mom, I understand." He hung up the phone. Bao Yu speculated that a significant figure from Yanjing had been sent south to meet him and his father Bao Yugong. However, Bao Yu thought it was reasonable. It was already late September, nearing the National Day holiday. Furthermore, so much had happened this year, so it was quite normal for Yanjing to send someone to meet the Bao family. "Zhao Xiuzhen, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first." Bao Yu took his suit jacket, putting it on as he walked out. Chun Ziheo's bodyguards saw the young master coming out and followed him into the elevator. "Head back to Deepwater Bay." Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. An hour earlier. Indeed, important guests had arrived at the Bao family. One of them was Mr. Liao, who had previously made contact with the Bao family. Another was Zhang Guangtou, the former general manager of China Resources Company, along with several other important figures. This time they did not send a visiting card in advance, but came immediately. After all, by the end of September, they needed to. Currently, Huang Xiuying and Daisy were attending to them. "Mr. Liao, Mr. Zhang, I have already called to inform their father and son." "Mrs. Bao, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Liao said nearby. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce drove in. Stepping out of the car was Bao Yugong. Bao Yugong had also been working in the chairman's office of Prince's building more than an hour ago when he received a call from his wife and hurried back. Now, as Bao Yugong got out of the car, he saw two familiar faces. "Mr. Bao, Mr. Liao, Mr. Zhang," they greeted each other. Then Mr. Liao introduced several other colleagues. By the time Bao Yu returned, it was nearly 20 minutes later. As Bao Yu stepped out of the car, he could already hear voices speaking Mandarin inside. When Bao Yu walked in, besides seeing his grandfather, father, and mother, there were also Mr. Liao and Mr. Zhang. "Bao Yu has returned," he walked over. As they greeted each other, Mr. Liao looked at Bao Yu and Bao Yugong said, "Mr. Bao, young master Bao, let's go upstairs to discuss." The three of them went up to the study. "Mr. Bao, young master Bao, I apologize. We originally intended to send a visiting card in advance, but we came directly this time. After all, there are many people to meet in Xiangjiang, and we are rather rushed." "Mr. Liao, you really work hard," Bao Yugong said. "Mainly, Mr. Liao had a good relationship with friends overseas. After the old gentleman entrusted those matters to him, Mr. Liao had been busy traveling year-round. Sometimes he even flew overseas, so now, compared to last year, he visibly looked older. This is what I ought to do. Now I have a few matters to inform you. Actually, it is the invitation for the National Day holiday. These are 3 National Day invitations, one for Bao Xiaolong, one for Bao Yugong and his wife, and one for Bao Yu. In fact, this is quite similar to last year. However, this year it seems to carry even more significance. Last year, your Bao family made a substantial contribution to the higher-ups, and we have always remembered it. Since last year, the higher-ups have been very clear about the significant contributions made by the Bao family, particularly the father and son, who led the way to return to their hometown to pay respects and participate in the National Day ceremony in Yanjing. Afterward, the Bao family, especially Bao Yu, took the lead in inspections and investments. Moreover, the Bao family provided valuable medicines to support the many injured soldiers during the Great War of the Yu Kingdom this year. Considering the status of the Bao family, the higher-ups did not publicly commend them, but they have indeed taken note of it. Additionally, there is the establishment and investment of the Z Country Trust Company that the Bao family supported. In summary, since last year, the Bao family has taken the lead in many matters which undoubtedly played a very important role in the country's large-scale development. Furthermore, this is the invitation letter for shareholders from old Mr. Rong and the Z Trust Company, as well as for the first board meeting. The Z Country Trust Company has been officially agreed upon and will notify the world. It will officially be established in Yanjing next month with its headquarters located there. Old Mr. Rong will serve as the chairman and general manager, while the other directors will be from Yanjing and the 3 directors from Xiangjiang, including Bao Yugong, Wang Quanqing, and Mr. Hua. This time, old Mr. Rong hopes that after Bao Yugong participates in the National Day ceremony, he can take part in the first board meeting of the Z Country Trust Company and offer some significant suggestions. After all, the establishment of the Z Country Trust Company primarily revolves around financing and attracting investment, collaborating with both domestic and international parties. The old gentleman places great importance on this matter. As for the Z Country Trust, apart from these shareholders, it relies on the credibility of Z Country and the Rong family. At that time, it might issue the first batch of bonds in the East. Without credible collateral and support, it would be very difficult to issue them. Even if issued, it would be impossible to have capital to purchase them. This time, the Bao family is not only the original shareholders, but also represents very important credibility for the Z Country Trust Investment Company. Young Master Bao, this invitation letter is from Guangdong Province and the organizing committee of the 76th Canton Fair. Previously, the Canton Fair was the only window for the mainland to engage with the outside world, held twice a year. once during the spring festival and once in the autumn. Many overseas merchants will come to place orders for goods. This time Guangdong province and the Canton Fair invited Bao Yu mainly because of his immense influence in Xiangjiang, and he had already started investing in Guangdong province since last year. Mr. Liao and the Bao family had a conversation for over half an hour. After clarifying everything, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu personally sent the guests off. Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao, young master Bao, we have other matters to attend to, so we will take our leave now. Let's continue our conversation next time. It was evident that Mr. Liao and the others were quite busy. The Bao family had initially wanted to invite them for dinner, but they had other appointments. The members of the Bao family personally escorted them to the door. As they watched the guests leave in their car, Bao Yu and Bao Yugong both wore somewhat different expressions. The father and son returned to the study. Bob, tell me your thoughts. Dad, I'm not sure what you want me to say. About those invitation letters, just now. Dad, this is my personal opinion. First, as descendants of the Yin and Huang bloodline, our Bao family naturally hopes for the country's development. The stronger it becomes, the better it is for overseas Chinese and their children. They will be safer. Second, our Bao family is comprised of merchants, and there are many types of merchants. If we were merely pure merchants, we wouldn't need to maintain much contact with the authorities. However, I believe that being just a pure merchant is not viable. Third, based on historical experience, one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. In other words, any investment made by a merchant carries risks. Fourth, I have always felt that Hong Kong is the Bao family's stronghold, and it is also the safest place. Of course, whether investing in Hong Kong or the mainland, one cannot do without support from the authorities. Fourth, there are numerous investment opportunities worldwide. Considering that investments should not be concentrated in one place, we must diversify, whether in the East M country or Y country. Fifth, looking at successful Chinese families today, the Rong family stands out. Therefore, we can learn from the Rong family. Bao Yugong listened attentively. Hearing his son's thoughts, he felt that his son was indeed considering the long term. Regardless of the future, from years of experience, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. A slight misstep could lead to losing everything. Thus, Bao Yugong understood that investments are like eggs in a basket. Even if some eggs break, there are still others. Bob, I am gratified that you can think this way. Of course, I want to tell you that as descendants of the Bao family, whether for the country or our hometown, serving them comes from the heart. In other words, although Bao Yugong immigrated from Shenzhen to Hong Kong for development, he also hoped that the authorities and even his hometown could genuinely thrive. He wished for the development of the population of 1 billion above and the several million in his hometown of Yongcheng. Bao Yugong also reminisced about past events. As Bao Yu looked on in surprise, Bao Yugong lifted his shirt. Dad, what is this? This is a surgical scar left from an appendectomy. Dad, did you really have appendicitis back then? No, I was forced. Otherwise, I could have stayed in Shenzhen back then. Bao Yugong recounted the events leading up to leaving Shenzhen around 1948. Although Bao Yu was mostly aware of his father's past with much information available in the files, hearing it from him made it, Dad, you are impressive. Knowing it wasn't an appendicitis attack, Bao Yugong still chose to undergo the surgery. This aspect showed his remarkable endurance. In this regard, Bao Yu felt he couldn't match that level. Bob, the situation is different now. Bao Yugong often read newspapers and kept up with the outside world. However, he knew the world was changing rapidly. Dad, what about this time? With such a warm invitation from Yinjing, we must go. In our hometown of Yongqing, we should take this opportunity to visit. Since we have received such important invitations, it would be inappropriate not to return. My plan is to first return to Yinjing, then head south to Yongcheng. At that point, you can proceed to Yongcheng for the trade fair while your mother, grandpa, and I return directly to Hong Kong from Yongcheng. Bao Yu nodded. Considering his grandfather's condition, fearing a repeat of history, he thought they wouldn't have much longer. It was already late 1979, and next year would be 1980. Given his grandfather's condition at his advanced age, he indeed wished to revisit his hometown. The last time he returned after so many years, Bao Xiaolong was quite emotional. Dad, grandpa is getting older and truly wants to go back to see his hometown. In the past, there were no planes, and he could only travel by train, which was slow and cumbersome. Now there are direct flights from Hong Kong to Yongqing, which is indeed much more convenient. Since Global Airlines has allowed flights from Hong Kong to major cities above besides Shenzhen and Yinjing, more of those cities have opened up. Flying from Hong Kong to Bao Yu's hometown of Yongcheng has certainly become much easier. However, considering their relationships, it wouldn't be easy to go back. If it weren't for the formal invitation from Yinjing this time, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu likely would not have planned to return. The father and son chatted in the study for over an hour. Bao Yugong was very pleased with his son's considerations. Naturally, many matters also required him to use his experience to guide his son. Overall, Bao Yugong felt reassured about entrusting the Bao family to Bao Yu in the future. Dad, I have two people in Yinjing who work specifically for me. One is Lu Ling, and the other is Zhou Kaixian. Handle your matters well. In truth, Bao Yugong's connections in this area during Bao Yu's past life could not compare. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, Li Jiaqing hadn't made many investments there, but he had long begun to establish a network of connections in Yinjing. Besides the most obvious Zhou Kaishuan, there were actually many other connections he had. Thus, he was already aware of any events happening in Yinjing ahead of time. As for Bao Yugong, he placed more emphasis on his hometown and did not invest much above. However, after Wu Guangxing inherited Hysan Development, there were indeed significant investments through Hysan Development and Wharf Holdings. The father and son descended from the study. At this time the sky was still quite bright. Bao Yugong and Bao Yu prepared to play a round of golf. That evening after dinner, Bao Xiaolong and Huang Xiuing learned that the Bao father and son had been invited to this year's National Day celebration, especially with Bao Xiaolong receiving a separate invitation. Bao Xiaolong indeed wished to revisit Yanjing. Grandpa, let's prepare these days, and we will fly to Yanjing. September 26, 1979. Wednesday. On the summit of Taiping Shan. At Zhu Lin's home. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. The maid received a call from Bao Yu saying he would come to visit Zhu Lin after work. The maid immediately went to inform Zhu Lin. Miss Zhu, Master Bao called to say he would come to see you after work. Zhu Lin, who was eating fruit, seemed a bit pleased to hear that Bao Yu was coming over, while beside her was Zhu Li, a woman in her 30s who was dressed in a skirt. After discussing with her husband, Zhu Li decided to fly to Hong Kong to take care of her sister. Whether for family ties or the generous salary, Zhu Li knew that staying in Yanjing and working in a state-owned enterprise would not earn her that much money in a lifetime. It was better to come to Hong Kong to take care of her sister, using that money to improve the living conditions for her husband and child. However, it was Zhu Li's first time meeting this nominal brother-in-law, which made her a bit nervous. In fact, Zhu Li had seen many photos of Bao Yu in newspapers, but she didn't know why she felt so nervous at the thought of meeting him in person. Sister, what's wrong? Zhu Lin asked. Zhu Lin, do you think someone like Master Bao would look down on me? And what about my appearance, is it okay? Sister, you're overthinking it. Bao Yu is actually very easy to get along with. Seeing her sister like this, Zhu Lin couldn't help but smile. However, before coming to Hong Kong, Zhu Li's appearance did seem a bit outdated. Nonetheless, now dressed in the new skirt Zhu Lin had given her, she looked quite fashionable. That's good. After all, the differences in their family backgrounds were significant, and with Bao Yu's considerable influence in Hong Kong, Zhu Li felt a great impact. At 6 in the evening, the sun had set, but it was not yet dark. Several luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the villa. At this moment, Zhu Li, Zhu Lin, and 2 maids were already waiting. Bao Yu got out of the car. The first person he saw was Zhu Lin, followed by a woman beside her who resembled her. Zhu Lin, this must be your elder sister. You, hello? Sir, this is my sister Zhu Li. Bao Yu greeted Zhu Li again and then went inside. Going up to the second floor. Elder sister, are you adapting to life in Hong Kong? At first it was very hard to adjust. It felt like Hong Kong was another world. But I've gotten used to it during this time. Zhu Li had arrived in Hong Kong on a flight arranged by Lu Ling and Zhu Lin, and the maids personally picked her up at the airport. Although she had known from newspapers that Hong Kong was very developed, she was astonished when she actually arrived, finding it beyond her imagination. So at first the dazzling sights of Hong Kong truly overwhelmed her. Besides that, regarding daily necessities, she felt that the lives of ordinary people in Hong Kong were far better than most people in Yanjing. Bao Yu chatted with Zhu Li for a while, and she found this nominal brother-in-law to be quite easy to get along with. Of course, she knew this might just be superficial. After finishing his cup of tea, Bao Yu returned to the room with Zhu Lin. After closing the door, he looked at Zhu Lin, who, although in early pregnancy, did not yet show a noticeable belly. However, her face looked much smoother. Have you still been feeling nauseous these days? Sir, it seems to be less noticeable now, though I still feel some. In early pregnancy, some women experience clear symptoms, while others do not show any at all, leading some to feel that being pregnant and giving birth is a very difficult task. However, some women find pregnancy and childbirth to be quite simple. Ultimately, it comes down to the differences in physiological structures and ages among women, resulting in different experiences. In a few days, my father and I will go to Yanjing. Zhu Lin thought of how it was already September, and indeed the Bao family was to go to Yanjing. If the timing is right, I will meet your parents. If not, I won't go. Sir, I understand. Zhu Lin, aside from the title, I cannot give you anything else, but everything else that should be yours you will have. Bao Yu said directly. After all, the differences in their family backgrounds along with their ages meant that even if he agreed, Bao Yu Gang and his wife would likely not. However, everything else was still there. Zhu Lin said nothing, is she just hoped to give Bao Yu a son while she was still young. Of course, even if it was a daughter instead of a son, that would also be fine. After they finished talking, it was now 6:30 in the evening. Bao Yu, Zhu Lin, and Zhu Li had dinner together. After dinner, Bao Yu did not stay any longer. Zhu Lin, Zhu Li, and the 2 maids stood there watching as Bao Yu got into the car and left. At Deepwater Bay's hillside villa, the Bao family, Bao Yu returned here. It was already past 9 in the evening. After greeting his grandfather and parents, he went upstairs to read the evening papers before enjoying a comfortable hot bath. After the bath, Bao Yu returned. Considering the difficulty of hotel accommodations in Yanjing, the Bao family did not plan to bring too many people along for this trip. Besides Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu Gang, and his wife Bao Yu, and the Wu Guangzheng couple, there would also be some bodyguards. The reason for bringing the Wu Guangzheng couple was that Wu Guangzheng had left the global shipping group and entered the political arena in Hong Kong. This trip to Yanjing was also Bao Yu's way of paving the way for his second brother-in-law. After all, if the second brother-in-law could meet more people in Yanjing, more would speak on his behalf. As for the third uncle, and Aunt Bao Yu thought they could take a plane back to their hometown Yongcheng. Early the next morning, after Bao Yu woke up, after swimming with his father in the pool, during breakfast, he mentioned the list for the trip to Yanjing. Mom, please inform my second sister and her husband to come over for dinner tonight. I have something important to discuss with my brother-in-law. Huang Xiaoying noted this down. At 6:15 in the evening, when Bao Yu returned in the car, he got out to see his brother-in-law Wu Guangzhong, his second sister Bao, Pei Rong, and their children. Second sister brother-in-law. Bao Yu then picked up his little nephew. That evening after dinner, Bao Yu and his brother-in-law went up to the study. Now looking at his younger brother-in-law Wu Guangzhong no longer saw him the same way as before. He knew this young man was definitely more capable than he had imagined. Brother-in-law, how is work going? Not bad. Originally, Bao Yu wanted to arrange for him to enter the Legislative Council of Hong Kong, but Wu Guangzhong's qualifications were still lacking in this regard. We are preparing to go to Yanjing to attend the National Day ceremony. This time, I will take you and my second sister to Yanjing. I will introduce some people to you then. Last year, Wu Guangzhong naturally did not have the opportunity to go along. This time taking him was clearly paid. Hearing this made Wu Guangzhong feel quite good. Clearly compared to the other three sons-in-law of the Bao family, his shift from the business world to the political arena was indeed quite different. Bob, brother-in-law, will follow your arrangements. Brother-in-law, you must be dedicated to this path. Of course, if you just want to mess around, then the opportunities won't be yours. Facing the current Bao Yu, Wu Guangzhong naturally did not dare to say anything. That night, Wu Guangzhong, his wife and children had already returned home. It was past 9 in the evening. The maid had already taken the children back. So what did Bob say when you went back? The Bao family is going to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony. Bob said he would take me back to meet other people. Then you must seize such opportunities. September 30th, 1979. At 8:30 in the morning, Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. Some journalists stationed at the airport captured images of Bao Zhaolong, Bao Yugong, and his wife Bao Yu, and Wu Guangxing and his wife appearing at the airport. Subsequently, the reporters noticed that the Bao family members were taking separate flights. In fact, Bao Yu had already boarded the plane. On this flight, aside from him and the bodyguards, the other members of the Bao family were seated separately. Bao Yu still felt uneasy about flights in this era. However, he was now on a flight operated by Global Airlines. Yanjing International Airport. At this moment, many people had arrived at the airport to welcome them. This included Mr. Liu and his son Lu Ling, Mr. Liao and others, along with Mr. Liu's secretary Mr. Wang, among many others. The first flight from Global Airlines landed first. Disembarking from the plane were Bao Yugong and his wife, followed by Bao Zhaolong and Wu Guangxing from another flight. There was also a flight carrying Bao Yu and his bodyguards. As the Bao family and their bodyguards stepped off the plane, those waiting immediately rushed to greet them. Bao Yugong and his wife were very excited to see Mr. Liu and his wife again. They exchanged handshakes and hugs. Then they greeted Mr. Liao and others. Mr. Bao, Mr. Bao, Mrs. Bao, young master. Mr. Liu asked me to represent him in welcoming you. We are very pleased to have you back for the National Day ceremony. Mr. Wang said. Bao Yu exchanged greetings with them. Later, Bao Yu also introduced his second brother-in-law to the others. Naturally, the others greeted Wu Guangxing as well. In fact, it was indeed quite different for Wu Guangxing to come along this time. At the airport, aside from many reporters from CCTV, Yanjing television station, and various major mainstream media outlets photographing them, the group did not linger at the airport for long. Outside the airport, more than 10 red flag sedans were already waiting. Bao Yu and Lu Ling got into one of the red flag sedans. However, during the journey, Bao Yu simply gazed out the window. The red flag sedan departed from Yanjing International Airport, heading towards the Yanjing Hotel. On the way, Bao Yu saw many uniquely styled young men and women riding bicycles, while many citizens of Yanjing stood on the streets watching. Seeing so many red flag sedans pass by, they speculated that many important figures had arrived in Yanjing. 40 minutes later, Yanjing Hotel, just like last year. However, after last year's lessons, this year Yanjing had prepared many more hotels and restaurants to accommodate foreign guests. Last year, there were simply too many distinguished guests invited back for the first time. So much so that Yanjing couldn't accommodate all the guests in the hotels and restaurants, causing some guests to be arranged in Xi'an and others in Tianjin. However, although there were still many foreign guests invited back this year, it was indeed much better after learning from last year's. Now Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Zhaolong, Bao Yu, and Wu Guangxing were each assigned separate rooms, and the bodyguards brought back by the Bao family also had accommodations. However, today Bao Yu did not bring anyone from the company back with him. Upon entering the luxurious suite, Bao Yu noticed that it was indeed better than last year. In fact, if it weren't for the arrangements made by Yanjing, Bao Yu would still prefer to stay in those traditional courtyard houses. Moreover, Lu Ling had already bought quite a few of those courtyard houses for him in Yanjing. Now here Bao Yu stood by the window looking outside. Another year had passed. He just didn't expect that a year later Yanjing had not changed much. Bao Yu, that Miss Zhou is quite capable, but she didn't come to pick you up this time. Many people in Yanjing already knew that Zhou Kaixian was arranged by Bao Yu to be in Yanjing. On the other hand, Zhou Kaixian indeed enrolled in Tsinghua University for a sociology major, and she still had classes today. However, her current identity was not suitable for her to appear, so she did not come. Speaking of affairs in Yanjing, Bao Yu nodded. However, Lu Ling still quietly asked, "Did you really have a child with that Miss Zhu?" Bao Yu nodded. This matter was something even Bao Yu's parents did not know. He also did not want to inform them so soon. Bao Yu, are you truly suitable for her? Aside from not having a formal relationship, everything else is present. Of course, you can see that the Bao family has everything. In fact, it just lacks family members. Many families now have 7 or 8 brothers. However, Bao Yugong only has one son, Bao Yu. Of course, it can also be said that Bao Yu has 4 older sisters. In fact, Lu Ling also understood that it was still different. Lu Ling did not ask about those matters further. Instead, he talked about the things he had done for Bao Yu, including acquiring properties and antiques in Yinjing, etc. In fact, starting from last year, more and more people have sold their properties and immigrated overseas. Lu Ling also knew what these people were thinking. Many antiques and collectibles were put up for sale, including calligraphy and paintings. In fact, these antiques and paintings were not worth much in Yinjing. Moreover, even if Bao Yu did not buy them, they would be sold overseas in large quantities. For instance, that Chun Lihua, who was previously just a worker in a street tailor shop, began running a furniture repair shop in 1977. Subsequently, she restored many antique furniture pieces from families and began selling them, which laid a significant foundation for her to become a wealthy woman later on. In fact, under the current circumstances, many valuable items would be sold overseas, including to the East Asian region. Lu Ling alleviated this situation to some extent by doing these things for Bao Yu. Bao Yu, I've heard that many pharmaceutical companies from the East are acquiring those traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. Pharmaceutical companies from the East. Those companies are essentially so-called Han herbal medicine companies. After 1977, the exchanges with the East became increasingly close, especially since last year when many modern companies from the East came to Z country for inspections. Of course, during this period, a large number of items, including antiques and books, circulated to the East, mainly because these items were incredibly cheap. Especially after experiencing that special era, many people were in need of money. Upon learning that the Easterners were buying, they would eagerly sell their items for cash. Such occurrences are far too common. Even if Bao Yu wanted to stop it, he couldn't. Moreover, many of these belonged to private property passed down from the family. As for those Easterners acquiring traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions, Bao Yu felt they were still very valuable. Traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions are indeed very valuable. If anyone wants to sell, you should acquire them. Of course, ensure they are genuine prescriptions to avoid them all being sold to the East. Lu Ling noted this down. Noon. The Bao family along with other invited guests dined at the Yanqing Hotel. Afternoon. Bao Yu returned to his luxurious suite to rest. It was around 3:30 in the afternoon. The doorbell rang from outside. Bao Yu opened the door to find a female attendant from the Yanqing Hotel. Mr. Bao, a young lady claiming to be Zhou Kaixian wishes to see you. Zhou Kaixian has arrived. Please help me bring her in. The female attendant went to bring Zhou Kaixian over. She had already learned in advance that Bao Yu would be coming to Yanqing. However, in the morning, apart from her, she still had 2 classes to attend. Most importantly, her current identity made it inconvenient for her to pick up Bao Yu at the airport. Now Zhou Kaixian was brought over. Having not seen Bao Yu for such a long time, she felt a bit excited upon seeing this. Although she had been in Yanqing, she had kept an eye on the news from both Yanqing and the mainland. She was also following the news. She learned that Bao Yu had been honored by the royal family in June, which made her aware that Bao Yu and the Bao family had. After closing the door, Bao Yu noticed that Zhou Kaixian was dressed very simply, quite similar to those Yanqing students. If he didn't know she was from Hong Kong, it would have been hard to tell. Zhou Kaixian noticed Bao Yu sizing her up. However, she also understood that she was not particularly beautiful. Her strength lay in interpersonal relationships. I heard Lu Ling praise you for being very capable. Mr. Bao, if it weren't for your connections and those funds, my capabilities would be of no use. Ultimately, it still required the use of connections and money. Bao Yu nodded. He had already arranged for Zhou Kaixian to have a separate account from which she could withdraw the funds she needed. In addition, she had previously donated 1 million Hong Kong dollars to the Social Sciences College of Tsinghua University under the name of the Zhou Kaixian Foundation, which also made her more recognized among Tsinghua students. After discussing the important matters, Bao Yu invited her for afternoon tea at the Yanqing Hotel. After finishing tea, Zhou Kaixian returned to Tsinghua University. Next, there would be a 3-day holiday for National Day, during which Zhou Kaixian could easily fly back to Hong Kong to see her parents and friends. Later that evening, Bao Yu and other members of the Bao family had dinner at the Yanqing Hotel. During this time, Bao Yu saw Mr. Huowang Quanqing and others, but did not see Li Jiaqing, Zheng Yutong, and others, which indicated that they had not been invited this time. The Bao family members greeted each other. After that, Bao Yu returned to his room. The weather in Yanqing was quite pleasant now, and with a few days until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the temperature had already dropped. Now, even without air conditioning, it was quite comfortable. Bao Yu knew there weren't many entertainment activities in Yanqing at night, so after taking a shower, he went to bed early. He did not know how long it had been. Hearing knocking from outside, Bao Yu got up to open the door, only to find Mr. Liao. Mr. Bao, it's time to get up. This year's celebration activities are earlier. This year marks the 30th anniversary of National Day, which is quite grand, and it's also related to the major opening up, as well as the direct crushing victory over Vietnam this year. Last year there was no military parade. This year there is actually no military parade either. However, there will be a display of some weapons confiscated from Vietnam. Bao Yu glanced at the time, realizing it was just past 4 in the morning. He had no choice but to get up, wash up, and dress. After having breakfast with other members of the Bao family and other guests at the Yanqing Hotel to fill their stomachs, they took a car to Tiananmen. Upon arriving at the Tiananmen Tower, the sky appeared somewhat gray. However, at this moment many people were in high spirit. When Bao Yu and others were there, they saw the old gentleman approaching, just like last year. Only this year the suits worn by Bao Yu and the Bao family members did not stand out, but the old gentleman still noticed Bao Yu and the others at a glance. At 5 in the morning the grand flag-raising ceremony had already begun. Following that, a grand celebration activity was held, including the exhibition of many weapons confiscated from Vietnam. Many of these weapons actually came from the Soviet Union and India. This time such an exhibition had a very different significance. From morning until the afternoon, there were numerous celebration activities. Until that night, Bao Yu attended the state banquet at the Great Hall. When he returned to the Yanqing Hotel to wash and rest, he realized that he was indeed very exhausted after a whole day. In this respect, it was remarkable that the old gentleman and others of their age could manage all this. After saying a few words to Lu Ling, who had come, Bao Yu went to take a shower and fell asleep immediately. Later in the adjacent room, the couple Bao Yu and Bao Xiaolong, along with Wu Guangjing and his wife, were still very excited. After attending the state banquet, they had not rested yet. When Bao Yu woke up again, he saw that it was already bright out. It was now October 2nd, the second day of National Day. However, this year, unlike last year, there were no prearranged activities. The guests could move about freely, including the sightseeing spots in Yanqing. Huang Xiaoying, Bao Xiaolong, and Wu Guangjing planned to visit the scenic spots in Yanqing. Now that Bao Yu was up, he prepared to check on his office in Yanqing. At 8:30 in the morning, Bao Yu and Lu Ling finished breakfast at the Yanqing Hotel. The two took a car to the office of Global Investment Company in Yanqing. Now many foreign investments had their own offices in Yanqing, including those from the East M country, F country, and more. Additionally, there were offices of overseas Chinese tycoons companies in Yanqing. In fact, what Lu Ling admired most about Bao Yu was that his vision seemed to extend further than others. The car stopped. Bao Yu and Lu Ling got out. As soon as they entered, he saw many young men and women. Actually, these were students from Yanqing universities working part-time, both to gain experience and to earn a considerable income. Moreover, these students were treasures in the workplace. After graduation, they would generally be assigned to stable jobs. This means they might be assigned to become civil servants, work in state-owned enterprises, or become teachers, etc. Of course, some took a different path going into business in the 80s. Some might enter foreign companies, while others may study abroad or remain overseas. However, in this era, the acceptance rate for universities was very low. Even those who got into ordinary vocational schools or junior colleges would be assigned jobs after graduation. Lu Ling directly led Bao Yu inside. The part-time students recognized Lu Ling and also recognized Bao Yu as the legitimate son of the shipping magnate Bao Yu. Boss. Bao Yu looked at the attire and style of these students, realizing they were indeed different from the students of. Overall, in this era, all those who could be accepted into Yanqing universities were exceptional talents. Exiting the office, Bao Yu and Lu Ling were on their way back to the Yanqing Hotel. At this moment, Zhu Lin was already far along in her pregnancy in Xiangjiang, and her sister, Zhu Li, was taking care of her. This meant that in Yanqing, besides Zhu Lin's parents, there was also her brother-in-law. Originally, Bao Yu did not want to draw too much attention, but after thinking it over, he still wished to quietly visit the elders. Are you really going? Lu Ling asked. Yes, keep it low-key. Prepare some gifts, including those for the Mid-Autumn Festival. My parents and grandfather should leave Yanqing for their hometown Yongqing on the morning of the 5th to pay a visit. This year, October 5th, just happens to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lu Ling noted it down as they returned Bao Yu to the Yanqing Hotel. At around 7 in the evening, Bao Yu Gang and his wife Bao Xiaolong and Wu Guangjing and his wife were having dinner at the Yanqing Hotel's restaurant. Today, Huang Xiaoying took Wu Guangjing and his wife to the Lu family, and in the afternoon, they went to the Great Wall. The purpose of this trip to Yanqing was actually to pave the way for the second brother-in-law in the political realm. In fact, on October 1st, under the guidance of Bao Yu Gang and his son Wu Guangjing, indeed met quite a few prominent figures and made others aware that he was the second son-in-law of the Bao family. At 9 in the evening, Lu Ling came to find him. Bao Yu, everything is arranged, Lu Ling whispered as she entered. Then let's go now. Bao Yu put on his coat, and instead of bringing along Chun Jihao's bodyguards, he directly took a car to the alley where Professor Zhu and his wife lived. After Lu Ling's driver parked the car, the two of them got out and took down the items from the vehicle. At this time, not many citizens in Yanqing had television sets, and there were very few TV programs. Many residents had already gone to bed. Moreover, the power supply in Yanqing remained insufficient. Often there was electricity, but at other times it was completely cut off. They stood at the door and rang the bell. After a while, the lights turned on inside, and the door opened. Zhu Lin's mother recognized Lu Ling, and upon seeing the young man beside her, she was visibly surprised. You, Auntie, I came to see you and Uncle. Please come in. Upon realizing that Bao Xiaoyi had come, Zhu's mother was indeed very pleased. She had seen in the news that the Bao family had arrived in Yanjing and participated in the Grand National Day ceremony. She also learned from Zhu Lin that Bao Xiaoyi's influence in Xiangjiang and overseas was far greater than she had imagined. Thus, even if he were with Zhu Lin, it was unlikely that it would be made public. This may seem unfair, but it was actually to protect the Zhu family from outside disturbances. Zhu's mother immediately invited Bao Yu and Lu Ling inside. At this moment, Professor Zhu, wearing glasses and a coat, also came out and was equally surprised to see Bao Yu and Lu Ling. You just need to come. Why bring so much? Zhu's mother was very happy, while Professor Zhu was truly astonished to see his son-in-law. He was very aware of the Bao family's current influence. It was said that they had donated a substantial amount last year to support many students studying abroad. This was something that ordinary people could not achieve. Moreover, the differences in family background between their family and the Bao family were still quite significant, and his daughter was several years older than Bao Xiaoyi, which made it seem that the Zhu family had the advantage. However, since both were willing, they naturally did not want to interfere. Uncle, Bao Yu greeted Professor Zhu, who, except for Lu Ling sitting aside, Professor Zhu and his wife were very hospitable, preparing other items to entertain Bao Yu. Bao Yu then said, Uncle, Auntie, you don't need to fuss about other things. I just came to see you. You should know that my identity makes it difficult for me to come directly, and this could greatly affect you. Bao Yu accompanied Professor Zhu and his wife in conversation. Overall, Professor Zhu and his wife had good jobs and were intellectuals, making them easy to talk to. They were also very familiar with Bao Yu's background and situation. After chatting for about an hour, Bao Yu looked at the time and said, Uncle, Auntie, I actually hope you can come to Xiangjiang. However, if you are unwilling to go, I won't try to persuade you further. When the time is right, I will come to see you again. If you have any unresolved matters in Yanjing, you can directly contact Lu Ling. As Zhu's professor and his wife personally saw Bao Yu and Lu Ling out, they watched the two leave before closing the door. Of course, they thought Bao Yu would not come again this time. Unexpectedly, he still came quietly to see them. This indicated that Bao Yu did not underestimate the Zhu family. However, given Bao Yu's current identity, it was indeed not suitable for him to come in a high-profile manner. Lu Ling personally returned Bao Yu to the Yanjing hotel. In fact, Lu Ling still felt that the two of them were not suitable for each other and feared that many issues might arise in the future. Lu Ling, what you said is of no use, Bao Yu smiled. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu Gang and his wife Bao Xiaolong and Wu Guangzheng and his wife finished breakfast. Later at 9:30 in the morning, Bao Yu met with the old gentleman, including Mr. Rong, at the Jiayu Tai Hotel. During the meeting, Mr. Rong expressed his gratitude not only for Bao Yu's substantial investments up top, but also for the support that the Bao family had provided for education up there. Afterward, Bao Yu Gang and Bao Yu, the father and son, made a donation of $10 million through the Bao Family Education Fund to support university education. Mr. Rong once again expressed gratitude for the strong support the Bao family had provided for education up top. In the morning, Mr. Rong and others specifically wanted to meet the Bao father and son. They also had lunch with the Bao family at the Jiayu Tai in the morning. During this time, Bao Yu Gang and his wife introduced Wu Guangzheng, the second son-in-law, allowing him to make another appearance before Mr. Rong and others. On October 4th, in the morning at the Heping Hotel in Jinyu Hudong, Yanjing, this was the office location of Z Country International Trust Company. Among them, Bao Yu Gang, Mr. Hua and Wang Quancheng, three wealthy individuals from Xiangjiang, attended this formal board meeting. During the meeting, besides formally announcing Mr. Rong as the chairman and general manager of ZXN Group, Bao Yu Gang was appointed as the vice chairman, while Mr. Hua and Wang Quancheng were appointed as directors. During the meeting, many matters were discussed, including the structure of ZXN Company for the evening. The most important point was that Mr. Rong announced the purpose of establishing ZXIN was to finance the major development up there. Currently, since the major opening began last year, various aspects need funding. However, these funds do not just appear. Without money, many affairs cannot be carried out. Moreover, whether it is talent, technology, or management, all require substantial funding. According to Mr. Rong, there is currently no funding available, only policy support is present. The policies granted to ZXIN are of the highest level. Bao Yu Gang had just attended the board meeting of the Zin Group. After having lunch with Mr. Rong and others, he was preparing to leave. However, before Bao Yu Gang was about to leave, Mr. Rong privately spoke a few words to him specifically about Bao Yu, and Rong went on. It was evident that Mr. Rong knew something about this matter. However, the relationship between these two young people had yet to take shape, and they should not interfere. If in the future there were truly a relationship between the Bao family and the Rong family, it would be different for both sides. Mr. Rong and others left first. Mr. Hua and Wang Quancheng were also surprised watching what Mr. Rong and Bao Yu Gang were discussing. Mr. Bao, I plan to return to Xiangjiang today. When do you plan to go back? Mr. Hua asked. We will return to our hometown in Yongcheng tomorrow morning and then head back to Xiangjiang, Bao Yu Gang replied. At this moment, Mr. Hua could tell that the relationship between the Bao father and son and the Rong family was becoming closer, especially after hearing that the Bao family had donated a significant amount for medical supplies in the U country, saving many lives, which earned them praise from Mr. Rong and others. This surprised Mr. Hua. He did not expect the Bao family to engage in such charitable acts. Then, I will head back to Shanjiang. After shaking hands with Mr. Hua, he got into his car and left. Quanqing, I plan to return to our hometown in Yongcheng. Do you want to go back? Both of them were authentic natives of Yongcheng. I think I should fly directly back to Shanjiang, Wang Quanqing said. He was significantly older than Bao Yugong. However, in the context of the Shanjiang and Yongqing business circles, they had always respected Bao Yugong as the president of the Yongqing Business Alliance. Previously, Wang Quanqing had close ties with the upper echelons and thought the Bao family was more connected to overseas. Now he felt that Bao Yugong deserved his respect just as he did. As for the global airlines company and the construction of the new international airport, Wang Quanqing also invested naturally, making him a shareholder. Under such circumstances, the relationship between Wang Quanqing and the Bao father and son was much closer. Before coming here, Bao Yu talked to me, emphasizing that education is of utmost importance. Although Bao Yu and I have previously donated large sums to the upper echelons for education, we still feel it is insufficient. This time when we return to our hometown, we plan to donate more money to build Yongqing University. Donating more money to support the construction of a university in our hometown. Wang Quanqing stopped, looking quite surprised. He knew that the Bao father and son had just donated $10 million to Yenjing to support education yesterday. While he knew the Bao family had wealth, such a large donation was impressive. Old Bao, if you and your son want to support your hometown's university, I will certainly be willing to contribute as well. Wang Quanqing said directly. It was clear that education in a region was crucial for its development. That's good. I still need to discuss this matter with Bao Yu. They chatted briefly. Wang Quanqing got into another Hongqi car and left. Bao Yugong also got into his own Yenjing hotel. Bao Yugong personally went to Bao Ye's room to look for him. Dad, are you done with the meeting? Now the door was closed. Bao Yugong looked at Bao Yu. Dad, why do you look at me like that? Let's talk about serious matters. Bao Yugong spoke about the matters discussed at the Zin board meeting aside from formally announcing that he would serve as the vice chairman and director of the Zin group. This was within Bao Ye's expectations. After all, the Bao family owned 10 of Zin's shares, and their credibility lent support, making Bao Yugong's appointment beneficial for Zin. What about Mr. Hua and Mr. Wang? They are only symbolically appointed as directors. The shares held by those two were very few and also symbolic. Additionally, according to Mr. Rong, the first batch of private placement bonds should be issued overseas as early as next year, and it should be a significant amount. The first batch of private placement bonds. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be 10 billion Japanese yen, just like in Bao Ye's previous life. According to the exchange rate at that time, $1 was approximately 200 yen, making 10 billion yen equivalent to $50 million. In the early 1980s, $50 million was still quite valuable. Dad, the first batch of private placement bonds should be issued in the East. Afterwards, there might be issuances in Shanjiang, Europe, or M country. Aside from the Rong family and the Bao family contributing funds, the upper echelons indeed had no financial support, relying solely on credibility and policy. However, without the Rong family's credibility, it would be challenging to issue private placement bonds, and overseas investors might not buy them. This indicates that the Rong family played a vital role. Now, with the addition of the Bao family, Bao Yugong's connections and influence in the East would play an even more significant role. Dad, although we are involved, this matter should still be handled by Mr. Rong and them. In fact, Bao Yu did not want to delve deeply into Zin. After all, he knew that although it was founded by Mr. Rong, it had gradually been reclaimed. Under such circumstances, Bao Yu indeed did not want to get too involved. Bao Yugong nodded. Aside from this matter, Bao Yugong said, regarding your proposal to support the establishment of Yongqing University in our hometown, both Mr. Rong and Wang Quanqing are very supportive. In Bao Ye's previous life, Bao Yugong was indeed the one who first proposed Yongqing University. He took the lead in donating money. Later members of the Yongqing Business Alliance contributed both financially and in effort, playing a significant role in the development of Yongqing University. Of course, before Bao Yugong left this world, he was always the president of the Yongqing Business Alliance, the true. However, after Bao Yugong's departure, while the Yongqing Business Alliance in Shanjiang still existed, it was almost disbanded without him as the leader. Ultimately, it was because other members of the Yongqing Business Alliance were evenly matched, unable to acknowledge one another. Now, with Bao Yu, the young master of the Bao family, others naturally respected the father and son. Especially with global airlines and the newly built international airport in Shanjiang, the Bao father and son had brought members of the Yongqing Business Alliance into the fold. Therefore, when Bao Yu proposed the establishment of Yongqing University, he naturally gained the support of other members. Dad, the sooner Yongqing University is established, the more beneficial it will be for local development. Although we are in Shanjiang, if education in our hometown doesn't catch up, it will be challenging to compete with other regions. Bao Yugong indeed thought that way. Aside from bringing him a good reputation, he and Bao Yu genuinely supported education in their hometown. Aside from this matter, Bao Yugong said, after the meeting, Mr. Rong privately spoke a few words to me regarding you and Miss Rong. Rong went on. Did the other Rong family members find out? In fact, Rong Wentong is currently in Europe, but has started taking care of some affairs for Bao Yu over there. Bob, what do you think? Dad, Miss Rong and I are still young, but we do have mutual feelings. October 5th, 1979. Friday. Yinjing Hotel. Last night the Bao family had already packed their belongings. This morning after finishing breakfast at the Yinjing Hotel. At this time, several Hongqi cars were already waiting. Bao Yu Gang and his wife Bao Zhao Long Wu Guangzheng and his wife as well as Bao Ye's bodyguards were each escorted to their cars. Then they took the car to Yinjing International Airport. The group arrived at Yinjing International Airport. At this time there were already many people waiting here. This included Mr. Liu and his wife Lu Ling, Mr. Rong and the secretary of the old gentleman, among others. They knew that the Bao family was taking a flight today to visit their hometown in Yongsheng. Of course the Bao family is expected not to return to Yinjing next year. Mr. Liu and his wife both knew that if the Bao family did not fly to Yinjing they would probably only be able to fly to Xiangjiang to meet the Bao family. Moreover, as they aged like Mr. Bao, they had fewer opportunities to meet each time. In the airport waiting hall many people were waiting there. As soon as the Bao family entered, Mr. Liu, Mr. Rong, the old gentleman's secretary, and others immediately welcomed them. Bao Yu and Lu Ling stood aside. Lu Ling, our Bao family, is likely not returning next year. If anything happens, please telegram or send someone to inform me in Xiangjiang. If it is especially important, either you or Zhou Kai-Xian can fly to Xiangjiang to see me. The two were conversing aside. Also, Zhou Kai-Xian has a great talent for interpersonal relations. She should be given more opportunities to interact with others. They chatted for a while. The others were nearly done with their conversations. Bao Yu approached Mr. Rong, the old gentleman's secretary, and others, and they exchanged handshakes. Then Bao Yu, his grandfather, and the bodyguards took one flight, while Bao Yu Gang and his wife took another flight, and Wu Guangzheng and his wife took yet another flight. These were all specially arranged in advance. Moreover, it was through the Bao family's Global Airlines. Since Global Airlines opened flights from Xiangjiang to major cities in Yinjing, Yongsheng became part of the second batch of cities flying to Xiangjiang. Currently flying from Yinjing to Yongsheng, and then from Yongsheng to Xiangjiang is considered a transfer. Some other passengers also first arrived in Yongsheng before heading to Xiangjiang. Or some passengers went directly to Yongsheng. After waving goodbye to Mr. Liu and the others, Bao Yu and his bodyguards had already boarded the first-class cabin of the airplane. Yongsheng Zhuangqiao Airport. This is a dual-use airport for military and civilian use, and it is currently the old airport of Yongsheng. Before a new international airport was built in Yongsheng, this was also a military-civilian dual-use airport. At this time, many people had also arrived at the airport. This included persons in charge from Yongsheng as well as relatives from the Bao family's hometown and representatives from the local community. A few days ago, Yongsheng and the Bao family's hometown had already learned the news that the Bao family was specially returning to their hometown for a visit. Under such circumstances, the return of the Bao family, especially that of the father and son, was naturally taken very seriously by everyone in Yongsheng. About 2.5 hours later, 3 flights from Yinjing to Yongsheng safely landed on the runway. When the airplane stairway was slowly lowered, other passengers began to disembark. Initially, these passengers did not know that the world-famous Bao family was on the same flight. When they saw so many people welcoming them outside, it indeed startled these passengers. At this moment, Bao Yu Gang and his wife Wu Guangzheng and his wife Bao Yu and his grandfather along with the bodyguards had just stepped off the car aside from the surrounding security measures. The relevant officials from Yongsheng who had already recognized the identity of the Bao family immediately came forward to greet them warmly. Mr. Bao Gang, Mrs. Bao Young Master, Bao Miss, Bao Air, Mr. Wu, on behalf of Yongsheng, I welcome you back to your hometown. The leading official immediately approached the Bao family with enthusiasm. Bao Yu Gang knew that returning here was inevitable. At the airport, he simply greeted them. After that, they got into the cars that had been waiting here in advance. In their hometown, the Bao family's old residence could not accommodate anyone. Even when the Bao family returned last year, Yongsheng placed great importance on it and had sent people to renovate the old residence, including recovering items lost in the 60s and 70s. Even so, the Bao family's old residence could not accommodate anyone at all. Therefore, they stayed at the Yongsheng Overseas Chinese Hotel, which was used for hosting foreign guests. Was that just now the world-renowned ship King Bao Yu Gang? Other passengers disembarking from the plane asked in surprise. It should be him. Not only him, but also the son of the ship King Bao, who is said to have a significant influence up there. I didn't expect that we would actually be on the same flight to Yongsheng with the Bao family. At this time, the cars left one after another heading towards the Yongsheng Overseas Chinese Hotel. Last year, the Bao family had stayed there once. Particularly before the Bao family left, they made a payment which made the staff at the Overseas Chinese Hotel place special importance on the return of the Bao family. Now with the Bao family returning again, they had already been making preparations some time ago. When the car stopped, Bao Yu stepped. At this moment, the hotel manager and other staff came out to greet them and arranged rooms for the Bao family. Here not only are the environmental aspects the best, but the security is also very important. Among them, Bao Xiaolong had one room, Bao Yu had one room, Bao Yu Gang and his wife had one room, Wu Guangzheng and his wife had another room, and Bao Yes bodyguards were assigned different suites according to their circumstances. Now back here, the Bao family naturally felt their warmth. At this time, Bao Yu had already returned to his room, waiting for the hotel staff to place the bags aside. Young Master Bao, if you need any other services, just let me know. I will be waiting for you at the door. Bao Yu nodded when the Bao family came out of their rooms. At this time, the relevant officials from Yongsheng were already waiting. They knew that the Bao family was visiting their hometown, which coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival, making it indeed very special. They also guessed that the Bao family was preparing to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner with their old neighbors and relatives tonight. Therefore, during lunchtime, the Yongsheng officials had prepared to host the Bao family in advance. This included Bao Yu Gang and his wife, Bao Yu, Bao Xiaolong, Wu Guangzheng and his wife, and even Bao Yes bodyguards who were invited to attend this banquet. After lunch, during this time, Bao Yu Gang and Bao Yu did not say much. Then they returned to their rooms. After the representatives of other Yongsheng officials left, Bao Yu Gang came to Bao Yes' room. Dad, what do you feel like? Perhaps it is even more enthusiastic than last year, Bao Yu Gang replied directly. He knew that these people's enthusiasm was of course due to the identity of the Bao family. In this regard, both Bao Yu Gang and his son understood very well. Dad, this is just human nature. However, we won't be coming back often or it will be troublesome for them, and for us as well. Overall, their enthusiasm, aside from having ulterior motives, is indeed from the heart. Invited to return last year, invited to return this year. By next year, the Bao family should not come back. Bao Yu thought about his grandfather's situation. Next year will be 1980. This time back is also to alleviate his grandfather's homesickness. Grandpa is getting old. He indeed wants to come back and take a look. Of course, at that time, uncle and third uncle can also take some time to accompany Grandpa back. Mainly because Bao Yu and his father's identities are different. If they come back, the entire Yong city will be affected. If it were uncle or third uncle returning, it would be different. It's great that you can think that way. A daddy is very pleased. After the father and son finished their chat, Bao Yu took a nap in the luxurious hotel suite. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon. When Bao Yu got up, others were already waiting for him. Daddy, are we going back to Zhongbao village? Yes, those old villagers are waiting for us. Bao Yu Gang and his wife Bao Xiaolong, Wu Guangzheng and his wife along with Bao Yes bodyguards left the overseas Chinese hotel and headed towards the Bao family ancestral home in Zhongbao New Village. At this time, many villagers were indeed eagerly awaiting the return of the Bao family. Since the Bao family returned last year, the villagers felt that their return, especially that of the Bao Chuan Wang and his son, brought significant changes to them. At this time, many villagers were already beating drums and gongs in anticipation. When the firecrackers sounded at the village entrance, the villagers knew that the Bao family had returned. Car after car drove in. As those cars came to a stop, the first to get out were Bao Yu supporting his grandfather along with Bao Yu Gang and his wife Wu Guangzheng and his wife, and the villagers immediately surrounded them. Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu Gang and his wife greeted the villagers. Afterwards, they returned to the Bao family's ancestral. This Bao family ancestral home belongs to Bao Xiaolong and his 3 sons. Since the Bao family returned last year, Yong City has taken it very seriously and returned the ownership of this place to the Bao family. However, currently, it is the village's elders who are managing it. After the Bao family returned last year, Yong City not only sent people to recover the lost decorations, some of which had even ended up in Zhoushan, but ultimately they were bought back by Yong City. In addition, they also sent people to renovate the Bao family ancestral home. The renovated Bao family ancestral home is indeed different from last year. No matter what with the identity of the Bao family, even if the ownership is restored, they cannot live here anymore. Moreover, every time the Bao family returns, they will only stay at the overseas Chinese hotel, and visiting the Bao family ancestral home is entirely due to their emotional connection to their hometown and the ancestral temple being here. In other words, the root of the Bao family is here. That is why the Bao family cares about their hometown Yong City and even the upper levels. Under the guidance of the village elders, Bao Xiaolong, Bao Yu Gang and his wife Bao Yu and others went in to visit again. Whether it is Bao Xiaolong or Bao Yu Gang and his wife, every time they see the places they once lived and spent their lives, they are always very excited. Especially when they see the places that were previously damaged now restored. It greatly improved Bao Xiaolong and Bao Yu Gang spirits. Daddy, since Yong City has returned this place to our Bao family, it naturally belongs to our Bao family's property in our hometown. Although we won't come back to live here, we will pass it down from generation to generation so that future descendants know that this is the root of our Bao family. Bob, you are right. Daddy, why not let the village send someone to take care of it, drawing a salary from the Bao family fund? Also, in the future, any renovations on the Bao family ancestral home should not require Yong City to spend money. We, the Bao family, can handle the repairs ourselves. Historically, this place has become a cultural relic. Although Bao Yes uncle and third uncle both have sons, they rarely. Moreover, the ownership still belongs to Yong City. Now it is different. It has been returned to the Bao family. For the Bao family, this is indeed considered a feng shui treasure land and the ancestral land of the Bao family. Bob, then let's do it your way. After carefully touring the Bao family ancestral home, that afternoon a grand mid-autumn festival dinner was held here. The dinner along with the wine and dishes was all provided and arranged by the Bao family. In addition to inviting all the villagers of Zhongbao New Village, there were also some nearby villagers, nearly 100 tables, making it quite lively. After that, the Bao family celebrated this year's mid-autumn festival together with them. The moon is round in the hometown. This time Bao Yu truly felt it. Seeing that Grandpa was genuinely happy and excited, this was completely different from being in Xianjiang. As night fell, aside from looking up at the bright moon overhead, Bao Yu and the Bao family ate mooncakes and local specialty snacks to celebrate. Additionally, the film screening team that the Bao family had invited in advance would show a movie here until midnight. Bao Yu Gang and his wife Bao Xiaolong Wu Guangzheng and others chatted with those elderly villagers until it was past 8 in the evening. Bao Yu and his father left the village accompanied by their bodyguards, and the father and son returned to the nearby seaside. At this time, the sound of the waves from the distant sea was still quite loud. Of course, here one could see the bright moon over the sea. Daddy, this is going to be the world's largest port in the future. I have already started investing here since last year. In fact, this place is Yongcity Zhoushan Port, which will be the largest port in the world in the future. If we add the Zhaoyangshan port developed later by cinching the scale, will be even larger. Now Bao Yu is having people develop the first phase of the Yongcity port. And in the future, a large amount of cargo will pass through here, continuously entering Zhejiang province and the entire Yangtze River Delta. Bob, your vision is good. However, this place has a very important geographical location. When the time is right in the future, we can consider partnering with the upper levels or selling it directly to them. If Bao Yu wants to develop it entirely by himself, Bao Yu Gang knows it's impossible. Currently, it's solely because the upper levels lack the funds to develop. Under such circumstances, both the upper levels and Yongcity are very supportive of Bao Yu's company developing here. However, given the current situation, the cost of developing this new port is not high. By the time the 1980s arrive, it will essentially be profitable. By the 1990s, it will have already earned a considerable amount. Daddy, I have considered those things you mentioned. When the time is right, I will do it that way. The father and son looked at the distant seaside, walking and talking. Meanwhile, the villagers of Zhongbao village were still watching the movie, unaware that Bao Yu Gang and his son had just left for the seaside. The overseas Chinese hotel in Yongqing. The Bao family returned here and went to take a bath and rest early. Bao Yu came out of the bath and was still in his room. According to the plan, tomorrow morning they will discuss with the relevant officials in Yongchang the Bao family's support for establishing Yongqing University. In the afternoon, Bao Yu and his bodyguard will fly to Yongqing, while the other members of the Bao family will fly back to Xianjiang. In other words, they won't stay in their hometown of Yongqing for long. After a night of rest, early the next day, Bao Yu got up and the other members of the Bao family were already awake. Bao Yu went to have breakfast with them. After breakfast, Bao Xiaolong Huang Xiuying and Wu Guangxing couple took a car back to the Bao family's old residence. Last night, the movie screening at the square next to the Bao family's old residence continued until midnight. After that, the villagers helped clean up the area. This morning, the elderly and children in the village woke up early. At this time, Bao Xiaolong and others returned again, greeting these villagers warmly, informing them that they will be flying back to Xianjiang in the afternoon. Then Bao Xiaolong and Huang Xiuying distributed 1,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash to each of the village's elderly children and adults. The villagers present, regardless of age or gender, were very excited upon receiving the money. This amount of money would significantly improve the lives of the surrounding villagers. After distributing the money, Bao Xiaolong and others did not stay longer. At this moment, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu were in the conference room of the overseas Chinese hotel, discussing the purpose of their return to their hometown with the officials from Yongqing. This time, our Bao family returned to our hometown in Yongqing, not only to see the old house, the elderly and children, and the villagers, but also to observe the changes in the village. The officials from Yongqing present expressed a warm welcome to the Bao family. Besides these, our biggest hope this time is to support the establishment of a higher education institution in Yongqing. Supporting the establishment of a higher education institution in Yongqing. Bao Yugong continued. The population of Xianjiang is roughly similar to that of Yongqing, but Xianjiang already has many prestigious universities that cultivate a large number of talents. As Yongqing is a city with a very advantageous geographical location, it would be difficult to develop without a university to nurture local talent. Thus, before I and Bao Yu returned, we discussed that we should not only support national education, but also local education. The officials from Yongqing present immediately became excited. They understood that talent and universities were indeed very important. However, Yongqing is still quite poor at present, and there is no funding available to establish a university. They can only wait for financial support from the national government. But with so many cities in the country, how could it possibly be Yongqing's turn? Clearly, Yongqing's greatest advantage lies in the overseas Chinese, especially the merchants from Xianjiang and abroad, with the most famous being Bao Yugong and his son. Previously, no other businessmen had taken the lead, and there were indeed concerns from all sides. Now that the Bao father and son are willing to take the lead in donating to establish a university in their hometown of Yongqing, this is what the Yongqing side hopes for the most. Bao Yu and I have discussed donating 50 million Hong Kong dollars through the Bao Education Foundation to support the establishment of Yongqing University. Of course, we will evaluate how well this university is established, and if the results are good, the Bao Education Foundation will donate a second round of funding. 50 million Hong Kong dollars. This is indeed a significant sum, especially at the end of 1979. This amount of money is absolutely substantial. Moreover, we will also call upon the members of the Yongqing Merchant Group in Xinjiang to contribute money and effort together to establish Yongqing University. According to our preliminary statistics, almost all members of the Yongqing Merchant Group are willing to contribute, so we expect to raise at least 100 million Hong Kong dollars for establishing Yongqing University. I hope this money will truly be used to support and establish local universities in Yongqing, cultivating a large number of talents for Yongqing and even the country. At this time, the country had just opened up to the outside world, and many cities still did not have their own universities. Undoubtedly, the Bao father and son taking the lead in donating to establish a local university in Yongqing holds great significance. This money, along with Yongqing University, will be able to change the fate of many students in the future. During this period, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu discussed other matters. Yongqing University would naturally be a public university belonging to Yongqing. They are just providing funds and efforts without interfering in other matters. However, if it still does not work out, the Bao family would be at a loss for words. Thank you so much, Master Bao and young Master Bao, for supporting education in our hometown. The relevant officials from Yongqing appeared very excited. After this meeting concluded, they shook hands with Bao Yugong and Bao Yu, appearing very moved. No amount of money is more valuable than investing in education. Both Bao Yu and I are very supportive of education in our hometown. This time we will first observe the results, and if it truly improves the educational situation in our hometown, we will provide further support. After this meeting, the officials from Yongqing immediately contacted the officials from Zhejiang province. Meanwhile, in Yinjing, the old gentleman and others had already been informed in advance. They learned that the Bao father and son had donated 50 million Hong Kong dollars again to support the university education in Yinjing, and this time they would again donate 50 million Hong Kong dollars to support the establishment of their own Yongqing University in their hometown. In other words, they are putting forth a total of 100 million Hong Kong dollars and will also encourage members of the Yongqing Merchant Group in Xinjiang and abroad to donate. Under these circumstances, the role played by the Bao father and son is indeed quite significant. This made the old gentleman and others praise Bao Yugong and his son even more. For Bao Yugong and his son, aside from gaining fame and fortune, they are genuinely supporting the education of their hometown and the country. After all, such a large sum of money could yield significant returns on any investment. Even if they do not invest elsewhere, merely putting it in the bank to earn interest would still yield a considerable amount. On the other hand, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu also knew that although they would return there less often in the future, it is also equivalent to leaving themselves a backup plan. At noon, Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong and Wu Guangjing couple finished lunch at the Overseas Chinese Hotel. Afterward, they took a car to Zhuangxiao Airport in Yongqing. At this time, in addition to the officials from Yongqing, there were also people from all walks of life waiting to send them off. Bao Yugong and their wives shook hands with them. Subsequently, Bao Yugong and his wife Bao Xiaolong and Wu Guangjing couple boarded 2 flights directly from Yongqing to Xinjiang. Bao Yu took the flight from the airline to fly directly to Yongqing. At this moment, the Bao family members had all boarded their planes. As the planes took off and circled away from here, Bao Yu and the bodyguards, including Chun Jihao, headed towards Yongqing. In the afternoon of that day, not only did the news spread in Yongqing, but even in Zhejiang province and beyond, it was known that the Bao father and son had donated a huge sum to support the establishment of Yongqing University, a local university. This news caused quite a stir in higher circles. Baiyun International Airport in Yongqing. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a flight from Yongqing to Yongqing has safely landed. At this moment, many people had already arrived at the airport, including officials from Guangdong province, Yongqing, and the Canton Fair, all waiting for a special guest. Young Master Bao Yu from the Bao family. Of course, they understood that Bao Yu was not merely the legitimate son of the Bao shipping king, but also the owner of several important publicly listed companies in Hong Kong, which they greatly valued. With less than a week until the autumn Canton Fair, merchants from around the world were arriving. Some had already come early, while others were preparing to travel. Compared to Yinjing, in fact, the Canton Fair, as the only open window before its establishment, had many hotels and restaurants in Yongqing to host foreign guests. However, compared to the 5-star hotels in Hong Kong, they were clearly inferior. Therefore, last year, in addition to Bao, yes, multiple companies investing in 5-star hotels in Yongqing, Mr. Hua had already invested in the White Swan Hotel. Meanwhile, Hu Yingxiang, along with several other major investors, established the Yongqing Z Country Hotel. The Li family from Hong Kong established the Yongqing Garden Hotel. They all focused on the 2 Grand Canton Fairs held annually in Yongqing, which provided ample customer consumption. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Bao Yes' arrival. As Bao Yu and his bodyguards descended from the plane, officials from Guangdong province, Yongqing, and the Canton Fair immediately welcomed them with great enthusiasm. Subsequently, Bao Yu and his bodyguards were escorted to the vehicle. Accompanying Bao Yu was an official from the Canton. At this moment the convoy had already left Baiyun Airport in Yanqing. Initially Bao Yu thought they would go directly to the... However, when he noticed that as the convoy departed Baiyun Airport, there were no other vehicles on the road except for not even small cars or bicycles. Instead, on both sides of the street were some citizens of Yancheng dressed in attire distinctly characteristic of this era watching from the roadside. Which important figure has arrived in Yanqing? Why is the road blocked and there are so many police cars leading and It seems to be someone from the Bao family in Hong Kong. The Bao family. Bao Yu truly could not understand why their convoy was the only one on such a fine road. Initially he thought it was due to someone else's influence. Once he realized, he understood that this was the attention and importance Guangdong province and Yancheng placed on his arrival. Last year, although the Bao family traveled through Yancheng on the Guangzhou-Kowloon train, they merely passed through and did not. This time Guangdong province and Yancheng invited Bao Yu back in the name of the Canton Fair, indeed showing their respect for Bao Yu and Universal Investment Company. Young Master Bao, those citizens are here to welcome you. To welcome him. Bao Yu was indeed a bit shocked. In truth, he did not wish for such occurrences. However, he also knew that his current identity seemed destined for such circumstances, with multiple police cars paving the way while Bao Yu and his bodyguard sat in the vehicle, which was moving at a speed that was not too fast, as many citizens on the streets stood there unsure whether to watch the spectacle or something else. After an unknown amount of time, they basically circled the main streets of Yancheng city center before stopping in front of the Yancheng Hotel, which was now primarily accommodating important foreign guests. Bao Yu and Chen Jihao along with the bodyguards got out of the vehicle, and the general manager and staff of the Yancheng Hotel had already come out to greet them, arranging for Bao Yu to stay in the best luxury suite available. Upon entering the luxury suite, Bao Yu noticed that the television, air conditioning, and private bathroom were all fully. After spending more than an hour in the vehicle, Bao Yu arrived here, simply wanting to lie down and rest. When he woke again and looked out the window, night had already fallen. At this time, Bao Yu got up, opened the door, and saw a female staff member from the Yancheng Hotel waiting for him. Young Master Bao, is it time for dinner? I don't know if you want to eat here or in the restaurant. I'll eat in the restaurant with my bodyguards. Also, please keep track of how much we eat, and we will settle the bill before we leave. Whether at the Yanjing Hotel or the overseas Chinese hotel, the Bao family always settles the bill before leaving, never shortchanging a penny. When Bao Yu and Chen Jihao arrived at the restaurant, he found it quite modern, and in many ways it resembled Hong Kong. During their meal, Bao Yu and his bodyguards enjoyed a buffet that the Yanqing Hotel had modeled after those in Hong Kong, and the East likely being one of the first hotels to introduce the buffet model. After finishing dinner, Bao Yu and Chen Jihao returned to their luxury suite, resting for the night. The next, Bao Yu got up to wash up. After having breakfast at the Yanqing Hotel, upon learning that Bao Yu and the others were going out, officials from Guangdong province Yanqing and the Canton Fair immediately dispatched someone to accompany them. In addition to Bao Yu's bodyguards, there was also a local tour guide from Yanqing along with several security personnel. Young Master Bao, where would you like to go? I heard the streets around Shangzhou Road and Xiajiu Road are nice if I want to take a look. At this time, those areas were not yet known as the Shangzhou and Xiajiu pedestrian streets, but were simply called Shangzhou Road and Xiajiu Road. Of course, many such streets and shops had formed there now. The tour guide was clearly surprised that young Master Bao actually knew about those areas. The group took a vehicle. As Bao Yu and the others disembarked, they not only saw the uniquely architectural streets of this era, but also noticed men and women in gray-green and even red clothing selling goods on the street. In addition to the many local snacks, Bao Yu was astonished to see vendors selling vegetables, clothing, and much more. This means that Yanqing, as one of the earliest places to open up to the outside world, is also one of the most relaxed places. Unlike other locations where street vendors were not allowed, Yanqing had already permitted them. Moreover, there was a breath of free trade. This was beyond Bao Yu's belief, considering it had been very strict before. When did this start? Young Master Bao, those street vendors were covertly operating before 1977. After 1977, they began to operate openly, and in the last year and this year, there are even more. Not only local Yanqing residents, but also many from outside. Bao Yu nodded at the tour guide's explanation. He knew that this group of people was likely among the first to benefit from small businesses. They might also be among the first to become millionaires. In fact, Bao Yu knew that Yanqing prided itself on being the first to innovate in the late 1970s. As for the later Pengqing, it was only approved for establishment early this year. It wasn't until around 2010 that it gradually began to catch up with Yanqing. Before that, Yanqing was likely the city in the south with the best and fastest development. October 15, 1979. The Autumn Canton Fair was held as scheduled. As an important invited foreign guest, Bao Yu attended this Autumn Canton Fair. Although he gave a speech, the other important foreign guests present were noticeably surprised upon learning his identity. When Bao Yu and the person in charge of the Canton Fair toured the exhibition, they found that the exhibition involved a vast array of products. Most of these products were sourced from state-owned enterprises and collective economies, including products from state-run farms. In Bao Yu's view, many of the items were relatively basic, such as various woven goods. However, for merchants from Africa, Southeast Asia, and America, some products were still quite popular. Since establishing diplomatic relations with M country this year, the relationship has entered a sweet period, and with that more merchants from developed countries in the East and Europe have arrived. It could be said that this was the most bustling Canton fair of the late 1970s. Currently, in addition to products from state-owned enterprises and collective economies, private foreign or joint venture products have yet to find an opportunity to enter the fair, which is a significant difference from future Canton fairs. However, Bao knew that over the years under the overseas blockade, this unique window had allowed the country to accumulate a portion of foreign exchange. Even so, the foreign exchange is still very scarce. Bao finished his visit to the Canton fair that day. The next day in Guangdong province, under the warm send-off from the representatives of the Canton fair, Bao and his bodyguards departed from Yangqing railway station by train heading back to Kowloon station in Shanjiang. During this time, Bao had gained a deeper understanding of the development of this era in Yangqing. For him, investments there were being made step by step. Due to other officials handling responsibilities, he did not need to deal with matters personally. However, Bao hoped that when he returned to Yangqing next time, he would be able to see the five-star hotels his companies invested in and perhaps even witness the highway connecting Yangqing to Pengcheng. Such developments would accelerate growth in Yangqing, Pengcheng, and Shanjiang. At 10:30 in the morning, Kowloon hung home in Shanjiang. At Kowloon railway station, the train came to a stop. Bao and his companions stepped off the train, and as soon as they exited, other bodyguards came to greet him. Bao got into a luxury Mercedes-Benz. Let's head back to Deepwater Bay first. An hour later at Deepwater Bay Villa. At the Bao family residence, Bao stepped out of the car and saw his grandfather Bao Xiaolong, his mother Huang Xiuying, and the maid Daisy. As for his father Bao Yugong, he had already returned to work at the Prince building since it was Tuesday. Grandpa, Mom, I'm back. You brat finally returned. How was it in Yangqing? As soon as Bao sat down, Bao Xiaolong immediately inquired. Grandpa, the reception for my arrival in Guangdong province and Yangqing was quite warm. Furthermore, during my time in Yangqing, I've gained a comprehensive understanding of the development there. I believe Yangqing will quickly enter a phase of development. Bao knew that the old man had already begun designating several areas as experimental zones. As Bao spoke about his experiences in Yangqing, he noted that the city had both conservative and very open aspects. The conservative side was represented by the strong presence of state-owned enterprises and collective economies, which were intertwined in all aspects. On the flip side, private vendors in Yangqing no longer needed to operate secretly. They were starting to conduct business. This aspect was still rare to see in other places. Moreover, during this period, Bao discovered that while citizens of Yangqing needed various coupons to purchase items from state-run stores, they did not need any coupons when buying from those small vendors. Additionally, Bao noticed that many protected animals were now openly sold on the streets of Yangqing, such as monkeys, pangolins, and snakes. The tour guide arranged by the Guangdong province and Yangqing authorities showed Bao around and even asked if he was interested in these things. However, influenced by his previous life, Bao was aware that many of these animals later became protected species, and he had no interest in such exotic meats. Thus, he declined, which piqued the curiosity of the tour guide. After all, many overseas merchants took the opportunity to taste such exotic meats during the Canton fair. Monkey brains? Bao Xiaolong asked in surprise. Yes, Grandpa, but they took me to see it, and I couldn't accept. One could say that these past few days had truly broadened Bao's horizons. But indeed it was as such. Bao chatted with his grandfather for another half an hour. Then he went upstairs to rest. At noon, Bao rested in his room upstairs and had a good sleep. By around 4 in the afternoon, Bao got up again. The temperature in Shanjiang was still quite high, around 30 degrees Celsius. After swimming at 6 in the evening, Bao Yugong returned from work as usual. Dad. Bao greeted Bao Yugong as they exchanged pleasantries. Now that Bao Yugong had returned from work, he first went to play golf at Deepwater Bay Golf Course. The father and son changed into their golf attire. They got into the car and drove to the golf course. After getting out of the car, Bao Yugong asked Bao about his experience. At this point, the father and son had already taken their shots. When Bao Yugong paused, Bao turned to him and said, Dad, in October, the international gold price has already surpassed 400 per ounce and is nearing 500 per ounce. Although Volcker later became the chairman of the Federal Reserve and rumors circulated about him wanting to suppress gold prices, the international gold price did not rise as sharply thereafter. However, now the international gold price has surged and no one can suppress it. Moreover, there is another very important matter, which is that M country has frozen Iran's gold reserves in Fort Knox, harming the credibility of the dollar. In this context, a large number of investors have begun abandoning the dollar in favor of gold. This means that starting next month, the world will enter a phase of soaring gold prices. Bob, the international gold price is already high. Should we gradually start selling? Bao Yugong asked as he paused. Dad, I estimate that starting next month, international gold prices will begin to rise significantly, and this trend should continue for 2 to 3 months. In other words, during this period, we can gradually sell off our gold holdings. Bao knew he could not wait until the international gold price surged to 850 per ounce to sell. By that time, the first phase of the international gold bull market would have ended, followed by a gradual decline awaiting the second wave of the gold bull market. Just as Li Jiaqing said, he would not be the one to earn the last copper coin. Bao felt the same way. Although the Bao family had started buying gold at over $100 and had seen it rise over threefold since then, such an investment return is naturally substantial, especially since this was funded by the sale of those super tankers to buy gold. Next month. Yes, Dad. Starting next month, we will gradually increase our sales volume. By around January next year, the international gold price should reach its peak, at which point we should have sold off most of our holdings, allowing us to achieve at least 5 to 6 times the return. The father and son were discussing while playing golf outside. Although Bao Yugong was unaware of how his son obtained the information, he could see that his son's investment strategies over the past 2 years had never gone wrong. Bao Yu found his father's statement quite insightful. He asserted that one must never aim to earn the last penny. This was true for the global shipping industry. The surging international gold prices were no different. If one did not sell early, significant losses could occur. When the father and son paused with the caddy watching from a distance, Bao Yugong asked, "Bob, what do you plan to do with the substantial funds from selling the gold?" "Dad, didn't I mention? It's to purchase shares in the oil company of Country Y. In addition, moving forward, Mrs. Sakel would gradually privatize the valuable state-owned enterprises in Country Y, providing us with investment opportunities. Buying shares in the oil company of Country Y." Bao Yugong recalled that this was a target his son had already planned. That evening, the father and son left the Deepwater Bay golf course, returning to the Bao residence. After dinner, Bao Yu accompanied his grandfather to watch the evening news before heading upstairs to his study to read alone. At this time, Bao Yugong had returned to his study. The more he contemplated his son's words, the more astonished he became. He decided to rest for the night. The date was now October 17, 1979, a Wednesday. Bao Yu, along with his parents and grandfather, finished breakfast. Bao Yu took a car back to the Global Investment Center. At the Global Investment Center on the 21st floor, Bao Yu had just exited the elevator and spotted Zhao Xiuzhen. Having worked in the office for more than half a month, Zhao Xiuzhen felt quite out of place. Now that the boss had finally returned, everything felt different. Bao Yu entered the office and stood by the window looking outside. He noticed that the foundation and parking lot of Li Jiacheng's building were completed and the construction of the skyscraper should soon begin. "Boss, I heard you and Mr. Bao donated a significant amount of money for education in the mainland." The news of the Bao family's donations had spread. After returning to Hong Kong, Bao Yugong called upon the members of the Yongqing business community to contribute funds to support the establishment of Yongqing University. This matter had a substantial impact in Hong Kong. Subsequently, Wang Quansheng and others from the Yongqing business community also made donations. It was said that Mr. Xiao had also contributed a sum to support Yongqing University in his hometown. Even the Dong family from Zhoushan had made donations. "I suppose so," Bao Yu said as he sat down and took a sip of the coffee Zhao Xiuzhen had just brewed. At 9 a.m., Zhao Xiuzhen instructed, "Go and fetch Ma Lisi, Nancy, and Chao Zhiming to the small meeting room." When Bao Yu arrived at the meeting room, he noticed that Nancy's demeanor was noticeably different upon seeing him. After exchanging greetings, he asked, "Nancy, how is our investment in crude oil futures?" "Boss, we actually made a significant profit." This was their first attempt at crude oil investment. Unexpectedly, as more investors began investing in crude oil futures contracts at the New York Mercantile Exchange, Nancy managed to earn a considerable amount for Bao Yu. "Molly C, what do you think about the current state of international gold?" "Boss, just as you predicted, international gold has been rising continuously. Although there were rumors in October that the Federal Reserve would suppress the dollar's rise, the subsequent impact was not substantial. It seems it will continue to rise. I suspect that starting next month we will see a frenzied surge in international gold. My father and I have discussed it and plan to gradually sell off our gold bullion before the end of January 1980, at least 90 of it." "So soon?" Molly C asked. It was already mid-October, meaning next month would be November. That is to say, November, December, January. Of course, the main focus would be to continuously sell off the large quantities of gold during November and December. However, the Bao family had already purchased gold when it was over $100 per ounce, and now it was nearing $500 per ounce, which represented a significant increase. "I estimate that starting next month, international gold prices will fluctuate wildly, continuing an upward trend," Bao Yu said, turning to Nancy. "Nancy, starting next month, we can go long on London gold, New York gold, and Chicago gold. Then after 1980, we can start shorting. In other words, we will first go long and then short." Essentially, this means Bao Yu is making two different investments in gold futures. Nancy took notes while Bao Yu turned to Chao Zhiming. "Zhiming, any valuable publicly listed companies in Hong Kong can be quietly acquired. Especially as we gradually sell off our gold, the funds held by the Bao family will continue to increase." "Understood, boss." After concluding the important discussions, Bao Yu, Ma Lisi, Nancy, and Chao Zhiming moved on. Ma Lisi and Chao Zhiming left first while Nancy remained. "Sir, would you like to come over tonight? I'll make soup." "Nancy, let's head over to your place after work." Nancy left satisfied and returned to her work. Bao Yu stood by the window looking outside before heading back to his office. Later at 5 p.m., Bao Yu and Nancy took separate cars towards the villa near Peak Road. At Nancy's home, the maid had already prepared dinner, waiting for young Master Bao and Miss Nancy to return. At 6:30 p.m., Bao Yu and Nancy had dinner in the dining room. After finishing dinner, it was already 8 p.m. Nancy asked Bao Yu to come upstairs. When Bao Yu woke up from a nap, it was past 11 p.m. Nancy knew he wouldn't stay out overnight, so she could only escort him downstairs, watching him leave in the car. Returning to the Deepwater Bay villa, it was already late at night. At that moment, the Bao residence was quiet. Except for maid Daisy, everyone else was resting. "Young master," she said, "please prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath first." After Bao Yu finished his bath, he spent some time in the study reading newspapers and magazines. During this time, he noticed news about the Hunter family from Country M. In fact, the Hunter family had long started manipulating bulk futures in Country M. Besides making over $100 million profit in soybean futures in 1977, the Hunter family had begun secretly laying out global silver futures in the early 70s. In an era when international gold was rising, silver had actually lost its value. However, the Hunter family had almost invested their entire fortune in this area. Not only did they purchase large amounts of physical silver, but they also bought substantial amounts of silver futures. Subsequently, under the manipulation of the Hunter family, international silver would quickly rise from $6 per ounce to $48 per ounce by early 1980. The speed of this frenzied surge was even more astonishing than the skyrocketing pace of international gold. Most importantly, Bao Yu realized that now was the best time to enter silver futures, especially since the Hunter family was already manipulating a large amount of global silver futures, and Bao Yu's mind contained all the information regarding the Hunter family's manipulation of silver futures. It can be said that this was the most sensational futures event globally at the end of the 1970s and the beginning of the 1980s. It was even more sensational than the international gold price soaring to over $800 per ounce at that time. Of course, the timing of the surges in international gold and silver prices seemed quite similar. In reality, the rise in international gold prices was influenced more by global factors and international investors, while the surge in silver futures was purely due to the Hunter family's long-term layout and manipulation of the silver market. Therefore, this dramatic silver futures event was the most impactful futures event at the end of the 1970s. Although silver prices have risen, now they are still far from the peak prices manipulated by the Hunter family. In this situation, Bao Yu could also profit from going long on silver futures over the past 2 months. By January 1980, he could directly short silver futures and make a significant profit. If it weren't for the recent news about rising silver prices, Bao Yu might have almost forgotten about the globally shocking silver. After resting for a night, the next morning Bao Yu finished breakfast with his father and then took a car back to the Global Investment Center building on the 21st floor. Upon returning to his office, Bao Yu saw Zhao Xiuzhen already waiting for him. Zhao Xiuzhen informed Nancy to come see me. Zhao Xiuzhen went to notify Nancy. After a while, Nancy walked in. She was very busy with the layout of gold futures, and upon hearing that Bao Yu was also going long and short on silver futures, she was obviously very surprised. "Sir, are you saying we are entering the silver futures market?" "That's right, the Hunter family has already set up their positions, and now is the time for us to reap the rewards. In the next 2 months, we will go long on global silver futures. Then in January 1980, we will immediately short global silver futures." Bao Yu knew that by then the New York Mercantile Exchange would likely introduce policies restricting silver futures, which would inevitably impact the global silver market, resulting in an immediate crash in silver prices. The Hunter family reportedly lost over $1 billion on the surface, but in reality, their losses were at least around. However, with the Hunter family leading the way and Bao Yu following closely, combined with his thorough understanding of the situation, there should be no issues arising in between. At this moment, Nancy was very surprised. Although she had long heard that the Hunter family was manipulating silver futures, would entering the silver market now have a significant impact. "Sir, will we be affected when the time comes?" As long as the silver prices do not collapse, with the Hunter family monitoring closely, they won't easily allow silver prices to fall. In this case, going long on silver prices is quite safe. Since that was the case, Nancy could only return to make arrangements. Zhao Xiuzhen on the side was quite surprised. This time, the Bao family planned to gradually sell off gold bullion. Then Bao Yu would begin going long on international gold, followed by shorting it. Then there was the current silver situation, first going long on silver, then shorting it afterward. Although many investors take long and short positions, knowing when to go long and when to short is not so easy. Zhao Xiuzhen looked at her boss with curiosity, as she had no idea how he had obtained this information. What if these business secrets turned out to be unreliable? Wouldn't Bao Yu suffer significant losses? Throughout the morning and afternoon, Bao Yu worked normally in the office. By 5 in the afternoon, he prepared to leave work. Of course, Nancy was busy with the layout of gold and silver futures, and it seemed she had been quite busy lately. Go to the Peak Road. Peak Road. At the Zhulin residence, Chun Zhihao parked the car. Bao Yu got out, and after a while a maid came out to open the door. "Young Master Bao, Miss Zhu is resting upstairs." As soon as Bao Yu entered, he saw another maid, and Julie. "Sister, are you busy?" "Yes, young Master Bao has arrived." Julie stopped her work and came over to greet Bao Yu. Since last month, Zhulin had been confirmed pregnant, and by now she was already over 2 months along, approaching 3 months. In early pregnancy, many symptoms can be quite obvious for some expectant mothers, while others may seem very ordinary. Some expectant mothers continue to work normally from early pregnancy through to mid and late pregnancy. However, some may find that their work and everyday life are affected as soon as they become pregnant. Julin was doing well now. Besides experiencing some recent issues with her appetite, Julie often prepared nutritious meals for her. Bao Yu and Julie chatted for a while before heading upstairs to the master bedroom where Julin was resting. At this moment, her baby bump was already somewhat noticeable and she was wearing maternity clothing. Julin. So you're here. Julin knew that Bao Yu had returned to Yanjing for the National Day ceremony, but she didn't know exactly when he would return to Hong Kong. As Julin got up, Bao Yu looked at her and thought she was increasingly resembling the demeanor of the queen in the daughter kingdom that he had seen in his past life. How do you feel? Aside from my appetite being somewhat off at times, everything else is quite good. I regularly go with my sister to check at the Union Hospital, and the gynecologist says the fetus is developing well. In this era, many pregnant women do not undergo examinations. Whatever happens, happens. As a result, some babies born may be unhealthy or have issues, and if the parents don't wish to raise them, they can only abandon them. I quietly went to see Auntie and Uncle that night. Bao Yu mentioned visiting Professor Zhu and his wife. Upon learning that Bao Yu had indeed visited her parents, Julin was quite pleased. I quietly went to see Auntie and Uncle that night. Bao Yu mentioned visiting Professor Zhu and his wife. Upon learning that Bao Yu had indeed visited her parents, Julin was quite pleased. Sir, thank you. What I can do is just this, but you know that my current identity is becoming increasingly sensitive. Some things can be done, but they cannot be known by outsiders. Sir, I understand. The two talked for half an hour. Julie came up to call them down for dinner. Sister, you've worked hard. Bao Yu said. Young Master Bao, it is my duty. Julin is not only my sister, moreover, I am being paid by. Julie and her husband already had 2 children in Yanjing, so they were very experienced with childbirth. Therefore, taking care of her sister was really nothing. After dinner, Bao Yu accompanied Julin for a stroll around the villa before getting into the car and leaving. Julie and Julin stood there watching Bao Yu depart. November 2nd, 1979. Friday. Early morning. Bao Yu washed up and under Dais's service dressed in a suit and came downstairs. Originally, Bao Yu planned to continue his swimming exercise today, but he noticed that the temperature began to drop a bit, likely due to the cold front from the north reaching Guangdong province, which then flowed into Xiangjiang through Pengcheng. As a result, Bao Yu felt the mountain wind was much stronger. Grandpa, Dad, good morning. Bao Yu sat down between his grandfather and his father, picking up a newspaper to read. At this moment, the financial newspaper showed that today's gold price had already surpassed $500 per ounce. Bao Yu was also a bit shocked after just reading the news. Just as Bao Yu predicted last month, starting this month, the international gold price began to soar, which means that for the next few days gold would essentially rise each day from its previous levels until early January 1980, soaring to $850 per ounce. In addition to that, Bao Yu also noticed that the international silver price was also continuously rising. Around the same time, Huang Xiuying came over to call the 3 of them for breakfast. After breakfast, Bao Yu took a car back to the Global Investment Center building. Global Investment Center building. 20. As soon as Bao Yu sat down, Nancy came over from her office. During this time, Nancy had been following Bao Yu's advice to go long on international gold and silver, and soon, just as Bao Yu said, both international gold and silver began to rise. Starting from today, the price increase of international gold and silver was even more pronounced. Sir, both international gold and silver have risen, and the rise in silver is no less than that of international gold. In fact, the highest rise in international gold is less than 8 times. However, the price of international silver surged from $6 per ounce to $48 per ounce, which is an increase of 8 times. Of course, if it weren't for the strong interference from the M country and the New York Commodity Exchange, the price of silver would continue to rise. Nancy, these 2 months are our best opportunity to go long on gold and silver, and when we reach 1980, regardless of how the prices of gold and silver rise, we will short them then. Nancy returned to her office. Bao Yu looked at Zhao Xiuzhen beside him and said, "You go notify Meilisi to come over." Zhao Xiuzhen went to the next door's general manager's office to notify Meilisi. "Boss." Meilisi walked in. "Meilisi, I have a new top-secret plan regarding the global game company." "Top-secret plan? Could it be a new game?" Since 1978, the developed Pac-Man and then Global Blocks, these 2 games have been selling worldwide. Among them, Pac-Man arcade machines have already surpassed 5,000 units. Global Blocks is also close to 3,000 units sold. At $5,000 per unit, these arcade games have already brought them $4 billion in cash flow. This is still a terrifying number. Meilisi and Bao Yu arrived at the headquarters of Global Game Company downstairs. Now, the number of employees here is increasing, with many coming from the East in addition to local Hong Kong residents and Chinese, as well as talents from Europe and America in the gaming industry. Currently, the Global Game Company can actually thrive solely on those 2 arcade games. However, in Bao Yu's view, it is still far from enough. In summoning the main executives for a high-level meeting besides Bao Yu and Meilisi, there were also over 10 important executives present. Bao Yu said, "Our global game company has achieved considerable sales in the global video game industry with Pac-Man and Global Blocks. However, this is still far from enough. The purpose of this important top-secret meeting is mainly to discuss two development projects. First, our own home video game console, which can be considered the third generation of home video game consoles globally. The first generation of home consoles is actually from the Atari series. The second generation of home consoles is produced by Fairchild Semiconductor, but it did not have much impact, and many might not even know about this generation of home consoles. Following that was the red and white console from Bao Ye's past life. The red and white console was launched by Nintendo in the East and became an instant hit worldwide. The subsequent consoles, such as the Little Tyrant, were basically produced by imitating the red and white console. However, at this time they had not yet appeared, and it was still early. However, for Bao Yu it was already enough. He had to be the first to launch his own home console before Nintendo developed. Most importantly, the red and white console is actually not difficult. In Bao Ye's game information package, there are very detailed records of the development process of the red and white console. In addition to the red and white console, the classic game Super Mario actually appeared alongside it. In other words, while Bao Yu had someone develop the red and white console, he also asked them to quickly develop Super Mario. That is in addition to developing his own red and white console. He also needed to develop Super Mario. At this moment, the executives present were amazed by Bao Ye's two game project plans, including the third-generation home console and a project named Super Mario. The executives present were clearly surprised, especially several from the East. It must be said that in their view, Boss Bao Yu is indeed a genius and a very rare talent. As for Meilisi, he didn't quite understand. Meilisi, these two projects are extremely important and relate to whether we can capture more of the home console market in the future. Boss, don't worry. Meilisi took note. As long as Bao Yu could give such directives, they would be considered very important. We aim to complete both projects in the second half of next year and then launch them globally. After the meeting concluded, Bao Yu directly stated. He left the remaining matters to Meilisi to arrange. Bao Yu did not stay and left with Zhao Xiuzhen. Some time ago, before going to Yinjing, he had actually already been considering this. However, he had other things to do at the time, so he waited until now. Now that he had handed the projects over to Meilisi and those executives, Bao Yu believed they would do well. Otherwise, with sufficient funds, a detailed project plan and talent, if they still can't deliver, then Bao Ye's support for these people would be of no use. Back in the office. Boss, is that home console you mentioned really so profitable? Zhao Xiuzhen asked. Of course it is profitable. Although the price of the third-generation home console is not expensive, I predict that global sales will be very high, exceeding 10 million units, and even 20 million units is not impossible. In his past life, the legitimate red and white console had sales close to 50 million units, and those imitations or pirated versions might even exceed that. December 28, 1979. Friday. Victoria Peak. Dong family. 6:30 p.m. As the year comes to an end, the temperature in Hong Kong has dropped below 20 degrees Celsius during the day, and it is even colder at night. At this moment, the Dong family is having dinner in the villa's dining room. It is evident that Dong Haoyun is in a good mood. Dinner has been finished. Dong Haoyun called his eldest son Dong Jianhua to the study. Since the beginning of this year, Dong Haoyun has handed over the position of chairman of Dongfang Overseas to his eldest son, which means that on the surface Dong Jianhua is now the chairman of Dongfang Overseas. However, in reality, Dong Haoyun has not truly stepped away from steering Dongfang Overseas. He remains the actual controller of the company. It can be said that in the past 2 years, Dong Haoyun has been pushing forward vigorously, in stark contrast to the retreat of the Bao family. Recently, Dong's family has basically reached an agreement with the second largest shipbuilding group in country, Foresight Company, although during the K.Wa period there was competition from K.Wa to acquire this shipbuilding group. In the end, Dong's family acquired it for a high price of $150 million, surpassing K.Wa's offer of $130 million by an additional $20 million. Now Dong's family is just waiting to announce this major transaction. Not long ago, the Dong brothers personally went to country Y to negotiate with the shareholders of the shipbuilding company. Now that they have returned, Dong Haoyun is naturally very pleased. Moreover, the Bao family once held large ships with a total carrying capacity of nearly 18 million tons, including supertankers. Now they have less than 10 million tons of carrying capacity left, while almost 8 million tons have been absorbed by Dong's family and K.Wa. This means that on the surface, the Bao family currently has less than 10 million tons of carrying capacity in the shipping industry, while Dong's family is also approaching 10 million tons. This is indeed a crazy figure. In less than 2 years, the Bao family has frantically sold off those large ships, especially the supertankers. In contrast, Dong's family has been vigorously buying and going from a carrying capacity of less than 3 million tons to nearly 10 million tons. Jianhua, we are about to swallow the second largest shipbuilding group in country, Foresight Company, which means that our Dong family will be the first Chinese to take over a large company in country Y. At this moment, Dong Haoyun seems to have let out a breath. Dong Jianhua, on the other hand, has a somewhat complex. This time, Dong's family and K.Wa have been fiercely competing for this shipbuilding company. Although they acquired it at a high price, the loans for this acquisition have all been borrowed from European and American banks at high interest rates. However, looking at his father's demeanor, he seems completely unperturbed. In fact, with each acquisition, Dong's family's debt ratio has been further increasing. Moreover, the Bao family currently has a total carrying capacity of less than 10 million tons, while our Dong family is also approaching 10 million tons. Do you know what this means? Dong Haoyun looked at his eldest son beside him, seeming to have let out a breath again. Father, I don't understand. The Bao family has gone from a carrying capacity of 18 million tons down to less than 10 million tons, which indicates that they have sold off most of their supertankers. Of course, most of these supertankers have become part of our Dong family, while some have been absorbed by Kowloon. In fact, Dong Jianhua is genuinely afraid. After all, the Bao family has frantically offloaded their supertankers, while his father has been continuously acquiring these supertankers from the Bao family. This means that the funds obtained from selling off the Bao family's assets have all been returned, while every supertanker purchased by Dong's family has meant borrowing more loans from European and American banks. Additionally, the Bao family originally adopted the model of the largest charterer at sea, meaning that most of the supertankers and large ships were leased to shipping companies in the East and other overseas countries. After the Bao family sold these supertankers, they still had leasing agreements with those companies in the East, naturally sending people to hand over to Dong's family. Initially, Dong's family indeed continued to lease those large ships or supertankers to those companies in the East according to the contract. However, once the leasing period came to an end, Dong's family immediately stopped the leasing model with the East and began operating them entirely by themselves. In other words, now Dong's family retains some supertankers because they were purchased from the Bao family, and the leasing agreements with companies in the East have not yet expired, so they must continue to lease according to the contract. However, once the leasing contracts expire, Dong Haoyun will immediately arrange for them to be operated by Dong's. Under these circumstances, Dong's Dongfang overseas branch has started to spread globally, including New York, San Francisco, Singapore, London, Paris, and other places. In fact, Dong Jianhua feels that his father's model not only frightens him, but also feels that the risks and pressures. In contrast, the Bao family managed such a massive global shipping group, an Asian shipping group, with just over 400 employees. However, now the number of Dong's family employees has more than doubled, and it is still gradually increasing, possibly approaching 1,000. These employees belong to Dong's self-operated company, costing a significant amount each month. Last year, Dong's Dongfang overseas only made a profit of about 150 million Hong Kong dollars. However, this year it is likely in a state of severe loss. Now Dong Haoyun is very happy, as if he has finally released a breath that had been pent up inside him. Years ago, as his fellow townsman, the young Bao Yugong was just entering the shipping industry and sought him out for guidance, but at that time Dong Haoyun did not support Bao Yugong's entry into this industry. Unexpectedly, Bao Yugong entered this industry relying entirely on his own struggles without much experience, and with the support of the benefactor Huifeng Sandis, he far surpassed Dong Haoyun as senior. Since then, Dong Haoyun has felt increasingly frustrated in his heart towards Bao Yugong. It wasn't until last year, seeing the Bao family abandon ship, that Dong Haoyun saw the opportunity for Dong's family to surpass the Bao family. Of course, now it seems to Dong Haoyun that he has already surpassed Bao Yugong. Now he is the #1 ship king in Hong Kong, and even the world. Jianhua, the Bao family currently has a carrying capacity in the shipping group of less than 10 million tons, and they hold less than 70 of the shares, with the rest belonging to Huifeng. In other words, the Bao family may only have about 6 million tons of carrying capacity left in the shipping industry. In contrast, our Dong family holds nearly 10 million tons of carrying capacity. Dong Jianhua listened beside him, although he did not completely agree with his father's statement. After all, the ship king Bao is recognized as the #1 ship king in the world since the early 1970s. As for now, even though the Bao family is continuously selling off those large ships, Dong Jianhua believes that the Bao family still holds significant funds, and if they wish to purchase more supertankers or large ships, it could easily be done. Yet his father seems to place great importance on such claims. Tomorrow morning you will hold a press conference at the headquarters of Dongfang Overseas, where I will announce that I am the largest ship owner in the world. Many years ago, facing the rise of the younger generation represented by Bao Chuanwang, Dong Jianhua, as the eldest son of Dong Haoyun, understood that his father had always been troubled by this matter. In fact, this may have become a shadow over his father's life. With the support of Huifeng, the Dong family knew that it would be very difficult to catch up with Bao Chuanwang in this lifetime. However, Dong Haoyun and Dong Jianhua did not expect that starting last year, the Bao family, apart from aggressively acquiring British-listed companies in Xiangjiang, would also recklessly sell off their supertankers. It was at that moment that Dong Jianhua realized his father had begun to formulate a grand plan. Though they had previously been unable to surpass Bao Chuanwang, now they finally saw a glimmer of hope, especially when they saw the Bao family selling those supertankers to the Dong family at significant discounts. To Dong Haoyun, the drastic price cuts made by the Bao family felt like a loss. Moreover, Dong Haoyun thought that while buying those drastically discounted supertankers from the Bao family, their own Dongfang Overseas carrying capacity was gradually catching up with the total carrying capacity of the Bao family's shipping groups. In Dong Haoyun's view, the Bao family did not have confidence in the future of the global shipping industry, focusing their attention solely on the listed companies on land in Xiangjiang, which was clearly in direct contrast to his own thoughts. For Dong Haoyun, he had dedicated his life to pursuing the shipping industry. Father, this doesn't seem right. Why not? Clearly the current global carrying capacity rankings are erroneous and should be updated. Even though the Bao family appears to have us outclassed by several 100,000 tons on the surface. However, we are the sole shareholders of Dongfang Overseas, unlike the Bao family, which has Huifeng Bank as a major shareholder alongside them. Father, while that may be true, it does come off as somewhat self-aggrandizing. I want the whole world to know that our Dong family is the #1 shipping magnate in the world. This will be beneficial for us. Once the advertisement goes out, our business in global shipping will also flourish. Clearly, on one hand, it was to satisfy Dong Haoyun's vanity. On the other hand, he genuinely wanted to inform the world that the Dong family had become the largest shipping magnate globally. By spreading this message through the media, it would benefit their shipping business. Yet Dong Jianhua still felt there was something off about this. After all, if they announced it, the one who might feel embarrassed was not Bao Chuanwang, but rather the Dong family. Currently, the globally recognized shipping magnate is Bao Chuanwang, not the Dong family. Moreover, in Dong Jianhua's view, his father's claim of being the world's shipping magnate was somewhat unfounded, as their debt levels were rising and the acquisition of those supertankers and large ships was largely financed through bank loans. In contrast, the Bao family had significantly reduced their debt, maintaining a very low debt ratio. Even though the carrying capacity held by the Bao family was declining, they were indeed solid, unlike the Dong family. What do you understand? In this world, reputation is the most important. With a good reputation, you and the Dong family can do business worldwide. This is how Bao Yugong rose to prominence back in the day. Dong Jianhua, unable to argue against his stubborn father, had no choice but to agree. He prepared to have someone call the major newspapers in Xiangjiang to announce a press conference at the Maritime Building in Harbor City, which is the headquarters of Dongfang Overseas. Father, will you personally attend the press conference tomorrow? Of course he'll attend. For such a prestigious event, if he did not attend, it would have no meaning. Dong Jianhua could only agree. Let's proceed with this matter. You may leave now. After returning to his room, he pondered and still felt uneasy. On one hand, if his father Dong Haoyun announced it like that, it would indeed put the Bao family in an awkward position. On the other hand, he felt that his father was too proud and would only provoke the Bao family. He was very aware that the strength of the Bao family was genuinely formidable, likely 100 times stronger than the Dong family, especially with their great influence in Xiangjiang, Yinjing, Y country, and even overseas. By acting this way, his father did not consider the face of Bao Chuanwang and his son, nor did he think about the future of himself and the Dong family. However, he needed to consider. Dong Jianhua still needed to be much more cautious. He took out a note from his drawer, writing down what his father needed to do tomorrow, and mentioned in the note that he couldn't persuade his father, plus his father had a heart condition, so he found it hard to push further. After finishing the note, Dong Jianhua carefully checked it and confirmed there were no issues. Exiting his room, he directly found his personal driver. You quietly deliver this letter to that young Master Bao. Yes, Mr. Dong. At the Bao family. Since last month, the Bao family has been continuously offloading their gold holdings, while international gold prices are soaring. Almost every day the price of gold increases. Additionally, Country M has directly announced a halt in the Under such circumstances, global investors are increasingly attracted to gold, causing the gold that the Bao family is selling off to continue to find buyers. By this month, the international gold price has approached $700, even exceeding $700 per ounce, not far from the highest international gold price of $850 per ounce expected next year. The large-scale sale of gold means a substantial inflow of funds. Seeing these funds continuously entering the accounts of Huifeng Bank and Standard Chartered Bank, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu were both extremely pleased. Moreover, international gold prices soared. The Hunter family from Country M, which began operations in the early 1970s and has been manipulating silver, also saw prices start to surge. From last month's price of $8 per ounce, it skyrocketed to over $30 per ounce this month. Although it hasn't reached the peak, yet silver prices are rising. Bao Yu had Nancy make substantial purchases of silver futures in advance, reaping significant profits. This means that through the large sale of gold and aggressive buying of gold futures and silver, Bao Yu was accumulating more and more funds. These are all white shining dollars stored in his account. At this moment, Bao Yu had already finished dinner with his parents and grandfather and was now in his study. Daisy walked in from downstairs and said, "Young master, just now a driver claiming to be the dedicated chauffeur of young Master Dong delivered a letter for you to pass on." Young Master Dong? Isn't that Dong Jianhua? Bao Yu was somewhat puzzled. Did that chauffeur from young Master Dong? He just handed me this letter, he didn't say anything else, and just drove away. Bao Yu took the letter and opened Dong's. He took out a letter from inside and began to read it carefully. After finishing the letter, Bao Yu was left speechless. In Bao Yugang's study, Bao Yu presented the letter secretly sent by Dong Jianhua through their dedicated chauffeur to his father. "Dad, take a look at this." Bao Yugong took the letter, read it carefully, and showed a clear sign of surprise. It seemed he had unknowingly become a nightmare for Mr. Dong, which explained why the latter had always tried to surpass him. Knowing that the global shipping industry was currently in a recession, he was still determined to swim against the tide. To claim the title of the world's largest shipowner, he was not only buying supertankers like crazy, but was also preparing to make a public announcement. Dad, it seems you have become a shadow to that Mr. Dong. Actually, I understand him, Bao Yugong acknowledged. Now Dong Jianhua mentioned in that letter that he felt somewhat sorry for the Bao family. However, due to Dong Haoyan's heart condition, he felt unable to persuade his father and could only let him proceed as he wished. By informing them in advance through the letter, it was clear that Dong Jianhua aimed to avoid any awkward situations. After all, the Bao family was involved in the establishment of global airlines and the construction of a new international airport, effectively bringing the Dong family in as partners. Moreover, they had sold so many supertankers to the Dong family and had even introduced the second largest shipbuilding company in country wide to them in advance. In summary, they understood that the Bao family held no animosity towards them. Even in the shipping industry, they were not really competitors. The Bao family had previously operated on a rental model, while the Dong family had a self-operated model, making their business approaches entirely different. Dad, the so-called King of the Seas, is a title bestowed by others, not self-proclaimed. Mr. Dong's intention is to tell the world that he is the #1 king of the seas, which is clearly self-proclaimed. That's why the young master of the Dong family felt awkward and decided to inform us in advance. Bao Yugong did not say anything further. However, he knew that the young master of the Dong family had not realized that his father's policies over the past 2 years, which went against the tide, were misguided, and he was unable to persuade his father. On the contrary, his son seemed to have seen through it all. After a night's rest, time came to December 29, 1979. It was Saturday. Early in the morning, the temperature outside was quite cool. Especially up in the hills, the mountain wind felt strong. To avoid catching a cold, the Bao father and son decided not to swim in the pool. After breakfast, Bao Yu said, "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, and going out to meet some friends." He got into the car. Chun Jihao, to Peak Road, Kennedy Town. Chun Jihao drove there. On the way, the voice of the host from the commercial radio station in Hong Kong announced that today Dong Haoyun, the founder and former chairman of Orient Overseas, and Dong Jianhua, the new chairman of Orient Overseas, would hold an important press conference at the headquarters of Orient Overseas located in Harbor City. Although the news had not yet been released, it was said to be an important press conference. Upon hearing this, Bao Yu couldn't help but smile. He felt that Mr. Dong clearly lost in this regard, as he was not as good as his father. Peak Road, Kennedy. At Quan Kawai's home, Bao Yu got out of the car, and a bodyguard pressed the doorbell. After a while, a maid came out to open the door. "Young Master Bao, is Miss Quan home?" "Yes, she is." After returning from Yanqing, Bao Yu had mainly been visiting the pregnant Zhu Lin and had seen Quan Kawai less frequently. Bao Yu went upstairs. As he reached the second floor, he saw Quan Kawai in a white dress in the master bedroom. Hearing Bao Yu's voice, Quan Kawai immediately ran out, excitedly hugging him. The last time they met was in November. Now seeing Bao Yu again, Quan Kawai was indeed in a good mood. After closing the door, she asked, "Sir, have you been busy recently?" "A bit busy, but it's just work days." During this time, Bao Yu had been closely monitoring the situation with gold and silver, which kept him quite busy. "Sir, I heard that Lan Kwai Fong has opened, and it's very lively. I've always wanted to take a look." Lan Kwai Fong was a place Bao Yu specifically developed for tourism and drinking in Hong Kong, which was planned to officially operate the day before Christmas this year. In fact, it was indeed progressing according to this plan. Moreover, after Sheng Jiwen took over as the general manager of Lan Kwai Fong, the first phase of its development and renovation proceeded relatively quickly. In addition to the renovations being carried out on schedule, all the shops had been leased out by November, and in the week leading up to Christmas, internal testing and trial operations were conducted, which turned out quite well. Moreover, Lan Kwai Fong was designed to cater to the high-end market, featuring numerous upscale bars and a variety of Western restaurants. The first phase of Lan Kwai Fong was not very large, perhaps only about 1/5 of the total area of the later Lan Kwai Fong. However, after internal testing and trial operations, along with promotions from global TV, various media outlets in Hong Kong, and the tourism department of the Hong Kong Governor's Office, it made a significant impact in Hong Kong. On the night before Christmas, more than 100,000 tourists visited. These included local citizens of Hong Kong, as well as many expatriates. Lan Kwai Fong is nice, but it's too crowded, Bao Yu remarked. He had already gone to see it with Zhao Xiuzhen before the trial operation. For Bao Yu, it was guaranteed to be a profitable venture in the 1980s and 90s, just before the Asian financial crisis broke out in 1997. Moreover, it could yield substantial profits. This meant that before this, the high consumption class in Hong Kong was still quite significant. However, what he valued most was not merely profit, but also safety concerns. One issue was public safety. Those with high incomes who went there to spend were most afraid of being disturbed or harassed by gangs or thugs. Before the trial operation of Lan Kwai Fong, Sheng Jiwen had already communicated with multiple departments in Hong Kong. Therefore, the public safety at Lan Kwai Fong was quite good, with some police officers patrolling the area. Additionally, there were concerns about fire safety. Given the area was not large, the greatest fear was the occurrence of a fire. With so many people crowded together for recreation, it was easy for fire accidents to happen. Furthermore, there were also risks of unexpected incidents, including potential stampedes. In fact, such incidents had occurred in history, resulting in severe casualties. It was precisely this serious incident that left some citizens and tourists with lingering fears about Lan Kuai-fong. Regarding these safety issues, Bao Yu and Sheng Jiwen both took them very seriously. After all, money can be earned slowly, but if lives are lost, it could greatly impact the whole area. Now Quan Kauai unexpectedly wanted to go there to have fun. At her age, it was indeed a time for enjoyment. Kauai, the area, is filled with bars and Western restaurants. If you're looking to try Western cuisine, you can still go with the maid. However, if it's for the bars, that wouldn't be suitable for you. The current Guan Jiahui is truly beautiful and youthful. In fact, Bao Yu does not wish for her to go to those bars. Even though the bars in Lan Kuai-fong operate legitimately, who knows what might happen. Guan Jiahui has understood. So then I won't go. When the weather is nice, I will take you out for French cuisine. 8 o'clock in the evening. Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Bao family. Chen Jihao parked the car. Bao Yu entered, and aside from seeing his grandfather, mother, and Daisy watching television, his father should be in the study upstairs. Bao Yu watched television with his grandfather for half an hour. Going upstairs, he first went to greet his father. Father, how was the press conference for the Dong family? It has been reported. Bao Yu took a look and found that reporters from major publications in Xiangjiang Commercial Radio TVB and Global Television had all attended, and it even attracted the attention of the important overseas media, the New York Times. According to Dong Haoyun at the press conference, the shipping capacity of Dongfang overseas is nearly 10 million tons, while the current shipping capacity of the Bao father and son is also close to 10 million tons. However, the only major shareholder of Dongfang overseas is the Dong family, so the Dong family shipping capacity is indeed 10 million tons. In contrast, the Bao father and son only hold slightly more than half of the shipping group's shares, equivalent to just over 6 million tons of shipping capacity. In fact, this statement caused a huge stir at the morning press conference. In other words, those reporters could see that the Dong father and son and the Bao father and son are competing for the title of the world's #1 shipping king. As for whether the title of the world's #1 shipping king has truly changed hands from the Bao family to the Dong family, most reporters still disagreed with the Dong family's claim. Because globally it is still recognized that the Bao family is the #1 shipping king. Although the Dong family is gradually catching up, their influence is still significantly lesser. Father, what do you think? I have no particular thoughts, but I didn't expect Mr. Dong to place such importance on this. I fear that soon all the debts and burdens of Dongfang overseas will fall on the Dong brothers. Father, the Dong family will regret this very much in the future. This is like a farce for the Dong family. However, in reality, it still has far-reaching implications. In Xiangjiang, aside from the Bao father and son frantically unloading those supertankers, another major Chinese shipping giant, the Chow family's Wanbang Group, has also started unloading goods crazily since the mid-1970s. In other words, the Chow family's Wanbang Group is also following the Bao father and son in selling off most of. In contrast, another Chinese shipping group, the Zhao family's Huaguang Shipping, is aggressively expanding, but it still lags behind the Dong family. On the British side, Jardine Matheson and Wheelock are also frantically buying large vessels to expand their shipping. In summary, in Xiangjiang, only the Bao family and the Chow family are able to achieve large-scale abandonment of vessels, while others are basically going against the current. At this point, Bao Yu no longer paid attention to these matters. After taking a rest for a night, the next morning, when Bao Yu got up, he found that it was indeed quite cool outside with a strong mountain breeze blowing. After finishing breakfast, Bao Yu did not linger. He got into the car. Go to Kowloon Road. Nancy's house. Chen Jihao parked the car. Bao Yu got out of the car and noticed that the mountain wind on this side of Victoria Peak was also very strong, causing his hair to be blown about. The bodyguard rang the doorbell. The maid inside came out to open the door. After Bao Yu and Chen Jihao entered, Bao Yu went upstairs and found Nancy still on the phone. Recently, Nancy has been busy dealing with long positions in gold futures and silver futures. Given the current time, it is almost January 1980. In other words, in a few days, Bao Yu is going to have her close out her long positions in gold and silver futures, and then immediately short gold and silver futures. Sir, you have arrived? Nancy stopped her call. Sir, the international gold price is showing a very clear upward trend, about to break $800 per ounce. Do you really believe in shorting international gold? On this point, according to other international experts, they are all bullish on international gold, believing that this wave of international gold may rise to $1,000 per ounce. However, since November, aside from the United States prohibiting the sale of gold spot, the Bao father and son have been frantically selling those gold spots, and so far 90 of the gold spots have been sold. The Bao father and son utilized the substantial funds obtained from selling those supertankers. Apart from repaying some debt, they have invested all the rest into gold spots, and now they have basically sold them, making a profit of over 5 times. In other words, this time, they made a windfall of several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. And this is just from the gold spots. If they include the profits from their long positions in gold futures, it will be an even larger fortune. Nancy, I don't believe what those experts say. Oh, I only trust the information I have gathered myself. In other words, Bao Yu believes in the data from his mind about game packages. He does not trust a single word of the so-called data from international experts. It is too cold outside now. Bao Yu and Nancy decided not to go out. When Bao Yu woke up after taking a nap, it was already noon. During this time, Nancy had already gotten up and was busy. For Nancy, selling off the long positions in gold and silver futures is a very perfect investment. Next, they will wait until early January to immediately follow Bao Yu's instructions to short international gold and silver futures. Later that evening at 6 o'clock, Bao Yu and Nancy had hot pot together. Originally, he wanted to invite my Li Ziwei, Li Ma Shim, and Xiao Jiming and Lin Gai in to eat hot pot, and then discuss something very important. However, it was too cold outside, so he decided not to call them over. He planned to return to the Global Investment Center building tomorrow and notify them then. At 8 in the evening, dinner was already over. Bao Yu and Nancy went upstairs. Nancy, it won't be long before silver will be shorted by capital. At that time, it won't just be the Hunter family manipulating global silver. Other capital will surround the Hunter family, and what we need to do is to share in the spoils. Nancy saw Bao Yu off downstairs, watching him get into the car and leave. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Deepwater Bay Hillside Villa. Bao family. Bao Yu returned to the villa and saw Daisy still waiting there. Young master, Mr. Bao said that after you return you should go to the study to see him. Bao Yu then went upstairs to his father's study. At this time, Bao Yugong was indeed waiting for him in the study. Over the past 2 months, the Bao father and son have continuously sold off those gold spots, and Bao Yugong is still somewhat worried, having discovered that the price of gold has indeed been continuously rising. So far, about 90 of the gold spots have been sold, and a large amount of funds have flowed into Huifeng Bank and Standard Chartered Bank. In fact, Bao Yugong does not need to look at the accounts. He knows that since last year's layout, the rewards at the end of this year have led the Bao family to earn hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars. And this wealth is about 5 to 6 times what Bao Yugong has earned over several decades. Of course, this is only from the profits made from selling gold spots. Now, thinking of the large amount of funds flowing into the bank account, Bao Yugong is also very excited. In Bao Yugong's study, Bao Yu knocked on the door and walked in. Dad, Bob, we made a fortune of hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars on the gold spot this time. What are your plans? Bao Yugong had always been known as an industrialist, but he actually started as a banker. He never expected that with his son's reminder, this investment in gold spot would yield such enormous profits. Dad, besides buying shares of the Y country's oil companies, Mrs. Sacker will continue with large-scale privatization. We can acquire those valuable companies when the time comes. For Bao Yu, he was not lacking in liquid funds. Moreover, both he and his father were clients of Huifeng with unlimited loan privileges. In this case, having so much money in the bank would only earn a bit of interest. Besides that, Dad, I have my eye on 2 major companies in Hong Kong. 2 major companies in Hong Kong. Which companies are you talking about? Bao Yugong thought it would be Wharf Holdings. In reality, the timing for acquiring Wharf Holdings was not yet ripe, but Bao Yu had already begun to lay the groundwork. As for Swire Finance, it was too stable. As long as the Shi family who controlled Swire did not encounter any problems, it would be very difficult for outsiders to take over. Jardine and Hong Kong Land. Jardine. Hong Kong Land. Bao Yugong's expression immediately changed. For a long time, Jardine had been regarded as the foremost trading company in Hong Kong. Before the 1970s, Jardine was the most powerful trading company in Hong Kong, and even in the 1970s, its influence was not inferior to that of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, Huifeng, or even the governor of Hong Kong. From this perspective, it is enough to illustrate the terror of Jardine. Now his son has his sights set on Jardine. And what about Hong Kong Land? It is hailed as the crown jewel of Hong Kong's real estate industry. It can be said that the most valuable commercial buildings in Hong Kong, especially those in Central, are owned by Hong Kong Land. In Bao Yu's previous life, Li Jiaqing initially entered the Hong Kong real estate industry with the goal of catching up to Hong Kong Land. In other words, Hong Kong Land had always been an unattainable dream for Li Jiaqing. However, starting in the late 1970s, the British and Chinese capital in Hong Kong began to slowly shift. British capital started to decline, while Chinese capital rapidly rose. Especially during Bao Yu's previous life, Li Jiaqing, with the help of Shun Nin, swallowed important British companies like Hutchison Whampoa and Hong Kong Electric. Meanwhile, Bao Yugong used Huifeng to take over companies like Kowloon Warehouse and Wharf Holdings. However, in reality, both Bao Yugong and Li Jiaqing aimed to swallow Jardine and even Hong Kong Land. In fact, both of them had long coveted Jardine and Hong Kong Land since the 1980s. They even collaborated. Unfortunately, in the end, neither Li Jiaqing nor Bao Yugong could swallow Jardine and Hong Kong Land. Besides a very important reason. At that time, Li Jiaqing, who originally agreed to cooperate with Bao Yugong to acquire Jardine and Hong Kong Land, had actually given up this cooperation when he was acquiring Hong Kong Electric. Because at that time, in order to take over Hong Kong Electric, Li Jiaqing agreed to gradually sell back the shares of Hong Kong Land and Jardine that he had already bought. And with the money Jardine received from selling to Li Jiaqing, they desperately repurchased their shares of Jardine and Hong Kong Land from the market. Ultimately, through the cross-holding between Jardine Hong Kong Land and Jardine Securities, they managed to preserve both Jardine and Hong Kong Land. Bao Yu knew that in his previous life until the early 1990s, just before Bao Yugong left this world, he had been fixated on acquiring Hong Kong land. However, unfortunately at that time Bao Yugong had the intention but lacked the ability. If he hadn't been ill, Bao Yu believed that his father would have had a very good chance of swallowing Hong Kong land. Bob, you actually want to swallow Jardine and even Hong Kong land? Bao Yugong was truly surprised at this moment. Dad, the controlling stakes of Jardine and Hong Kong land are actually very weak right now. For Jardine, aside from the major shareholder Joseph family holding 10 of Jardine's shares, Jardine and its subsidiary Jardine Securities control about 20 of Hong Kong land. Initially, Jardine controlled Kowloon warehouse through Hong Kong land, holding no more than 10 of the shares. But why didn't Bao Yu directly target Jardine or Hong Kong land at first? It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that it was not feasible. At that time, if the Bao father and son really wanted to swallow Jardine or Hong Kong land, he knew that besides the Joseph family, there were also other powerful figures like Niu Baijian and the governor of Hong Kong, as well as forces from the Y country that would definitely compete fiercely with the Bao family. However, now it is different. With the acquisition of Kowloon warehouse, Jardine effectively lost a wing. And now the Bao father and son, merely by selling a large amount of gold spot, have made hundreds of billions, and they have abundant cash flow. Moreover, Bao Yu knew that what he was most worried about now was that Jardine and Hong Kong land, including the Joseph family and Niu Baijian, would discover their internal problems, fearing the covetousness of Chinese capital like the Bao family. At that time, they would certainly still use the model of cross-holding to preserve Jardine and Hong Kong land. Dad, the total market value of Hong Kong land is about 4 billion Hong Kong dollars, while Jardine's total market value is around 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. These two listed companies seem to have increased significantly in value compared to last year, but in my opinion, they are still not very high. A total market value of 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. A total market value of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this is the market value under normal circumstances, but if external investors, including the Joseph family, learn that the Bao family suddenly has their sights set on these two listed companies, then it is very possible that the market value of these two listed companies will surge dramatically. Hearing his son's words, Bao Yugong's expression was indeed quite different. Hong Kong land is hailed as the crown jewel of Hong Kong's real estate, even regarded as the king among kings in Hong Kong's real estate industry. Jardine is considered the foremost trading company, the king among trading companies. Basically, swallowing these two major trading companies would mean that most of Hong Kong's assets would fall into the hands of the Bao family. Moreover, currently Jardine has 2/3 of its assets still in Hong Kong, with 1/3 overseas and in the Y country. Even though Jardine has lost control of Kowloon warehouse, it still ranks among the top 4 trading companies in Hong Kong. Bao Yugong truly had not considered that his son had already set his sights on these two major trading companies. Bob, these two trading companies, whether Jardine or Hong Kong land, their market value is indeed not high for us right now. However, it is likely to be quite difficult to snatch them from the Joseph family. Dad, that's how I think. There are currently 3 options. First, swallow Hong Kong land. Second, swallow Jardine. Third, swallow both Jardine and Hong Kong land. In other words, among these two major trading companies, they could either swallow one or both. Of course, now that the Bao family's assets are enormous, their cash flow does not need to rely on Hui Feng anymore. They can swallow them easily, which is a significant advantage compared to when they were acquiring Kowloon warehouse. In other words, Bao Yu hopes to swallow both Jardine and Hong Kong land at once this time. After all, if this time they alert the snake, there will be no next opportunity. Historically, Bao Yugong and Li Jiaqing had coveted Jardine and Hong Kong land twice, but in the end they still aside from the fact that the two were not united in heart, Li Jiaqing had his own ideas and naturally could not cooperate with Bao Yugong to swallow Jardine or Hong Kong land. This time Bao Yu did not want his father to leave this world with regrets. Therefore, he actually wanted to take the opportunity to swallow both Iha and Xiangjiang. Bao Yu was well aware that when the current chairman of Iha Niu Bijong sensed that Iha and Xiangjiang might be eyed by Huazi, he would immediately adopt a cross-holding model. Whether it was Iha controlling Xiangjiang or Xiangjiang controlling Iha, as long as both held more than 40 shares, Bao family, no matter how wealthy, would essentially be unable to swallow these two major firms. However, Bao Yu knew that now was the best time. Father, which plan do you prefer? Bob, if we can swallow both companies, then we should do so. However, if we can only choose one, I lean towards Xiangjiang. Although Iha is valuable and has considerable assets, the actual profit of Iha comes from controlling Xiangjiang. If Iha loses Xiangjiang, it would be like losing an arm. In such a case, his assets would be greatly diminished. Bao Yu understood that his father's ideas were quite good. Father, our primary goal is to swallow Xiangjiang, and if on that basis we can also take the opportunity to swallow Iha, that would be the best. Bao Yu and Bao Yugong discussed for a long time. As it approached midnight, Bao Yu said, Father, I want to meet with my Lizi Ma Shimin Wei Li Lin Gaoyan and Chao Jiming tomorrow to discuss, and then proceed with this acquisition plan. Additionally, this matter is significant, and I think I should inform Shin Min in advance. The Bao father and son were different from Li Jiaqing, they did not need to deliberately curry favor with Shin Min. Especially after swallowing Hutchison Whampoa. Bao Yu did not meet Shin Min often, but he knew that with the soaring price of gold internationally, Shin Min's impression of Bao Yu was getting better. One of these was the gold bars Bao Yu had given to Shin Min. At that time they were worth 100 million Hong Kong dollars, but now their value had multiplied several times. In other words, if Shin Min took advantage of the current high price of gold to sell, he could make several times more. Additionally, the Bao family abandoned their boats and bought a large amount of gold, which actually benefited Hui Feng as well. In this situation, Shin Min was naturally becoming more satisfied with the Bao father and son. Let's meet with Shin Min tomorrow afternoon. Father, where should we meet? The golf course was quite cold and windy, making it unsuitable for golf. As for at sea, the Bao family had a super luxury yacht that would have been suitable for a meeting. However, the sea wind was also quite strong now. In such a case, we could either meet at a hotel or at the headquarters. Why don't we invite Shin Min and his wife to dinner at the Xianjiang Cultural Hotel and then discuss things secretly? Bao Yugan suggested. Father, let's arrange it that way. This night was an exciting one for Bao Yugan. After discussing this matter, Bao Yu returned to his room and quickly fell asleep. After a night's rest, the date arrived December 31st, 1979. It was a Monday. Today marked the last day of the year, 1979. In Bao Ye's view, it was also an auspicious day. After breakfast with his father, mother, and grandfather, Bao Yu and Bao Yugan each took their cars. Both Bao Yu and Bao Yugan were headed to the Global Investment Center building. Bao Yu got out of the car and saw that his father was already waiting for him on the first floor of the Global Investment Center building. When Bao Yu and Bao Yugan took the elevator to the 21st floor, it had been some time since Bao Yugan had been here. He first went to the study. Zhao Xiuzhen immediately notified my Li Ziwei, Li Ma Shimin, Lin Gaoyan, and Chao Zhiming to come to the conference. Currently, my Li Zima Shimin and Chao Zhiming all work at the Global Investment Center, while Wei Li works at the Hutchison Building and Lin Gaoyan at the headquarters of China Gas in North Point. Zhao Xiuzhen immediately made the phone calls. Bao Yu looked out the window from the office and sipped a cup of coffee. When my Li Zi, Chao Zhiming and Ma Shimin arrived at the conference room, they were surprised to see Bao Chuanwang and immediately greeted him. On Saturday, the Dong family held a press conference announcing that they were the world's #1 ship king. However, both my Li Zi and Chao Zhiming, as well as Ma Shimin, were unconvinced, as there were significant issues with the Dong family's claim to being the ship king and their carrying capacity. If the Bao family wanted to dramatically increase their carrying capacity, it would only take a word. The three greeted. Then Bao Yugan discussed with the three, and upon learning that the Bao family was eyeing Iha and Xiangjiang Jidi, they were all somewhat stunned. However, upon learning that the Bao family had ample funds through physical gold and wanted to completely swallow Iha and Xiangjiang Jidi, there were actually no financial issues at all. At this time, the three understood that the Bao family's goal was to swallow Iha and Xiangjiang Jidi. Half an hour later, Wei Li and Lin Gaoyan arrived in succession. When they entered the conference room, they were surprised to see my Li Zi and the others, as well as Bao Chuanwang. When Bao Yu learned that Wei Li and Lin Gaoyan had arrived, he and Zhao Xiuzhen went over. The conference room door was already closed and Chen Jihao and others were guarding it, so there were basically no intruders. This time the Bao family wants to swallow Iha and Xiangjiang Jidi for multiple reasons. Firstly, the Bao family has ample funds now, and this acquisition of the two major firms does not require relying on Hui Feng. Secondly, this is the most opportune moment. If this opportunity is missed, the next time the Bao family wants to swallow Iha and Xiangjiang Jidi, the difficulty will likely exceed 100 times, or even make it impossible to acquire these two major firms. Thirdly, acquiring Xiangjiang Jidi, or even Iha, has always been my and my father's wish. At this moment, my Li Ziwei, Li Ma Shimin, Chao Zhiming, and Lin Gaoyan felt not only excitement, but also a sense of indescribable emotion. Last night I discussed with my father. In fact, there are three plans. First, swallow Xiangjiang Jidi. Second, swallow Iha. Third, swallow both Xiangjiang Jidi and Iha. Of course, if these two major firms can only have one swallowed, we hope it will be Xiangjiang Jidi. My Li Zi, what do you think? Boss, according to what you said, and Bao Chuanwang, the Bao family now has ample funds, and it is indeed the right time for us to swallow Xiangjiang Jidi, or even Iha. Moreover, the Joseph family only holds 10 of Yi's shares, making them the largest shareholder. Yi's holding in Xiangjiang Jidi is only 15. Overall, one of these two major firms is valued at 4 billion Hong Kong dollars, and the other at 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. For the Bao family, completely swallowing these two major firms would be more than sufficient given their ample cash flow. Additionally, the thing the boss is most worried about is that if the Joseph family and Niu Bijiang become vigilant, they might control Iha and Xiangjiang Jidi through mutual cross-holding. At that point, even if we have ample funds, it would indeed be difficult to swallow these two major firms. In other words, in my Li Zi's view, the timing is indeed ripe. The heavens, the earth, and people are all aligned on the side of the Bao father and son. At that time, Bao Yu and his father acquired Kowloon warehouse not only because the timing was right for the acquisition, but also due to concerns that if the Bao family did not intervene early, they would miss the opportunity. Li Jiaqing might very well have targeted Kowloon warehouse, which could also have implications for the later acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa. From Bao Ye's eventual success in swallowing Kowloon warehouse and then Hutchison Whampoa, it is clear that his plans at the time were quite successful. In such circumstances, Bao Yu had indeed considered acquiring Yihe or directly taking over Shanjiang land. However, at that time, if he had directly attempted to acquire Yihe or Shanjiang land, he would have undoubtedly faced opposition from the Zhozek family, the Y Nation, and even from 10 Downing Street and the governor's office in Shanjiang. After all, when the Bao family sought to acquire Kowloon warehouse, Yihe had sent representatives to mediate with the Bao family, hoping they would abandon further acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. However, by that time, the Bao family had already disregarded the Zhozek family and Yihe's representatives. Now, the funds held by the Bao family for acquiring Yihe or Shanjiang land are more than 10 times what they had when acquiring Kowloon warehouse. This ample cash flow is the greatest confidence for Bao Yu and the executives present in their acquisition endeavors. Milesi expressed his opinion strongly supporting the acquisition of Yihe and even Shanjiang land by the boss and Bao Chuanwang. After all, given the current abundant cash flow of the Bao family, if they missed this opportunity to acquire these two trading houses, the next chance would be hard to come by. Especially as Bao Yu mentioned, if Yihe Shanjiang land and Yihe Securities mutually hold shares, then even if the Bao family had money later, it would be difficult to swallow these two trading houses. Historically, Bao Yugong and Li Jiaqing actually had two opportunities to acquire Shanjiang land, or Yihe, but they ultimately failed. Among them, the model of mutual cross-holding proposed by Niu Bijiang made it impossible for Bao Yugong and Li Jiaqing to take action. Moreover, when Bao Yugong and Li Jiaqing first collaborated to take over these two trading houses, Li Jiaqing had actually betrayed the cooperation with the Bao family to acquire Shanjiang Electric Group. By the early 1990s, although Bao Yugong was already suffering from a terminal illness, he remained fixated on swallowing Yihe or Shanjiang land. However, he ultimately could not unite with Li Jiaqing to jointly acquire these two trading houses. It was evident that during that time Li Jiaqing did not take Bao Yugong seriously. Later on, after Bao Yugong fell severely ill and was hospitalized, Li Jiaqing took the opportunity with the cable television station, namely Kowloon Warehouse Television, to strike a heavy blow against the Bao family. In other words, if before this Li Jiaqing's actions towards the Bao family were not very pronounced, when he sold his television station to Murdoch at a high price, it became very evident. Every time Bao Yu thought of this, he felt that Li Jiaqing could not possibly be sincere in cooperating with the Bao family. Boss Bao Chuanwang, General Manager, I also strongly support the current acquisition of Yihe and Shanjiang land. The speaker was Ma Shimin. Although Ma Shimin had been a long-time employee of Yihe before being invited by Bao Yu to become the General Manager of the Bao family's global airlines. However, both Bao Yu and his father trusted him greatly. Now, as the Bao family sought to acquire Yihe and Shanjiang land, Ma Shimin viewed it as the most exciting opportunity. In his view, although the Bao family had already swallowed Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, the challenges and impacts of acquiring Yihe and even Shanjiang land were entirely different. Bao Yu looked at Ma Shimin and asked with a smile, Shimin, Yihe was your previous employer, right? Boss, Yihe has always been very conservative internally, and I am well aware of this after working there for so many years. Even after Yihe Shanjiang land and the Zhozek family lost Kowloon Warehouse, they still did not implement any reforms. On the contrary, internal issues at Yihe and Shanjiang land are now very serious. First, if at that time the Bao family successfully swallowed Kowloon Warehouse, and Yihe and Shanjiang land sold their shares of Kowloon Warehouse, a large sum of money should have been used to buy shares of Yihe and Shanjiang land from the market. However, Niu Bijiang and the Zhozek family did not, but rather upon receiving that money continued to pour a large amount into overseas markets and Y Nation, indicating significant management issues among their executives. Second, after Bao Fuda took over as general manager of Shanjiang land, he desperately expanded the scale of the properties under his management, many of which involved borrowing very similar to the expansion of Kowloon Warehouse back in the day. I suspect that under Bao Fuda's management, Shanjiang land will inevitably face significant problems. When Ma Shimin said this, no one present was more surprised than Bao Yu, because Ma Shimin's guess was indeed not wrong. In 1978, Bao Fuda began to succeed Davis as the general manager of Shanjiang land, subsequently changing the original operating model. Although initially revenue and profits appeared to rise on the surface. However, looking back, much of this relied on borrowing, leading to later revenues and profits being unable to cover these interests, especially during the early 1980s when Shanjiang faced another real estate crisis and housing prices fell again. Ultimately, this led to Shanjiang land accumulating over 10 billion HKD in debt, nearly resulting in. Third, Yihe was originally the leading trading house among the four major trading houses in Shanjiang. But after the Bao family swallowed Kowloon Warehouse, Yihe's profitable business began to dwindle and its overseas operations were mostly unprofitable. Now I believe the Bao family can completely swallow Yihe and then implement reforms similar to those carried out by Wei Li during his tenure at Hutchison International, making Yihe one of the best trading houses in Shanjiang. In Ma Shimin's view, there are increasing internal problems at Yihe and even Shanjiang land. Therefore, even though Yihe was his former employer, he hoped that the Bao family could swallow Yihe and even Shanjiang land. This way, under the management of the Bao family and transferred to other executives, the future of Yihe and Xianjiang land would have a chance to develop. Boss, I also strongly support the Bao family's acquisition of Yihe and Xianjiang land. Wei Li stated, having just heard Ma Shimin talk about his reforms at Hutchison International and the bold measures taken, he indeed strongly agreed with Ma Shimin's statement. The current Yihe and Xianjiang land are no longer the former dominant trading houses in Xianjiang. Therefore, the Bao family should indeed take the opportunity to swallow them and entrust them to suitable executives for comprehensive reform. Bosses, Mr. Milesi said the Bao family's funds are abundant. With so much capital, using it to acquire valuable Yihe and Xianjiang land is far better than leaving that money in the bank to earn interest. Moreover, the boss worries that if Niu Bijiang or Yihe's executives propose a model of mutual cross-holding to control Yihe Xianjiang land and Yihe securities, if these three listed companies mutually hold shares, it will indeed be like a chain that is hard to unlock, making it impossible to acquire these two or even three companies. From this perspective, Milesi, Ma Shimin, Wei Li, Chao Jiming, and Lin Gaoyan all feel that the boss value is indeed very formidable, as others had not considered. The boss had already thought of it in advance. If Bao Yu were to govern Yihe, it is feared that others would have no chance to covet Yihe Xianjiang land or even Jilong warehouse. However, Bao Yu had thought of it. Wei Li, I actually learned about the method of mutual cross-holding by chance. However, Yihe Xianjiang land and Xianjiang securities have indeed not implemented it yet, and I am worried about when they start doing so. Of course, Yihe and Xianjiang land have not yet reached that point because they are still unaware of the terrifying rise of Hua capital and its covetousness towards them. In the end, that means Yihe, especially the high executive Niu Bijiang, has not yet truly recognized the terrifying covetousness of Hua capital towards Yihe and even Xianjiang land. Boss, you are correct. If in the future there are executives within Yihe or Xianjiang land who know of such tactics and have funding, they will indeed use this method to resist Hua capital's covetousness. It is precisely because of this that now is indeed the right time for the Bao family to acquire Yihe and Xianjiang land. After Wei Li shared his thoughts, it was clear that they should seize the opportunity to acquire Yihe and Xianjiang land. Now the three senior executives also expressed their opinions and were very supportive. Chao Jiming looked at Milesi and the other three executives, then turned to Bao Yu and Bao Yugong, saying, Boss Bao Chuanwang, actually, I have always been prepared. In fact, over the past 2 years, I have quietly facilitated the purchase of some shares of Yihe and some shares of Xianjiang land. Chao Jiming had been prepared all along. Aside from Bao Yu, now Bao Yugong, Milesi, and the others were all astonished. In fact, Chao Jiming had indeed been making preparations, including shares of other valuable listed companies. Chao Jiming had been quietly facilitating the acquisition of corresponding shares, but these shares were relatively dispersed, and the outside world was unaware. In his past life, Chao Jiming was hailed as the stock god of Xianjiang. Although he later focused mainly on investment bond analysis, he was far more intelligent than others, especially when working for Bao Yu, where he had ample funds and connections. Before Bao Yu had even set his sights on Yihe and Xianjiang, Chao Jiming had already begun quietly acquiring shares in these two major trading houses. It was precisely because of this that when Chao Jiming finally spoke up, Bao Yu and the three senior executives, including Milesi, were taken aback. Jiming, tell my father and Milesi how many shares of Yihe and Xianjiang you have acquired. Boss, I have been quietly spreading out the purchases. We haven't bought a lot yet. We hold about 6, 5 of Yihe and 4, 5 of Xianjiang. In other words, the shares that Chao Jiming had purchased for Bao Yu in Yihe and Xianjiang were still quite limited. However, compared to the Joseph family controlling Yihe with around 10 of the shares, the Bao family was not far behind the major shareholder of Yihe. As for the shares of Xianjiang, the amount was even smaller. However, in the eyes of Milesi, Ma Shimin, and Wei Li, Chao Jiming, who stood beside the boss, was exceptionally capable. No wonder all of Bao Yu's acquisitions over the years had Chao Jiming's shadow behind them. Jiming, well done. Bao Yu praised. It's mainly because the funds provided by the boss are quite ample, otherwise I wouldn't know how to start buying. Bao Yu then turned his gaze towards Lin Gaoyan. Lin Gaoyan in Bao Yu's past life was the most important executive beside Li Zhaoji, which demonstrated his capabilities. Without Lin Gaoyan's assistance, the Li family would likely not have risen to be one of the 4 major families. Currently, Lin Gaoyan was in charge of managing the China Gas Company for Bao Yu. In fact, Bao Yu placed significant importance on Lin Gaoyan and hoped he could become one of the main pillars of global. Seeing the boss gaze turn towards him, Lin Gaoyan said, Boss Bao Chuanwang, General Manager Mr. Wei Li, Mr. Ma Shimin, and Mr. Chao, I am very supportive of the acquisition of Yihe and Xianjiang. As for some other main issues, Mr. Milesi and others just analyzed them, and I would like to add a few points. First, boss, this time as the Bao family seeks to acquire Yihe and Xianjiang, it will undoubtedly be quite different from the previous acquisitions of Kowloon Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, and even Xianjiang Electric Light. Given Yi's connections, status, and influence, there will inevitably be multiple forms of resistance and counterattacks. Therefore, my suggestion is that Bao Chuanwang, or the boss, should personally go to London to meet with Lady Thatcher. Previously, Bao Yu had not targeted Xinjiang GD or even Iha in advance primarily because the Prime Minister at 10 Downing Street was a staunch opponent of privatization. However, this opponent was the most opposed to private ownership, and as one of the most significant British-owned enterprises, Iha and Xinjiang GD were naturally unwilling to be coveted by other Chinese capital. Of course, even if the Bao family had nationality in Y country, those from Y country would hardly regard the Bao family. Now things are different after Lady Thatcher came to power. She has begun to open the door to privatization. Even important state-owned assets in Y country can be privatized. So what significance do Iha and Xinjiang GD hold here in Xinjiang? Naturally, in Lin Gaoyan's view, it would be best for the Bao father and son to have a word with Lady Thatcher to gain their support. In fact, Lin Gaoyan's suggestion is well-founded. In Bao Yu's past life, Li Jiaqing and Bao Yugan in the 1980s actually flew to London at the same time to meet Lady Thatcher and others. Subsequently, news spread through Y country Xinjiang and even overseas that Li Jiaqing had joined forces with Bao Yugan to acquire Xinjiang GD. This matter had a significant impact at that time. However, in the end, despite the Bao family and the Li family holding a portion of the shares in Iha and Xinjiang GD, they ultimately could not swallow these two trading houses. Now, Lin Gaoyan's statement still needs to consider the face of Y country. If they can gain Lady Thatcher's support, then there will be no issues on the official side. Second, I believe we should meet with the senior management of Huifeng. Although the Bao family currently has ample cash flow and does not need support from Huifeng. However, Huifeng, Iha, and Xinjiang GD are all British ventures, and if the Bao family suddenly launches an acquisition of Iha, or even Xinjiang GD, then the Joseph family and Nabijian may seek Huifeng's support, and with Huifeng's vast financial backing, it would be difficult for the Bao family to acquire Iha, or even Xinjiang GD. Lin Gaoyan's statement once again illuminated the minds of Bao Yugan and Bao Yu. In fact, his point also has its basis. In Bao Yu's past life, whether it was Li Jiaqing or Bao Yugan, their private collaboration to swallow Xinjiang GD, or even Iha relied heavily on substantial funds which were not their own, but came from behind Huifeng. At that time, both Li Jiaqing and Bao Yugan had received unlimited loan support from Huifeng. It was under such circumstances that they had so much capital to covet Iha and even Xinjiang GD. Now Bao Yu has already received recognition from Huifeng senior management Xinbai, and Bao Yu and Bao Yugan's plan is to meet with Xinbai and Bao Yuhan at the Huifeng Bank headquarters this afternoon. Gaoyan, in fact, my father and I considered this matter last night and decided to meet with Mr. Xinbai and Mr. Bao Yuhan at Huifeng headquarters this afternoon. Third, I believe the most likely issue with the Bao family's acquisition of Iha and even Xinjiang GD is interference from the Xinjiang Governor's Office or even the Xinjiang Securities Regulatory Commission. If they decide to forcibly intervene to prevent the Bao family from further acquiring Xinjiang GD or even Iha, there will certainly be many issues arising. In fact, Lin Gaoyan's consideration of this issue is based on certain grounds. However, Bao Yu said, Gaoyan, if this were before 1977, it would indeed be very likely. But now that shouldn't happen. After all, since 1978, the Xinjiang Governor's Office has continuously issued over 20 financial licenses to establish Xinjiang as an international financial metropolis, inviting a large number of banks and financial institutions from the M country, East Asia, and Europe. If the Bao family acquires Xinjiang GD, or even Iha and the Governor's Office, or the Xinjiang Securities Regulatory Commission intervenes, it would undoubtedly affect the reputation of the Governor's Office and even the development of Xinjiang's finance. Thus, the likelihood of this happening is not high. Of course, it is 78. Lin Gaoyan felt that the boss point was also valid. The Xinjiang Governor's Office would not directly intervene to maintain the British capital's control over Iha and Xinjiang GD. After all, this is not the early 70s nor the 60s. Certainly, we do need to consider the 3 points that Bao Yu complimented Lin Gaoyan. Although Lin Gaoyan is a relative of Li Zhaoji and Bao Yu's view, the fact that he could help Li Zhaoji become one of the 4 major families in Xinjiang is quite impressive. From the perspective of these 3 points, he has indeed thought quite deeply. Father Gaoyan just mentioned the first point, which is indeed correct. You can go directly to London to meet Lady Thatcher. Bob, what if Lady Thatcher disagrees with our Bao family's acquisition of Iha or Xinjiang GD, or informs the Joseph family about this matter? Although Bao Yugan and his wife had a good relationship with Lady Thatcher and were friends, Bao Yugan felt that it was hard to say, oh, what if Lady Thatcher were to expose this matter? Father, that is why when the time is right we should fly directly to see Lady Thatcher. As for when the time is ripe, I believe it should be when the outside world is aware that our Bao family is going to acquire Xinjiang GD or even Iha. At that time, there will be no need for concealment, and you can fly to London to meet Lady Thatcher. This acquisition of Iha Group and Xinjiang land is of paramount importance. After discussing the matter were Bao Yugong, my Li Ziwei, Li Ma Shimin, Chao Jiming, and Lin Gaoyan. Father, this purchase will be the Bao family's most crucial acquisition. There can be no mistakes. Very well. My Lizi will be in charge of the funds. Wei Li and Chao Jiming will handle the takeover of Iha Group. Ma Shimin and Lin Gaoyan will be responsible for acquiring Xinjiang land. Yes, boss. My Lizi Wei, Li Ma Shimin, Chao Jiming, and Lin Gaoyan all looked visibly excited. Essentially, if they swallow up Iha and Xianjiang land, they will monopolize Zhangjiang's economic structure. The outcome will be almost certain. Both Wei Li and Ma Shimin realized that this offered an opportunity to reposition themselves. Although Heji Huangpu was doing well, Wei Li still desired a higher station. Whether appointed general manager of Iha Group or of Xianjiang land would make a profound difference. As for Ma Shimin, who currently oversees Huanqiu Airlines, he also yearned to ascend to greater heights. Bao Yu and his father did not stay behind. They left a small conference room for the others to deliberate. Bao Yu and Bao Yugong stepped out. Bob, I will return to Prince Tower first, then this afternoon I will go to the Xianjiang Huifeng Bank building to see Mr. Shenbai and Mr. Bao Yuan. Bao Yu personally accompanied his father to the elevator. As Bao Yugong boarded and left, Bao Yu returned to his office and stood at the window gazing out. His mood was undeniably stirred. To Bao Yu, having swallowed Zhilongkang, or even Heji Huangpu, was no great feat. Only by taking Iha and Xianjiang land could the Bao family truly cement its future status as Zhangjiang's premier financial dynasty. Still, Bao Yu entrusted this matter to Mai Lizi and the others and felt at ease. In the morning, Bao Yu conducted his work as usual. After lunch at the company, he returned to his office and worked through the afternoon until 4 o'clock, when he and Zhao Xiuzhen left the Huanqiu Investment Center and drove to the Xianjiang Huifeng Bank building. Having just stepped out of the car, he saw his father Bao Yugong waiting. The father and son, accompanied by Zhao Xiuzhen and Shen Jihao, took the elevator upward. On the 12th floor, as Bao Yugong, Bao Yu, and Zhao Xiuzhen stepped out of the elevator, they saw Bao Yuan. That morning, Shen Bai and Bao Yuan had unexpectedly received an invitation from the Bao family to meet them at Huifeng headquarters. After exchanging greetings with Bao Yuan, they entered the conference room and closed the door. The Bao father and son spoke with Bao Yuan for 10 minutes before Shen Bai arrived smiling and joined them. After greetings, everyone seated themselves. With international gold soaring, Shen Bai was in good spirits. Besides the gold Bao Yu had privately gifted him rising in value. The most consequential matter was how Huanqiu Shipping Group's divestment had succeeded. The proceeds from that divestment provided large sums of capital, part of which repaid debts, but much of it was invested in gold by the Bao family. As Huanqiu Shipping Group's third largest shareholder, the Bao family's gains in the gold market dramatically multiplied Huifeng's own profits several times over. This was the highest return since Shen Bai had succeeded Sanders as chairman of Huifeng the year before last. Under such circumstances, how could Shen Bai not be pleased? Ship King Bao, young Master Bao, I heard the Bao family made a substantial profit from gold. From the Bao family's accounts at Huifeng, the father and son together already possessed several tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. And that was only the liquid cash flow, not including the Zhangjiang listed companies under Bao Ye's control. All combined, the Bao family's assets approached 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, making them arguably the wealthiest family in Xianjiang, perhaps in all of Asia. In such a situation, the Bao family truly became Huifeng's largest and most important client. Mr. Shen, this time our investments in international gold indeed yielded significant returns, Bao Yugong said bluntly. However, a bank like Huifeng cannot conduct private gold speculation the way the Bao family does. If gold were to plunge, the bank would suffer catastrophic losses. Presently, Huifeng's involvement stems from cooperation with Huanqiu Shipping Group, while the Bao family raised vast funds by selling off those supertankers, in which Huifeng naturally held a portion. Ship King Bao, young Master Bao, what brings you here this time? Shen Bai asked curiously. Mr. Bao Yuan, this concerns a matter of great consequence to the Bao family's future. When Shen Bai and Bao Yuan heard this, their expressions changed. Bao Yu continued, Mr. Bao Yuan, the Bao family holds a great deal of cash. It is unthinkable to leave it all sitting in banks collecting interest. Therefore, we have set our sights on Iha Group and Xianjiang land. Iha Group, Xianjiang land. Shen Bai and Bao Yuan immediately grasped the implication. The Bao father and son intended to acquire the Iha trading house and its controlling stake in Xianjiang land. Seeing Shen Bai and Bao Yuan fall silent, Bao Yu went on, this is the moment for the Bao family to buy Iha and Xianjiang land. If we miss this opportunity, attempting to acquire these two houses later will be exceedingly difficult. Shen Bai glanced at Bao Yuan. Bao Yuan asked, young Master Bao, why not acquire Huifeng or Tiger? Mr. Bao Yuan, it is not that the Bao family does not wish to, rather the timing is not yet right. So long as Huifeng or Taigu retains stable controlling shareholders, we have no foothold. But Iha and Xianjiang land differ. As Bao Yu explained to Shen Bai and Bao Yuan, both men understood that now was indeed the moment for the Bao family to move on Iha and even Xianjiang land. This is the convergence of providential timing, strategic advantage, and unified support. As to timing, it was perfect. Yes, Chairman Niu Bijian and the Joseph family had not yet realized that the Bao family had long coveted Iha. Niu Bijian had not yet arranged cross-holdings among his three major groups, so now truly was the best moment. As for strategic advantage, the Bao family did not need to rely on Huifeng for loans. Their enormous capital alone sufficed to acquire Iha and even Xianjiang land. And as for unity, the Bao father and son were unanimous outwardly. Moreover, senior executives like my Li Ziwei Li and Ma Shimin all supported the acquisition and would serve as powerful commanders for the operation. Regarding Bao Ye's previous life, both Li Jiaqing and Bao Yugong lacked the full constellation of timing advantage and unity. Whether in their cooperation funds or support from senior management, they fell short. Thus, although Li Jiaqing and Bao Yugong successively had 2 chances to seize Xiangjiang land, or even Iha Group, those attempts were doomed to fail from the outset. Huifeng is also part of Yihe and is even one of the major shareholders of Xiangjiang land. However, since the Bao family intends to acquire these 2 major trading companies from any perspective, Huifeng and Xunban both support the Bao family. After receiving support from Xunban and Huifeng, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu are essentially free of worries regarding the acquisition of Yihe and Xiangjiang land. In Deepwater Bay at the Hillside Villa, the Bao family, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu met with Huifeng's chairman Xunban and general manager Bao Yuehan. The father and son took a car back to the villa in succession. After getting out of the car, Bao Yugong and Bao Yu went up to the study where they deliberated for half an hour. "You two have been whispering in the study since you got off work. Dinner is ready," Huang Xiuying said as she knocked. And "Mommy, we'll go eat dinner now," said Bao Yu. After dinner, Bao Yu and his grandfather watched television for a while, then went up to his study to read the evening newspaper. After he finished reading the evening newspaper, he took a comfortable bath with the assistance of Daisy. After a night of rest, the next morning arrived. After Bao Yu got up, the date had turned to January 1st in 1980. Today is New Year's Day. The governor's office of Xiangjiang and public departments would have a day off. This includes the 4 major exchanges of Xiangjiang, which would also stop trading for the day. The weather is a bit cool now, so to avoid catching a cold, Bao Yu and Bao Yugong did not swim in the pool, but instead read the morning newspaper in the living room. The most newsworthy topic in the morning newspaper should be related to the soaring international gold prices. In the past 2 months, international gold has been soaring rapidly, and by January it is expected to surpass 800 per ounce. At this time, many investors and analysts believe that international gold will continue to rise and is very likely to surpass 1,000 per ounce. In fact, in Xiangjiang, the 3 major investments favored by the average person, especially women and some middle-class individuals, are purchasing Rolex watches. In addition to being wearable, Rolex watches have certain value retention and appreciation potential. If a family encounters some issues and needs money, having a Rolex can be directly pawned for cash. Another investment is purchasing gold. In fact, many women in Xiangjiang, whether before or after marriage, love to buy gold. The recent surge in international gold prices has further stimulated the trading of gold in Xiangjiang, including the Zhou Dafu jewelry store from the Zheng Yutong family, which has seen a significant increase in gold jewelry sales during this period. Moreover, for those women, buying gold is not just an investment or a means of preserving value, but also serves as a dowry, and even after marriage it remains their own property. In fact, some married women in Xiangjiang have saved a considerable amount of gold jewelry before marriage. Although this property is uniquely theirs, they often help their husbands solve entrepreneurial or debt issues by offering it up. Another investment is buying stocks from Huifeng Bank. In fact, since Huifeng went public, its dividends have been quite impressive each year. Additionally, Huifeng's market value has consistently been the highest among all listed companies in Xiangjiang, with annual dividends and profits remaining very stable. Because of this, many middle-class individuals and stock investors in Xiangjiang tend to buy Huifeng stocks. Now Bao Yu is flipping through those newspapers. He knows that this acquisition of Yihe or Xiangjiang land can indeed leverage the international gold investment to cover the Bao family's covert attack on the acquisition of Yihe and even shares of Xiangjiang land. Bao Yu is aware that such matters can only last for about half a month before being discovered by the outside world. Of course, by that time it is very likely that the Bao family will hold more Yihe shares than the Yosuke family, making them the largest shareholders of Yihe. With advantages in various aspects, the acquisition of Yihe and even Xiangjiang land will put the Bao family in a more advantageous position. Today is Tuesday. Since the 4 major exchanges are not trading, Bao Yu also did not go back to work at the company. After Bao Yugong finished breakfast, he returned to the prince's building. That evening, at 6 o'clock, Bao Yugong returned home after work as usual. After getting home, he and Bao Yu went to the Deepwater Bay Golf Club to play golf, as they usually do. While playing golf at the Deepwater Bay Golf Club, the father and son chatted. Such moments quietly passed by for half a month. During this time, Bao Yu continued to monitor the prices of international gold and silver. Among them, Bao Yu had Nancy first go long on international gold, making a significant profit, and then go long on silver futures, earning another large sum. Subsequently, Nancy began to short international gold futures and silver futures, as per Bao Yes. These 2 futures contracts have not yet ended, but based on Bao Yes predictions, with international gold prices having soared to about 850 Hong Kong dollars per ounce, a significant portion of global investors are still bullish on international gold. However, those who have already profited from going long are starting to follow Bao Yes' lead and short international gold. After all, since last year until January of this year, international gold has multiplied several times, and in the eyes of these investors the likelihood of international gold continuing to soar to €1 per ounce is not very high. In addition to focusing on international gold, Baoyu is mainly concerned about the market value and stock price changes of Yihe and Xinjiang land. After all, during this time Wei Li, Chao Jiming, Ma Shimin, and Lin Gaoyan have quietly encouraged people to buy Yihe and Xinjiang land stocks. From the perspective of these two listed groups and their stock price changes, the outside world has yet to notice that the Bao family began their covert attack on these two major trading companies over half a month ago, on January 14, 1980. Monday. After finishing breakfast, Baoyu took a car back to the Global Investment Center building and went up to the 21st floor office. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Nancy came to report on the situation of international gold. Sir, international gold has now surpassed 800 per ounce and seems to be continuing to rise, which makes me a bit worried. After all, before this, Baoyu went long on international gold, but later let her short international gold. Nancy, you don't really believe those so-called experts who say it will break 100 per ounce, do you? It's obvious that there are many investors both bullish and bearish right now, and it seems that those bullish on international gold appear to be in the majority. Trust me, it won't be long before international gold starts to decline. Upon hearing this, Nancy felt relieved as she left to return to her own office. Baoyu gazed out the window. Whether it's international gold or silver futures, Baoyu is now more concerned about how much shares of the Jardine Matheson Group and Hong Kong land they have acquired. After all, this is in the context of preemptively striking at those two listed conglomerates. It is 9:30 in the morning and the four major exchanges in Hong Kong are opening normally. Among them, Hong Kong Land, Jardine Matheson Group, and even Jardine Securities just opened, and these three listed companies began to experience varying degrees of surges. The stock price of Hong Kong Land has surged 8 compared to last Friday just after opening. The stock price of Jardine Matheson Group has surged 11 compared to last Friday just after opening. The stock price of Jardine Securities has immediately surged 7 compared to last Friday right after opening. The sudden surge in the stocks of these three listed companies has immediately caused a stir in the outside world, with some investors rushing into the four major exchanges like sharks attracted by the scent of fish. Especially retail investors holding shares of Hong Kong Land, Jardine Matheson Group, and Jardine Securities. Since the majority of shares in Hong Kong Land and Jardine Matheson Group are still in the hands of those retail investors, the surge in the stock prices of these three companies has indeed attracted the attention of some capital and investors. In the morning, Baoyu is working in his office. At noon, the four major exchanges take a break. At this time, Chao Jiming comes to the office to see Baoyu. Boss, it seems that the outside world has already guessed that some capital is targeting Jardine Matheson Group and even Hong Kong Land, but they still don't know who is actually behind the attack on these two major listed companies. This was within Baoyu's expectations. After all, being able to spend half a month to preemptively strike at these two major listed companies is already quite good. It is impossible to continuously attack and acquire more shares of these two conglomerates. Jiming, how many shares of Jardine do we currently hold? Boss, it's about 13. As for Hong Kong Land, I heard from Gao Yin that it's also around 11. In other words, the Zhozek family holds about 10, and the Bao family holds 13, making them the largest shareholder of Jardine. However, under these circumstances, it is still unstable. Other capital shareholders should still support the Zhozek family. As for the shares held in Hong Kong Land, it increased from 4.5 to 11, an increase of 6.5 a month. This is because Jardine controls Hong Kong Land through holding 15 of its shares. In this case, according to the current 11 shares held by the Bao family alone, they have already become the largest single shareholder of Hong Kong Land. Since the attack on those two conglomerates has been exposed, we should just openly seize them. If we can't seize them directly, we will have to buy them at a high price later. At this moment, Baoyu is very confident, not only because the timing, location, and personnel are all on his side. On the contrary, whether it is the Zhozek family or the executives of Jardine and Hong Kong Land, even if they discover that someone is targeting or striking at these two conglomerates, they actually do not have much capital or time to raise funds. In this regard, Baoyu feels that it is much easier than the last acquisition of Wharf Holdings. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the four major exchanges in Hong Kong continue to open. Among them, the stock prices of Jardine Hong Kong Land and Jardine Securities have once again seen a significant rise. At this time, there are rumors in the outside world that powerful capital is targeting Jardine and even Hong Kong Land. Baoyu no longer pays attention to the stock prices of these two listed companies until the end of the workday. Chao Jiming, Lin Gaoyan, and others are directly purchasing the stocks of Jardine and Hong Kong Land, basically buying as much as they can without the previous concealment. Basically, whenever retail investors or institutions sell, their people immediately buy. By 4 in the afternoon, the four major exchanges in Hong Kong conclude trading. Compared to last Friday, the stock price of Jardine Group has surged 35 in a single day. Meanwhile, the stock price of Hong Kong Land has also surged 30 compared to last Friday. As for Jardine Securities, its stock price has surged 27 compared to last Friday. In fact, compared to the usual normal fluctuations of around 5, the stock price rising by about 30 in one day is a terrifying number. Chao Jiming and Lin Gaoyan immediately come to report to him. Boss, we bought quite a lot of shares of Jardine Group in the afternoon, and now we hold 15 of Jardine Group's shares, beginning to surpass the shares held by the Josek family in Jardine Group. Boss, we now hold 13 of the shares in Hong Kong land. Lin Gaoyan also reports from the side. In Deepwater Bay's mid-levels Villa Bao's family. At 6 in the evening, Bao Yu and his son have just returned. Bob, I heard that the news about the surprise attacks on Jardine and even Hong Kong land has already been leaked. Dad, indeed it is so. Although the outside capital and retail investors still do not know who it is, the significant increase in the stock prices of Jardine's 3 major listed companies today has indeed led them to suspect that someone is targeting these 3 companies. Bob, what is our next step? Dad, we should still proceed as we discussed earlier. Initially, without the other capital knowing, we can quietly buy as much as possible through surprise attacks. Now that it has been exposed, those in the market are still quite sensitive. The stock prices of Jardine and Hong Kong land will likely surge even more. However, for us, the current stock prices are still a good opportunity to buy in bulk. Of course, at this stage, I think the Josek family and Neo Bijian will definitely know, and they will begin to worry and figure out ways to buy more stocks to fend off the attackers. By the time they are gathering funds, we do not need to give them more time. We can directly announce that we are attacking and acquiring the Jardine Group. Next, we only need to offer a good premium price, and we should be able to swallow up these 2 conglomerates. After all, the Bao family has ample funds now, and it is completely different from when Bao Yu had to rely on Hui Feng with Li Jiaqing and Bao Yu just a short while ago. Moreover, at that time, Neo Bijian and even the Josek family reacted too quickly, leaving no opportunities for. Now, with the timing, location, and personnel all in the hands of the Bao family and the Josek family's control over Jardine's shares being too little, in this situation, the Josek family is no match for the Bao family. In other words, the Bao family can directly crush the Josek family with their massive funds. Dad, prepare yourself in the next few days, and you and Mom should go from Hong Kong to London to meet Lady Thatcher. As for me, I will be meeting Neo Bijian. In Bao Yu's view, since the outside world knows that someone is targeting Jardine Group, and even Hong Kong land, those sensitive media outlets will quickly speculate or find evidence of who is attacking. Under these circumstances, it is impossible for the Bao family to continue concealing it. Indeed, Bao Yu and his wife can go meet Lady Thatcher. As for Neo Bijian, actually, he is a professional manager hired by Jardine's shareholders, not a servant of the Josek family. Bao Yu believes that if Neo Bijian is willing to abandon cooperation with the Josek family and work for the Bao family, then swallowing up Jardine Group and even Hong Kong land would be much simpler. Kingle Building, the chairman's office of the Jardine Group. As usual, Neo Bijian was working there. Although in 1978, Jardine lost control of the Kowloon warehouse, it was a significant loss for the group. However, for Neo Bijian, there was no change. Instead, under his support, Bao Fuda replaced Davis in 1978 to become the general manager of Jardine Group and the general manager of Hong Kong land. Now, Neo Bijian was also ambitious, but Jardine's main business still focused on overseas investments, including in country Y. Meanwhile, after Bao Fuda ascended to the position of new general manager, he began to continuously expand the scale of Hong Kong land, including collaborating with other third-party companies to develop related industries. With the recovery of the Hong Kong real estate and stock markets, Hong Kong land's revenue and profits were also on the rise, and its market value increased accordingly. Although it still ranked behind the total market value of the overseas transportation company in country Y, it had risen significantly compared to 1977. In this regard, Neo Bijian believed that the ability of Bao Fuda, whom he promoted, was indeed strong. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The trading of the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong had just ended. A sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. The female secretary went to open the door and saw Bao Fuda rushing in. "Big boss, there might be a major issue," Bao Fuda said upon entering. Although Bao Fuda was the general manager of Jardine Group, in reality, he was mainly responsible for the affairs of Hong Kong land, making him the true leader of the company. However, since the headquarters of Hong Kong land was also located in Kingle Building, it wasn't difficult for him to come up to see Neo Bijian. Neo Bijian put down his pen and glanced at Bao Fuda. "Bao Fuda, what major issue has arisen?" This morning, the 3 major listed companies of Jardine just opened for trading, and their stock prices began to rise to varying degrees. By the afternoon, the stock prices had surged by about 30 compared to the last trading day on Friday. "Big boss, such a sudden spike in stock prices is clearly very unusual." Neo Bijian's expression changed slightly. "What is going on? There haven't been any favorable news for our 3 listed companies recently, and yet their stock prices have surged. There must be something wrong." This afternoon, I made some phone calls to inquire, and actually heard some news from outside, that there is capital secretly attacking and targeting these 3 listed companies. Capital secretly attacking Jardine's 3 major listed companies. At that moment, Neo Bijian's expression finally changed. After all, in 1977, the Bao family succeeded in secretly attacking Kowloon warehouse, ultimately acquiring it at a high price. Unexpectedly, just 2 years later, there was again capital secretly attacking Jardine's 3 major listed companies. Thinking of this, Neo Bijian picked up the landline phone and dialed the first number. He then continued to dial several numbers. From the reliable sources, it was indeed very likely that there was capital secretly attacking Jardine Hong Kong land and Jardine Securities. However, the outside world still couldn't determine which mysterious capital it was. Could it be the Bao family again? Niu Bijin thought. For some reason, Niu Bijin suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. If it were other capital, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it really was the Bao family, then it would be truly disastrous. Who is it? Niu Bijin asked. Big boss, I've already sent someone to investigate, but we still don't know who it is. However, since last year, the Hong Kong governor's office had relaxed the issuance of around 30 financial licenses globally, allowing numerous banks and financial institutions to enter Hong Kong. A large amount of overseas capital and hot money had flowed into Hong Kong. If this attack on Jardine's three groups were to happen, it could either be European capital from country M or capital from the East. Of course, it's also possible that it was local Chinese capital in Hong Kong. Bao Fuda also thought of the Bao family. After all, in the past 2 years, Bao Yes' series of acquisitions and investments in global aviation company in Hong Kong, and even in the construction of a new international airport, had used a substantial amount of funds. However, he knew that the Bao family was currently focused on other investments. He found it hard to imagine that they still had so much capital to acquire Jardine's three major groups. After all, the combined market value of the three major groups was already over 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. It was unlikely for anyone to swallow Jardine's three major groups without at least 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. In this situation, he still found it hard to believe that this was related to the Bao family. However, regardless of the reasons, starting today, the stock prices of these three major listed companies had begun to surge, and Bao Fuda was indeed starting to be vigilant. Big boss, the Joseph family currently holds about 10 of Jardine Group shares, making them the largest shareholder. If someone with ulterior motives wants to covet or attack Jardine Group, it is highly possible. Moreover, our Jardine only holds 15 of Hong Kong land, which is actually similar to our previous holdings in Kowloon warehouse, Bao Fuda reminded. Niu Bijin nodded. We can only have someone investigate who is acquiring the three major listed companies of Jardine Group. At this moment, Niu Bijin still had not realized the seriousness of the matter. Since Bao Fuda had already sent someone to investigate, he could only wait and see. Next, if the investigation revealed that the price increase of these three companies was merely a deliberate move and did not involve acquisition or other intentions, it wouldn't be a big deal for Niu Bijin. After Bao Fuda reported the matter, he went back. Niu Bijin continued working. Initially, the Bao family had profited significantly by acquiring Kowloon warehouse at a high price, while Jardine and Hong Kong land had gained a substantial sum from selling their shares in Kowloon warehouse. However, the Joseph family and Niu Bijin did not use these funds to buy shares in Jardine or Hong Kong land, but instead invested in overseas industries. In other words, Jardine's funds were further invested overseas as well as in countrywide. Unfortunately, Jardine's overseas investments were mostly losses and yielded no profits. This aspect had a relatively significant impact on Jardine's development. Nevertheless, Niu Bijin continued to execute this policy. Not only that, but Jardine was also continuing to expand its disadvantages, such as expanding the Jardine shipping. Thus, while the Bao family sold those supertankers and super large ships, Jardine Shipping Group was expanding the scale of its own shipping group. Some of the ships were purchased from the Bao family, while others were new supertankers or large ships ordered from the East. Some time ago, Dong Jia's Dong Haoyun announced at a press conference that Dong Jia was the new king of the world in shipping, far exceeding the carrying capacity of the Bao family's fleet. Niu Bijin was aware of this. However, Niu Bijin knew that the title of king of shipping still belonged to Bao Yu, and that Dong Jia was somewhat overrated, boasting about themselves. Bayside Villa at Deepwater Bay. The Li family. A black Benz sedan came to a stop. The car door opened. Descending from the car was Li Jiaqing, dressed in a suit. Having lost the opportunity to acquire the Kowloon warehouse, he was completely cut off from Chung Kong Holdings. The reconstructed Chinese Merchants Building was also forcibly sold to young Master Bao. Li Jiaqing and the Shun couple had basically ceased all interactions. This meant that for Li Jiaqing, the investment he had made over the years had undoubtedly ended in failure this time. Having completely lost the newly constructed Chinese Merchants Building as the headquarters of Changxiang Industrial Group, he could only remain trapped in the north corner of the Fragrant Harbor. However, he had already begun to dismantle the original site of the Hilton Hotel in Fragrant Harbor. 2. Queens Road Central Fragrant Harbor. In fact, this location was indeed very good. Li Jiaqing hoped to rebuild it as the Changxiang Investment Center Tower, thus allowing him to escape Shao, K1, and enter Central Fragrant Harbor. Sir, many evening newspapers are reporting on the soaring stock prices of the three publicly listed companies of Jardine Matheson Group today, said his wife, Zhuang Yueming, as she took the suit that Li Jiaqing had changed out of. Regarding the soaring stock prices of Jardine Fragrant Harbor Land and Jardine Securities this morning, Zhou Qianhe had already informed him while at work. At that time, according to Zhou Qian's thoughts, there must be capital stealthily attacking Jardine. But who could it be? Zhou Qianhe could not ascertain since the investigation had not yet clarified. However, just like Li Jiaqing, he had already identified a suspect. Li Jiaqing sat down on the sofa. This morning Qianhe told me, and we already had a suspect then. Sir, who is attacking Jardine? Zhuang Yueming asked in surprise. If nothing unexpected, it should be our neighbor, the neighbor of the Li family. That would undoubtedly be the Bao family. At this moment, Zhuang Yuming's expression. This time the Bao family is desperately abandoning their ships to raise more funds and reduce their debts in the shipping industry. Meanwhile, the Dong family is frantically borrowing to buy the super tankers sold by the Bao family, even claiming to be the kings of the sea. In my view, the Dong family will suffer greatly this time. In Li Jiaqing's view, the Bao family, by unloading those super tankers, if this capital does not flow into other industries or overseas, then the Bao family's capital is currently very abundant. In this situation, the Bao family must be using it to acquire potential companies in Fragrant Harbor. According to his and Zhou Qian's analysis, aside from the Kowloon warehouse, which had already been swallowed by the Bao family, and Chung Kong Holdings, the companies with the weakest stock control are actually Jardine and Fragrant Harbor land. As for Wheelock Swire, the Bao family probably cannot afford to buy them even with their wealth. Sir, if it is indeed the Bao family attacking Jardine, does that mean? At this moment, Zhuang Yueming could hardly imagine. The Bao family's assets are truly enormous now. They have not only swallowed the Kowloon warehouse, the Fragrant Harbor Electric Group, and China Gas, but also established global airlines and constructed a new international airport. The Bao family has now ventured into various industries. If they swallow Jardine and Fragrant Harbor land this time, Zhuang Yueming could hardly fathom to what extent the Bao family's assets would swell. It is feared that in the future Fragrant Harbor will be the domain of the Bao family, leaving no opportunity for the Li family. Most importantly, the Bao family currently enjoys the trust and importance of Shun Yin and Bao Zhan securing unlimited loans from Hui Feng. This time it is likely that Hui Feng is indeed supporting the Bao family. Li Jiaqing's expression was also grim. Ever since the stock prices of the three publicly listed companies of Jardine surged this morning, he and Zhou Qianhe had analyzed that the Bao family was likely attacking the three companies. At that time, Li Jiaqing understood that as long as the Bao family swallowed Jardine and even Fragrant Harbor land and completely digested these two major companies, most of the valuable assets in Fragrant Harbor would indeed be consumed by the Bao family. Not only that, more than one-third of Jardine's assets are overseas and in Y country's homeland. If they were to swallow Jardine, it would also mean that Jardine's overseas and Y country's homeland assets would fall into the Bao family's hands. In this case, the Bao family's assets would be even more widespread overseas. Just thinking about it made Li Jiaqing feel terrified. Most importantly, as the Bao family's assets grow larger, the opportunities for other British and Chinese capital. Zhuang Yueming glanced at Li Jiaqing. The couple left the sofa in the living room and went upstairs to the study. After closing the door, Zhuang Yueming asked, "Sir, if it is indeed the Bao family attempting to attack the three publicly listed companies of Jardine, what do you think?" Li Jiaqing remained silent. Zhuang Yueming continued, "From what we've seen over the past 3 years, the Bao family's development has been too rapid, especially since young Master Bao made his appearance. There has basically been no opportunity for other Chinese and British capital. Of course, not only that, but the Bao family has clearly excluded us. Including the establishment of global airlines and the construction of a new international airport, the Bao family has been inviting other Chinese and British capital to invest together, yet they have deliberately excluded the Li family, which shows that the Bao family is intent on sidelining us." Regarding this matter, Li Jiaqing was certainly aware. In fact, Bao Yu had previously seized his newly built Chinese merchants building and also targeted people he had his eye on, such as Ma Lixi and Ma Shiming. His resentment towards young Master Bao was not small, but the outside world was unaware. In this context, it was only natural that the Bao family did not want to cooperate with the Li family. On the other hand, Li Jiaqing clearly sensed that the Bao family was avoiding collaboration with them to deliberately suppress the Li family's development. Since the Bao family is ruthless, then do not blame the Li family for being ungrateful. The Li family and the Bao family did not have any conflicts in the past, but the fact that the Shun couple who had been investing with us for many years ultimately distanced themselves from us, if this matter is not related to that young Master Bao, I do not believe it. Zhuang Yueming spoke, while Li Jiaqing remained silent. "Sir, whether or not the Bao family is attacking the three publicly listed companies of Jardine, we should inform the senior management of Jardine in advance, or even anonymously notify the media outside stating that we have reliable news that the Bao family is colluding with Hui Feng to attack the three publicly listed companies of Jardine. This way Jardine's side will surely become alert immediately, and at that time those ordinary shareholders holding shares of the three publicly listed companies of Jardine will not easily sell their stocks. In this situation, even if the Bao family truly intends to swallow Jardine, or even Fragrant Harbor land, it would likely come at a much greater cost, which is fundamentally impossible." Zhuang Yueming's thought was that since the Li family could not obtain it, she did not want anyone else to have it either. Especially the Bao family next door, she certainly did not wish for them to easily swallow the three major listed companies of Ia. Seeing Li Jiaqing's expression unchanged, Zhuang Yueming said, "Sir, since you and Qianhe have already suspected that the Bao family is behind the attacks on the three major listed companies of Ia, it indicates a very high possibility. If the Bao family easily swallows them, there may be no Li family left in Shanjiang. At this moment, Zhuang Yueming naturally harbored a great hatred for Bao Yu. However, she knew that she had said all that needed to be said. As for whether the Sir would act on it, she did not know. Now Li Jiaqing stood in the study looking out the window at the nearby hillside mansion, which belonged to the Bao family. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of envy. Back in the day when he had just entered the real estate industry in Xinjiang, his greatest hope and goal was for his Changfang Industrial Group to become a real estate giant like Xinjiang Land. This was what Li Jiaqing had always pursued. He just never expected that before his Changfang Industrial Group could develop to that point, far from being comparable to Xinjiang Land, the Bao family would already have the opportunity and vast resources to swallow it. This disparity made Li Jiaqing very uncomfortable. But what could he do? As for what his wife had just mentioned, it was a matter of harming others without benefiting oneself. In fact, Li Jiaqing did not really want to do it. However, he appeared somewhat conflicted. Of course, he did not wish for the Bao family to be the ones attacking the three major listed companies of Iha, but wishing it away did not change the fact that they were indeed the most likely culprits. For Li Jiaqing, he actually hoped that no matter which capital was attacking the three major listed companies of Iha, he could profit from it. For example, he had previously instructed Zhou Qianhe to purchase a small amount of stocks from the three major companies of Iha. If the stock prices surged this time, selling them would certainly yield profits for Li Jiaqing. Li Jiaqing looked out the window and sighed deeply. He knew that one wrong step led to a series of mistakes. From the very beginning, the gap between him and Bao Chuanwang was vast. Besides, Bao Chuanwang had received over 20 years of support from the former chairman of Huifeng Sangdashing, and now Bao Chuanwang's son was also benefiting from the support of the new chairman of Huifeng Xinyan. This meant that as long as Shun Yan remained chairman of Huifeng, the Li family would have no chance of receiving Huifeng. This could only rely on the Li family themselves. Li Jiaqing believed that the position Bao Yu was supported in by Shun Yan originally belonged to him and the Li family. Half an hour later, his wife Zhuang Yueming came up and said, "Sir, the food has gone cold and mother is waiting for you to come down for dinner." Now both of Li Jiaqing's sons were studying abroad in the United States, leaving only him, his wife, and his mother Zhuang Biqin. Zhuang Biqin was waiting for the couple to have dinner. "I will go now." Li Jiaqing went downstairs first. Zhuang Yueming could tell that her husband still could not bring himself to do those things. Since Li Jiaqing could not do it, then let her do it. Zhuang Yueming went straight back to the study, picked up the landline phone, and dialed Zhou Qian's number. After a while, it was Zhou Qianhe who answered the phone, thinking it was Li Jiaqing calling. "Boss, this is Qianhe." "What?" "Qianhe, this is Yueming. There are some things the Sir cannot say to you, let me tell you instead." Zhou Qianhe listened on the other end. Zhuang Yueming spoke. After hearing it, Zhou Qianhe was somewhat surprised. "Qianhe, do you understand?" "Madam Li, I understand." "Then it's settled." Zhuang Yueming hung up the phone. Zhou Qianhe recalled what Zhuang Yueming had just said on the call. He found it hard to imagine this was what the boss wanted him to do. However, since Li Jiaqing had his wife say that to him, it indicated that it was indeed Li Jiaqing's intention. Thinking of this, Zhou Qianhe returned to his own study. He first wrote a letter, and after finishing it, he immediately sent someone to deliver it to the Iha Group's chairman Niu Bijiang. After that, Zhou Qianhe called several reporters from major mainstream newspapers. These people had a very good private relationship with Zhou Qianhe. Now that he was revealing such important news to them, it was quite good news for them. That night, these reporters learned from Zhou Qian's lips who was behind the attacks on the three major listed companies of Iha, which led to the surge in their stock prices today. Undoubtedly, such explosive news would certainly attract attention in Xinjiang and even globally by tomorrow. At 7:30 in the evening, Li Jiaqing and his wife finished dinner. Li Jiaqing returned to the study first. By around 9 in the evening, the couple had finished their baths and returned to the master bedroom. After turning off the lights, Li Jiaqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yueming, whose figure appeared somewhat plump, said back to back, "Sir, why aren't you sleeping yet? Aren't you supposed to play golf tomorrow morning?" Li Jiaqing still enjoyed going to Deepwater Bay Golf Course early in the morning to play, so he also went to bed early. "Is it because you're worried about the Bao family's attack on the three major listed companies of Iha?" Zhuang Yueming asked again. Li Jiaqing fell silent. However, after 10 years of sharing the same bed, the couple understood each other's thoughts very well. "Before dinner, I already called Qianhe and instructed him to handle this matter. If everything goes as planned tomorrow, Xinjiang and even the world will know that the Bao family used a large amount of capital to attack the three major listed companies of Iha." Zhuang Yueming said directly, "Madam Yu, sir, this is your idea. Since you do not want to do it, let me take." A whole night passed in silence. Li Jiaqing did not know when he fell asleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, the January morning was somewhat chilly. Li Jiaqing got up early and took a car to Deepwater Bay Golf Course to play. It seemed that only there could he quiet his mind and reflect, as if only there could he find his former self. Li Jiaqing played golf alone, and around 7 in the morning, when it was time for breakfast, he returned to the car. When Li Jiaqing got out of the car, he first went upstairs to take a shower and changed into his usual suit. As he came down the stairs, he noticed that Zhuang Yueming and the maid had already prepared the morning papers from major mainstream newspapers in Xinjiang. Sir, the whole world knows that the Bao family is behind the attacks on the three major companies. As Li Jiaqing descended the spiral staircase, he sat down on the sofa. Zhuang Yueming proudly picked up a copy of the Oriental Daily and handed it to Li Jiaqing for him to see. Li Jiaqing took it and saw that the headline of the Oriental Daily was about the Bao family planning to use a massive amount of funds to attack the three major listed companies of Iha. The Garden District in Hong Kong, the home of Niu Bijian. Although it was afternoon, Bao Fuda had already informed him that other capital might be targeting the stocks of the three listed companies of Iha, causing a significant rise in their prices after the morning opening. Niu Bijian had already instructed Bao Fuda to investigate. However, by the end of the workday, Niu Bijian had yet to hear from Bao Fuda regarding which capital was actually targeting the stocks of the three listed companies of Iha. Niu Bijian returned home from work as usual. Despite having joined Iha early and serving as a senior executive for many years, even becoming the head of Iha, his salary was only considered average in Hong Kong. In this situation, if Niu Bijian was not greedy, he naturally could not afford a large villa on Victoria Peak. Even the three-bedroom living-room apartment in the Garden District was actually rented by him and his wife. In other words, Niu Bijian was quite a traditional English-style professional manager whose role was essentially to be accountable to the board of directors. At this time, after returning home, Niu Bijian sat on the sofa in the living room reading the English evening newspapers. Sir, dinner is ready. The maid had already prepared dinner, and his wife called him over. Niu Bijian accompanied his wife to finish dinner, then returned to his study to read. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the doorbell suddenly rang. Niu Bijian's maid went to open the door and saw a stranger with a Chinese face. "Hello, I have a letter for Mr. Niu Bijian," the stranger said in English without introducing himself or explaining for whom the letter was intended. The maid took the letter, and just as she was about to say something, she saw that the stranger had already left. She could only close the door and take the letter to Mrs. Niu Bijian. "Madam, a stranger just said he had a letter from Mr. Niu Bijian." Mrs. Niu Bijian took it without. Instead, she went directly to the study. "Sir, someone just delivered a letter to you. Someone sent him a letter. Is the letter?" He should have left. Niu Bijian thought it was just a letter. When he opened it and saw the contents, his expression immediately changed dramatically. The letter clearly stated that the three listed companies of Iha were being targeted by the Bao family in a stealth attack, and the sender revealed that the Bao family had sold off a large number of supertankers, amassing significant funds. Moreover, it was said that they also received support from Hui Feng. In the afternoon, Niu Bijian had already suspected that this might be a stealth attack by the Bao family against the three listed companies of Iha, which had caused their stock prices to soar suddenly in the morning. Now the contents of the letter seemed to provide solid evidence that it was indeed the Bao family attacking the three listed. The letter also stated that the Bao family might have been secretly buying stocks of the three listed companies of Iha months ago, and then sold off more supertankers to raise additional funds. If that were true, Niu Bijian felt it was terrifying. The Bao family had not only long targeted the three listed companies of Iha, but had also raised at least 10 billion Hong Kong dollars by selling off a large number of supertankers. Additionally, there was also backing from Hui Feng and Shingan. Niu Bijian looked at the contents of the letter, growing. After all, he had already harbored suspicions in the afternoon, and now someone was anonymously tipping him off, which only indicated how serious the situation was. Seeing her husband's unusual expression, Mrs. Niu Bijian immediately asked, "Sir, what's wrong?" "It's serious." Niu Bijian picked up the landline phone in the study and immediately dialed Bao Fuda's number. At this time, Bao Fuda had also returned home to rest. He had already instructed someone in the afternoon to investigate the sudden rise in the stocks of the three listed companies of Iha, but had yet to uncover the true reason. Now Bao Fuda's wife received the call and informed him that it was Niu Bijian, Bao Fuda's superior, calling. "Bao Fuda, it's a call from Mr. Niu Bijian." Bao Fuda immediately picked up the landline phone to answer. "Sir, what's the matter?" "It might really be a serious matter. You need to return to the conference room at the headquarters of Iha Group in Kowloon building immediately and notify the senior executives to wait for my return." Notifying the senior executives of Iha Group to return for a meeting. It was already past 8 in the evening. For those white executives, this time was typically for dinner, watching TV, or taking a bath, and then resting. However, since the Sir insisted, Bao Fuda guessed that something significant must have occurred. "Sir, I will rush back to Kowloon building and immediately notify the other executives to return to the headquarters conference room to wait for you." Bao Fuda hung up the phone and prepared to get his suit. "Sir, you haven't taken a shower yet. Where are you going?" "Madam, Mr. Niu Bijian just mentioned a serious matter and instructed me to immediately notify the senior executives of Iha Group to convene. I must rush back. I don't know when I will return tonight, so you don't need to wait for me." Bao Fuda grabbed his suit and car keys and hurried downstairs. He got into his car and drove straight towards Kowloon. At this time, Niu Bijian knew that Bao Fuda had already hung up the phone and originally intended to rush back to Kowloon building. After some thought, he picked up the landline phone again and dialed an international long-distance call. It was now around 8 in the evening in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, in London, it was just after 1 in the afternoon. As Niu Bijian anxiously awaited. After more than 20 seconds, there was finally a response. "This is Niu Bijian. Oh, I need to speak with Henry Yosek." Henry Yosek was still the head of the Yosek family. However, since he relinquished the position of chairman of IHA Group in 1975, he had spent most of his time at the family estate in Y country. As for the acquisition of Kowloon warehouse by the Bao family in 1977, Henry Yosek, the behind-the-scenes leader of IHA, had quietly come to Hong Kong to direct the defense against the Bao family's acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. Ultimately, IHA Group lost Kowloon warehouse, and General Manager Davis was forced to resign from his position, with Bao Fuda, whom Neo Bijian recommended, taking over. At this time, although the Yosek family still had many executives they promoted in IHA Group and Hong Kong land, Neo Bijian and Bao Fuda leaned towards the IHA board of directors, which meant that the Yosek family had to some extent lost their controlling rights over IHA. About 5 minutes later, Henry Yosek answered the phone. Neo Bijian, what's the matter? Came Henry's voice. The temperature in London during January is already quite cold. Now Henry Joseph suddenly hears this news, and a feeling of deep chill envelopes his entire being. That chill runs from his head to his toes. In 1977, the Bao family suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Kowloon warehouse. Although the response of Neo Bijian at that time was relatively swift, even selling the Golden Gate Tower to Chin Songqing to raise a substantial amount of capital to acquire more shares of Kowloon warehouse. However, in the end, faced with the Bao family, the Jardine Group completely lost control of Kowloon warehouse. Now 3 years have passed. The Bao family has actually set their sights on the 3 listed companies of the Jardine Group. What does this signify? Neo Bijian, is what you said true? Henry Joseph on the other end of the line reacted and asked. Chairman, actually today the stock market in Hong Kong opened, and the stocks of the 3 listed companies of Jardine have all experienced varying degrees of surges. In the afternoon, it was rumored that someone might be attacking the 3 listed companies of Jardine. I have already sent Bao Fuda to investigate, and just now I received very reliable news that the Bao family has been selling those super tankers, and aside from a small portion used to repay debts, most of the funds are likely being used to acquire the 3 companies of Jardine. Moreover, there may be support from Huifeng and Shunbo behind this. Chairman, our control over the Jardine Group. Henry Joseph, far away in London, changed his expression again. For the Joseph family, their most important assets are Jardine and Hong Kong land. If the Joseph family loses Jardine, what will they have left? At this moment, Henry Joseph could hardly bear to imagine. Neo Bijian, I will return to Hong Kong immediately. Henry Joseph said on the other end of the phone. At this moment, Neo Bijian realized that the call had already been disconnected. He left the study and took his suit. Madam, something big has happened at the company. I must rush back to the Concordia Tower. Concordia Tower, headquarters of the Jardine Group, chairman's office. Neo Bijian arrived by car, and upon entering his office, he took out the half-finished cigar from his drawer. After lighting it, he took a deep puff, trying to calm himself down to think. Half an hour later, Neo Bijian had yet to finish that cigar when he saw Bao Fuda knock on the door and walk in. Chairman, I have received reliable news that it is indeed the Bao family launching an attack on the 3 listed companies of Jardine. Just half an hour ago, Bao Fuda sent someone to investigate who was buying shares in the 3 listed companies of Jardine, causing the stock prices to surge since the market opened today. Bao Fuda learned from a journalist friend that it was the Bao family orchestrating these actions. Bao Fuda, I was aware of this news, which is why I asked you to notify those mid-level executives to return for a meeting. Are the personnel gathered now? Most of them have arrived. Neo Bijian left his office and went to the main conference room of the headquarters. At this moment, over 100 key executives had already gathered in the conference room. These executives, all of whom are white, are either smoking or drinking coffee and tea, exchanging whispers among. Some executives may have already learned about the capital attack on the 3 listed companies of Jardine. Neo Bijian entered the conference room and took his seat at the head of the table with Bao Fuda beside him. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for notifying you so late to return for this meeting is that our Jardine Group may be facing a life and death situation. Life and death situation. The other executives exchanged glances. At the end of 1977, the Bao family suddenly attacked Kowloon warehouse, and by early 1978, they successfully swallowed it up. Now 3 years later, the Bao family has actually obtained substantial funds by selling a large number of supertankers to acquire our 3 listed companies of Jardine. The 3 listed companies of Jardine at their core are Jardine Group, Hong Kong Land, and Jardine Securities. If the Bao family successfully acquires the controlling shares of these 3 companies, what will we have left? At this moment, Neo Bijian became increasingly agitated. After all, the Joseph family's shareholding in Jardine is minimal, and the Joseph family controls Hong Kong Land through Jardine. As for Jardine Securities, originally Jardine held a significant stake, but that time they sold a large amount to raise funds for acquiring shares in Kowloon warehouse, so now Jardine and Hong Kong Land hold little in Jardine Securities. Ultimately, the nominal owner of Jardine Group is the Joseph family, but in reality it is partially owned by shareholders from Y country and Europe, with more shares dispersed among ordinary investors. In this situation, to say that Jardine Group belongs to the Joseph family has long been untenable. The reason Neo Bijian said this is that first, he and his father, old Neo Bijian, still acknowledged the Joseph family's control over Jardine Group. Second, being in a position of being white, he does not wish for the British-funded Jardine to fall into the hands of the Bao family, who are of Chinese descent. Of course, among the mid-level executives of the Jardine Group present, some agree with Neo Biji and some are loyal to the Joseph family, but there is also a portion who are merely professional managers. In other words, who is the major shareholder and who controls Jardine Group does not hold much significance for them. Unless there are significant changes in the equity of the three listed companies of Jardine, causing changes in their positions, only then might their interests be affected. Of course, overall, they still recognize the Joseph family and Neo Bijian's authority. Aside from recognizing the Joseph family's ownership of Jardine Group, they also acknowledge that Jardine Group belongs to British capital. Compared to the last time when the Bao family acquired Kowloon warehouse, this time the Bao family is likely better prepared for their attack on the three companies of Jardine. If in this period the Bao family has already purchased a considerable amount of shares in the three listed companies of Jardine, it is likely that our control over these companies will become even more precarious. Neo Bijian spoke extensively. The executives below exchanged glances. About half an hour later, Neo Bijian said, "First, we cannot yet be 100% certain that this is indeed the Bao family attempting to acquire the three listed companies of Jardine, but the likelihood is high and much evidence points to the Bao family. Second, compared to the 1977 acquisition of Kowloon warehouse by the Bao family, this time the Bao family has more substantial funds and possibly even support from Huifeng. Third, in the past 3 years we have invested a large amount of capital overseas and in Y country, but the returns have not been significant. Now our three listed companies of Jardine have limited funds, and for a time we may not have enough capital to compete for more shares in the three listed companies. This means that the financial challenges we face are more severe than those we encountered when resisting the Bao family's acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. Fourth, although I have already informed Mr. Henry Joseph of the Joseph family, and he said he would return to Hong Kong immediately regardless of whether Mr. Henry Joseph returns or not, we may have to face the Bao family's formidable capital attempting to seize control of the three listed companies of Jardine. Now we face numerous issues and a more powerful opponent. How can we protect the controlling interest in the three listed companies of Jardine?" Neo Bijian looked at the 100 or so white executives present and asked. At this moment, however, not a single executive in the conference room was willing to respond. Among the three listed subsidiaries of the Jardine Group, Hong Kong Land's market capitalization originally stood at 4 billion Hong Kong dollars, after surging by 30, it now exceeds 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Jardine Group itself had an original market capitalization of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Following a 30 surge, it now approaches 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Jardine Securities, the least valued of the three listed entities, now commands a market value exceeding 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Cumulatively, after the 30 share price surge across all three listed companies, the group's total market capitalization has surpassed 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. If this growth stemmed from robust operational performance, it would indeed be welcome news. Yet the current surge stems not from fundamentals, but from a hostile third-party capital raid. An alarming development for the group's senior executives. At that moment, Sir Yu Kin Neo surveyed the 100-odd white executives present, but not a single one rose to speak. Bolton Balfour then addressed the assembly chairman, distinguished executives. The core challenges confronting our three listed subsidiaries have been thoroughly outlined. However, several critical points require formal articulation and resolution. First, the founding Yosik family, historically the group's largest shareholder, holds merely 10 of Jardine Group shares. Though the group once controlled Hong Kong Land via a 15 stake, its ownership in Jardine Securities has dwindled below 20, having divested most of its holding during the Wharf Holdings acquisition battle. Second, the Yosik family's diminished equity stake is only part of the problem. More critically, our liquidity position is far more precarious than during the Pak family's Wharf takeover. Our three listed subsidiaries collectively hold scant working capital. Without substantial funds, how can we repurchase shares on the open market or increase our stakes in these three listed? Third, the Yosik family's current stance toward its Jardine Group holdings remains ambiguous, and our internal liquidity remains dangerously low. Given the sharp rise in share prices across all three listed companies, acquiring controlling stakes will demand significantly greater capital. Yet where shall such funds originate? Fourth, regarding these three interlocking challenges, my proposed strategy is as follows. 1. We must urgently raise a substantial war chest to compete with the Pak family or other bidders for shares in our three listed subsidiaries, thereby safeguarding our controlling interests. 2. We must secure firm backing from Hangfeng Bank, especially its chairman Shin Bai, and from Mr. Brown, managing director of Standard Chartered Bank. A large syndicated loan for share acquisition would be ideal. Yet should Hangfeng and Standard Chartered align with the Pak family, our struggle to retain control over the group will become exponentially graver. 3. Should neither Hangfeng nor Standard Chartered extend support, I propose seeking strategic capital partnerships with Western, particularly British institutional investors, to prevent our three listed subsidiaries from falling under Chinese capital led by the Pak family. For ideally, if this raid is indeed orchestrated by the Pak family, we could pursue peaceful negotiations persuading them to withdraw entirely from the acquisition, thus resolving the crisis without exhausting our financial reserves. Yet, given the Pak family's tenacity during their wharf acquisition, it is highly improbable they will relinquish this campaign lightly. Balfour delivered his analysis. Neo and the assembled executives listened intently. His assessment resonated deeply with reality. Indeed, their gravest vulnerabilities were twofold: insufficient controlling stakes in the 3 listed subsidiaries, and critically a dire shortage of liquid capital. Even if fundraising were initiated, immediately mobilizing such vast sums within a narrow time frame would prove extraordinarily difficult. Especially under siege, if the Pak family had prepositioned massive capital, they would grant Jardine no generous window for countermeasures. Moreover, Mr. Henry Yosik, the patriarch of the Yosik family, is en route to Hong Kong. His personal intervention may yet alleviate part of the crisis. Those present understood clearly, should the Yosik family lose control of Jardine, theirs would be the greatest loss. Conversely, most white executives serve the board, not the Yosik family directly, except for those personally loyal to the Yosiks. In essence, a change in ultimate ownership would merely entail a new principal employer, leaving their roles, remuneration, and daily responsibilities largely unchanged. Yet after decades of stewarding Jardine on behalf of the Yosiks, the prospect of an abrupt, unfamiliar ownership transition remained profoundly unsettling. For the next half hour, Neo invited each executive to voice their perspectives. Loyalists among the executives stressed that Jardine faced an existential crisis, and that decisive action must await Henry Yosik's arrival in Hong Kong. The meeting concluded past 10 o'clock that evening. Neo and Balfour returned to the chairman's office. Balfour, you've witnessed firsthand the depth of our internal fractures. First, our inadequate stakes in the 3 listed subsidiaries make us vulnerable to predatory acquisition by the Pak family or others. Second, after the Pak family's wharf takeover, our leadership failed to confront structural weaknesses. Had the board, or the Yosik family itself, acted decisively, then acquiring 30 or even 40 stakes in Jardine Group, Hong Kong Land, and Jardine Securities, today's crisis might have been averted. Third, our deployable capital is severely constrained. Most assets are tied up in overseas investments. Neo knew this shortfall bore his imprint, but also implicated the Yosik family and other executives who long dismissed Hong Kong's market potential, channeling capital abroad. Regrettably, many such investments yielded little return or outright losses. Fourth, tonight's meeting laid bare the disunity within our executive ranks. Truly aligned with the board, or with me, are but a fraction of the executives. Balfour, whom I promoted, stands unequivocally at my side. The remainder were elevated by the Yosik family. Their allegiance lies with the Yosiks alone. Thus many withheld opinions, awaiting Henry Yosik's arrival and directives. These 4 realities compel me to conclude retaining control over all 3 listed subsidiaries appears increasingly improbable. Balfour, do you believe we can still preserve controlling stakes in all 3 listed subsidiaries? Neo turned to his deputy and asked, Chairman, I offer this candid assessment. Preserving majority control across all 3, Jardine Group, Hong Kong Land, and Jardine Securities, is exceedingly unlikely. Among them, Jardine Group, the parent company, and Hong Kong Land are paramount. If forced to prioritize, I recommend securing Hong Kong Land's controlling stake first, Jardine Group second, and Jardine Securities third. In Balfour's view, Hong Kong Land remained the most valuable asset, followed by Jardine Group itself. Though Jardine Group's valuation had declined from its former peak, its portfolio remained extensive, including the Dongwen Culture Hotel Group, overseas holdings, and domestic UK assets. As for Hong Kong Land, its dominance required no elaboration. Much of central Hong Kong's most prestigious commercial real estate belonged to it. Thus, Balfour believed that if only one controlling stake could be salvaged, Hong Kong Lands must be preserved. Remarkably, this conviction mirrored Pak Yu-gang's own strategic calculus. When forced to choose between Jardine Group and Hong Kong Land, he too would target Hong Kong Land. Eurasia Group, Hong Kong Land, Eurasia Securities Company. Perhaps in the end, if they truly can only concentrate their funds to retain control of one, then Neo Bijian's idea is also to hope to preserve Hong Kong Land. Of course, this might be different for the Joseph family. For the Joseph family, if they fail to retain control of Eurasia Holdings, then they will have nothing left. At this moment, Neo Bijian sat there helplessly sighing. The mid-levels villa at Deepwater Bay. The Bao family. Bao Yu and his grandfather, father, and mother had already finished breakfast. He was reading the newspaper in the study upstairs. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Bao Yu, under Daisy's service, was comfortably soaking in the bathtub. At that moment, the landline phone in the study suddenly rang. Daisy went over to dry her hands, then picked up the landline receiver. Young master, Mr. Chow is looking for you. Mr. Chow. That must be Chow Jiming. Bao Yu could only get up from the bathtub, and Daisy draped a bathrobe over him. He walked over, picked up the landline receiver, and answered. Jiming, it's me. Boss, I just received reliable information that our surprise attack on Eurasia Group and Hong Kong Land has already been leaked. Leaked? This means that the Bao father and son's plan to swallow these 2 major firms in Hong Kong has already been known by the outside world. Jiming, this was within our expectations. It has taken you almost half a month to be discovered by the outside world, which is already quite good. Let's see, I will discuss this matter with my father shortly. At this moment, the timing, location, and human factors all favor the Bao family. Bao had already anticipated everything regarding the acquisition of Eurasia Group and Hong Kong land, which means whether it is the Joseph family or Neo Bijin of Eurasia Group, they probably don't matter much. Bao hung up the phone. He returned to comfortably lie back in the bathtub. With his eyes closed, he pondered while Daisy continued to massage his head. When Bao finished his relaxing bath and got up, he changed into a set of winter pajamas. Then he went to knock on his father's study door. He walked in and saw his father reading. "Dad, just now Jiming called to say that the outside world already knows it is us, the Bao father and son, targeting Eurasia Group and Hong Kong land." The outside world already knows. Bao was somewhat surprised. However, Bao had already analyzed this with him, meaning that at the start of the surprise attack on Eurasia Group and Hong Kong land, it was indeed possible that it would not be known by the outside world. However, over time, the outside world would still discover it. "Bob, how do you think they found out?" "That I don't know. I suspect it is related to the sudden surge in the stock prices of the 3 major listed companies of Eurasia Group, which started today. Those reporters may have found some clues and ultimately traced it back to us, the Bao family. In Hong Kong, there is no shortage of smart people. Under such circumstances, naturally some would suspect that capital is targeting Eurasia Group and Hong Kong land. Of course, there are many possible suspects, but the most likely ones are indeed the Bao father and son." "Bob, what do you think?" "Dad, everything is proceeding according to plan. This was all within our expectations. Now with Zhao Jiming and Wei Li acquiring Eurasia Group and Ma Shimin and Lin Gaoyan acquiring Hong Kong land, I am very assured with them handling it. As for the acquisition of Eurasia Securities Company, it will be merely a matter of convenience. Actually, Bao Ye's focus is also on Eurasia Group and Hong Kong land. He does not pay much attention to Eurasia. Historically, Neo Bijin controlled Eurasia Hong Kong land and Eurasia Securities Company through a triangular cross-holding structure, creating an iron triangle. Particularly, all 3 companies have interlocked holdings of over 40, making it so that even if other Chinese capital desires to target these 3 major listed companies of Eurasia Group, they truly have no opportunity to act. However, at present, Neo Bijin has not yet adopted this triangular cross-holding method, making it much easier for Bao Yu to resolve. After talking with his father for a while, Bao Yu returned to his own study. He rested for the night. The next morning, when Bao Yu got up to wash and came downstairs, he already saw his grandfather and father waiting for him. "Bob, all these newspapers are about his father and son." Bao Yu walked over and found that it was indeed the case. Whether it was the front page of the Oriental Daily, the Sing Tao Daily, the Ming Pao, or the Chung Pao, their front page news all reported that the stock prices of the 3 major listed companies of Eurasia Group suddenly surged yesterday morning, with a rise exceeding 30 at one point. Many reporters from these newspapers firmly stated that they received reliable tips that it was indeed the Bao father and son who sold off a large number of supertankers, obtaining vast amounts of capital, and then began to plan the surprise attack on the 3 major groups of Eurasia. As for the so-called tips, Bao Yu felt that many of the claims were purely speculative. Of course, some content did hit the mark, including that the Bao father and son indeed sold off a large number of supertankers from the global shipping group to obtain large amounts of capital, but this capital was actually used to invest in gold commodities, leading to even greater financial gains for the Bao father and son. That from the content of these newspapers, most of it is purely speculative. However, these reporters are quite impressive. They firmly assert that it was our Bao family. "Bao Yu, you really think this is just speculation?" Bao Ye's father nodded. After breakfast, Bao Yu got into the luxury car and headed toward the Global Investment Center. Global Investment Center. Chen Jihao had just parked. Other bodyguards got out of the car, and when Bao Yu got out, he found that many reporters were already waiting outside. At this moment, those reporters rushed forward with microphones to interview Bao Yu, but under the protection of bodyguards and security at the Global Investment Center, they entered the elevator, blocking the other reporters outside. Currently, Bao Yu does not want to accept interviews from those reporters. As soon as Bao Yu arrived upstairs, Zhao Xiuzhen came out and said, "Boss, there are a lot of reporters downstairs. I wanted to inform you in advance. It's impossible to avoid those reporters. I just don't want to accept their interviews for now." Bao Yu stood at the window looking. When he sat down, My Lizzie walked in. At this point, not only Bao Yu, but even My Lizzie, who just arrived at work and got out of the car, had many reporters trying to crowd around for an interview. It was only because the security guards blocked them that they managed to avoid it. "Boss, the outside world already knows that the Bao family is targeting the 2 major firms of Eurasia." My Lizzie, all of this was within our expectations and predictions. Next, we will directly strive to acquire more shares of Eurasia Group and Hong Kong land from the market. If we cannot acquire them, we will proceed with additional purchases. January 15th, 1980. Tuesday, 9:00 a.m. At this time, there were still half an hour before the opening of the 4 major exchanges in Xinjiang. Following the soaring stock prices of the 3 major listed companies under IHA, yesterday news had spread that the Bao family was launching a surprise attack on them. This drove the Xinjiang stock market and the 4 major exchanges into a frenzy once more. Many ordinary investors began to flood into the Xinjiang exchange, hoping to get a piece of the action from the Bao family's acquisition. At 9:30 a.m., the 4 major exchanges in Xinjiang had just opened. Among them, IHA Group, Xinjiang Land, and IHA Securities opened normally, and these three listed companies began to experience varying degrees of price increases. EHA Group's stock surged by 15 immediately after opening compared to the last trading time yesterday. Xianjiang Land's stock price also skyrocketed by 18 compared to yesterday's last trading time. EHA Securities' stock price rose by more than 10 compared to yesterday. This was an incredibly frenzied pace and this was just the opening. Many ordinary retail investors and capital investment institutions rushed in mainly to compete for stocks of these three major listed companies, buying as much as they could. On the other hand, some retail investors holding shares of these three major companies began to reduce their trading, even though the stock prices had already risen significantly compared to yesterday. Kowloon Building, Chairman's Office of EHA Group Headquarters. Last night, Neo Bijin returned home after a meeting and had a restless night. This morning, he still came to work as usual. Now he was in his office. Neo Bijin, feeling restless, could only read English newspapers. The English versions of the Oriental Daily and Sing Tao Daily reported on the news that the Bao family was attacking the three major listed companies under EHA. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The female secretary went to open it. It was Bao Fuda who entered. Chairman, the four major exchanges in Xianjiang have just opened, and the stock prices of the three major listed companies under EHA have immediately surged. Compared to yesterday, the market value of these companies has increased significantly, which means that if the Josek family or our company wants to repurchase the shares of the three companies, it will come at a much higher cost. Bao Fuda, I want to meet Chairman Shen of Huifeng first. Other important matters can wait until Henry Josek arrives in Xianjiang before we make a decision. Last night, Neo Bijin and Bao Fuda had thought of many methods, including the necessity for the Josek family and the three companies to repurchase as many shares as possible to counter the Bao family's control over them. However, all of this requires money. As for whether the Josek family has that much money, Neo Bijin did not know. However, he knew that if the three major listed companies under EHA were to repurchase those circulating shares and try to control more stakes, even if the Bao family were to attack them, they would have a greater chance of driving the Bao family away. Of course, the liquidity of the three major listed companies under EHA was already limited, and to repurchase those circulating shares they could only resort to other fundraising methods. First, they could borrow from banks, but this would involve very high interest rates, and Neo Bijin knew he wouldn't resort to this unless absolutely necessary. Secondly, they could issue new stocks or bonds for financing, but this might further dilute the shares of the Josek. Thirdly, they could sell off some properties to raise funds for repurchasing shares of the three major listed companies under. In fact, historically, Neo Bijin had used this method to sell shares of the Xianjiang Electric Light Group and the Xianjiang Telephone Company, using all the capital obtained to repurchase shares of EHA and Xianjiang Land. Besides, EHA and Xianjiang Land still had quite a few properties, such as the Kowloon Building in front of him, the Prince Building, which served as the headquarters of the Global Shipping Group, and the Lishan Building, among others. The properties under Xianjiang Land were also quite valuable. Especially at the beginning of 1980, compared to 1977, many properties had doubled or even tripled in price. However, whether it was the Kowloon Building or the Prince Building, both were the most valuable properties of Xianjiang Land, and Neo Bijin was reluctant to sell them unless absolutely necessary. However, if they reached a point where they couldn't even maintain control over Xianjiang Land, it would be better to sell off the shares of Xianjiang Land to the Bao family and use the proceeds to repurchase their shares. Ultimately, if it really came to that, Neo Bijin or Henry Josek would indeed consider such actions. Neo Bijin handed a prepared visiting note to Bao Fuda. Bao Fuda took it over. Huifeng Bank Building in Xianjiang. Chairman's office. Shen Yin was working in his office. Ever since the Bao family had notified them in advance of their intention to swallow up EHA and Xianjiang Land, Shen Yin naturally felt assured. Compared to the early 1970s, British capital in Xianjiang had significantly declined, especially in the face of the increasingly powerful rise of Chinese capital, with the Bao family being the representative. And Shen Yin knew that both publicly and privately he supported the Bao family's takeover of EHA. After all, according to Huifeng's policy of supporting Chinese capital, it was very normal for him to continue supporting the Bao family, particularly Bao Yu. At this moment, Shen Yin also understood that with the Bao family's strong cash flow, they did not need Huifeng to intervene, and they could potentially swallow EHA and even Xianjiang Land. As Shen Yin was signing that document, there was a knock at the door. The female secretary went to open it, and found Bao. After Bao Yuhan signaled the secretary to close the door, he said, "Chairman Neo Bijin of EHA has sent General Manager Bao Fuda with a visiting note hoping to meet with you this morning. Neo Bijin of EHA wants to see him." Shen Yin raised his head and glanced, knowing that it was similar to when the Bao family was acquiring Kowloon warehouse back then. At that time, regardless of whether it was Neo Bijin or Davis, they both seemed quite powerful. However, he did not expect Bao Fuda to replace Davis, but seemingly nothing else had changed. "Bao Yuhan, should I meet? Chairman, they must be here regarding the attack on EHA Group by the Bao family." Of course, from the perspective of British capital, it would still be appropriate to meet them. But if Neo Bijin makes any special requests, we might not be able to comply. Huifeng and EHA are both British capital. From the perspective of British capital, it is indeed necessary to meet Neo Bijin. However, in Bao Yuhan's view, it is merely that Then tell Bao Fuda that I can meet with Niu Bijian this morning. It was 10:30 in the morning. In the conference room of the Hui Feng Group headquarters, apart from Chairman Xin Fan and General Manager Bao Yuhan, there were also Chairman Niu Bijian of the IHA Group and General Manager Bao Fuda. The four of them met here in the conference room. Mr. Xin Fan, it has been reported outside that the Bao family intends to acquire IHA and Xianjiang real estate. I hope Hui Feng can support British investments in Xianjiang, especially representative companies like IHA. Niu Bijian's intention was for Hui Feng to support IHA rather than the Bao family. Xin Fan replied, Mr. Niu Bijian, both I and Hui Feng do not intervene or support whether the Bao family intends to acquire IHA Group. Not intervening, not supporting. In fact, in the eyes of Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda, it essentially meant supporting the Bao family. The thought of this filled them with an indescribable fear. Mr. Xin Fan, you should be very clear about what IHA represents. If the Bao family acquires IHA, what will be left of British investments in Xianjiang? In fact, there are still quite a few major companies and trading houses remaining. Not only Hui Feng but also Standard Chartered Bank, as well as companies like Swire Taikou British and Chinese, Xianjiang Telephone Company, Xianjiang Great Eastern Telegraph Group, and even the Kadoorie family's China Power, among others. In fact, there are still many British investments in Xianjiang. It was just that back then IHA was the foremost trading house in Xianjiang, and no one expected it would fall to such a state in just a few years. Mr. Niu Bijian, I am discussing these matters from the perspective of Hui Feng's interests. As for everything else, we must follow the company's regulations. Xin Fan's tone had begun to show signs of anger. Niu Bijian wanted to say something, but Bao Fuda hurriedly signaled him with his eyes. Hui Feng was the financial backer of Xianjiang, and they couldn't afford to provoke them. If IHA were to borrow from Hui Feng, would it be possible to get a lower interest rate? Niu Bijian asked again. Lower interest rates. Xin Fan chuckled inwardly. It was obvious that IHA was considering borrowing from Hui Feng to acquire shares in its 3 publicly listed companies. In fact, Xin Fan did not agree with this. However, historically, whether it was Li Jiaqing or Bao Yugong, they had both borrowed heavily from Hui Feng to acquire those listed companies in Xianjiang. This included the Bao family's acquisition of Wharf Swire and Li Jiaqing's acquisition of Hong Kong Electric, as well as Hutchison Whampoa and other large and small companies. If it weren't for Hui Feng's unlimited loans, how could Li Jiaqing have acquired so many shares in listed companies? Now IHA was in such a situation and hoped to borrow from Hui Feng to repurchase its circulating shares. In fact, this was a desperate means of raising funds. However, Hui Feng's commercial interest rates were not cheap now. Moreover, given the current situation, Xin Fan and Hui Feng were simply not in a position to lend to IHA. Mr. Niu Bijian, if your company wishes to borrow from Hui Feng, it can only be done at the current commercial interest rates. It was clear that Xin Fan was being formal, causing Niu Bijian to feel anxious again. Half an hour later, the two parties left unhappily. Bao Yuhan accompanied Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda out. When Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda entered the elevator, both of their expressions were particularly grim, especially Niu Bijian's face. The two of them came down from upstairs and got into the car. Niu Bijian did not say anything. They returned to the chairman's office of IHA Group in the Kangol building. At this moment, Niu Bijian immediately said, Bao Fuda, from what Xin Fan just said, it is clear that although he claims not to support or intervene in the Bao family's attack on IHA, in reality, he is siding with the Bao family. This means we now face Hui Feng as a formidable enemy, secretly supporting the Bao family. Bao Fuda replied, Chairman, what Xin Fan said about not supporting or intervening is actually quite good already. In recent years, Hui Feng has had a very close relationship with the Bao family's global shipping group. Not only that, but also with the Bao family's global airlines, the construction of a new international airport, etc. Their cooperation far exceeds that with other major companies. Moreover, back then it was Xin Fan who directly seized Hutchison International from Chitazun and then sold it cheaply to young Master Bao. In that situation, why not sell it to British interests? In 1975, Xin Fan, representing Hui Feng, forcibly took Hutchison International from Chitazun. Then he cheaply sold Hutchison Whampoa to young Master Bao. This incident had a significant impact in Xianjiang and Y country. Now, from Bao Fuda's perspective, Hui Feng not directly intervening to forcibly acquire IHA, as they did back then, was already quite commendable. Niu Bijian could only return to his seat. He had initially hoped that Xin Fan would stand on Yi's side and facilitate negotiations between Hui Feng and the Bao family. If they could persuade the Bao family to abandon their acquisition of IHA and Xianjiang real estate, that would certainly be the best outcome. But was that even possible? IHA now was not the same as 3 years ago. The Bao family was also not the same as 3 years ago. Bao Fuda, we can only wait for Henry Joseph K. arrives in Xianjiang, and then we will make a decision. It was a little past 11 in the morning. Bao Yu was still working in his office. At this moment, the landline on his desk rang, and Zhao Xiuzhen went over to answer it. Boss, it's a call from Lord. Bao Yu took the phone. Dad, what's the matter? Bob, I plan to go to London with your mom this afternoon to sort out the network of relationships over there. This trip to London was prearranged by Bao Yugong and his wife to prepare for the upcoming acquisition of IHA and Xianjiang real estate. Dad, you and Mom should pay attention to safety and it's quite cold over there in London now, Bao Yu reminded over the phone. After he hung up the phone, Bao Yugong prepared to leave the chairman's office of the global shipping group at Prince's Building. He was going to London with his wife Huang Xiuying to meet with Mrs. Thatcher and others. As for Xiangjiang, Bao Yugong was very clear that with his son and the senior executives around Bao Yu, he didn't. On the contrary, his trip to London could be used to address some political issues that had arisen. In the afternoon, Bao Yugong and Huang Xiuying packed some clothes and then took a car to Xiangjiang Kai-Tak International. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Bao Yugong and his wife boarded a flight with Global Airlines. This was a direct flight from Xiangjiang to London, taking approximately 14 hours. When the couple boarded the first class of their flight, this international flight departed from Kai-Tak International Airport, heading straight for London Heathrow International Airport. Half an hour later, meanwhile, a Cathay Pacific flight from London safely landed at Kai-Tak International Airport. Most of the passengers disembarking from the plane were white tourists or Chinese passengers from Xiangjiang. Among them, a tall, middle-aged man in a thick black down jacket appearing to be in his 40s was accompanied by several bodyguard-like men. Currently, January in Xiangjiang is the coldest during the day with temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius. In contrast, London experiences temperatures between 2 to 3 degrees Celsius, which is still quite chilly. Now Henry Joseph is observing the situation at Kai-Tak International Airport, where aside from Cathay Pacific, he also spots the red-bodied Global Airlines. In just 3 years, Xiangjiang has undergone significant changes. It all started in 1977 when the Bao family suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Kowloon wharf, and by early 1978, they had swallowed it whole. Then in early 1978, they directly consumed the second of Xiangjiang's for major trading companies Hutchison Whampoa. Furthermore, the Bao family's series of acquisitions in Xiangjiang, including Xiangjiang Electric and China Gas, which are crucial British investments, were all captured by the Bao family. Not only that, but now the Bao family has even set their sights on Jardine Matheson and even Xiangjiang land. Henry Joseph is well aware that if the Joseph family loses control over Jardine or Xiangjiang land, they will have nothing left. Accompanied by bodyguards, Henry Joseph arrived at the dock next to Kai-Tak International Airport. At this moment, a yacht was already waiting. As Henry Joseph and the others boarded the yacht, they found Davis already on board. Chairman, you have finally returned. After the Bao family successfully swallowed Kowloon Wharf, Davis, as the general manager of Jardine Matheson and Xiangjiang land, became a victim and scapegoat, being forced to resign from both positions and relegated to a general executive role at Jardine Group. Over the past few years, news of Davis had been scarce. In fact, Davis had remained in Xiangjiang, holding an executive position at Jardine. Upon seeing Henry Joseph, he appeared very excited. Now both men stood on the deck of the yacht. In 3 years, Xiangjiang had changed dramatically. At this moment, Henry Joseph needed to clarify many matters with these old subordinates, including Davis. 15 minutes later, the yacht docked at Queen's Pier. Disembarking from the yacht, Henry Joseph, Davis, and others saw a Rolls-Royce and several luxury cars waiting. The two did not immediately return to the headquarters of Jardine Group at the Conwell Building, but first went back to Henry Joseph's mansion on Victoria Peak. At Henry Joseph's home, the old housekeeper and maid had learned that their master was returning to Xiangjiang, and they had specially cleaned the place thoroughly. Now the old housekeeper and maid were opening the grand door of the mansion to welcome Henry Joseph back. An hour later, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Descending from the car were Henry Joseph and Davis. Master, you have finally returned. Over the past few years, Henry Joseph had indeed returned to Xiangjiang, but each time it was quietly, and then quietly left. This time Henry Joseph had also returned quietly. Henry Joseph exchanged greetings with the old housekeeper, inquiring about each other's health, and learned that the old housekeeper was still in quite good shape. However, at his age, he might need to retire and return to his hometown and country. Why to enjoy his old age in a few years? Henry Joseph and Davis immediately went inside. They sat in the courtyard first. Davis, please notify the other key executives who support me to come see me. Yes, Chairman. Davis immediately went to call the headquarters at the Conwell Building. Meanwhile, Henry Joseph in the courtyard picked up a partially cut cigar brought by the old housekeeper, lit it, and took a few deep puffs. As Henry Joseph took a few puffs, he looked much more energized. Now he gazed outwards where the increasingly prosperous central Xiangjiang and Victoria Harbor lay in the distance. Henry Joseph understood very well that if the family lost control of Jardine Group and Xiangjiang land, then all of Xiangjiang's prosperity would have nothing to do with the Joseph family. 10 minutes later, Davis had finished his call and came down. Chairman, I have notified those executives to come see you. Henry Joseph placed the unfinished cigar into the ashtray beside him. He and Davis went upstairs to the study. After closing the door, Henry Joseph immediately said, Yesterday, I received a call from Neo Bijin learning that the Bao family might be planning a surprise attack on the 3 listed companies of Jardine. I immediately took the next available flight back to Xiangjiang. Davis, tell me honestly, what is the current situation? Chairman, there are indeed rumors that the Bao family is secretly buying large amounts of shares in the 3 listed companies of Jardine. However, the Bao family has neither admitted nor denied this, which means it is very likely true. Most importantly, this acquisition by the Bao family of the 3 listed companies of Jardine is even more ferocious than their purchase of Kowloon Wharf. even more ferocious. What's going on? Chairman, I heard from Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda that the Bao family has been continuously selling off large numbers of supertankers under Global Shipping Group since 1978, causing their ownership to drop from nearly 18 million tons to just 10 million tons. It was precisely because of this that the Dong family recently held a press conference announcing that they are the new king of the seas. In fact, there are significant issues here. The main problem is that the Bao family has sold off a large number of supertankers acquiring substantial funds. It is said that only a portion of this is used to repay debts with the remaining liquidity possibly exceeding 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Because of this, with so much money, the Bao family naturally set their sights on the three listed companies of Jardine, having over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in liquidity. Henry Joseph's expression changed dramatically. If the Bao family truly had that much money, they might not even need to rely on Hui Feng's connections and could aggressively swallow the three listed companies of Jardine. Why do such large foreign firms in Xiangjiang always focus on us at Jardine? Henry Joseph wondered. Could it be that the Bao family bears a grudge against the Joseph family? Chairman, there is actually a reason for this. From what I understand, the two major shareholders of Wharf Holdings, the Ma family and the Zhang family, hold more than 40 of the shares. With these two collaborating outsiders cannot launch a surprise takeover of Wharf Holdings. The situation with Swire is similar, and with Swire's finances being more stable, although the Bao family and Cathay Pacific under Swire have begun direct competition in the aviation industry, both sides are now evenly matched. Because of this, among the four major trading companies, Jardine is ironically the most vulnerable. Henry Joseph fell silent. Currently, the Joseph family only holds 9 of Jardine's shares, while Jardine controls 15 of the shares of Xiangjiang Land. As for Jardine's control of Jardine Securities, although it has increased somewhat, it is still below 20. In reality, this is extremely dangerous. Davis knew that the reason the Bao family was coveting the 3 publicly listed companies of IHA was fundamentally due to the fact that the Joseph family held too few shares in IHA. At this moment, Davis thought that perhaps the shares of IHA bought by the Bao family might even exceed those held by the Joseph family. There are many reasons for this. The root cause lies with Henry Joseph. In the early 1970s, IHA was very strong and easily swallowed Sir Zhou's dairy company. However, afterwards, the rise of Chinese capital in Hong Kong began to signal the decline of British capital, with the most obvious example being Hutchison Whampoa. Now, among the 4 major trading companies in Hong Kong aside from Swire, IHA, Hutchison Whampoa before it was acquired by Baoyu and Wheelock all faced the same issue. That is, they recognized the overseas market, so most of the profits from their companies in Hong Kong were continuously reinvested abroad. However, in reality, their returns from overseas investments were very low, even resulting in debts. Under such circumstances, in recent years, only Swire has been steadily developing in Hong Kong, mainly investing there, and has not encountered significant problems. Not only Henry Joseph, but also those like Niu Bijian who led IHA favored investing overseas and in Y country's domestic market. However, in reality, the return rate on IHA's overseas investments is now very low. Moreover, initially after selling Kowloon warehouse and gaining a substantial amount of capital under normal circumstances, Niu Bijian should have used that capital to repurchase shares in IHA or even in Hong Kong land. Yet Niu Bijian and the other executives did not. Instead, they continued to invest overseas. Of course, Davis, like Henry Joseph, did not have a favorable outlook on Hong Kong's future, especially with only a little over 10 years until 1997. Chairman, the Joseph family currently holds too few shares in IHA, even less than the shares Hong Kong land held in Kowloon warehouse at that time. Under such circumstances, how could the Bao family not covet it? Henry Joseph knew that it was too late to regret now. If he had known this earlier, the Joseph family would have borrowed or sold off some family assets to repurchase IHA or even Hong Kong land shares. However, the problem now is far more serious than he imagined. Davis, I have already sent Simon to meet with the bankers in Europe, especially those in Switzerland. If it comes to that, I will have Simon represent the Joseph family to borrow from Switzerland to repurchase IHA and Hong Kong land shares. Of course, now the interest rates from Hong Kong's Hui Feng, Y country's domestic banks, and those in Switzerland are all very high. It is precisely because of this that Henry Joseph knows he has no choice but to borrow from those Swiss bankers. As for Simon Joseph, he is Henry Joseph's brother and the already determined next heir of the family. Before this, he had already served as a director at IHA, but he had been living overseas and was not in Hong Kong. Henry Joseph came to Hong Kong, and he had already sent Simon to Switzerland. The two secretly discussed for an hour in the study. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. Davis went to open the door and saw it was the old housekeeper. Master, the executives have arrived and are waiting downstairs. Let them come up to see me. The old housekeeper went to notify the executives. Soon more than 20 white executives came upstairs. These were the main white executives promoted by the Joseph family, loyal to the Joseph family. In this regard, they were somewhat different from Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda. After all, Niu Bijian was appointed by IHA's board, not by the Joseph family. As for Bao Fuda, he was promoted by Niu Bijian. Davis, on the other hand, belonged to the faction loyal to the Joseph. The executives greeted Henry Joseph. Close the door first. The study door closed. Henry Joseph looked at them and asked, "How is IHA doing now?" Chairman, it seems to be even more serious than we imagined. It was heard that earlier in the morning Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda had met with Shun En and Bao Zhan at the headquarters of Huifeng Bank, but reportedly Shun En and Huifeng did not pay any attention to Niu Bijian possibly supporting the Bao family in acquiring his 3 major companies. What? Huifeng is going to support the Bao family in acquiring his 3 publicly listed companies? Henry Joseph's face changed dramatically. He remembered that in 1977, when the Bao family acquired Kowloon warehouse, Henry Joseph knew that Shun En and Huifeng were willing to mediate between Iha and the Bao family, but in the end, both sides did not reach an agreement. He never expected that just 3 years later Huifeng would actually stand directly on the side of the Bao family. What else? As for the others, although Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda discussed a lot at the meeting last night, in the end these two could do nothing but meet the chairman of Huifeng. Could do nothing? Are they just going to watch the Bao family buy shares in his 3 major companies step by step, then gradually acquire them? Is Niu Bijian getting old and confused? Chairman, I think you should personally intervene. Kowloon warehouse was lost under Niu Bijian's management back then. If Iha and Hong Kong land are lost under his management this time, what should we do then? Ultimately, these executives were all promoted by the Joseph family and their interests were aligned with those of the Joseph family. This means that as long as the Joseph family still holds the controlling stake in Iha and Hong Kong land, they can continue to serve as executives in Iha and Hong Kong land. In contrast, if the Bao family actually devours Iha and Hong Kong land, these executives would likely be ousted and would have to retire early to go back to Y country to live. Under such circumstances, they certainly hoped that the Joseph family could maintain control over Iha. Henry Joseph's expression changed repeatedly. Speaking of Iha losing Kowloon warehouse, it was certainly related to him as well since he was in charge at that time, but he simply failed. In the end, Davis stepped down and became the scapegoat for him and Niu Bijian. Davis, what do you think? Chairman, Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda are really not frightening. These two have limited ability. You should stand up and reassume the position of his new chairman. This way the Joseph family would have more authority within Iha and would be better able to resist the Bao family's act. Davis' thoughts are actually the same as those of Henry Joseph. At that time, Joseph wanted to take the opportunity to replace Niu Bijian and regain his position at Jardine Matheson. Ultimately, however, he did not succeed. After all, Niu Bijian, despite being at Jardine Matheson, bore some responsibility for the loss of the controlling stake in Kowloon warehouse. Thus, the greatest responsibility for Jardine's loss of Kowloon warehouse fell on the general manager Davis, turning him into a scapegoat and a victim. Now Henry Joseph knows that with the Joseph family losing control of Jardine and even the controlling stake in Hong Kong land, they will lose their historic trading company and conglomerate built over a century. Compared to the surprise attack on Kowloon warehouse by the Pak family in 1977, the situation is now even more dire and severe. In fact, Henry Joseph no longer trusts Niu Bijian, who was appointed by the board. If it were a normal situation, Henry would have preferred to remain the hidden mastermind of Jardine, but now it's different as it concerns the Joseph family's loss of control and potentially Jardine and Hong Kong land falling into the hands of the Pak family. In other words, this time, he aims to reclaim the position at Jardine and resist any acquisition attempts from others. What do you all think? Henry Joseph asked the more than 20 executives present. Chairman, I share the same thoughts as Mr. Davis, the other executives responded. This meant that all the executives promoted by the Joseph family unanimously supported Henry's return to the position. All right, you may leave for now, Henry Joseph said, knowing that with the full support of these executives, he could rest easy. As the other executives departed, Henry Joseph kept Davis behind. The two discussed for another half hour before Davis left. Henry Joseph stood by the window of his study, gazing into the distance. At this moment, he actually trusted his brother Simon Joseph even more. However, he had already sent Simon Joseph to Switzerland. This meant that Henry had already considered the worst-case scenario, being forced to borrow money from Swiss banks to repurchase shares of Jardine's 3 publicly listed companies. Currently, the stock prices of Jardine's 3 listed companies continue to soar. Now, with Jardine unable to raise more funds, immediately borrowing from Switzerland seemed the fastest option. However, money from Swiss banks is not easily accessible. The interest rates are even higher than those of Hong Kong Shanghai Bank and Standard Chartered. Previously, Hutchison Whampoa had incurred immense debts from borrowing Swiss francs, which they could not repay, leading to severe financial holes. Ultimately, Shun Bai of HSBC collaborated with other shareholders to drive out Hutchison's chairman Chi Dezun and subsequently acquired Hutchison at a very low price. In reality, this was HSBC taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Swiss banks operate in a similar manner. This means that even if the Joseph family can secure a large loan from Switzerland, failure to repay the interest and principal on time would leave them severely scarred. Nevertheless, Henry Joseph understands that to maintain control over Jardine's 3 listed companies, he cannot afford to dwell on such matters. At the Concordia building, Jardine Group's headquarters, Niu Bijian was working in his office but appeared quite agitated. After seeing the attitude of HSBC's chairman Shun Bai, Niu Bijian realized that Jardine was indeed facing many problems. From another perspective, Jardine's strength and influence had greatly diminished. Before the 1970s, it was hard for any Chinese capital in Hong Kong to dare to acquire Jardine. This illustrates just how great Jardine's power and influence were back then. Niu Bijian sighed deeply. He was about to pick up the desk phone, but then put it down. Please bring Davis to me, he instructed his secretary. The secretary left the office to find Davis. Davis had once served as the general manager of Jardine Group and had opportunities to become the head of Jardine, but it was last time Niu Bijian knew that sacrificing Davis and forcing him to resign from the position of general manager was a compromise between the Joseph family and the Jardine board. Niu Bijian felt somewhat guilty about this decision. But what could he do? At this moment, Davis was merely an ordinary executive at Jardine, a far cry from his When Niu Bijian's secretary went to find Davis, she did not see him. Chairman, Mr. Davis is not in his office, she reported. Henry Joseph, Niu Bijian, and Bao Fuda entered the study. Master, although the outside world is now saying that the Bao family father and son are acquiring shares of the 3 listed companies of IHA, they have not come forward to admit it yet. In other words, the possibility is very high, Niu Bijian said directly. The so-called high possibility, in fact, all 3 knew it was inevitable. Then how should we resolve this? Henry Joseph asked. Niu Bijian thought for a moment and said, Master, the Joseph family has always been the largest shareholder of IHA Group, but the shares they hold are still too few. If the Joseph family wants to maintain control over IHA, I hope they can invest a large sum of money to acquire as many shares of the 3 listed companies of IHA as possible. Ultimately, in Niu Bijian's view, if the Joseph family believes that the 3 listed companies of IHA belong to their family, then naturally, they should invest more funds to acquire more shares. If they wish to control the 3 listed companies of IHA with the least amount of shares, it would not have been a problem in the past, when Huazi was not coveting them. However, things are different now. Even if the Bao family father and son are not coveting, they would likely face other Huazi's covetous eyes. In other words, this is fundamental. However, Henry Joseph was well aware that although the Joseph family was wealthy, it was unlikely they could suddenly come up with tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars to acquire those shares of IHA. Because if they really had that much money, they would have acquired them earlier. There would be no need to wait until now. However, he still said, Niu Bijian, you are right, IHA Group belongs to the Joseph family. I have already instructed Shiman Joseph to go to Switzerland to meet with those bankers. If it really comes to that, our Joseph family will spare no effort to borrow a large sum of money from Swiss banks. Niu Bijian and Bao Fuda were somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Master, aside from the Joseph family raising funds to purchase shares of the 3 listed companies of IHA, I believe IHA Group must also raise more funds to buy back the company's shares. Currently, IHA, Xianjiang Land, IHA Securities, and even other subsidiaries do not have much liquidity and can barely operate normally. In fact, IHA and Xianjiang Land have been profitable each year, but those profits have flowed overseas to acquire other companies and invest in other industries. However, those overseas companies and industries are now basically in a state of loss. In this situation, IHA Group, Xianjiang Land, and even IHA Securities have their primary assets concentrated in Xianjiang properties. Like many valuable properties in the central district of Xianjiang right now, including the Kowloon Building, Prince Building, Land Plaza, Chater House, and Alexander House, etc. Among them, the original Jinmen Building was sold last time to Chen Songqing and the Zhong brothers. Now the Kowloon Building and Prince Building are both extremely valuable. According to the current property market in Xianjiang, the value may have doubled compared to 1977. In other words, at that time, Jinmen Building was bought by Chen Songqing for 810 million Hong Kong dollars, but this year Chen Songqing is expected to sell it back to his company at double the price, causing the value of Jinmen Building to soar above 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Compared to Jinmen Building, the Kowloon Building and Prince Building are actually more valuable. If evaluated based on Jinmen Building, even if its price is somewhat inflated. However, the Kowloon Building is at least worth 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and the Prince Building is also worth 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. In other words, just these 2 buildings combined are close to 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, the most valuable assets of Xianjiang Land are these 3 buildings, but with Jinmen Building already sold, if these 2 buildings are sold again, it would be a significant loss for Xianjiang Land. After all, a large portion of Xianjiang Land's revenue and profits come from the rental income of these 2 buildings. Master, if absolutely necessary, I would also let Xianjiang Land sell the Kowloon Building and even the Prince Building using the funds obtained to buy back the company's shares. Niu Bijian said directly. What? Niu Bijian wants to sell those 2 most valuable buildings of Xianjiang Land. Henry Joseph certainly did not wish for that. After all, those are properties that can generate continuous rental income. If sold, what would be left for Xianjiang Land? Aside from selling these properties, is there no other way? Henry Joseph asked. Master, I have already met with the chairman of Huifeng Shenyan. On the surface, he does not support or interfere, but I know Huifeng and Shun Yan are on the side of the Bao family. In this case, it would be difficult to obtain a commercial loan from Huifeng. Even if you really want to sell those 2 properties, it would not be that easy. These 2 buildings are too valuable. At this moment, Hu and Xianjiang could suddenly gather so much money to acquire those 2 buildings. Master, it can only be this way. Half an hour later, Henry Joseph instructed the old butler to send Neo Bijian and Bao Fuda out. Watching the two leave, Henry Joseph, who was still in the study, had a very unsightly expression. This means Neo Bijian indeed has no other alternatives. Watching the two leave, Henry Joseph, who was still in the study, had a very unsightly expression. This means Neo Bijian. In the evening at 7 o'clock, Davis came to the Taiping Shan Villa again to meet Henry Joseph. The two were in the study. Master, did Neo Bijian and Bao Fuda come to see you? Yes, they have no solutions and are prepared to sell the Kowloon building and Prince building to raise funds, Henry Joseph said with a strange smile. Master, those two buildings are the most valuable properties of Shanjiang land. If they are really sold, there won't be many properties left for Shanjiang land. Back then, the Bao family acquired Kowloon warehouse, deliberately discussing these three buildings with Iha. Naturally, Iha did not agree. It seems I cannot keep Neo Bijian in that position any longer. How have you prepared for the matter discussed this afternoon? Master, it's basically settled. Other than Neo Bijian and Bao Fuda, not knowing the other directors of Iha are aware and support your return to the position of Master of Iha. Good, at 9 o'clock tonight, we will go to the Kowloon building for this board meeting. At this moment, the directors of Iha Group, except for Neo Bijian and Bao Fuda, were all present. Henry Joseph, accompanied by Davis, arrived at 8:45. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the board meeting called by Iha Group suddenly commenced. However, the current chairman Neo Bijian and directors Neo Bijian and Bao Fuda were not present. Undoubtedly, this is the strangest situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues currently faced by Iha Group, Shanjiang Land, and Iha Securities are far more severe than the Bao family's surprise attack on Kowloon warehouse. The series of problems arising now are due to Neo Bijian's inaction since taking the position of Master of Iha, so I propose that Neo Bijian immediately relinquish the position of chairman of Iha Group.